economics. This one's a debate, and it's all these subjective topics. He gets to flat Earth, and he's like, "Oh, I guess it's a debate about Earth." Uh-oh.
Debate water.
What's the flattest water?
Water is not wet. It makes things wet.
Can we debate about water?
What's your favorite water and why? Maple tree water, coconut water, sea water, ocean water, spring water.
I disagree.
Alkaline water, acidic water, neutral pH water. There's water and there's water.
Moist water.
Debatable how to pronounce water.
Water.
Agua.
Americans say water. Can I have a glass of water?
Yeah, what about WOTTER? That
Here,
sounds kind of
water.
funny.
Water.
Water.
Water. Know what I mean? Know what I mean?
What? Water. What the hell? Water.
Beach water.
Broken water.
Glacier water.
You guys, with kids, would have seen broken water. That would have been pretty. That would have been something.
Sounds
Broken
like
water.
Can you say
Isn't
that
that
again in English?
Isn't it the sign when you're having a baby? They break water, and it's like, "Hey, time to go to the hospital." There you go.
Shit, I thought it was a movie.
Break water.
Also a 1970s funk group. Their hit song is Release the Beast from the Breakwater.
I can see the album cover now.
Release the Beast by Breakwater. Daft Punk did a pretty cool cover of that.
Oh, Daft Punk, they're really good. I love their Tron soundtrack. I hope they do more soundtracks.
Yeah. Yeah, they're great.
It's really good. The movie was crap, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Most sci-fi tends to be, I think.
Soundtrack's pretty big in the 70s. You had Saturday Night Fever. That was huge. And you had the Grease. It was massive. And then they did Xanadu, but the movie was so bad. But the soundtrack was fantastic. So good. It's ELO at their peak. It's absolute peak. And but gee, the movie was so bad. So they're talking about another Rapture tomorrow or the day after, October 7 and 8. You think they would have learnt from last time? Maybe, but no. Which was only 2 weeks ago.
Another-
A week ago.
Another Rapture.
They're banging on about the 7th and the 8th of October now. When they were just banging on about the 23rd, and they're still here. Now they're banging on about
Just keep moving that goalpost.
I've heard some really wild, like, it seems Christianity is splintering more and more into absurdity. It seems there's more and more groups of people coming up with more outrageous theories.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, bro, it's like, slow down.
Yeah, I don't even get how Rapture theology became popular, since
No.
that all came in with Darby and the Schofield Bible, and like, guys, that's your Rockefeller Bible theology right there. Why are you buying into this and biting off on it?
It's an easy way out. Everyone's looking for an easy way out. They don't want to. They don't want to admit it. Some people say that the whole revelation has already happened. Happened in 70 AD. I don't know how they figure that out. But they go, no, there's no tribulation, there's no Antichrist. It's all happened, it's already gone. So they don't want to deal with it.
Right. So then you're like, okay, well, let's dig into church history a bit. And I don't just mean Roman Catholic, like the Vatican version of history. It's like, no, we can't trust any of that because this has all been reset and all of our history books have been rewritten. It's like, okay, so basically you have a belief that's unfalsifiable.
But yeah, he's right. There's more traditions than just the Catholic Church. Like you're saying, there's a lot of Eastern Orthodox traditions. There's the Ethiopian church is freaking pretty old, man. That's right. When
they're like considered Eastern Orthodox in a sense. They're not part of the Roman Catholic enclave. You know, one of our gold members who hangs out here is Ethiopian Orthodox.
Wow.
And so is her new husband. Yeah, who's a moderator in 24/7.
Wow. Who's that?
Yeah, delightful.
Who's that?
Let's see if she's on right now. I don't want to out her really. Oh, she's on. Sorry. Yeah, the Eastern Church, man, keeps pointing out that this constant splintering of the church really took hold in 1054 AD with the first schism. We had about 1,000 years of unity. And then after that, I mean, all the medieval forgeries came out with the Western Catholic Church, falsifying history, falsifying everything, and even launching attacks onto the Eastern Church, creating victims out of them as much as they had of people of other traditions and even entire other faiths. Now, the Roman Church also begat the Protestant Reformation, which began a further infinity splintering, which is still happening today. Not saying the Eastern Church is perfect, but it is very much a stark tale of two cities kind of story that you can unfold. Now, the Western Church, the Western Catholics, was one bishop out of a pentarchy of 5 who broke away from the other 4. And then had the gall to say that the other 4 left the church. And excommunicated them all. And then took an honorary title, the Rock of Peter, and created an authoritative title out of it that had not existed prior to the schism. And then tried to rewrite history to say that it had always been the top authority title for the entire Church of the world. And that was never the case. The highest authority are the ecumenical councils. Not a titular head. Protestant reformers tried to reach out to the Eastern Church because they knew that they knew something. The Eastern Church was collapsing under the invasions of Islamic armies. It was on the run, and also on the run from crusaders. So there wasn't much correspondence.
So the Eastern Church was basically fighting two fronts of some of the biggest.
Yeah. Betrayal by the Western Catholic Church and then the Islamic armies on the east. Squeezed them north. That's why the vast majority of them went into the Black Sea area, Crimea, Ukraine, and then later into Moscow, and then spread outward. They spread westward towards the Nordic lands. Like if you've heard of the Vikings, Eric the Red was Eastern Orthodox. I mean, it was the Orthodox Church that had converted them.
How does that adds up to, the other alternatives that people talk about, like Tartaria, and how there was some type of, other kind of like civilization and it was taken over for?
Yeah, there are a couple things. I mean, there's the Khazarians, which are today's basically Talmudic Jews, their tribe, which lived with and among the Christian Orthodox of the East. And there were battles, and I mean, there were wars being fought between them. So a lot of what is Tartaria is mixing up who was who in this mess, I think. The Tartar tribes versus and the Khazarian tribes versus the Orthodox Christian settlements. Like there's a man, one of the most important figures in the history of the Eastern Church is a guy named Alexander Nevsky. He was a prince and he was a warrior, and he was fighting the Roman Catholic armies coming in from like Finland and Poland and Germany on the west. And he was also fighting back the Khazarians and the Tartars in the east. This was in like the 1200s.
Was that much conflict across the world? Like you mentioned, there was like a 1,000 years of unity, and then war. It's almost like war exploded everywhere.
Yeah, so there was. I mean, the Christian Church was united, was one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church until the year 1054, formally. Although there have been some problems appearing before that time. Basically, from the Eastern perspective, what happened was after Rome was toppled and Europe became a quiet backwater, the Western Emperor's territory collapsed. The Eastern Empire, the Eastern Emperor still continued, and that was Eastern Orthodox. Some Frankish German tribes came in from the east and settled into like France and Germany. They became the Franks, and they tried to restart civilization. And they basically took over Christianity. They usurped power from the Eastern Emperor, Charlemagne did, and created what looks like a counterfeit Western Catholic Christianity. It didn't resemble anything like the Catholicism in the West that had pretty much collapsed prior to it. And so they brought in all these motifs that Eastern Christians had never seen before. What motifs do I mean? Gargoyles on cathedrals, women like squeezing breast milk into the air into the mouths of soldiers, and boys pissing on demons and stuff like. All of this was very strange and very foreign for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years of Christian culture. And then Charlemagne and his successors started minting coins bearing their image, calling themselves the emperor, and started this whole lineage of emperors. Now, they kind of grafted themselves into the church for a little bit and then schismed in 1054 and broke off completely. And they cited some very seemingly insignificant theological differences when it's really just a power move. The Eastern Church was weakening under the constant invasions of Islamic hordes, and so I think the Western Church was like, yep, we'll let you guys deal with it. You can be the meat shield. And so the Eastern Emperor was like, come on, guys, can you help us out? Can you help us out? And so one of the things that they did was the West sent in crusaders and destroyed the Muslim armies that had taken over Jerusalem and was supposed to return Jerusalem back to the emperor in the East. And instead, they took it for themselves. And that's kind of how it started. So the city of Jerusalem became a Latin Western territory. They took it away from the East, and they said, basically, we won it in battle, fair and square. So things like that were going on. The Eastern Empire, the Eastern Church, kept getting double-crossed again and again by the West. So it's almost like good riddance by 1054. It's almost like there were a period of perhaps two dark ages that took place at two different points in history. I mean, at one point it was in the West, right after the fall of Western Rome itself. And then hundreds of years later, the Eastern Empire started to fall. And by 1457, Constantinople fell. After being besieged for hundreds of years, it held out a long time, which gave pretty much a lot of time for the Christians there to flee north and to flee west into Europe, bringing their knowledge into Western Europe and starting the Renaissance, which is really just a continuation of the Eastern Church's vast holdings of knowledge and artistic and call it scientific advancements too. And so the Western Church kind of wrote it as like they're the ones that are responsible for creating a cradle of civilization for the Renaissance to flourish as if it had never happened before, when it was just a continuation of what had already existed. I mean, and there's a lot of evidence of this. There's in some museum, and I think in Berlin, you can go see an exhibit of the mechanical animals of the Eastern Emperor's throne room. What were mechanical animals? These things were, in the throne room, guests would come in and they'd be entreated to a circus display of automatons, basically steam-powered and mechanically powered robots, including waiters and waitresses that would serve wine for the guests. Not even joking. Like, this is what, it's freaking nuts, right? And I mean, they would entertain like Chinese envoys that would come in, and the Chinese envoys would write about it. So you can read in like Chinese history, the amazing mechanical throne room of the Emperor of the East, Eastern Orthodox Church. So what is Tartaria, right? I mean, that's a big question. I don't agree with most of what people call Tartaria today as Tartaria. I think it's this curious point in history where the Eastern Church, the Eastern Empire had collapsed and the Western Church had grown into dominance and prominence. It was in a position to start to rewrite a bunch of stuff and got a bunch of crap wrong and mischaracterized and recharacterized a lot of what we understand. A lot of the art and architecture of the West predated what their own claims are to it. Some of the most advanced architecture preceded some of the architecture you see in the West. Look no further than the Hagia Sophia, the great cathedral in today Istanbul was Constantinople. I think it was built under Justinian in like the 400 to 500s. I mean, to me, that rivals like the Palace of Versailles in France, only much older.
That is very
And so beautiful and
interesting.
significant that the Muslims, when they took over the Hagia Sophia, they left holy icons in there, including the great icon on the ceiling of the dome of Mother Mary and Jesus. Still there today.
What about the change of
Yeah, man,
dates?
history's-
Like, have you considered like some people claim that there's been like 1,000 years added into the books?
I don't know about that. I mean, I think there could be a lot of time inserted, but I don't know how much. I think 1,000 years is a bit too much. You know, maybe 300. There's, to me, one of the most obvious signs is like the copy and paste work of the Merovingian bloodline and the Carolingian bloodline. They look like they're the same exact thing. And that would basically add 300 years. And that kind of coincides with the work of Gunnar Heinzone and some of these others. Like he's done work into archaeological digs, something called stratigraphy, looking at the different cultural layers that are buried under mud and finding coins dated to like the 800s inside of buildings with Roman style roofs that would date to like the 150s. And it doesn't make any sense.
Or where people call Roman, but it's something else that the Romans claim it's kind of like a mix of what you're saying. The history was kind of like taken over and claimed by someone else.
Yeah, so the Eastern Empire, the Eastern Church, they called themselves Romans too, and we're proud of it for a long time. So Constantinople was the capital of Rome. Constantine moved it, and then built up Constantinople to be a greater city than Rome was, and like actual Rome on Italy. And Constantinople was called Rome on the Bosphorus.
So that adds up to what people say that, throwing you a big curveball, the Americas. People say that Rome used to be in America as well. Part of it. Part of Rome.
Yeah, there's some of that too. That might have come later, who knows, but Constantinople was established as what was called the New Rome, and that was Rome, and they spoke Greek. And the third Rome today is considered Moscow. And all of this stands as an affront to what the Vatican considers themselves as actual Rome. And if you just look at the course of history through the lens of the Eastern and Western Church, the Western Church trying to dominate the Eastern Church for the last 1,200 years, I think it reveals a lot about what's really going on. Especially today with the whole Russia-Ukraine-NATO thing. It also frames the Bolshevik Revolution in a different way. The rise of the Talmudic Khazarian mafia taking over and murdering the last of the Christian emperors.
So they basically replaced the royal families from back then by their own, and a lot of I seen people saying a lot of the structures that, like you're saying, the cathedrals and the structure from the past, they will claim, oh, we founded this and we built this day, but it was already part of the people before that were conquered or replaced.
Yeah, what blew my mind was for a long time in California, Hawaii, not just Alaska.
First part of that sentence, because you cut out.
Yeah, so
your mind was
Russian forts. Not just
Star
Alaska.
forts, maybe Star forts.
Oh yeah, there's some.
There's many in the Caribbean islands. They're very impressive, huge. Star forts.
They're an ancient and popular design. It wasn't just exclusive to one culture. There's in the Netherlands, I think the town of Emden, it's more like a small city, I think, but the whole thing is basically one gigantic rampart built in the same style as the starport structure that you see in other places, and I think it dates to the 900s. I mean, a lot of mainstream history says I think the Spanish developed it as a novel way to defend against cannon fire and to defend against besiegement.
That's what they told me in school. The star forts in the Caribbean were built by the Spaniards to defend against invaders.
Right.
Right. Well, there's some of these that date to the 900s. It's like, well, what about those? So I got to go. Be listening.
Thank you. Talk to you later.
Morning.
Such an interesting topic the Yoder was talking about.
What's up, boyos? What's up?
Just having to
Yoder
log off
leaves
here.
and Yoder leaves and Indio joins. Are you guys like in schedule?
Yeah, right. This is our morning show, man. What you talking about? Stuttering John's gonna be our next guest.
Howard Stern. I was catching up on last night's stream that you had that one guys actually.
Dude, man. All I know is that not yesterday, but the day before, the Glovers have gotten pretty feisty. They're very angry. I've dealt with one guy in the DMs, two guys in Cogdis, this dude Roundhound on X, a couple people like talking, in VC. They're very angry all of a sudden. I don't know why. It seems like they're very upset about Flat Earth now. And then I looked in lobby, and Hyder and Martoth talked to some guy, and he spurred out. What country do you live in? Tell me. You must be in some third world country.
Some guy on X was insisting to me that Foucault pendulum proved everything. I'm like, okay, show me the data. Psh, he blocks me.
Data? What the hell's that?
Yeah, basically, he's like, every high school kid has done it. I'm like, okay, great. Show me the results. Block.
I missed that one.
He never thought about it for that. I mean, that far. Then you made him think, and he's like, "Oh, I don't have it."
It actually ended in a more embarrassing manner for him. I brought up the Antarctic Foucault pendulum going backwards. I gave him a link. He posted the wrong link and a screenshot of it that 404'd. He's like, gotcha. So I went to the link and I posted a screenshot from the right link from my own link.
Yeah.
Told him to sit, and then he blocked me.
So funny. It's the arrogance that blows me away. Who was it last night? Oh, hold
Got
on,
it
I'll
began
find
with
his
a
name.
G.
With a man T or something like with like 100 E's after it.
Yeah, that guy with the M, another guy with the G.
The very long baseline interferometer.
Yeah.
I asked him. He was in the other server, so I asked him. He said this proves the Earth is rotating. Like, okay, what reference frame did they use? So he asked ChatGPT. Says he used the ITRF Earth fixed reference frame. So I'm like, so the Earth is rotating in the fixed reference frame? How does that work? So needless to say, he starts spurting out. So I just send him to Cogdis. So I go on Cogdis and then ask, because he kept posting ChatGPT. So I'm like, okay, since you want to listen to ChatGPT, I asked ChatGPT, what are the logical flaws in this paper, and pay particular attention to the reference frames. It said exactly what I said to the guy, and I posted it. Then he really freaking went mad. You're in a cult. You're the cult leader. Yeah. I guess ChatGPT's in the cult too. And another guy named Bottle. And then Iggy 2.0 in my DMs. Just friggin' out.
Built up persona that it gets in question, but they rather act that way instead of questioning it.
No, I just like it's just something I noticed is that just like the last. I mean, this like the spiraling insults, flipping out thing. I mean, it happens obviously all the time, but just like starting like 2 days ago, just like some crazy peak in it. I noticed this topic dealing with people that like goes through patterns of behaviors that the Globers do. Like they all start doing like the same thing at once. They'll bring up the same argument all at once. Like it's like they all got like a memo or like they'll all talk about Foucault's pendulum for like 3 days or something for some reason.
I mean, I think in the past few days we've been near a new moon. There was a new a full moon. So you know what happens during full moons.
Oh yeah, CB was talking about that with somebody last night with Peter.
Yeah, so the brain worms get like more active. With Peter, yeah.
Peter had a hypothetical where if you have a container and you have electromagnetic field that compresses the gas within the container, shrinks its volume, use the equation P equals NR TV, would the pressure go up? And I'm like, no, the pressure wouldn't go up because gas can't do work on itself. The temperature of the gas would have to go up. And he said, no, it's in the equation that it'll equal the pressure. And I'm like, well, how do you even get a surface area, which is what the pressure units are in, right? Force per, foot-pounds per square inch, force per surface area. How do you get that from the volume? Because all volumes, you can have equal volumes with different internal surface areas. But you're going to have the same number of molecules because N is the number of moles. And according to Avogadro's law, it doesn't matter what gas you have, it's the same pressure, temperature. You can swap out gases and it's the same number of molecules. You only save other molecules per surface area. You're obviously going to get a different result. He starts spurging out. Booger Smoker starts spurging out. So
The last time I heard Peter, he was asking people in the VC, what's between the gas molecules when they're like colliding. What's between them? And he was saying that's empty space. I think he says something like that.
Do you have an issue with that?
No, I mean, I haven't looked, so I don't know. Empty space. Isn't there? Wouldn't be the same thing to say there's more gases between those gases, and what's between those other gases, gas molecules?
There's gas between the gas molecules.
The gas between the gas molecules, and what's between that, right? Empty space. Is that what it is?
I only know if one more person comes in here, starts talking about mapping, and doesn't know a goddamn thing about it, and pull my hair out.
So why don't you guys have a map yet? Come on, Indio.
I have a map. I have a perfect flat Earth map. It's flawless.
Flawless.
Yeah, it's absolutely flawless.
I would love to see that.
Well, the question is, what is it map?
Well, I would assume we're talking about the Earth.
Will you
Oh, I didn't
please
say about the
share
Earth. I
that
just said
map
a
with
map.
us? Will you share that map with us?
My flawless map. Oh, I got it from Joshua. It's classified.
Joshua?
Yeah, he works for Amazon Satellite Services or something. It's classified.
I want to see
You
a
need
map.
top level
Did
clearance.
you get it?
Map of what, dude? So I had a map. You don't want a map. You guys pretend you want a map. You want a picture. That's what you really want. You want a photograph. That's what you really want. Why
I
don't you
want
just
a map.
say it? Oh no, you. Oh, how you gonna test the map, bro?
Well, I would
You
compare,
gonna compare it to the
known
globe?
distances.
No, you're gonna compare it to the globe and say it's wrong because my globe is right. Your map is wrong. Hey,
Well, no,
give me
just
an
compare it to known
orthographic.
distances.
Give me an orthographic
I mean, shit,
map
I
of the
want a
globe.
photograph.
I know you guys do because you guys.
What's the issue with wanting a photograph?
All you guys can do is picture books.
I mean, pictures are used as proof all the time. I don't see the issue.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In what sense? In what sense are they used as proof? Like in court?
Well, yeah. If you say this
Sometimes,
thing looks
yeah.
like this, and they say, "Do you have any
Pictures and
proof of
videos
that?"
are used as
Took a
evidence
photo.
all the time.
Okay,
You have video evidence of
Globetrotters, you're
someone
talking over
stealing
me,
from
brother.
like a convenience store. If you have video evidence of someone stealing from a convenience store, that's like pretty damning evidence that like you stole from said convenience store.
You still need a positivity ID that the person in the image is the person, right?
Yeah, you compare it to
It's
like
high
I guess
resolution.
the
You can see
image
them.
of
See them walk out. Yeah, these things.
Yeah, how
happen.
do you ID that person, dude? It's not simple.
You
You
look at
guys are
them.
nonsense.
You look at them in the
You
photo
just
of
look
the
at
video.
them, and so you
You look at the-
objectively
and then you
go,
look
they
at-
look the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how they do it.
I can't get anywhere with him. Never mind.
No, you don't understand. Look, you don't know anything.
Buddy,
Nothing gets into evidence.
if something happens to
why are you
you
talking
in
over
court,
me?
you're gonna like because you're saying nonsense. That's why.
Have you ever been in court? Do you know anything about how court works? Anything?
I've been in court once.
How does evidence get in court? I have I have a photograph. I want to admit it into evidence. What do I have to do?
You got to
That's why I
submit
wanted to go
it.
through Discovery.
Yeah. Like
How
you can't
does
just
it
like,
get
show up
into
like the day of.
evidence?
You gotta.
You need a witness to authenticate the photograph. You know that, right? A witness. The witness is the key component, not the photograph. Nothing gets into court without a witness. Nothing.
I don't think that's true.
Nothing gets into court
You
without a
can
witness.
think whatever you want. I don't give a shit.
Okay, well then,
Nothing
then
gets
prove it
into
then.
court without a
Prove it then. Where
photograph.
are you getting this? Okay, so then source your claim, because I've never heard this before. A
Okay.
lot of shit does require a witness to get like submitted to the court, but like not everything. And I'm just curious where you're hearing this from. Who told you this?
No one.
Exactly.
I mean, who told me
You're
this?
making it up as
The
you go.
federal
Thought
rules.
so.
The federal rules of evidence.
Can you like source your claim? Can I get a link to
I
something?
just
You're
did.
just
The
gonna keep talking
federal
out.
rules of evidence. The federal
You can't-
rules of evidence.
Okay. I'm getting nowhere.
I think
with
it's
you.
section 3A or something.
There we go. That's something.
Well, you can just scroll through it, right? Go to the federal rules of evidence. Scroll
you
through
could.
it.
Like, the
Look
burden of
for
proof is the
photographic
person
evidence,
is on
that
the person who
section.
made the claim.
You're,
Like you can't
you're
just
going to get
hand away
muted. You keep
anytime
talking
someone.
over me, dude.
You
This will not be
asked me a
tolerated.
question, and I wasn't done talking. You're talking over me.
Yeah, like that's going to work. Like trying to gaslight me is going to work. Yeah, that'll work.
I mean, you can't really gaslight people that are full of themselves. You have a point. Yeah.
Look,
You could sit
this
here
is
and
the federal
talk.
rules of evidence. Nothing gets into court without a witness at all. Period. Okay, someone has to testify that they took the photograph, or that it was taken
Okay.
in the ordinary course of business. Now, if you want the actual case, this is all laid out, and it's called Khalid versus the state of California. It's about a traffic a traffic light camera. Now, the guy fought the traffic light camera. Okay. In the state of California, tried to admit it into evidence using the business records exception because otherwise it would be hearsay. And the court said, no, you need the actual frickin' person that set up the camera or their company to come and testify that that camera was functioning properly, all the shit, testify about the camera system.
Okay, that's a different thing, dude. Holy shit.
That's not a different thing. It's a photograph,
is.
and that they're trying to use the photograph to convict him of a crime. I'll get the actual case. Now
Yes, but the fuck.
I'm on
Okay.
PC. Photographs. Well, do you think you can be convicted by a camera? Don't you have a right to face your accusers? Say, stick a camera up the top of a fucking street light. It just snaps photographs all day, and then they bring the camera. Oh, here's the camera, judge.
It's literally the
They went
camera
way
that's
off the
literally
point now.
fucking. Yeah, that's literally what's used to get you like have like that initiates that trial in the first place. The speed camera trapping you when you go like 30 over the speed limit.
Okay,
It's
anyone
the
can
guy
file.
behind the camera.
No
is
idea how
a
this shit
just
So the camera presses charges.
no the I don't know, but
A represent-
I never said it was a camera that presses charges. But your claim is that like it requires like a witness, and you don't. Nobody. The photograph itself serves as a quote unquote witness. Someone doesn't need to watch the camera take the picture or watch the guy drive by the speed trap.
You have the right to cross-examine people. It can't be the witness. How do you cross-examine a camera?
But you're saying that like the photograph can't be submitted to the court without a witness, but it fucking was.
That's right. It can't be.
But it can be.
It can't be submitted. No, it can't because the attorneys in the case, namely the district attorney, they can't testify. That's Trinity versus Pagliaro.
The photographs are okay.
You're out of your depth, dude. You're going by the seat of your pants. Okay.
Like what are you saying, India? You're saying like if there's like a public recording of some like crime happening, that like video evidence can't be used because there's no.
No, they would
Witness?
find the
What do you
person
mean?
that took the public recording, dude.
But that's not the witness. The person who made that camera isn't the fucking witness. The speed trap camera photograph.
Manufacture the camera. I'm talking about the person that took the photograph. Set up the camera for it to take photographs.
They didn't take it though. They didn't take the picture. The camera did. It's on a sensor.
Did they push the button? Does it an autonomous camera where it freaking pushes its own button?
It doesn't push a button.
Oh,
it's
really?
a sensor.
Who pushed
Yes,
the button
it's
to
a
tell it
sensor.
to push the button?
Okay, you're just
Turn it
gonna
on, dude.
7 degrees of Kevin Baking yourself into like proving that like
Who turned the camera on?
exactly
Someone
what
has
you're
to
doing.
turn it on, right? Someone would have to
Yes,
testify.
but
I
they're
turned
not
the
a
camera on
witness.
and I set it on automatic filming. They'd have to
Yes.
testify to that.
Okay, but that doesn't mean they witnessed the crime happening.
Oh, they have to authenticate the photograph, dude.
They have to authenticate that like that's like from their camera or whatever. But like if it's set autonomously on a sensor,
Okay, there we go. Then it's over, dude. Thank you.
it's not a witness. But you don't need a witness to submit that. They're not a
They
witness.
are a witness because they have to swear under oath,
They don't
dude, that
witness
they
anything.
fucking did the shit. Dude, they have to swear under oath that they set the camera up, dude. What? Don't you understand?
But it doesn't make them a witness.
He thinks the
That's
camera
exactly
can
what a
swear
witness
under
is,
oath.
dude. You fucking dumb
No.
fuck.
He thinks the camera can be a witness swearing under oath.
No, I'm the.
That's anything else what anyone's saying, Jemsy?
Can the photo
That's
prove
holy shit.
something?
I can't get through to you guys at all. Like it's like you purposely
Can I-
misunderstand everything.
Yeah, can a photograph
Yeah.
prove something beyond reasonable doubt?
What is a witness?
You
He's
use
saying
a
the camera is a
photo.
witness.
I'm not saying the
Use a
camera's a
photo.
witness. I'm saying the person who made the camera isn't a witness. I never
Does the
claimed that
photo
either one of
prove
them are a witness.
something
The
beyond
photo
reasonable
serves
doubt?
as a quote unquote witness. Yes.
Why are you talking about the camera manufacturer? No one cares about that.
You are! Motherfucker, that's you! You're the one who brought up who made the camera!
The person that made the fucking camera has nothing to do with who set up the camera.
It's not by the, that's
Dude,
really
some
fucking
Chinese
far
guy at
coming
fucking
from you.
Nikon isn't coming to fucking America setting up cameras. They're making the camera at fucking Nikon in some fucking sweatshop.
Yeah, but they made the camera, so you would need them. According to your logic,
no,
you would need
you
them to
don't.
authenticate that like that camera works if they're the one who made it.
No,
Okay, so
that's
like
not it.
there are holes in your logic, and you'll use it when it like attains to you and supports your case.
Clearly not
Look,
listening
there's
to
no
a word that's
holes in
being
my
said.
logic. I'm telling you what is
No,
required.
no, I'm pointing out like the hypocrisy where like you're bringing all the way back to
Yeah,
like,
more meta.
who
No one
made it,
cares,
who
dude, what
pressed-
your opinion is about fucking this, that, and the
There
other
we
thing.
go. Once you start to
All I
lose
know-
the argument, you complain about meta, and then we're going to turn this back to
No,
measure
you're just
the curve.
going meta, dude. You're just going meta. So you abandoned the
okay.
issue, and now you're talking about me.
No. I'm trying to get to the issue by pointing out the meta you're using, but okay, let's be a
What meta?
hypocrite.
What did I say about you? What was the meta I used?
You were going back to like who set up the camera.
That's not what you don't know what meta means, dude. It's a conversation about the conversation, dude.
Yes,
You
yes.
started talking about me and what I was talking about. I didn't talk
Correct.
about you and what you were. Correct, dude. This shit ain't gonna work, bro. You're not gonna correct me. You just said
I'm not
you just said
correcting
the
you.
exact
I'm agreeing with
opposite
you.
of what you said.
I'm not correcting you. I'm agreeing with you. I don't know.
Yeah, because you were
what the issue-
wrong, bro. Okay, and it's really simple. I said with specificity what the court requires. It requires the person that set up the camera
Okay,
to
but
take
you're
the
wrong.
photograph to testify under oath that they did that thing. Okay, a witness is anybody
It's not a witness.
that gets on court,
No.
swears.
Pretty sure that's
That's
not
not
true.
necessary.
You
Indio.
interrupt me one more
Witness is-
time, motherfucker. Go for it. Do it.
Wax.
Who's talking?
Like Indio,
was
if
mass.
I like
Nobody was talking.
and there's like a camera set up by the government. Okay, someone set it up 5 years ago, who's quit and died. Okay,
Someone.
that
That-
camera
that's what we care
recorded
about,
me
the
murder
someone.
someone, and then
Yeah,
some
we want the
prosecutor
someone.
says, "Oh, we think Mez killed this person in front of this camera, so we're always recording." Like, who is going to be the witness? Like, can they just like not use that
that's
recording?
up to
Like,
camera.
what do you think happens?
The person that set up the camera is the witness.
Okay,
It's
so we need to
just
track down the
false.
person that set up this camera 5 years ago.
You
that's
goddamn
all
right you
recording
do. You're goddamn
No, that's
right.
not-
Otherwise,
That's not how it
otherwise
works in
that,
the court,
that
my
evidence
guy.
just like doesn't exist.
That is how it
You
works,
can't use
dude.
that.
No, they're not technically called a witness. I forget the word for it. I know
Our
there's
witness
another.
if they testify.
Okay. No, Not everyone who testifies is a
No.
witness.
Everyone that testifies is a witness. Yes, they are.
Okay. All right.
Okay, the testimony, okay, is something experienced. They have a competent fact witness has firsthand knowledge of the facts experienced with the senses. That's how it's defined legally.
Time out. Though you said firsthand. The person who made the camera doesn't have
with the senses.
Okay, I can't with you.
That the facts they testify to. Okay, you can't testify to I can't testify to your firsthand knowledge. That's hearsay. You can only testify your own firsthand knowledge, experience with the senses. For some reason, the courts think it's good enough that you testify to shit with your senses. You guys think you don't trust your senses. The entire legal system is based upon the senses.
Oh shit! Wait a minute. Okay, you know what? I'm a man. I can admit when I'm wrong. I was using witness as like the colloquial term of just like watching the crime happen. I was more thinking like of eyewitness. That person would not technically be an eyewitness that like observed the crime, but they would be called like a witness in the legal term. Is just I guess you're right. Like anyone who just kind of sits there and testifies to certain facts. They're not technically like an eyewitness, right? Where they didn't watch the crime happen. They're what's called an expert witness, where they can testify that like this camera works. Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. Well done.
Yeah, I didn't mean they freaking had to see it, dude.
You made it. You finally made it, bro. Congratulations.
And not sure why you got to be like a condescending prick about it, but okay.
No, I'm being actually considering.
Not you. No,
I'm actually being very nice to you right now.
No, not you. I wasn't.
Oh,
I don't know why you thought I was talking about. I was Gemsy, who just said 2 seconds ago.
You made it. Congratulations. That's good. You're on the same page finally. That's
You're being condescending. You know what you're doing. I know. Come on. All right, let's be adults here.
You made it to the same page. That's not condescending.
Okay, now we've all got here. Where do we go from here? Is this going to go anywhere?
I guess photographic evidence of the Earth and cameras set up by like engineers and scientists that work at NASA being credible and giving their witness that like this is a workable camera and this is the correct camera to use to take a picture of the Earth. We could then, come to the conclusion that these are pictures of the Earth and that's what the Earth looks like because of these photographs.
Ain't that good?
Of course,
when the expert says
they're really credible. I really trust them a lot. I super trust them. They pinky promise that they're telling the truth.
Do you know what? Okay, so do you think I'm just making up what makes someone credible, or do you think there's like
there is no objective metric for credible? There's no objective metric for credible.
Did you have a low standard? Is what it is. You think that just
I don't think you know what my standard is, though.
Yeah, you're saying
how
that
did you evaluate? Let them tell us. What is your how do you evaluate the credibility of a human being?
It comes from
NASA's credibility.
For starters, it comes from and I'm not going to use the technical term, so calm down. Just let me explain. A quote unquote like a track record and a certain credentials that they have that will make them experts in certain fields. Like for example, I wouldn't like trust someone like if they like got a job at NASA, but their field is in like social media training or some shit. They wouldn't be a credible expert.
That's great. But if you're seeing images, right? They're you don't even know who's presenting the image. You just see an image. That's the gist of it, right?
No,
you're not looking You're not looking into the author or who produced it or any of that stuff. You just see an image, and then you think in your head you're justifying it by saying that somebody behind that image created it or took it or whatever, and it's genuine. But that's the thing. You don't even know who's the author of that image that you're looking at.
That's you're just steel manning my argument. I never said that I'm just taking every image I see of the Earth at face value. You don't know whether or not I look at these images that I see of the Earth and cross-reference it or not cross.
So that's the thing. Funny. Which picture do you think holds up to the standard that you think is evidence for the Earth being a globe? Which picture? And then after you find that picture, I want you to tell me the author of who took it and why you think they're credible. Go ahead.
Yeah, we want your evaluation procedure for their credibility. That would be funny.
Yeah, of the image that you think is the one. Don't post any image. Post the one that you think is the one that certainly is the Earth as a globe.
It's too much work.
No, I'm in the middle of doing it. I don't know why you're bitching.
I just post it, dude. Just post it.
I'm working on it. Holy shit, dude.
He doesn't know which one it is that he's talking about. He's gonna find it now and then talk about it.
Yeah, exactly.
No, you want it like my credible. Like I don't know why you want me to just pull a random picture out of my ass.
But
this is your standard.
Yeah, and I don't have the evaluation. Okay, so
something you've already done.
Yes, but I don't have it saved. I have to go find it again.
He's telling you he doesn't know which one he's talking about. He hasn't evaluated it yet. He's gonna do it now.
I can tell you for a fact I evaluated like one or two different ones. It wasn't in like recent months, so I have to go find it again.
Well,
AB, I want to ask you a question.
You're gonna sit here and complain before you even get it. Like, what's the point of sending it if you're just gonna complain before you even have it?
Yeah,
sure. What?
Did you evaluate the image or the person taking it?
Both.
Both.
Ooh. Yes. Yeah, I like to see it.
Awesome, dude. Find that
this
shit.
Is going to be great. It's going to be worth the dig. I tell you that much right now, Funny. It's going to be worth the dig.
I bet you he might leave before.
If you're already going into it, like wanting to like then what is the point? Like if you're complaining before I even send it.
Oh, nobody's complaining, bro. Go get your stuff.
No, you and Indio haven't shut up for the past like 20 minutes talking about.
I haven't said anything for 30 seconds. Go.
Go get your stuff, man.
It is crazy that you have that. That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, we've heard it all before.
This guy's extra lispy tonight.
Yeah, he just wants to, stall, say something. Hopefully, we go to another topic. We're gonna wait until he produces the thing that he thinks is the holy grail of evidence for the Earth being a globe.
He's looking for it. If he doesn't find it, he will sneak his way out.
Is that what you got your money on, Gypsy? He's just gonna as soon as we start chatting up, when he's like, acting like we forgot, he's gonna leave.
Think he's DMing someone to come in and run interference while he scoots out the back door.
Hey, Indio, happy birthday, buddy.
That wasn't today.
Well, it's close enough, man. Shut up.
Hey, there's belated birthdays.
Thank you for that. Yeah, thanks, Vlad.
When is it? Okay, am I close enough? No.
You're probably within. What would they say? Yeah, within 10 days, so that's good.
It's still good enough. Shut up. Still good enough.
Related.
I think 2 weeks to cut off. Yeah, so you made it, but thank you.
That's right. That's right. You're welcome, buddy. I always make it.
Happy birthday! It was during the full moon. That's when creatures are reborn. During the
I wasn't around, bro. I wasn't around. I was doing shit. I was about to say yesterday, but then you left yesterday so fast.
How do you think this is going to go, Jedi?
I was just going to tell you, dude, me and you're thinking the same thing, Indio. Jedi's biting his nails right now. He's like, oh my God.
I can feel it already. I know how it's going to go. I can feel it. This is going to be fun.
Okay, quiet, man. No pressure. He's going to feel pressure.
You're going to have to do it like Steve Irwin when he's sneaking up on one of the creatures. He's like, oh, and you see him. He's in the bush. But if you scare him, he'll run away.
Don't scare him now. He'll bugger off.
During the case, they tell you don't speak to the witness. So since he's going to be a witness for the globe, don't speak to him until he
not going to witness.
Testifies.
It was weird is that like over the many years that we've been doing this, nobody's ever claimed what he has. So let's go.
Maybe he's the one.
He's like Neo.
He also said they got credentials.
With that fucking lesbian shit.
I expect him to know their background, like their level of education, their test scores, like their competencies.
Man, that
was part of his evaluation, right? He said, they have
AI. There's about 4 or 5 different flavors of AI that are being like utilized at the moment. They're all just going ham. on his question. Coming up, tits. How
I
funny.
see. Yeah, it's gonna hallucinate some shit for
Keeps
him.
getting Don Pettit.
Nah, you know who's in his DMs, right? The poor man's Colonel Sanders.
Okay. Poor man's Colonel Sanders. Isn't he on the logo for Kentucky Fried Kangaroo?
Oh God, dude. The other white meat. Dude, Timbo said he had one. He ate one of those, dude.
They don't look
Yeah,
appetizing.
kangaroo's delicious.
Is it?
Oh, that's too.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you for real?
Yeah, it's nice. It's really like really lean, a really juicy steak. It's really nice.
Yeah. Who is it? Like he said, they
It's
put
red
that
meat?
sucker in a.
Is kangaroo red meat? Yes. Is it considered red meat like beef?
He's kind of,
Do you know
yeah.
if it's eating like deer?
I think he's
Tastes like chicken.
Kangaroo
Like
is all
lamb.
muscle. It's all muscle meat. If you see the kangaroos, they look like on steroids. It's all muscle.
Is it like rabbit?
You think so? Why, have you had it, Yoder?
No, I'm asking if it's like rabbit or deer.
Yeah, steak is really chewy and tough. It's like a steak, but not chewy and tough. It's like a chicken steak or something. It's
You got it. You got to get them when they're Joey's, yeah.
Oh my God.
What the hell, dude? He's trying to look for the kangaroo version of veal.
Just saying.
Joey Parmesan.
Oh,
We're
Mr.
so
List
fine.
is back. No, he's back. He's back. He's just quiet.
Just post whatever you got on your DMs by the cult members.
Just make it easy for him. We don't like. Why don't we start? We'll help you evaluate it. Get the image, post it, and then we'll evaluate it from there. How about that?
So hold his hand.
Yeah, he's
Walk
he's
up.
in the DMs with his. He's in the DMs with the homies. Like, guys, I'm drowning over here.
Imagine the globe. The evidence
Throw me a
is so
freaking
difficult
bone.
to find.
No, Indio, you got a point. I think it'd be better if we just kind of like start from scratch, that we're on the same page. Because I heard you say something earlier about like wanting his like SAT scores or something, and I'm just curious, like where your like level of like how much of a background check do I have to do on someone for you to consider like
no,
good
dude,
enough?
It's not about Indio or me or anyone.
No,
It's about
Indio,
you
no. He
and your
brings up a good
standard.
point. He just said bring the picture
dude,
in and we'll
not-
work through it together. Are you taking back your
I
offer?
know that. I know that. But
So
you
we're not
have
doing
a
that?
standard. You have a standard, and
Are
we
we
want to
doing
go
that,
by
though?
what you think is your standard.
And I told you my standard. So I want to know if you have a problem with my standard. Do you have a problem with my standard?
You don't
which
actually
is
have that
submit-
standard, though.
Submit
What do you
the
mean I don't
photo.
actually have?
You haven't never used
Do you
that
have a
standard before in your life. You already believed them
I have,
before
but,
you
like-
applied the standard.
Okay, do you know do you know what my standard is?
Post the picture of the reality, man. Come on.
Alright. Fuck it. Let's just see what fucking happens. It's gonna be the same fucking copy paste shit you guys do all the time. I'm just
Yeah, but
don't
does
care.
that present
Yeah,
the
it's just-
reality?
just scramble, just do your usual shit. Yep.
Oh, is that what he posted? Get out of here.
What's wrong with
Oh,
it?
friend.
Let's start from the beginning. What's wrong with it?
Can you point it north?
He deleted it, friends.
No.
He deleted it.
No, it's not deleted. It's just someone posted four
Where is
different things in front of it.
Okay, can you point
You
it? I remember the picture. Can you point it out? Where is the North America on that?
No,
No,
hold on.
guys, let's
Oh, wait,
no,
wait,
let's
wait,
stop
wait.
Oh
right here.
God, what the fuck?
See what I mean?
India has
You
been
guys
trying
can't even
to
like
bring
intellectual, like actual have an intellectual conversation instead of just all laughing at it. Like say some words.
Okay, hold on.
Maybe.
Hold on. You're looking into the great space of fucking awesomeness. Where are all the fucking stars, boy?
What does it have to do with the argument we're talking
You're
about?
doing the whole where the
Well, you're
stars
talking to create a fucking real photo of space from fucking whatever of Earth, and there ain't no fucking stars in the background, buddy.
Okay,
real
but
quick,
what,
real quick.
does this
Hold on,
have to
hold on,
do
hold
with
on,
your
hold on,
original
hold on.
conversation?
Caused by them being underexposed
Just
to
finish
the
this
brightness
off.
of the earth.
He
Pause,
started it with
everybody.
him.
Seriously, guys,
Saying
what the
the
fuck?
photo's fake, Bo.
What
Hold
the
on, Vlad.
fuck? Not
Yeah,
the
hold
point
on.
of conversation.
So
Let
what,
AB
funny,
deal with
with
this.
this,
Go ahead, AB.
with this image that you posted, what was your standard by which you evaluated that this is a real, authentic image of the
I
Earth?
told you earlier. I told you earlier. The track record of the people and the credentials that
So
are had by the people.
You didn't evaluate the image. You evaluated the people.
Yeah.
No, it was
So
a cross reference to other pictures from the moon and from like.
all right, just
that
relax.
you also
relax.
didn't evaluate. That you evaluated the people.
All right, so who?
What do you
in
mean?
this
I literally
image,
told you I did
hold
evaluate
on,
the people.
funny, just focus, dude. What
Well,
person
you're
did you
asking
evaluate?
questions. Your boyfriend here is asking questions. I'm
dude.
answering them.
Let me ask. Yeah, specifically, what person?
I'm relaxed. Just
what
Always supposed to
person
gay
put
shit with you guys.
Dude,
see what I mean? I can't if India is going to keep
my
interrupting
God,
you.
bro.
Like, I'm trying.
What person posted this image? Who was the author of this image?
The person who took the picture was engineer Bill Anders.
Okay, what was the camera that was being used?
Does that matter? That doesn't matter at all.
It does. We're
It doesn't.
evaluating.
It could be an iPhone 4. It could be an iPhone 12. That's
doesn't
not
matter,
relevant.
dude.
It's not
What
relevant.
is the-
Okay,
what is
so
the
can you
camera-
explain? Okay, you actually, I'll hear you out. Can you explain to me why the difference in camera manufacturer or whatever changes anything about like the validity?
It's going to
of the
show.
camera?
It's going to show your standard of evaluation. What you actually tested.
That's not
when you said this is authentic.
That wasn't my question.
What do you mean? Like this is what we're evaluating your standard. So we're going through the different ways that people can look at this image and say that it's real.
Yes.
So did you by any chance look into what camera took this image?
No.
Okay, so you don't think that was
not necessary? No.
You don't think that was important? Okay, so that's fine. You don't think that was important. Now, you said that that individual that you just named right now is the author of this image. How do you know that?
What kind of stupid fucking question? What do you mean? How do I know
Just
that?
answer the question, dude. How do you know that he was the one that actually took this picture? How do you know he took it?
Because that's what it fucking says.
Okay, so it says.
Do you
What
want
says?
me to ask the guy? Do you want me to ask the guy if he took a picture? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying where you got all this information in which you right now are standing on.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Certainty.
So the website I got it from was NASA.gov.
NASA.gov said this person took this image, and you don't know the type of camera. What was the distance away from the Earth that the image was taken? Do you know?
Whatever the fucking distance is from the moon.
Okay, so you don't know that either. All right,
that's not relevant. You're asking a relevant question.
That's fine.
Yeah, you're asking 1,000 questions that aren't relevant. Can we get to the point?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Hold on.
And India's going to erupt, and we're going to go nowhere.
Hold on. This conversation started with me talking about witnesses, and you just said, "You want me to ask the guy?" Yeah, we fucking do. We want the witness, the guy that took the fucking picture.
Yes, but we don't need him if we have the fucking image already.
We don't need them. Trust really hard. You're right.
That he's from.
Okay.
Shut up, Mez. If you don't have anything to contribute, just go on fucking mute,
I did
bro.
contribute. I told you
you're not contributing
the
anything
witness
either, dude.
in this situation doesn't need to be the specific person that took the photo. It can be an expert on cameras. It can be someone from the organization. It can be anyone that can say, yes,
organization isn't a witness, dude.
Situation arrived.
And I told you, someone's already sued over that. It's called the business records exception, and no, that is not acceptable.
Of course it is.
Well, no, because just because you say it's not acceptable, like it is acceptable.
Hold on, just mute Mez real quick because I can't mute him. Somebody mute him. The thing is, Mez is not up here presenting this image. This guy is. So we're asking this guy because he has a standard of evaluation.
Hold on, if I can say something, if 3 or 4 of you
standard of evaluation about this image.
Okay, so I guess I'll go fuck myself every time I try to talk.
No, dude, I'm trying to correct that. The other guy had a point, which is not your point, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get him out of the way so that you
kind of is my point.
what you're doing.
But But my issue is if 3 or 4 of you can like dogpile me, like you and Indio, as you fucking do, like have been doing for the past half hour, I think it's fair for me to have someone else in my corner. If you can have 4 of you just fucking yelling random things at me.
It's not his evidence, it's yours. It's not his evidence, it's yours.
Hold on a second.
No, it's ours. It's
Funny Monkey. Just quiet and listen. I'm not going to talk anymore. Listen,
I don't believe you.
Listen, dumb fuck.
I don't believe you.
Well,
with your anger issues.
Dude. Listen, this started
I can't trust you.
Why are you talking over me? What is wrong with you?
Witness.
He's spurging out, man. Stop spurging.
I don't think I'm the one spurging. You're the one who's
He's crying. This little girl's
for
crying.
some reason taking the stand here.
I'm gonna meet you in like 3 seconds if you don't listen to this shit, because I'm here and I'm trying to.
I don't think you
your
are
concern, and you're not letting.
You're not. I am.
You're not letting me.
You're getting nowhere. I did let you, and you made 0 point with it.
The whole way through him.
No, address your concern about being dogpiled on, dumb fuck. Uncork your ears, okay?
Really I hear you. It's just you got nowhere. So I don't know. Try again, I guess. I don't know.
What are you talking about?
Make your point. Hurry up.
Okay, I am gonna let AB talk to you. Okay, that's what's gonna happen. He's gonna talk to you. I made my point when you said whatever that you like. Should I ask the guy? That was my point from the very beginning. So my point's done. Now on to AB. Thank you. Have a nice day. Go ahead, guys.
Okay, so that didn't kind of you didn't bring that had nothing to do with like the fact that you
talking to me. You don't want me to talk.
Yeah, don't respond to him. Just he said what he said. He said what he said. All right, so
but he's going to respond eventually. He's going to jump in.
We're going, dude. Just
he has before.
Just focus on the fact that you just presented something that you think is evidence or case for the case that the Earth is a globe, right? So it's called Earthrise, and it was taken from the lunar lander. You probably don't know any of this information. I'm telling you right now.
I know this. So I don't know why we're rehashing this.
So
just get to the point.
I'm rehashing it because you think that it's evidence that the Earth is a globe. Now, you don't know the camera that took this photo. You don't know the distance away. You just said it's just the distance that the Earth and the Moon are away. You don't any of the specific information that somebody would know if they were standing on this as being a standard for them knowing that the Earth is a globe.
I never told you that was my standard, though.
You said that this image was a standard of how you know that the Earth is a globe.
No, I told you my standard is the source it comes from, and their like verbatim track record and like credibility.
Okay, so credibility. What credentials does the person have that took this image?
They're a fucking engineer at NASA. That's kind of helpful for starters.
Yeah. What makes them an engineer, and how do you know that they have that background?
Probably the degree in engineering makes them an engineer. I don't fucking.
Well, this is your standard, dude. I'm only telling you the thing that you said that you evaluated.
It's just like, I don't understand where the question's coming from because you're asking like a stupid question of.
No, this isn't stupid. This is your evaluation method.
Yes,
I'm going
and
through
having
your method.
the engineering degree makes him an engineer. You're not going through my method.
Yeah.
You are nitpicking my method and trying to get me to like. Yeah. I will admit to you, it is based on a little bit of trust, as everyone fucking does. You have to have.
So you have trust in the fact that whatever is said about the individual is the fact that they're claiming that he's an engineer, he does this and that.
Yes, if multiple sources say it, then 99% chance that like this guy does have a fucking degree. Like when you're in college, right? Like earning your master's and you're doing a group project with your class, you don't know for a fact if like they have their bachelor's in the field you're studying. But they got into the school and they're working with everyone else in that school, haven't been kicked out yet. So you can reasonably come to the conclusion that this guy probably has their bachelor's and they're like I do and working on their master's.
Okay, so first of all, we're just listening to trust you have good reason to believe that this individual is who he says he is based on the information that you read. Yeah? You have good reason.
If that's the way you want to dumb it down, sure, yeah.
No, it's not dumbing it down, it's the facts. So the facts is you have just a reason to believe that this individual is.
Just phrase it however you want to. I'll agree.
It is. I'm phrasing it exactly like the way it is, right? So there's nothing that you know. there's nothing that you know here in this particular part of the evaluation. You don't know if the individual is who they say they are. You've taken it on a good reason to believe based on the information
which is now inside of my brain. I now have that knowledge. I now know these things.
No, you don't know. You have a good reason to believe that that's true. You just gave me an example of how you just, like, somebody could be in a college. You don't know if they have a bachelor's, but they're there because that's what the school will allow. So
no, I know they have a bachelor's because they're in the school. And the only way to get in here is to have a bachelor's to then go after a master's.
That's fine. But you only have a good reason to believe that the individual...
My first-hand knowledge of what it's like to be in this, like, then I know these things. This isn't like a pulled out of my ass like assumption.
There's a difference between knowing and believing. So believing, you could have a good reason to believe.
This isn't believing.
You don't know the facts. No, you don't.
This is not believing.
It's just a belief.
No, it's not a belief.
Yes, it is. Specifically on the information about this individual, you believe that he has the specific credentials that you think he does based on what you've read. You don't know.
No, I do know. I believe and also know.
No, you don't believe and know. It's just belief. There's no knowing in this.
Okay, so there's just no getting through to you, is there?
No, there's no putting it as you know. You can't put it as you know. State it like
but you can know. You can.
Just believe. But you don't know.
Okay.
That's the facts. You don't know.
Sure. Whatever you say.
I think he knows. I think he knows. I'm going to progress the conversation. So you have a good reason to believe the individual has the credentials that he has.
Yeah, I can't in good faith progress the conversation if it's based on like a dog shit claim that everything is belief. I can't go anywhere with that.
So far, listen, I will say this. You haven't presented...
I'm stuck in the past of the conversation of me knowing this.
Funny, you haven't presented anything that is factual that you know. You've only presented things that you believe or a good reason to believe. That's all you present.
Wrong.
No, it's not wrong. So what thing do you know for sure?
Everything I said already.
Which is?
Are you asking because you forgot, or are you asking because
I'm asking
you don't
for you to be honest. Be honest in what you said you know, so everybody can hear.
I wasn't
exactly
done asking my question. I'm not sure why you
don't know.
Me.
So you have a good reason to believe.
I was kind of told. Okay.
So two things so far, right? The individual whom you said that has the credentials to take this image, you have a good reason to believe this person is who they say they are. And the second, the camera, you didn't even know what camera took the image. So there's no way to evaluate if the image was taken from a specific camera. And on the third thing, you don't know the distance to how far away the camera was able to take the image to see if
but that has nothing to do with the standard of evidence that
everything is important.
I said.
Listen, let me tell you something real important. What's important when a photographer goes out and takes an image, a picture of something.
This is the standard I use. You're creating your own standard that I don't adhere to.
No. This would be if you're evaluating an image, you're going to ask a lot of these questions which are relevant.
That's not how I operate. I told you that's not how I operate.
I know that. So this is why we're evaluating.
It doesn't seem like you do, though. I don't think
we're evaluating your standard. It doesn't meet the criteria.
Yeah, but I told you my standard already, and it seemed like you guys were okay with it.
All right, here's the thing. You're going to have a choice.
Ignoring everything I say.
You're going to have a choice.
I can't hear anything that's being said because you just keep talking through AV.
Well,
I haven't got a clue what you said, Sunshine. I'd like to hear it.
I keep talking
to him when other people aren't speaking.
So, I think the issue is you guys. A lot of you have this habit of like rambling for hours on end and then saying things that are just.
Doing it again.
Oh, my bad. I thought if you guys could talk for an hour and say things that are like inherently false, that like I could talk for 20 seconds. Is that cool? Can I get 20 seconds? Or
you already did.
Because I'm not here, I don't get an hour.
Yeah, you said your piece, so let me continue, all right? So your standard of evaluation...
6 of my pieces, dude, you are yapping about like something that is not even relevant to the conversation.
Are you going to let me talk, Bunny?
No, because you keep
conversation.
No, he said, no, I'm not going to let you talk, right? Listen to this bitch.
That's what I'm saying.
Everybody, come on. This guy's a fucking lispy asshole, please. I'm tired of this fucking asshole.
The next logical step will be comparing this image that he believes is true and comparing it to actual measurement of the thing in question, the surface of the Earth. And if this image is a representation that can be validated and demonstrated and measured, or is it a misrepresentation of what the Earth is?
Yeah, so let me just take it. Let me just finish up.
I'm not going to get dogpiled, and there's 3 of you talking already. Actually, 4 if you count Jedi. So, yeah, Indio, you're a lying piece of shit.
Hi. I have to do that. You might leave if I do this, but that's fine. I'm going to have to do it because you didn't let anybody talk funny. Sorry. He deafened. So, yeah, the point is his standard evaluation is dog shit. I mean, there's nothing that he did that he looked into somebody's credentials and says, that guy took the image. He doesn't even know. He just has a good reason to believe that this guy says who he says he is based on where he works. He doesn't know the camera. He doesn't know the distance. Like any of the specifics that somebody would ask if somebody took a picture of something. He doesn't want to hear it, but.
And he hasn't tried to verify or falsify the image itself. Because the image is one thing, and then when you go to the thing in question, right, they've taken a photograph of the Earth, you can check if it's accurate or not.
That's
on
correct.
The Earth.
And the point, funny, I know that you're still listening. I was going to bring up is that you didn't, the standard, even though you were saying that you went through all the things that you supposedly said you did, you haven't checked any of the things that somebody that would look at a photograph would. Dude, this guy's a child, man. I mean, if he's going to keep deafening, then. Wow. I guess we can't ask people how they evaluate images anymore.
Well, I think the way you're doing it is good because they're saying, okay, I believe this guy presented this image, right? Whoever took it.
Yeah.
And then you can set where they basing their conclusions from, which is the image, and then you can take it to verify to the step of verification or falsification, which should be the standard, right?
Yeah. You have to critique their internal perspective so that you can actually get to the external, which is what they would claim is what was done in the field. So first I was tackling all the ways that he would think that this could be authentic, taking it apart and then going to the external, which is like when you actually go outside and take the image. But he didn't want that to happen. You can't keep deafening funny if you want to have a conversation.
Come on, funny.
Yeah, Lispinator.
Yeah, come
Don't
on,
be a
funny.
little
Let's hear
bitch.
it, bro.
All right. Let's try it again.
Yeah, I can't really have a conversation if I'm muted too. So
Try
I'm not
more.
going to listen.
Yeah.
If anyone else gets to interrupt me, I should also get to interrupt you
He's
guys.
crying again. He's
It
not
just
going.
seems
Not
fair.
going on the topic. He's crying. He's gonna cry for another fucking hour.
See what I mean? Like Indio said, I wouldn't.
Yeah,
get
see what I mean? He's gonna cry again. He's gonna cry again about
I said
crying.
I wouldn't do it.
Linktree, go ask for more crypto donations.
Cry more. Cry more. Cry more. Keep crying,
You're
bitch.
crying, dog. You're crying.
That's all
about
he's doing. He's
speech
crying.
impediment.
Everybody, he's crying. He does exactly. Lispinator. Keep crying.
You're yelling.
Keep.
Take a shit, dog.
Listen.
Funny monkey, that picture,
Okay.
what you built.
Look. We're not going to do personal attacks. Okay.
All right, funny. So your internal critique was that you thought you had an evaluation, which according to everybody here, wouldn't even pass a basic standard of evaluation. So we're going to look at least the external part. So you're saying that this was actually taken from on the moon to the Earth. Now, how do you know that actually occurred? The event of actually taking a photo from the moon. How do you know they even got to that place?
It's a completely different fucking conversation, dude.
No, this is all a part of why you think that this is evidence that the Earth is what it looks like.
It was a big rocket, and they filmed it.
Yeah, but we're not talking to you.
Oh,
we're talking to Funny.
No, I'm done with this stupid ass conversation. It's clearly going
You're
nowhere.
done? Are you tapping
ask
out?
me. And again, with leading questions, you can sit there and try to fucking rephrase it all you want until like I'm the winner here, ha ha ha. But like,
yeah, well, if you're tapping out, dude, like,
an engineer when like that's just a stupid ass question.
No,
like,
it's not stupid.
I don't know.
People,
it is.
Inquiring minds want to know how people evaluate information, such as the image that you presented.
But nothing
you're not doing a good job.
It was you nitpicking. No, it was you nitpicking. I said the guy's an engineer, and you said what makes him an engineer, as if like that's a big fucking point of contention.
Well, you said he's an engineer. I want to know how you know he's an engineer. What's wrong with that?
Like personally eyewitness every little thing that fucking goes on is just impossible. Like you can't fucking do that.
That's not it.
Okay.
No.
See what
you said he was. You said he was an engineer. I want to know what qualifies him as that, and how you know that he is one. That's nothing wrong with saying that. I'm just asking you for how you know what he is.
But then I told you, and then you went on to nitpick it even more.
No, I didn't nitpick. I gave you now you have a good reason. You have a good reason to believe that he is who he says he is. That's what I said. It was a belief.
No, but it's not. But that's the issue. It's not a belief. I don't know why you keep trying. No, it's not.
You don't know he's an engineer.
I do know.
You just read it somewhere.
AV, buddy, you don't need to personally eyewitness something to have knowledge of something. That is not how knowledge works all the time.
You don't know if he's an engineer or not. You just believe he is, based on what you've read.
That's not how knowing works at all.
No, that's how belief works.
Sure, it is. Okay, I will give you
something and you believe it.
No, wrong. It is a little bit more, I guess, for lack of a better word, like reliable knowledge. If you could like firsthand.
You can't put lipstick on a pig, Bunny. Okay. It's still belief.
So
even if you say it's more reliable, it's still belief.
Cool. But it's not belief. It is knowledge.
It is. No, it's not. Knowledge would mean that you were there in his graduating class, and you walked
you don't need
where he got the actual diploma, and you now know he's an engineer because he passed some certain standard. You don't know
that. That's not how that works at all. You don't need to be a first-hand eyewitness to something to know something.
Dude, you just believe he's an engineer. You believe he's an engineer.
It's not belief. It's not belief at all. I know he's an engineer.
No, you don't. You believe he is.
Okay.
Until you find out
all the information. Holy shit.
Listen, this is how you stated it. I read that
you keep misusing the word belief, though. Yeah, that's not belief.
It is. It's just a belief.
Yes, can you stop talking over him, dude? Stop talking over him.
We're talking to each other, Indio. Stop riding his dick, okay? We're both here yelling at him. Relax. Indio, you said you shut the fuck up. Indio, you said you shut the fuck dog. You said you shut the fuck up and not dogpile me. So continue being shut the fuck up. So me and AV can yell. No, it's two of you now. That's 2v1. It's a small dog.
Who's the emotions? Who's the emotions?
Who's the emotions? Stop fucking interrupting me and being a dickhead. Anywho.
Okay, this is hard to listen to with you interrupting. That's why I said something. This is being broadcast on YouTube. It's audio chaos.
Not sure why you came at me instead of AV as well. AV was also interrupting me, but okay.
Yeah, but we're just talking about the standard right now. And so you haven't produced anything that you know is true.
No, see, you keep misusing the word. Okay, wait, all right. Maybe we start from scratch. Can you define the word belief?
Yeah, acceptance without evidence.
Is that your definition, or are you claiming that like that's the objective definition of belief?
Yeah, you can go look it up. That's what it is. You accept something without any evidence. So it's like this. You read something somewhere and it says this person is who they say they are. You're like, hold on, Finney. Doesn't matter who it is, right? It could say this person's a PhD or whatever. You could just take it on credit that the person is who they say they are. You have a good reason to believe based on it says that they came from this college and this college is respectable or what. It doesn't matter, but you have a good reason to believe that that's true. You don't know it's true. You just believe it. You can accept it without any evidence based on what you read. That's exactly what you've done with this particular type of information.
Here's the thing. I know I'm a little bit wrong, and I've been toying with you a little because I'm kind of hoping that like you'll eventually walk your way into it. What you're talking about is like a blind faith belief. Belief isn't like knowing something without evidence. That would be just more blind faith. There is a belief that doesn't really have much. I'll just give you the technical definition. You don't get confused. It's acceptance that a statement is true or that something exists. That doesn't say with or without evidence. That just like acceptance of something that is true.
Okay. So what evidence do you have that he is an engineer?
His Wikipedia article, the NASA website, fucking
so when you submit, but that's gonna You didn't present that, did you? You just said I read something.
I said I read from NASA.gov.
I'm going. So NASA.gov. Like you have to find out where they got the information about him being an engineer. Like you're going down a rabbit hole that you didn't present.
You don't need to go down a rabbit hole, though.
Yeah, but you didn't present this information. Yeah, we're only going based off what you presented, which is something that you read based on NASA.gov, and that says that he's an engineer. So you have good reason to believe that he's one based on what NASA's posting about him.
No, that is the evidence that he is an engineer, a reliable source with like a biography or not. It is whatever autobiography, whatever it is.
Was it an autobiography that you were reading from? Because it seems like you're adding a little more to what you're saying.
No, it's autobiography is like the author. If you write it yourself, that's autobiography, right? Or is it autobiography if someone else writes it?
What you read is what somebody's stating about who he is.
Yeah,
and what his
biography. No, I wasn't like adding anything. It was just sometimes I get autobiography and biography confused. But someone else wrote an excerpt about Bill Anders or whatever.
At this point, his credentials and who he is wasn't what was being contested. I'm just saying you're just taking that based on what you read.
Yeah, the evidence.
You didn't look evidence. But until I mentioned it, you didn't look into if he's a genuine engineer or not. You didn't look into that.
I told you where I was reading it from.
Yeah, I know that. Sure. But the conversation between me,
I don't need to look into it.
I know that. I know that part. You didn't.
So why are you bringing it up?
Because that further bolsters my point that you have a good reason to believe he is who he says he is, coming from NASA.gov. That's why I'm saying that.
You can believe something and also have knowledge of it.
But you didn't look.
You can know things.
You didn't look into it.
I didn't need to.
Until I
didn't need to.
Dude, shut up! I'm gonna start fucking muting you.
Why is Davey allowed to talk over me, but I can't talk over him?
I'm just making a statement. I was making a statement that you said, based on what you read, he is an engineer. You didn't look into his autobiography and figure out if he was one.
I didn't bring up an autobiography. Why are you bringing up an autobiography?
Yeah, you didn't look into any other information other than what you just read. That's all I'm saying. All right. So that right there is just what you're going off of. And you're saying that based on the image. And you're not. You can try to keep saying no, and it's not going to work.
Yeah, and you can keep trying saying believe, and it's not going to work. Like I don't know.
Oh, the audience
going with this.
It's because it's for the audience, not for you.
The audience will decide. Like three people like jingling keys in front of each other. You don't have an audience, dog.
That's great. That's great.
I don't know why you got to bring the audience into it. It's completely irrelevant to the conversation.
Listen, dude, you can try to throw shade. It's not going to help your argument. So here's the thing. So the second thing is
you're looking at an audience.
Okay, that's fine because I am.
It's completely irrelevant to the conversation.
Doesn't matter, dude. I don't care about your feelings.
It's a bandwagon, if anything. It's like if we're just going to throw fallacies out the window.
Yeah,
it's not feelings. It's you using fallacies. Okay, so anyway, you're starting to lose the plot, aren't you? You're getting pissy.
No, I'm not. You did.
You are. Okay.
Yeah, based on the evaluation of your image.
That's enough of that shit, dude. No, I mean, you can keep talking. Funny monkey. Control your fucking mic, dude. Like, seriously. Can barely hear what anybody's saying because you don't stop yapping. Stop just yapping, freaking spurging out, dude. Take your meds.
So this supposed image that you presented of Earthrise, it was being, I'm contesting it based on what you're saying, how you evaluated it. It doesn't sound like you've looked into anything about the person's status of his credentials, which you said when you first began this, that I've looked into their credentials. You said so at the very beginning of this. You looked into their credentials. So that's why I'm questioning what you looked into. You said based on what I read. from NASA.gov, that's how I know he's an engineer. Because why would they post something that's not true? But it's kind of like where you're going with it. I understood that. But you didn't look into whether or not he is who he says he is. You didn't do that. So that's why I'm saying you have a good reason to believe he is who he says he is. It's a belief. It's not knowing. So moving on to the other point, right? You're saying that the camera, you don't have to have any information about it. It's thoroughly important if you're saying that this image is what you're resting your knowledge on what you think the earth is. So that's why I was asking you. As another point of evaluation you didn't go through. So the other part of it was the distance. How far away is the earth to the moon? Because you're saying that's another part of evaluation that you looked at, right? And however far it is. Now, people that are listening, inquiring minds are going to want to know, why didn't you ask that question? Because a professional photographer, when out in the field, would know a distance to a shot is totally relevant to the type of camera they're using or what type of lens they're going to be applying. It's specific, important information that you didn't have when it concerns to something so important as to how you're going to present information to this panel about how you know that the earth is a globe. Now, I'm going to overlook all of that because you didn't present any of that. And we're going to now go into how you can compare this image to anything that you can see in our known world. So now we're into the part where you're going to be able to say, how can I validate this image based on a standard of comparing this to something I know in the physical world?
Hey, AV, 1 second. Can you reshare the picture in question?
Yeah. It's Earthrise. It's Earthrise, Kirill-san. It's okay. If you might want to scroll up. It's Earthrise, though.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if that's what was being referred to. So thanks.
Yeah,
I know
I'm referring.
Okay, when I unmute Funny Monkey, just let him talk. Okay, hopefully he listened and he's going to address everything you say. Hopefully he didn't fundy deafen himself because I didn't look.
No, it
doesn't seem that way. Okay, so please just address what he said. Don't freaking talk about side topics. I'm just trying to moderate this chat because it's hard to listen to, and I want to hear it. It's interesting. You're good, Funny Monkey.
Oh, is he done now?
But if he
didn't listen to what he said, if you didn't listen to what he said, I'm gonna just kick you out of here.
You want me to repeat the question?
No, you clearly saw I wasn't muted. No.
Okay, can you respond to the question?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
You didn't listen.
If you're gonna interrupt me and talk over me, and then I get shit for talking over you as well. No. I'm saying I'm not talking about right now. Holy shit! Listen.
So you just asked him a question.
As I'm explaining. That's hilarious.
You just asked him a question and then tried to answer it yourself. You just asked him a question.
I didn't ask him a question.
Did you ask him a question or not? Yes,
no, I didn't. But no, I didn't.
You did.
Well,
yeah, you did, dude.
I never asked him a question.
You just did just now. You did, and then you tried to answer it, and then said he was interrupting when he tried to answer it. Stop playing games, dude.
So it's only okay when you guys do it?
You asked him a question.
I didn't ask him a question. What was the question I asked him?
You asked him, how come I get muted but you don't, basically?
Yeah, and so did I pause and allow for a response, or was there a good chance?
Well,
again, holy shit, dude. Okay, so when people say questions, sometimes they're not looking for an answer immediately.
You just asked me a question.
Okay.
And then interrupted that when my answer.
I wasn't interrupting you. It wasn't your turn to talk yet.
We're gonna do
It's kind of funny how I could complain about you interrupting me, and while I'm explaining this, you interrupt me.
That's what I didn't want.
Times.
So,
Funny, are you done?
And now AV's interrupting me.
You're not the moderator. Shut your pie hole, dude. Okay? Shut your hole.
It should be a respectable conversation where each person gets a turn.
Yeah, I'm trying to turn it into one, but you are refusing, okay?
Well, because I wasn't done yet. You keep trying to interrupt me right now.
If you ask a question, you need to let people respond.
That's the issue.
Okay.
I didn't ask anybody any questions.
You did. We record this, okay? Shut the fuck up, dude. You're lying. Okay?
Do you know what a rhetorical question is?
Okay. Well, Yeah, I do. I don't think it was a rhetorical question. He tried to answer.
Okay.
You can't complain. You can't ask a question and then complain that someone tried to answer. Sorry.
No,
rhetorical or not.
Okay, but I didn't ask anybody a question.
So from now on, from here on out, when you ask a question, allow time for people to. You're interrupting me. From now on, from here on, don't do it. From now on, from here on out, when you ask a question, please allow a response. If it's simply rhetorical, just indicate that so it doesn't need to be answered. Okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Have a nice day.
Can I ask you a quick question now?
Please answer AV's question. No, we're going.
Can I ask you a quick question though?
I'm moderating, dude. I'm not involved in this conversation. I'm moderating.
Yeah, but I want to ask you a question. I thought I'm allowed to ask
moderation. Okay, go ahead.
No, it's about will you hold that same standard for everyone else? Because actually, I asked a question. Will you hold that standard for everyone else?
Not everyone interrupts like you do, so it depends. If they're doing what you do, sure, I will.
Okay. The standard I'm talking about is like where someone asks me a question, and they continue talking past that point. I'm able to understand that like it's not a rhetorical question, but it is them just kind of further. Okay, so I wasn't done talking, and you're interrupting me.
Well, you asked me a question, and I'm answering it. You said, "Will I hold the same standard?" Okay, dude, you keep doing it. It's the game you're playing, okay? You asked me a question about whether I was going to hold somebody to the same standard.
And you answered it. You answered that question.
Still talking the entire time I talked. The entire time.
I didn't ask you a question because you're interrupting me.
You did. You said, "Will I hold somebody to the same standard?"
You answered me. And then I went on to make a statement that you for some reason took as a question. I'm confused on what's a question now. Like,
oh my God!
I'll repeat the question.
Ask another question.
No, I heard that. No, he knows the question. I got my answer.
Listen, you said if somebody asks me a question, are you going to allow time for me to answer? That was the question I was trying to answer. Yes, I will. If they ask you a question, I will stop them from talking. If they continue to talk and try to answer the question themselves, I will let you answer.
That was it, dude. So I do want to.
You're making this harder than it has to be, Funny Monkey.
Yeah, really. It's like pulling teeth with you, bro. All right, so just the one question. Can you compare the image of Earthrise to anything that you see outside in the natural world? That's it. And the question isn't going to change. It's the same.
Well, is your contention that the
not you, Kiro-san, not you, Kiro-san, not you.
Monkey's going to answer.
Okay.
We can talk to you next, man. It's not an issue. Go ahead, Funny Monkey. You requested to be allowed to answer. Request granted. But you're in your DMs and not paying attention.
Do you know or believe that I'm in my DMs right now?
Oh my God, dude! Are you just skating past what I asked you?
What did you ask me something? I didn't hear anything.
Yes.
What did you say?
What did you compare Earthrise to anything you see in the physical world?
Oh, that question. I thought we were done with that stupid ass conversation. Oh, yeah.
Oh, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done with you. You clearly we're just not on the same page about believing and knowing. Okay. So
we'll go to Kiro-san now. All done. Go ahead, Kiro-san.
Tell us.
Yeah, I wasn't here for the whole thing, so I was curious. Is your contention that the Earthrise photo and the Epic Discover photo can't be of the same two objects? Is like
no. He said that Earthrise was his standard. He evaluated it, and he knows that that's the way he understands that the Earth is a globe.
Let's actually go all the way back. We asked him how he evaluated.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a meta question because I wasn't sure what started it.
Okay, well, let me go all the way back. We asked him how he evaluated the authenticity of images purporting to be from space. He said he evaluates the image and he evaluates the people that took the image. So we said, give us a particular image and how you evaluated that image and the people, and that's where you probably tuned in somewhere in the middle of that interrogation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it sounds like sounds like not something I would ever bring up, because how could I even prove that?
That was our question. His evaluation turned out to be I evaluate the people, but he didn't even tell us how he evaluates it. Well, he did tell us. He reads what they say on NASA's website, and if they have enough check boxes or credentials, then the image is real.
Gotcha.
Well, just explain to him how the image is impossible.
Yeah, I think that's where the more interesting discussion is that when you see those photos and you compare the Earthrise and the Discover, and I'm not saying you guys are doing this, but I do hear that a lot from flat earthers, and I think Geo, what's his name? I forget his name, but it starts with Geo. Yeah, he showed maybe he's in the side chat. He was engaging with me earlier, but he showed a compare. He had a picture, meme, whatever you want to call it, that had a comparison showing the Earthrise on the bottom and the Discover photo at top, and it's like, and it's kind of like an incredulous, like, how can these two be possible? But I think that if you use scale models and just just change the observer point and change like focal lengths, you can just show that those two pictures, with the given distance, with the given size of the Earth and the given size of the Moon, and put it on to like a scale, diagram, real life, not talking about, on a piece of paper, but like actually put these into play in real life. You can show that those two perspectives and how they would appear are possible with the given sizes. That doesn't prove the photos themselves are real, but it proves that just the nature of those two photos looking so different is not proof that they're either of them or both of them are faked.
So what you're saying is the images are consistent with each other? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, like you can consistently demonstrate that in a real setting. Granted, we're talking about scale. We can't make a ball the size of the globe and do all these in a lab or at an in-home test. But if you look up the size of the Earth, look up the size of the Moon, how far apart they are, and you scale that down, and then put those two into your living room, and then take a camera from one perspective, zoom it in really far out. That would get you the Earthrise perspective, and then you take the camera and go beyond the Moon and zoom in. You can see the Moon obscure, in front of the Earth. And this is without moving anything except the observer point, and then changing the zoom, the focal length on the lens for the camera. So I think the demonstration will show you it's possible. Granted, obviously that doesn't do anything to prove that it's real, but it just shows that it's not, that just the nature of those two photos looking so different, it's not proof that they're fake. I think, I know it's probably
proof that the Discover one's fake. That it's the Moon itself. The Moon actually cartwheels across the sky when you observe it, and the Moon in that image, their series of images doesn't cartwheel, because they released like a lunar transit across the Earth, right? It was like a gift.
Do you have a source for that? I know the Discover, is that from NASA's Discover?
You remember they released a GIF with the Moon going across the Earth, right?
I don't think I've seen the GIF. I've seen the picture, the picture that is shared by everyone and shared everywhere, and was, Pop Science really took off with it. I haven't seen the GIF itself, if you don't mind sharing.
Yeah, it was like a time series. I think it was 6 hours. Like from the first, I think it was 5 frames. Yeah. I think it was 5 frames over 6 hours, or maybe 6 frames over 6 hours, something like that. Every hour, maybe.
Yeah, Daz, I'm familiar with that picture itself. I was curious about the GIF. Is that a GIF? Because it's not playing if it is, for me. No, that's just an image.
I'd have to dig it up.
Okay.
I mean, I don't really care. I'd be curious to
look at it.
Quite honestly. So the Moon right there, right? So in the GIF, it just shows the Moon staying in that orientation as it goes across the Earth, but it would actually have to, from the Earth that you see the same face, but from space, you wouldn't see the same face. Because the angle
what's the time? Do you know
hold on. It's not phase locked to the satellite, or tidally locked to the satellite. It's tidally locked to the Earth.
But isn't the satellite tidally locked with the Earth, or at least that's the claim to orbit?
Well, the Moon. What you're concerned with is the Moon tidally locked to the Earth, because the Moon has to slightly rotate relative to the camera. That's 1.3 million miles away or something.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of like do some math and try to figure out how much it would be, because we're talking about the satellite's
I did
1
do it a
million.
long time ago.
Is the satellite
Not
1
really.
million miles or 1 million kilometers? I forget off the top of my head.
I forget.
Or claimed, obviously, of course. But in any case, we would know the distance from the satellite to the Earth, and if it's claimed that the satellite is like, it's not even geosynchronous. I think it's locked in position to be between the sun and the Earth.
It's in like L1 or something. It's in
or
like L1.
The Lagrange point 1 or 2.
Yeah.
I forget.
Yeah,
I forget off the top of my head. Yeah, I would be interested to see that GIF, and also if we can get information like what's the time lapse, like how much time are we dealing with? Because that's how you would like if you were really providing a deep analysis, you would have to know that information.
I did work it all out, all the math and all that stuff. How much of the angular change would be? How much more of the face of the moon you'd see? I did work it out. This is like a few years ago, 5-6 years ago.
Do you happen to maybe have that posted in the official Flat Earth Discord? Because I am there.
Fuck, it's probably in the old Discord, the one that was before this one.
Oh, okay.
But that's nuked. That's freaking vanished. That's obliterated.
I'll see if I can find one on YouTube for you.
No, I mean the evaluation would be in that the GIF. The GIF is available on the internet somewhere. I mean, I don't really even find these particularly interesting. Quite honestly.
Well, I mean, it's relevant. I would find it relevant if anyone's claiming that, these can't be real, or that's not real, that's fake. It's like, are you saying it's fake because of the behavior of the image, or are you saying it's fake because,
There's really no way to evaluate it. That's the problem. There's no way to evaluate the image.
You would evaluate whether it's possible with the claimed measurements and distances, right? And that's where you would spot the fake.
See if it looks realistic. I mean, if it's over a time lapse, you'd expect the environment to move, like the clouds in the background, and if memory serves, they don't move at all.
Well, I mean, how do we know if it looks realistic unless we've seen the real thing?
Right, unless you were in the satellite, looking at it with your own eyes.
Yeah, like, that's the problem of evaluating images claiming to be of the Earth. We don't have a reference from which to compare them to say, yes, it's the one that looks real. We can only compare them to other ones that also say they're pictures of the Earth, right? We can only look for internal consistency within the pictures themselves, but we can't compare them to any memory that we have of seeing something that's actually real, right? They're impossible to evaluate. Like, you've never seen a
even if it's perfectly consistent. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because even if it's perfectly consistent with, like, if you model it yourself in a Blender or something, and you keep everything to scale of the claimed measurements, then you could just say, well, you just did it in Blender, so that means it could be CGI'd from.
The realistic, whether it looks real, it's a subjective evaluation of this looks realistic. Okay, it's impossible for us to do.
I follow you. I understand what you're saying.
Well, if you guys were talking about the Earthrise photo, that was the photo you guys were talking about earlier, right? Earthrise, that's the one from Apollo 8.
Apollo 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, Apollo 10, yeah.
I mean, is it? Okay, because I Googled Earthrise and I thought it doesn't matter.
I think Apollo 10 was the first one, and that's the most famous one.
Right, but I mean, just the fact that the photos claim to be taken from an area that's physically impossible to exist is all the proof you need that the photo's not real.
Well, I mean, that's only convincing to people that would agree with that, presupposition, right?
Well, I mean, it's going against second law of thermodynamics. If it's going against the second law of thermodynamics, it can't possibly be an actual location to take a snapshot of a picture. I mean, a snapshot of the Earth, not a snapshot of a picture, but you know what I mean. In other words, if you're claiming to go into the vacuum of space, to stand on a rock in the sky, to take a picture of the Earth, just making that claim by itself proves that the picture is 100% impossible to be authentic and real, because the vacuum of space is physically impossible to exist.
You can't take a picture from a place that don't exist, in short.
Yeah. So, I mean, to argue about the authenticity of this picture seems kind of dumb when, like I said, the area that the picture was claimed to be taken from is not physically possible.
So sometimes I bring up, like, if NASA had a picture of Jesus walking on water, would you accept that? And nobody would, because you're like, well, fucking people can't walk on water. That's physically impossible. That video must be fake. But when we say, hey, the vacuum of space can't exist, so that picture has to be fake, that somehow just goes out the window.
Why can't the vacuum of space exist?
Because it violates natural law.
It can exist in your mind.
What's the natural law?
Second law of thermodynamics. If you look at the Earth with pressurized gas, and then you leave the surface of that Earth with all the pressurized gas into the vacuum of space to get to the moon, to look back on the pressurized gas to take a picture while wearing a spacesuit, it's just demonstrating that entropy is not taking place. And if entropy is not taking place, it's going against the second law of thermodynamics. And if it goes against the second law of thermodynamics, it means it's physically not possible.
What's pressurized gas?
The stuff you're breathing right now.
I'm breathing pressurized gas? How do you know that?
Because the gas you're breathing has a pressure to it?
Okay, what's gas pressure? Define it.
Define gas pressure? What's the necessary need
Force
for
exerted
gas
on the walls
to be
of a
pressurized?
fucking container, dude.
I don't know.
Yeah, there we go. Well, yeah, no, it's the force.
So how
exerted on the
pressurized
walls of
gas
the
you need a container?
So I think this is.
Where's the container?
Your lungs.
My lungs are the container?
You got it.
Okay, when I breathe out, where's the gas
You
pressure?
asked how you breathe.
Well, you're just
When you
breathing
breathe
in
out, you
and breathing
decrease
out
the volume and
pressurized
increase the
gas.
pressure in your lungs.
How do you know it's pressurized gas that you're breathing?
Because the gas outside is not fucking off into the sky. That's why, dude.
Okay.
As you're seeing,
why does that make it pressurized gas?
Look, man, let's find
measure the
frickin'
pressure.
M. Scott Beach, and him and this guy can do the vacuum chamber test.
No, I think we can talk about the idea of like gas pressure next to a claimed near perfect vacuum, because so we're dealing with opposing forces, right? When we're talking about higher gas pressure going towards an area of lower pressure, there's a force generated by the higher pressure gas exerting onto the lower pressure, right? So there's a force there, and then if you, and this is not even considering whether the Earth is flat or a globe, right? If we accept that there's a downward acceleration, and the downward acceleration is also a force, right? So now you have two competing forces. You have the gas pressure from a higher pressure area trying to move to the lower pressure area. That's a force. And then you have the downward acceleration. That's a force. So for the gas to actually move upwards to the lower pressure, the force of that differential pressure has to exceed the force of the downward acceleration. So in theory, without even considering a container, without even considering the shape of the Earth, in theory, you would have, if the downward acceleration force is stronger than the differential between the higher pressure and the lower pressure, then you wouldn't expect to see the higher pressure go to the lower pressure because the downward acceleration is stronger, right? Like, do you disagree with anything I just laid out there?
You would have to demonstrate it in theory.
Yeah, I mean, that would be like an experiment.
We can demonstrate that, right? So if you have a closed container in a lab, right? And granted, I'm granting you the container for this particular thought experiment. If we have a closed container in a lab and we fill it with a singular gas or liquid, such as H2O or such as argon or something, with no other pressures, we have a uniform temperature inside of this container, you can see a pressure gradient, and the container doesn't have to be that big. It could be 2 meters, right? Or 1 meter long and a couple inches wide. And you have it enclosed, you fill it with argon, and then you measure the pressure at the bottom and the top, and you can see the bottom has a higher pressure than the top. The gas isn't equalizing because the downward acceleration is stronger, so there's a little bit higher pressure at the bottom of this container compared to the top. So this is an example that demonstrates that diagram, that paradigm, that the gas pressure, in order to equalize, has to exceed the force generated by the equalization attempt, has to exceed the downward acceleration, the force of the downward acceleration.
That's all.
I've heard Glover say this.
God damn it!
Yeah,
Hold
exactly.
on, dude.
I've heard Glover say this a billion times. They've never once posted what the gradient difference is.
Yeah, I want
not
the
only
actual
that,
measurement data that someone's actually done this and demonstrated this argon freaking pressure gradient.
I mean, not only that, if you have just argon by itself in a container.
I'll look for, because I was reading a paper on it, so I'll see if I can dig up the one that showed the measurements, showed the controls and the testing for it, and how it showed a pressure gradient in a lab environment with no other factors. So uniform temperature is important. So I want to find that particular example.
Okay. So here's the problem with all that. That would mean that gravity does work on a gas and would raise its temperature, pressure, and in fact, you can logically extend that to gravity could cause phase differences, right? It could make water, gaseous water, turn into water if there was enough gravity.
Well, first off, with gravity,
yeah, that's fine. If the gravity is strong enough, then it could increase the pressure of liquid to the point where it vaporizes. I don't find that a problem.
The problem in the kinetic theory of gases.
Yeah.
In what way?
Because there's no G considered, little g, mind you, in any of the kinetic theories of gases.
And I want to go back to your claim about gas pressure being different with inside a container, all things being equal. That's not true. Gas pressure is equal in every point inside a sealed, rigid container at equilibrium. This is because the gas molecules are in constant random motion, colliding with each other and the container walls. The pressure is the result of the force these collisions exert over a given area. Due to the random and uniform nature of these collisions, the force exerted on any equal area of the container walls is the same. So I'm going to need an experiment where you demonstrate there's a variation in gas pressure when all things are equal.
Well, before we even get to the experiment, we're going to need a naturally observed phenomenon of things going down. Individual gas molecules by themselves do not have directional bias whatsoever. They move freely and randomly in all directions until they collide with either another gas molecule in an elastic collision or the walls of their container.
Yeah.
There's no naturally observed phenomenon to even claim gravity.
You can pour gases.
Well, just remember, this might be a game of semantics, but just remember, I didn't invoke gravity. I just talked about a downward force acceleration, right?
Yeah, which we don't observe.
Gravity doesn't cause, but what gravity doesn't cause that material.
A heavy gas into a container.
Okay, Mez, you fucking just blurt nonsense. Gravity, contrary to popular belief,
mean something that directly
is not what is claimed in modern physics to create the atmospheric gas pressure. It's not even the physics claim. So I'm going to post in the chat a PhD physicist laying it all out for you. Because we know everything a flat earther says is wrong, so you need your credentials person to tell you that the flat earther's right. Because you won't believe me.
You know, the funny part is, I don't know if anyone's talking or anything. I lost connection. I had to pop back in. But it's quiet. So the fact that the man claims that he has 100% argon gas in a sealed container and can show a gradient, which I'm sure he won't be able to. I've never been able to have any Glover point to what the difference is between the top and the bottom ever. But it is funny how to even invoke a gradient, he has to have containment in the first place. Like, I can think offhand of a billion different examples of gradients being inside sealed containers. You know, I mean, fucking terrariums. You know, terrariums. You can have a terrarium that's like 100. You know, sometimes people have them for over 100 years, and they'll have a pressure gradient inside the sealed terrarium. Argon light bulbs, when you turn those on, there's pressure gradient inside sealed containers. Teapots boiling over and the steam escaping. Not a 100% steel container, but still a container nonetheless. Has a pressure gradient in it. Smoke in a jar has a pressure gradient in it.
It's got a lot to do with temperature as well.
So you can have pressure gradients inside a container.
Yeah, you have pressure gradients inside containers all the time. If it's a dynamic system and something's happening to that container, like if you were to get like a canister of shit, just a canister of air, like something that you go to the gas station and you plug up to your tire and fill your tire up. You have something like that, and you heat the bottom. Let's say that you heat the bottom with a torch, and you heat the top, and it doesn't matter. But let's say one end is sitting in dry ice, and the other end has some dude with a torch heating up the top of it. You're going to have a pressure gradient because it's now a dynamic system because you have things interacting with that container to cause pressure gradients. But the thing is, you can't have a pressure gradient without a container. You can't have gas pressure, period, without a container.
Okay. So where's the container around the Earth? Like, how far away is it?
That seems a little bit fallacious, huh?
Yeah. Mez, do you understand the necessary condition argument? X is a necessary condition of Y.
So you're saying the container is necessary?
It's a necessary. Yeah, it's a necessary condition.
Let's accept that for a moment. Okay.
Okay.
So where is it?
Go find it.
Okay. So we don't know where it is.
Well, I don't know where it is.
Okay. So it could be 1 billion miles away.
Yeah. Keep Polaris over your left shoulder and travel for 50 weeks.
Sure.
And maybe you'll run into it.
Whatever the moon is.
You could theoretically go to the moon.
Well,
not in your paradigm.
Yeah, but
the moon being engulfed inside a vacuum.
In your paradigm, you could. The container could just be past the moon.
But look, the moon is inside the Earth's atmosphere, so no one's been to space.
Fine.
Yo, you're not hip on the new lore, dude? The moon is inside the Earth's atmosphere.
Okay.
I mean, atmosphere is a contradiction in terms anyway.
Yeah,
we haven't debunked the possibility of these photos of the Earth from the moon.
Okay, so ESA
even with the gas pressure container
thing that says the moon is inside Earth's atmosphere, so nobody's ever been to space because the furthest any human being's been is the moon. So they were still in Earth's atmosphere and never went to space.
Okay.
You want to play
so
games,
went to the moon and took a photo of the Earth. That's fine.
Yeah, from not space. From not space. They also somehow took a picture of a freaking astronaut that had a shadow that went between his legs off the other side but never fell on his body. How did they do that?
I don't know. It must have been movie magic.
Yeah, well, it's not physically possible. Have a shadow between your legs out the other side.
But going to the moon is physically possible. It can just be inside the container.
Hey, but picture. Yeah, how do you know that, Matt?
How do you know that? I'm following your logic.
Werner Braun said it would take, according to his calculations in the book he wrote about it before
I don't
they
care
went
what
to the
someone
moon.
said. How do you know his credentials?
What are you talking about?
I don't care what someone else said. You're just reading stuff off the internet and then just saying it. You haven't verified any of it.
No, I just cited a book, not the internet. A physical book with paper.
Yeah, the book that you got from the internet.
Yeah, it's something you've never touched in your entire life since you put down crayons. Yeah. Well, here's a book you should write.
Someone on the internet said this.
I didn't say the internet. I said a book, so you got to straw man me for the second time.
Okay. Someone in the book said this.
Yeah, that's right. He said it would take 3 rockets the size of the Empire State Building to get to the moon.
It's if they weren't staged.
It's a wonderful story.
All that.
Well, he should know. He's the one.
You can read your fairy tales in your
ran
books.
NASA. You know who?
I'll stick with
Werner
reality.
Braun is? Who's Werner Braun, bro? Who's that?
I don't know.
You get. Of course, you don't.
Of course, I don't. Just
you believe in a TV show, man. You think TV shows are real?
Yeah. You believe in Alice in Wonderland? Well, it's in a book.
It's in a book. Werner von Braun was a Nazi rocket scientist imported by NASA who ran the
Nazis.
entire
Oh,
NASA
citing the
program.
Nazis now. Ugh.
No, I'm just saying that's what he did, okay? But he was the absolute head of NASA. who conceived the entire lunar program.
Yeah, he wrote a wonderful fairy tale, and you just bought it.
Yeah, you're right. You are correct. He wrote a fairy tale. Yeah. Thanks, Mez. Thanks for the concession. Can't go to the moon.
It's all nonsense.
He said you could. But he was wrong because he wrote a fairy tale. Thanks, Mez. You just cooked yourself.
India, the claim that they would take rockets larger than the Empire State Building was without staging. Saturn V used staging.
And that means what?
The rockets
stages the size of the Empire State Building? Were the stages the size of the Empire State Building?
No, it was one single stage vehicle. That was what he was saying. As if it was a single stage vehicle, it would have to be ginormous, like 800,000 tons or something.
Okay, so they used 3 stages, right?
Yeah, for the Saturn V. That's how they got it to be able to be that light and small.
Each stage is equal to 1 rocket, right?
Yeah, in a way, I guess, yeah.
Okay, so were the stages the size of the Empire State Building?
No, the Saturn V was not the size of the Empire State Building, no.
Were the stages, the individual stages, stage 1, 2, 3, Empire State Building 1, 2, 3, were they all the same size? Were they equivalent?
No, I think you're still confused as to what I said.
No, you didn't answer
I have a question real quick. I have a question real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Where does this calculation come from that it would take a rocket 3 sizes of the Empire State Building to get to the moon? Because from my conception, like if you get in like the globe head theory, right? If you get into orbit, there's no forces acting on you once you're like in 0G, right? So if you use just like a little bit of fuel, you can get all the way to the moon. I mean, you won't get back, but you can get to the moon with just a little bit of fuel past orbit.
Okay,
because with single stage vehicles, you have to carry the entire vehicle with you the entire journey. You're not shedding any like useless mass that you're bringing with you. So like all the tanks, the engines that you no longer really need anymore for the thrust it provides as you get lighter and lighter, you're just bringing a bunch of useless mass with you, which slows you down, which is why you need a massive vehicle to do it in one stage. Rocket stage because it's way more efficient. You shed all the useless mass that you bring along with you, like the empty tanks.
So what I'm hearing is if it were a multiple stage rocket, you would not, in fact, need a rocket 3 times the size of the Empire State Building, if it was a multiple stage rocket.
Okay, yeah, first, hold on. Wait. It was 3 rockets the size of the Empire State Building, not a rocket 3 times the size of the Empire State Building. It's 3 individual rockets.
Yeah, 3 separate vehicles.
Like combined into one 3-stage rocket? Or like
no, they had something where they were freaking orbiting each other or something stupid like that. It wasn't written by me. It was written by Werner von Braun, the guy that ran the fucking NASA program. Okay, there's even a video presentation where he did about it, right back in the day, produced by Walt Disney. But that's all well and good. So what you were talking about going to the moon, so the height of an orbit is based upon how fast you're going. So I'll give you an example. If you were on the ISS and you threw a baseball right at the Earth, I'm looking down at the Earth, I'm going to throw a baseball. That baseball is going to end up in a higher orbit because the speed of the object determines its orbital distance. So they need to get to a certain speed to reach the moon. They need to reach the moon's orbital velocity, and they'll eventually get there.
Well, it would depend on which. It would depend on which direction you throw the baseball, right? Because if you throw the baseball forwards, then yeah, it ends up in a higher orbit. But if you throw the baseball backwards, then you're detracting the speed from it.
Well, yeah, I guess you'd be decelerating if you threw it. My example was right at Earth. So if you threw it down and tried to hit the Earth with your baseball, it wouldn't go toward the Earth. It would end up in a higher orbit. It would end up above you. And this isn't my claim. This is what astronauts. Well, I mean, this is what I've heard astronauts say.
Which astronauts?
The ones in the ISS. One of them.
Do you know their names?
Probably Don Pettit. He says dumb shit.
Is there like a quote?
Dude, I thought a long time ago, so I don't know. I could find it, I'm sure.
Talking about the illusion of technology.
Come on, India.
Are you talking about losing the technology statement? Because that was Don Pettit, if that's what you're talking about.
Oh, Don Pettit says all sorts of dumb shit, dude. Like, I mean, that is definitely never mind. Diversity hire. You know, you got the American with Disabilities Act. You got to hire a number of, handicapped people, and he fits the bill. No, got a leak. There's probably some procedure somewhere, and we'd probably steal up the cupola. I'm the safety officer, and I don't know what to do with a leak. Fucking hey. Hey, Maz, I got a question. I really want to believe in the ISS, but I'm not gonna believe it until I see the maintenance schedule and the sign-off sheet that they actually did the maintenance.
This match.
Can you provide the ISS maintenance schedule? Why are you interrupting me?
No, I can't.
Rude motherfucker. The ISS maintenance schedule.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Chama.
Go on mute, dude.
So I'm just wondering how.
I mean, you can just track where it is and then look at it if you want to know that it exists.
Well, how would 3 rockets even help you get to the moon?
I don't know. Ask Ron Braun. Well, you'd have to dig him up. Read his book.
Well, he's dead.
Yeah, you'd have to dig him up. I mean, he probably still wouldn't tell you. I can go dig him up with a Ouija board. Actually, Jack Parsons. You might want to talk to Jack Parsons. You probably could actually communicate with Jack Parsons with the Ouija board, considering he was like doing that freaking sex magic shit.
Yeah, I was going to say a load of stuff then. These people were obviously doing some kind of black magic, but that's well off the beaten track.
You guys are obsessed with Jack Parsons. It's crazy.
Well, his story is crazy.
It is crazy, but he was just one engineer. Like, calm down.
JPL, Jack Parsons Labs, is just one engineer.
Yeah, he was just one engineer, Jack Parsons. I don't know what to say. Do you think everyone follows the same ideology today in JPL?
I have no idea, and that's irrelevant.
Everyone's a Thalemite in JPL, really? Like,
who gives a fuck, dude? We're talking about where it came from. You know what Jack Parsons thought? He thought sending rockets to space was injecting sperm into the cosmos.
Yeah, he was a little crazy. Yeah. Not gonna lie about that.
And Scientologists. So his buddies were L. Ron Hubbard and Aleister Crowley.
He was a Thalemite. He was crazy. I get
tell me how he walking off the street in Caltech gave him a lab. Off the street when he was 18 years old, just goes talks to the guy and says, "Hey, give me a lab." Tell me how come he talked to Werner von Braun in 1932, even before World War II. They had personal correspondence.
Well, yeah, because Werner von Braun was still an aerospace engineer in 1932. It's not like he became an aerospace engineer during the war.
Aerospace engineer?
Yeah, that's what.
And World War II.
Werner von Braun was.
Was his title?
He was an aerospace engineer before World War II.
Really?
Yeah.
Aerospace.
Yes.
Okay, how high was the highest rocket? Did any rockets go to space during von Braun's time? In that time? Why would it be aerospace?
It was more theoretical then at that point, but yes, he certainly was an aerospace engineer. Do you want me to show you his, should have a PhD thesis? Yes, he does. 1934, let's say.
Dude, Buzz Aldrin has a PhD thesis.
Yeah, I know, but your claim is that he wasn't an aerospace engineer in 1930 or before.
There's no such thing as aerospace at that time period. They weren't calling it that.
Is that your claim? Should we look that up together?
Well, I don't know what would be in German. What would be in German?
I don't know. But is that your claim?
Yeah, that is my claim. That the term aerospace was not in the vernacular of German at the time he was fucking doing physics. I think they just considered him a physicist.
It was 1934.
Hey, in the side chat, I did post. The full text is available, but it's from ResearchGate.net, and it was a lab experiment regarding they were measuring temperature in a closed container of just standard air, but with it insulated, so it's isolating out external variables. And it does show they were measuring the temperature, not the direct pressure at like the bottom and top. But in this closed container, it showed a variance in temperature the higher the higher the measurement was taken.
I could have did that with a blowtorch.
Well, in the experiment, they didn't provide. It was there's a diagram of their container, and it shows that it was insulated on the outside, and they didn't apply any heat to it. It was just the air inside the container, and then showing variances in temperature at different heights inside the closed container without an external heat applied to the container. But it doesn't say what the pressure was at the different heights. It just measures temperature.
Okay, so not a demonstration.
I agree, Fences. But in this example that I provided, it's not using an external application of temperature, so it's not introducing heat to any portion of the container, top or bottom. You can read the diagram, and the full text is downloadable for free for that, so you can see the whole their methodology, and then they have some graphs that you can look at that show the difference in their different measurements.
What's he trying to provide evidence for, Indio?
He said, well, he initially said that they tested a closed container and measured a vertical pressure gradient or pressure difference, and he come back with a paper that measured a vertical temperature difference.
Yeah, to what altitude?
This would be
in a lab.
It's a closed container, and they measured it at like 10 centimeters, 30, 40, 90. There's some graphs in it. You don't have to download the text to see the graphs, but you can download the whole text if you want to look at their methodology. I think it's interesting from either perspective. It's interesting to see.
It was temperature difference, not pressure.
Right, but if we're... I agree, but if we're in a closed environment, and then you can just apply the ideal gas law and get get what the pressure would be at that, with a given Kelvin.
Is argon an ideal gas?
No, in this case they just used air. They didn't use isolated gas.
Well, I'd have to look at the guts, which I can't do right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'd be interesting to.
But I will save it. Let me check this out. Let me save this.
IC2 file.
Hey, what does it mean to say
what was he advocating for?
Sorry, does anybody else get a security check message come up as soon as you open that file, or was that just me? Does anybody else?
I did. It's ResearchGate. It's ResearchGate.net. It does a CAPTCHA, like a human verification.
Fair enough. Okay, buddy. No worries. I'll keep going.
What was? But he's trying to provide evidence of a container or not a container.
No. So originally, what I brought up was just a concept of having, like, if if you have a differential in pressure, there's a force generated by the higher pressure against the lower pressure in an attempt to equalize. But on Earth, regardless of flat or round, and not considering with or without a container, you also have a downward acceleration that's exerting a force. So in order for the gas pressure to actually rise to equalize above it with the lower pressure, that force generated by the higher pressure has to exceed the force of the downward acceleration to actually make that, to actually equalize. So the idea is that could explain how you could have a pressure gradient of air without a container, with just the opposing forces of the differential pressure being opposed by the downward acceleration. And in order for that equalization to actually happen, the force trying to equalize has to exceed the force of the downward acceleration.
Okay, so now you're going to have to provide evidence of the downward acceleration.
That's what that was supposed to be.
Well, isn't that circular? Like, are you just saying that it is doing the thing?
No, this would be accepting. This would be accepting the axiom that there is a downward acceleration of a measurable force, and the measurable force of the differential of pressures trying to equalize. Like, but if you don't agree that there's a downward acceleration that's 9.8 meters per second squared, regardless of flat or round, then you wouldn't accept this concept.
It's the idea of comparing solid objects to gas that has kinetic energy.
Would that be
Why
the
would there
difference?
be a difference, though? Sorry?
Because they're not the same. Obviously, they're two states of matter that are not equal.
One's got a one-way vector, right? A rock, for example, is going to go down, right? So it works along a vertical. Like, gas doesn't work like that. Gas is omnidirectional, infinite degrees of freedom. It has kinetic energy. It has lots of random collisions. It has the power of indefinite expansion because of the random collisions. The only way that you stop the expansion because of the random collisions is to confine it within a physical container. Once confined within a physical container, by consequence, the gas is now under pressure.
I'm going to disagree, because the gas exists in your universe. It still exists with a gradient, with higher concentrations of gases at lower altitude. So it's not even following what you just described.
Yeah, in the concept I was presenting, it would just be like not having a top on the container. You would still need sides to this to this concept in order to keep the gas from spilling out sideways, infinitely. But if you had just the sides and you had a measurable downward acceleration force, and the gas differential trying to equalize upwards, in order for that equalization to actually happen, it has to exceed the force that's generated by the downward acceleration. Now, in this concept, you would still need sides so the gas doesn't spill out, across the flat Earth.
How did you, Hero-san, how did you provide evidence of the downward acceleration?
Well, like I said, that would be an axiom that would have to be accepted for the concept. So if you disagree with that, then you wouldn't accept it.
Wait a minute. No. We're dealing with physics, right? Why can't you demonstrate the thing that you're talking about? Just demonstrate it in a way that everybody can test and verify it.
I feel like we do, like, it just, and this is I don't mean this in a demeaning way, but we can, like, just taking a ball and throwing it up and then measuring how long that takes, you get 9.8 meters per second squared, and that's not even considering what's causing it. That's just the observed.
You're seeing the effect of something solid go up and down in the medium of air. But now do that. Can you throw gas up in the air and it do the same thing?
I mean, I could pour liquid down and do the same thing.
No. Gas.
But here's the thing: there's already gas.
Because of how light gas is, it interacts in a more compounding way. It interacts interacts in a more compounding way because there's so many more variables that can affect the gas as opposed to a solid object. So a solid object just isolates out compounding factors, right? Which is useful in experimentation, right? And then the other thing is that experiment I showed shows when you isolate out as many factors as you can and just put air inside of a container, you insulate the container to isolate out external temperature changes or temperature changes caused by external forces. And in this container, you can see a temperature gradient inside this container with just air, with no other external factors. And that would suggest that if the temperature at the bottom is higher than the temperature at the top of this closed container, and the only other thing you have, if you isolate out temperature, in the introduction of temperature or heat to this container, the only thing that could account for that, if you would be in some part the downward acceleration.
What? We're just talking about temperature at the moment. How did you throw gravity?
Because when with temperature of a gas and you have air and a temperature, the temperature is a reflection of the temperature is a reflection of a difference in pressure. If you have air of the same consistency at the bottom and the top is at a lower temperature than the bottom, then there's a pressure difference there.
Yeah, we understand that the higher the temperature, the higher the pressure. The lower the temperature, the lower the pressure, because the temperature makes the gas move faster or slower, depending on its temperature. So that's just temperature. Well, why have you thrown gravity into PV equals nRT for some reason?
Because if the temperature difference isn't extreme enough, then you don't get the ablation. You don't get the fluid mixing of the gases. The temperature difference has to be enough. So if the temperature difference is small enough, then they won't try to mix, and then that's where you would get the pressure gradient. Now, granted, if you get a high enough differential, then you will see an equalization.
You need a large differential, dude.
Yeah, you need a larger differential creates more violent forces.
You're talking about a gradient pressure force.
Well, if there's a gradient in temperature, then there exists a gradient in pressure.
Yeah, there's always the same mix of gases when we're talking about gas, dude. There's always going to be temperature when we're talking about gas, but you're talking about a pressure gradient force.
Right.
The only things that are involved. Sorry, dude. The only things that are involved in this is the gas inside the fixed volume, that's a container, and the variance of temperature.
And with a variance in temperature, you have a variance in pressure.
Yeah, inside a container, which is called... Dude, let me explain it like this, right? We have got X, that's pressure. You're talking about delta X, a variance in pressure, right? But to have delta X, you need
demonstrates the temperature.
Listen, please. To have delta X, you need X. What's X?
Are you talking about in the experiment?
Yeah, I've already told you.
Are you talking about
you wasn't listening?
Are you talking about the experiment that I posted? Are you referring to that?
Seriously, I'm trying to get you not to talk because you've already demonstrated you wasn't listening. You're talking about delta X. That's a variance in gas pressure. To have delta X, you need X. That's gas pressure, the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. Right? So why have you thrown G in there?
No, I'm not throwing G in there. It's an observation. No, it's an observation in a closed container with no external heat applied. So there's no extra energy being added to this in a form of temperature, right? There's not like a heat source is being applied. This is a closed container that's insulated, and a temperature gradient was observed in this container with just air, atmospheric air. I don't know exactly. They might explain what air they put into this container in the text. I didn't specifically read that part, but it does specify air. Right. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's interesting because if you have no other factors involved, then the downward acceleration might be sufficient enough to explain why this temperature gradient exists in this closed container with no external temperature applied.
So, are you saying that gravity is affecting the temperature of this environment?
I'm not saying gravity. I'm saying downward acceleration.
Yeah, he said, I don't care what you call it. It's the same fucking thing. The downward acceleration is causing a temperature increase.
Jedi, he actually used the word might. It might cause. So he's given like only a probabilistic reason that it could be the thing that's causing this. He doesn't know.
Yeah.
He used the word might.
Yeah, I mean, it seems apparent that it is the.
No,
it
dude.
seems apparent that it's a
You've
downward
only insinuated,
acceleration.
brother. You've only, hold on, Kirill-san. You've only insinuated that it could be a possibility that it's a cause. You didn't determine that it was. You're only insinuating that it could be.
Right, but if you isolate all other causes and all that's left is a downward acceleration,
No,
then
that's not it. That's not it. You didn't come up with that as you did. You all external factors were not included in this test. You didn't isolate everything else.
Well, okay. Let me ask you this then. And hypothetically, what else could cause that gradient in temperature?
I don't know. So here's the thing. If
so check out the experiment.
No, wait a minute. Wait, Kirill-san. You're not listening. You didn't isolate all the factors. You just made a deterministic, probabilistic view on what you did based on your assumption that it could be. You didn't determine that by evaluating all the factors that it could contribute to this. You didn't do that.
Well, that's why I provided the experiment so it can be reviewed by both sides because I think it's interesting.
Yeah,
do you at least find it interesting? Okay.
No, it's basic physics, dude. Like that's all it is. It has nothing to do with you inserting a specific type of force that you're saying exists that no one can test. This specific force, this downward vector, cannot be tested. So that's what I was telling you in the prior conversation. You can't test it. So you can't propose that it's causing anything. So here's the thing, right? If it
can't be tested, you're just saying that.
Okay,
you don't
so now
you haven't seen proof that it applies to a
wait
gas,
a minute.
right?
Wait a minute. So if it can be,
let me get in a little bit.
If it can be tested, I want to know what test was done. Provide the test, please.
I provided the. Would you like?
No,
you can download the text and look at the methodology.
Not this. We're talking about the downward vector, not this test that we were talking about. What provided evidence that the downward vector exists? That, as you so claim it does. Go ahead, sir. In physics, what downward vector test has been proven that this downward vector exists? The ball's in your court.
What would satisfy your question? Because I just said that we can measure the 9.8.
No. Kirill-san, it's simple.
We can measure the 9.8.
Something that proves the cause, dude. Something that proves the cause for the effect. The effect is the 9.8. Dude, the effect is a 9.8 meters per second squared. That something falls at the average rate that
I'm not
it falls.
arguing the cause.
All right. So now we're looking for the cause, not the effect. The cause.
Why does the cause matter? Because you can have the 9.8 meters per second squared on a flat or round Earth, regardless of the cause.
Yeah. So what is the cause? You said it's a downward vector. What's causing that?
I like on the globe model, it would be gravity, but in the flat Earth model, I don't think I've heard people claim that a 9.8 meters per second squared can exist on a flat Earth without considering a cause.
Listen, dude, but what you're proposing in this test that you're submitting to Jedi and everybody here in the panel is that there's a downward acceleration. I'm asking for the validation of that downward acceleration being something that physics has described as we can understand with the cause and effect relationship to be tested. And if it can be tested, you're just assuming the downward vector exists based on your assumption. It isn't proven, sir.
Yeah,
Do you understand?
The cause is immaterial to the observation of the gradient
it's
existing.
Not. You're saying that the downward vector is causing something, isn't it?
Well, you corrected him before I said might, right? It's like on the globe model, the globe Earth, we would have an explanation for that gradient, and it would be the gravity,
true.
right?
It's not
on a flat
true.
Earth. On a flat Earth, I think you would have a proof for it as well. You would have the downward acceleration as well, regardless of what the cause is.
You submitted this as evidence, and it doesn't pass because you can't validate that the downward acceleration is causing anything. That's why.
I don't know why we have to argue for the cause.
That's what you're proposing as the claim. The downward acceleration is causing something. It is not causing anything because you haven't validated the cause. You can see the effect, you just can't validate the cause.
Right, and my purpose of it was to show that if you have a downward acceleration,
you don't.
That can apply to gas.
You don't.
This experiment, if this experiment is the methodology, if the methodology is good, regardless of the shape of the Earth, because this experiment doesn't do anything to talk about the shape of the Earth. It invokes little g, which is downward acceleration, not even talking about a cause, right?
Oh my God!
Then all this would demonstrate is that you can have a gradient of pressure, or in this case, what was specifically measured was temperature, a gradient of temperature with a uniform air, and in that gradient is just showing that downward acceleration is sufficient enough to create a force that can prevent gas from equalizing how we might expect it in a system where there is no downward acceleration. And then the extension of that was to show if you have a downward acceleration, and that downward acceleration is a force that's greater than the force of the gas trying to equalize from a higher pressure to a lower pressure and a vertical gradient, then that could explain how you can have once you get to a very thin
explanations
atmosphere.
Are worthless. Kirill-san, explanations are worthless without demonstration. It doesn't matter what you can explain. It can matter. It matters what. No, it doesn't demonstrate it. No, it doesn't. It's not talking about the downward acceleration that you so desperately want to prove. It doesn't do that. It's your assumption that exists as a cause for the effect, dude. So you're not proving the downward acceleration.
Do you have an alternate source for the gradient?
I don't need one. I don't need one because your claim was that this is what is causing the effect. I don't need one. So I'm just proving the thing that you're submitting. How about that?
Fair enough. If that's the stance you're taking, then we're at an impasse.
It is. Well, obviously.
Maybe he's just doing his "we can't know anything" shtick.
No, that's your shtick, not mine.
No, that's your shtick.
I'm saying we can know things, but they have to be tested and verified. You're saying we can't even know reality exists.
Yeah, I suspect that you do, but anyone that's listening in this chat, it is a very interesting experiment, regardless of your position on the shape of the Earth.
You're just using it as confirmation. You're using it as confirmation bias. That's all you're using it for.
No, I used it as a proof of concept for the concept I was providing about having gas pressure not equalize because the downward acceleration force is greater than the force of the gas trying to equalize.
Which doesn't exist.
I mean, that's a positive claim, maybe. Are you going to prove your positive claim about the downward acceleration doesn't exist?
Go ahead, Jedi. I'm going to step back. Go ahead.
What we know from this experiment is that a pressure or temperature gradient inside a container can exist without external temperatures being applied to it.
We don't care about that. We don't care about that. We only care about what he was
caused by something else other than temperature.
Up, dude. Yeah, so can prove it. It's a downward acceleration right now for everybody. Prove it.
Jedi was talking.
We've ruled out one of the possibilities.
Prove it.
I don't think you're quite following, AV.
Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. That's what I thought.
I go away and let the fireworks start. What the hell? Missed them again.
Downward acceleration is the topic, and no one can prove that it exists, so they're coming up tits on that part. Bunch of happy-go-lucky guys that want to just submit information they can't back up to say that demonstrates what they're claiming it does, which would be the downward acceleration that this guy says that's happening in this specific example that he submitted in the text, I guess.
It was interesting that I get screamed at to prove something and then get muted.
Yeah, you didn't prove downward acceleration. You never will. Nobody can. Everybody's
you prove downward acceleration of gas. Yeah, that's what you want. Because we can prove downward acceleration of solid and liquid object. You just
then prove it. And solid and liquid object. What about gas?
Okay. So if I drop a heavy gas and it falls.
Yeah, and what is going to happen over time to the heavy gas?
So what's the
Go on,
temperature
Mez.
of the gas?
Yeah, it does, because it dissipates. That means it's going to go into any and all directions. Yes, it does. What are you talking
Sorry.
about?
Okay.
A man-made gas like sulfur
I
hexafluoride is
there's
going
one
to
video
dissipate
of
over
someone
time.
pouring gas. It accelerates
Question.
downwards.
What's the temperature of the gas that you're talking
Sure, it's
about?
an acceleration.
What's the
Goes down.
temperature of the gas? What's the temperature of the gas?
You talking to me in this experiment? What is the temperature
Yeah,
of the gas?
you're talking about pouring gases. I'm wondering what
What's
the
the colour of the
temperature of the
gas?
gas is that you're pouring.
What's the sound of the gas? It doesn't fucking matter what the temperature is.
Sorry, hold on.
It goes
I mean,
down.
shock horror. Hot gas rises, cold gas falls. I'm interested when you pour gas, what the fucking temperature is.
Well, if it goes down, what does it matter what the temperature is?
Well, it's probably cold then.
Okay.
Wow, shock horror. Brilliant, thanks. The reason why it went down
So it
is it was
goes down?
fucking cold. Yeah, it's cold.
Wait, did you even look at it?
What, the sulfur hexafluoride? That's really cold.
Look, these guys, the main problem with these guys is they don't understand that this Avogadro's law exists. Okay? You can swap out gases all you want. But any gas, no matter what the gas is, of the same pressure, temperature, volume, swap out any gas, has the same number of molecules. So when you're changing things, right? When you change the gas, the temperature, and it goes underneath some other gas, it's trying to maintain that relationship of the same number of molecules. You have more shit there, dude.
You know what I mean?
I mean, it's like a balance scale. Oh, I put two rocks on one side and one rock on the other side. Why does the two rocks go down?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm not sure where you're getting sulfur hexafluoride from.
You're pouring fucking gas.
Or did you look at the video that I posted? Because it's not sulfur hexafluoride.
Cool. What's the temperature of the gas that you posted?
It's CO2.
I didn't ask what the gas was.
Okay.
Just that's the temperature.
It doesn't matter what the temperature is. If it goes down, it goes down.
Because
That shows
it really
that gas
does
has a
depend.
downward acceleration.
It really does depend.
It really doesn't.
It's like it's one of the prime reasons why we have hot air balloons.
Jedi, why does
Okay,
cold
look,
gas
if we
fall?
heated up that gas to 3,000 degrees, would it have poured out?
Could we use it to like maybe make a hot air balloon fly?
Yeah, you could do that.
Right, cool. So we're going to really understand that temperature is going to make things do lots of different stuff, maybe go up or down relative to the ambient environment.
So why do hotter gases
prudent
rise?
question to ask when you're demonstrating, look at me pouring this gas going down, what the fucking temperature is.
The temperature doesn't really matter. What matters is the density. And Jedi, the reason hot gases rise and cold gases fall are the same gas. Okay, so you heat air and it
Density?
goes up.
What can you vary for density of gases?
You can vary the temperature.
Oh, thanks. Please don't condescend me and ask me why I'm asking very basic questions, dude.
Yes.
You'll admit eventually they're fucking basic.
It is very basic, Jedi. Now, why do hotter gases rise?
Just have more kinetic energy.
It's a very basic question, Jedi.
It isn't
I'm sorry, gravity. I walk away. I'm not interested in really conversing with you. That's another basic question that you can
Jedi's
answer.
walking away.
Yeah, I've come back. I don't really care. You can Google that answer, or you can listen to India.
Care.
You can have them, India.
Because they have more energy, Jedi. And if the gas has more energy, it has more energy.
And he doesn't care for you, Mezhead. He doesn't care for you, man. So get that through your thick skull.
He doesn't care until he thinks he can get a win, then he comes back. But then he realizes that he doesn't have a win, so he runs away.
He's already got his win.
Okay.
He's already got the win. He doesn't need to stick around for
By
hearing
asking,
you whinge about
what's the
L.
temperature? The temperature doesn't really matter.
It does.
The point we're trying to prove is that gases have a downward acceleration. And if you can pour a gas, that means it goes down more than it goes up. The temperatures are relevant. The fact that there is some kind of downward acceleration affecting the gas means that gases are affected by a downward acceleration.
Yeah, and then you gave up the ghost when you said it was density causing all of it.
Yes, it is density.
You lost right there. Oh,
why do denser things fall?
Congratulations.
There's some reason why denser things fall.
It's density.
What is that,
Indio?
What is it?
It's density. It's density, not
Density on
mass.
its own makes things fall.
That's right. Density, not mass, right?
Yeah. So why do denser things fall?
Density, not mass, right?
Yeah, you just sabotage your position, Mez.
Like, you gave up the ghost. You don't even realize it.
He's still bewildered.
Right.
He's still bewildered trying to figure it out.
You're a spirit looking down at your own body.
I guess I just have one question.
Brilliant.
If you're going to
doesn't realize
saying that temperature doesn't affect gases, can you name a gas that temperature doesn't affect?
It wouldn't be a gas. It has to affect gas.
So he can't? Okay.
Yeah, these globe apologists, man, they just hate science. I hate it.
You like the story?
I love science. I love when we have a demonstration of gas falling. I go, oh, look, gas falls.
Yeah, why does it fall?
Downward acceleration.
He
really.
said density. He said density is the cause. He said density.
I did not say density is the cause.
You did.
We
Yes,
said
you
that
did.
denser things fall. Denser
Yeah,
gases
there you go. See, why?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're affected by some kind of downward acceleration.
Some kind. Well, you really narrowed it down.
Who knows what that would be?
Yeah, let's look at that. Some kind. Where do I find that in the definition?
I'll give you the first letter. What is it?
Some kind.
I guess I understand now.
How do you know it's accelerating though?
Completely.
Yeah, that's a scientific definition right there. Some kind of downward acceleration.
How do you know that it isn't just a linear
So
speed?
we all accept the gases are
Answer my question, yes. How do you know it's an acceleration?
Of downward acceleration.
How do we know it's an acceleration?
Because it goes down from not going down.
Okay, you can go down and be at a constant speed, right? How do we know it's an acceleration?
So it changes velocity.
How do you know that? That's what I'm asking you.
What do you mean? Because you can see it.
Because you can see it. You see acceleration.
Yes, you see things move.
Moving is not an acceleration. I thought you loved science. You don't know the difference between
is not an
acceleration and speed?
If I'm sat still and then I walk away, is that acceleration?
Well, there's going to be you're probably going to do the second derivative of acceleration called the jerk. That's the rate of change of the acceleration.
No. So if I'm not moving and I start moving, is that not accelerating? What? Indio, come on. I know you're a photocopier at MIT or janitor. I know that, but don't you at least read the papers that you pick up sometimes to throw in the trash?
It's called the second derivative of acceleration. It's the rate of change of the acceleration.
Third is snap, fourth is crackle, and the fifth is pop. Yeah, I get
who is this new character in here? Cavendish or whatever is he?
In his test with the pouring of the gas, right? The gas was already in motion, right?
No, I'm talking about you not understanding what acceleration is. Why weren't you able to answer his question?
I am asking. How do you know?
Why weren't you able to answer his question? Why weren't you able to answer his question? It's kind of weird.
Which question? What was the question?
If I stop and I'm completely stood still and I start moving, did I experience an acceleration? Was what Mez said, and then you went on to talk about jerk. I guess that there would be some level of jerk, but it obviously would be an acceleration.
I guess there'd be some level of jerk. Yeah, so I was correct.
Yeah, but you weren't able to actually answer the question of whether there was any acceleration. You brought it to jerk like a retard for some reason.
No, I was being
nuanced. It sound way more complicated. You're like, it's like a derivative of acceleration. Oh.
No, it's not. No, it's just being nuanced. Because you guys are being pedantic.
It is being nuanced. I agree.
I was gonna up with you with it being even more pedantic. So, back to the thing. How do you know the gas accelerating? And that the motion wasn't imposed by his hand. You don't. But you gave it to Ghost anyway when you said density. See, what I think is you guys don't have any practical experience using anything in the real world, physical objects, building things, having to actually move things around. That it's all done on pieces of paper.
Who is that new Cavendish guy? Is he a anti-flat earther that I've never heard of?
No,
he's BritNet's girlfriend.
Yes, I am.
Really?
No, that's true.
But what's the over and under on he doesn't know what's observed in Cavendish? What did Cavendish, what was the title of Cavendish's paper? No idea. Google it. Hurry up. We're waiting. We'll change his name to ChatGPT Stenographer Part 2.
I'm going to take that guy apart as soon as he starts talking about something. I'm going to wait till he makes the first move.
You've already talked to me before, Alpha. Do you not know who I am? Do you not remember me?
No.
It's been a while.
Give me your alt name.
I don't have an alt name. This is my only account on here.
Well, I don't know. I do remember some people, but your name, for some reason.
It's always been this name.
Well, I changed my name on the server. It was Gamma before. Gamma No Hack.
Oh, God. That's how I know you.
There you go.
Oh, jeez.
Never mind.
India, why doesn't that grey gas go up when it's poured?
Yeah, Mr. Density, things go down. Thank you for that. That's one for the books, Mez.
How come liquid helium don't float away, but gaseous helium does? They got the same mass. I hear the gears grinding, dude, right now in their brain. Put a frickin' big lead pipe in those gears.
So Mez, there's nothing there, dude. There ain't no gears, ain't nothing. So empty space in between those 2 ears of his.
All the teeth broke off the gears.
Long ago.
I'm more of a Red Bull and cigarettes kind of guy.
There's no gears, but the brainworms make it function still.
Why do denser things fall?
The human being is the parasite at this point.
Come on, Indio. We're so close. Why?
What do you want? I didn't hear what you said.
Why do denser things fall?
You tell me.
I'm asking you.
I don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows why things fall. Nobody knows why things fall. No, the experiment is not available to determine what the causal mechanism is.
Okay. They just do.
Well, I mean, you can give it to us. You can give us that experiment, the causal mechanism experiment. Go for it.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mez. Come on, Mez.
I'm happy with what they just do.
You're happy with the story.
Okay.
They just do. So, yeah, you know, the weird thing is he doesn't have the test to validate the cause, and he's asking you for it. How weird is that?
Well, because he's got the story. He thinks I have a story, so it's because I have a story and you don't have a story or won't give us a story. Somehow, my story's automatically true.
Yeah.
No, your story's bullshit because there's no scientific validation of your story.
Yep. That's what I was asking Kirill, son.
Actually, it wouldn't be bullshit because you can find bullshit in nature and you can determine where it comes from.
Dude, you trying to... Don't do that. I almost choked to death on my drink, man.
I can show you where it comes from.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
No, there's no cow. There's no bullshit if you don't have the cow, bro. How far away is the cow, Jemsy? If you don't tell me how far away the cow is, that's not bullshit.
Hey, Jemsy, you got a competitor in here. We got Jem, and then we got Jemsy.
How dare he? Hi, Jem, my brother. Unless it's a lady, I've seen ladies using the Gem, G-E-M thingy.
If a gas molecule collides with something, does it impart a force?
You don't stop, do you?
No.
Zero self-awareness.
You don't answer questions, do you?
Dude,
it's like Weekend at Bernie's, dude.
Game, they would have called it.
Well, we'll slowly get there.
It's like Weekend at Bernie's, dude. He's just like that corpse, like dancing around with the music.
I'm about to invoke the mercy rule. Don't worry, everyone gets a trophy, Mez. You'll get a trophy too, Mez.
Oh, well,
you're a special little snowflake.
Thank you. You're special.
Yeah, just unique. Your helmet, dude.
You're like a rare drop.
So, I'm not familiar on how Mez knows the Earth is a globe. How do you know that, Mez? What is your primary information?
Go ahead, tell him, Mez, how you think reality isn't real.
Oh, shit, Mez. It looks like it. Where do I go for that?
He closes his eyes and he sees it.
No, I open my eyes. And I see the terrain drop over distance.
Really?
Yeah.
How'd you measure that?
It looks like a ball.
Numbnuts? It looks like a ball, really?
Like yeah.
From where?
It looks curved.
From where? From anywhere. Well, I'm looking at a fence right now. I can't see no curve.
Okay, look really close.
At the fence? I'm looking really hard at the fence. I don't see any curve.
Okay. Well, your poor eyesight is not a good argument.
No, I have very good eyesight.
No, you don't.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Look further. Look closely.
At the fence?
At anything.
It just goes to show. I hope everyone on YouTube can listen to this nonsense. I asked him how he knows the Earth is a globe. He says he sees it. I ask him, "Hey, I'm looking at a fence. Can I see it too?" He's like, "Look closer."
I'm not.
This is the level of desperation.
Yeah. Usually, when you talk to Mez, like we're scraping the bottom of the barrel, dude. Like you're getting like wood chips off the bottom.
Mez is a good example of adverse reactions of vaccinations.
Autism causes vaccines.
That was the other way around.
Not in your case.
Oh.
What's up, Neil?
Jeez, Neil's named like 20 dabs.
Love it when people say that they think they have good vision.
I do
dabs give you great vision.
Well, great vision is being able to see the Galilean moons with the naked eye.
I don't think I've ever tried that one.
Usually it's the young kids who haven't been staring at screens their entire life. They're the ones that can usually see it.
I might have seen them before, quite honestly. Hard to remember. I will admit my close vision isn't as good as it used to be. I still can see pretty damn far. I can read shit that's super far away.
Yeah, as you get older, close vision, it becomes a problem. That's normal. But everybody, including people who have good vision, should be using reading glasses, because reading glasses cause your eyes to relax. And that's more important than trying to read something for a long time.
Yeah, that's the opposite for me, man. I see better close up than I do far away. But I got
So what are reading glasses? Is that like the blue filter?
No, they're slight positive lenses, like maybe a plus 0.05 or a plus 0.75 or a plus 1. Those are what consider reading glasses. And I've given reading glasses to people who've never used glasses and goes, "Oh yeah, I can see this screen a lot better now." I go, "Yeah, because it relaxes your eyes." Because what the reading glasses do, instead of it appearing like you're reading something that's 2 feet away from you, it makes it appear like you're reading it from 6 feet away, which allows your eyes to relax.
They gave out some like safety glasses at work a long time ago, and it was a little bit like 0.5, so it felt like, and I don't know, it made my shit dizzy. But I got regular eyes.
Well, right now I'm reading a license plate. It's about 140 feet away. I can easily read it. So the numbers are probably, I don't know, 4 inches.
Yeah, it depends also on the colors they use, because there's stupid states that put weird colors like red. Red is the worst color to use for license plate lettering. It's the hardest.
I'm reading red on white.
But darker colors like the blues, the blacks, brown, yeah, sure. But
I thought I was going blind last month. Just took a dab. I was trying to read some.
Touching yourself.
Yeah. Anyways, I was trying to read this label from afar. It was on this new thing I got. I couldn't read it for the life of me. I was like, bro, like, am I going blind? It's like super blurry, dude. And, like, I kept getting closer and closer, and the closer I got, it actually kept getting blurry. I'm like, no way, I'm going blind. And then I turned the light on and I read the thing, and the actual label was blurry. And I'm like, oh my god, it just trolled me.
by the thing he means is his phone screen on Pornhub.
Yeah, my palms are sweaty. My knees are weak. Choking on my spaghetti already. All right, let's go.
Oh, we got ET that just jumped in here. What's up, ET?
What?
They said that you had all the globe evidence, man, that you're going to tell us about. So go ahead.
I'm not sure about that. I just want to hear other people's opinions.
Are we moving on, AV? We didn't figure out if gas has a mass.
Yeah, you're a big knob, dude.
You can't define mass. If you're on your best day, you could not define mass.
All right. What about weight? Can we say weight?
Yeah, the displacement of a spring or something. But we don't want to talk to you.
Wait right there. Sit down and wait.
Okay.
Yeah, we want to talk to ET.
So the gases have a weight?
You can answer this question too, Mez. Well, it's a simple question. How many degrees of separation are you from someone that's been to space?
I think the limit is 9.
Really? You think so?
Didn't Veritasium do a video on this recently?
Yeah, Veritasium did it.
I noticed you guys pull a lot of shit from Veritasium.
He did the 7 degrees of separation for space.
Yeah, I think they said that like you're at most nine peoples away from like the president of the United States or whatever.
Isn't it 6? 6 degrees of separation.
I think it's like on. I think like I said, max on average. I think it's 6, but max is like 9 or something.
Okay.
Dude, you're an infinite number of degrees of separation from someone that's been to space. Mez has been to space, right, Mez? You said you saw the Earth as a ball.
No, none of us said that. You're making things up, Indigo. Come on, concentrate.
No, you said you saw the Earth as a globe, dude. You said drop over distance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I saw that. I never said I went to space.
Was it a slope?
Was it a slope?
Yeah. Your drop over distance, was it a slope? Was it Earth curve?
No, I just said I saw a drop over distance.
Yeah. Well, what did it look like?
Well, it looked like...
Dropped from what?
There was some distance, and then dropped. Yeah.
Yeah? From eye level?
Yeah.
Doesn't it ramp up
any level
to your vision? Didn't the horizon rise to your eye level?
No.
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 Where was the horizon relative to your eye level?
A little bit below it.
A little bit. Like how much?
Like half a degree. Less than 1 degree.
Oh, really? Did you measure it, or you just pulled that out your ass?
No, I just looked at it.
Just looked at it. So your eyes measure degrees? Yeah, so it was like the width of the sun? The moon?
A little bit less than that.
Well, that's a half a degree. Oh, you just trashed your own rhetoric. Man, Mez, how come you keep wrecking yourself? Yeah, here we go. The mocking. That's all we got. Mocking.
Yeah. You're very easily mocked, India.
No. It's just desperation. You're like a child.
I think it's desperation.
This is like grade school. This is like grade school level shit. Pretty sad.
That's all Mez does, dude. He always does that grade school level shit.
Might be a grown adult, dude. This is coming from a grown fucking adult that thinks the Earth is a spinning water pear whizzing through space.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
There you go. I posted a few examples of that in the chat.
Yeah. I got cartoons too.
Now these are photographs.
So you got pictures of photo. How do you know they're photos?
I looked at them.
I looked at them. I got photos of Superman and Bigfoot.
I've compared that with my own experiences.
Really?
Yeah.
So you saw a photo from space and compared it with your own experience. Can you give us the comparison? How it was compared?
I'm talking about the horizon drop.
Features? Oh, the horizon drop.
Yeah, the thing we were talking about 10 seconds ago. That's what we're talking about.
So the horizon is the edge of the Earth, right? Horizon's the edge of the ball that drops.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You sure about that?
Pretty sure. It drops. It doesn't go to eye level.
Well, tell that to
So
Felix Baumgartner.
it looks curved. So I don't know what to tell you, Indio.
Tell to Felix Baumgartner.
It doesn't look
his
flat.
horizon. Well, it certainly does.
It doesn't, because I posted 3 examples of it not looking flat. I especially like the one with the sun, because this means the sun is somehow below eye level. So I don't know how you square that with flat Earth. How can the sun be below my eye level, but then directly above somewhere else? Doesn't really... This circle doesn't really get squared.
Because Mez, that's the apparent sun, even in your own paradigm. That sun is already under the horizon in your paradigm.
Yeah, my paradigm. What is it in your paradigm?
In your paradigm, my
paradigm is
you don't see
your paradigm.
Look, I'm about to tell you. So, sun has an apparent position. It's not a true position.
So, where's its true position?
Fuck if I know.
So, how do you know it's not in its true position?
Because when you try to triangulate its position, the sigh was not silence. The sigh was, you're pathetic. Okay? And
no, the sigh is, oh shit, my worldview is falling apart, nothing works, it's magic.
While I was answering, you said silence, okay? So I'm going to continue to answer. We know that the sun's position can't be triangulated. That indicates
if you assume the Earth is flat.
Position. No, in your own paradigm, dumb fuck.
No, my own paradigm, it works fine.
Yeah, no, it does not. It does not. If I take time and date.
So if I look out horizontally and see the sun, and someone else looks up.
So you're going to try to filibuster.
We're 90 degrees around the Earth.
So you're going to filibuster, so I don't get to say what I want to say. Or I don't get to disprove you wrong. So you won't accept being proven wrong. You're going to ask a question, not let me answer, filibuster, so you don't get proven wrong. Yes, in your own paradigm, if you take time and date, sun calc, U.S. Naval Observatory, azimuth and elevation angles to the sun and try to triangulate them in 3D space, they do not intersect at a common point. Okay? That proves it's an apparent sun. Proves.
If you assume it's flat.
Apparent sun. No.
If you assume it's a ball, it's just really far away.
On a globe, dude.
That works fine on a globe. That's how celestial
No, it don't.
Works.
Dude.
Yeah, it do.
On a globe, dude, that's what I'm talking about. They use an apparent sun in celestial navigation.
They use an apparent sun
in
celestial navigation.
No, that's right. They use the mean apparent sun. Congratulations. You don't know anything about what you're talking about. You're just verbal diarrhea 24/7.
No, what they do in celestial navigation is they look at the sun or a star.
24/7 verbal diarrhea.
They measure a zenith angle to it, and then they multiply that by 69, and that's how many miles you are away from.
Oh, how do you know that?
Position of that.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Because I read
about measured that, dude.
And you can do it.
Oh, really? Is that what you did?
Yes.
Oh, really? What instrument do you use?
You can do it with your phone.
Oh, yeah. So you took the zenith angle to the sun.
Yeah, you can do that.
Oh, yeah. How'd you do that? Tell me.
I don't know. I wouldn't
Tell
do
me
that
the
with
technique,
your phone.
Maz.
So what you do is you download like an app.
A compulsive liar and just keeps lying and lying and lying and lying to cover up his previous lies.
So you download an app, something like let's have a look, angle meter. See what this does.
Well, what did the old sailors use, Mez, before GPS and all that, for mobile phones?
They used sextants.
They used sextant, yeah.
Yeah.
So the app on your phone is basically a sextant type thing? That lighty thing?
Not quite. But it's similar.
Point is, Mez,
gives you an angle.
You need a horizontal to get the angle, though, Mez. That's the thing.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's measured flat.
No.
So yes, and then no. Okay.
Yeah. So the thing that you said that was correct, yes. The thing that you said that was incorrect, no.
Well, you can check it out yourself, Mez. So if you measure an angle to the star, even from a map, you're going to need a horizontal baseline. Get the angle. The angle is two straight lines meeting at a vertex.
Not necessarily. You can use the vertical angle. In fact, you should use a vertical angle because it's easier. So you don't have to do the subtract from 90 to get your zenith angle and all that.
But you're measuring from the ground, Mez.
Oh, sorry. I was talking to someone. I'm down.
I mean, you're measuring from where you are.
What are you measuring again?
Angles with a sextant.
Oh.
No, you can use an phone. Wherever you like.
Angles between what?
Two straight lines.
Yeah. Where'd you get those?
So one goes up, one goes to something else. And that's called a zenith angle.
A zenith angle. First of all, you're getting confused. Okay, you're getting very confused. Zenith is directly above your head, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What's a zenith angle?
So that would be an angle between zenith and something else.
Oh, okay. So measuring down from zenith. That's in astronomy, not in celestial navigation. So why don't you try again? They use a different convention.
That's in astronomy, not celestial navigation.
It's called zenith distance, by the way. So they have a convention in astronomy that they don't use in celestial navigation.
Hold on, let me Google zenith distance. I googled zenith angle, and that showed me what I was talking about.
Yeah, you Googled?
Zenith distance is the angular separation between a zenith and a celestial body. It's equal to 90 degrees minus 0% altitude.
So it's the difference of origin.
So these terms seem to be interchangeable.
That's right, but they don't use
zenith angle and
zenith distance in celestial navigation. They measure up.
A zenith angle is the angle between an object, typically the sun, and the zenith, which is the point directly overhead.
Why are you ignoring what I'm saying?
Well, you said I was wrong. You said you shouldn't call it a zenith angle, it's zenith distance. But I Googled both of these things, and they both seem to fit, so I don't know.
But they don't apply to celestial navigation.
You mean they don't apply to celestial navigation? Of course they do.
Because they use a different convention.
What do you mean they use a different convention?
The spatial reference is horizontal. They measure up instead of down. The origin of coordinates.
What do you mean they?
Is from.
If I want to know, okay, how far away I am from the ground position of a star, the sun, whatever, I will take a zenith angle measurement. So I have one line pointing up and one line pointing to the star, and that gives me an angle. Then I multiply that angle by 69 degrees, and that's how many miles away I am from the ground position of that star.
That's what you think. Yeah, that's what you think.
What do you mean I think? That's what you do. That's what you can do. It doesn't matter whether you measure up or down. The information you want is the zenith angle and the ground position.
Okay, that's a cool story, but you're going to have a hard time.
That's not a cool story. That's what you want.
Listen, it's a cool story because you're going to have to convert all the numbers in the nautical almanac to your new.
No, you don't have to convert any numbers. If you measure up, you have to convert numbers because you have to subtract that measurement from 90 degrees.
Listen really carefully, fucking Nez. The numbers in the almanac are measured up from the horizon. All those angles, they're not down from zenith. So all those numbers you'd have to convert into your new spatial convention.
Okay, so what?
You don't know what you're talking about.
I do know what I'm talking about. Because I've talked about this a lot.
You're making shit up as you go along. You're Googling.
No, you're bringing in irrelevant shit. I don't even know why we're talking about this, because it doesn't matter.
Oh, dude,
the thing we were originally talking about is the fucking horizon drop that you measure from horizontal. And then Daz, I think it was, brought up about fucking measuring the Earth flat with angles or whatever the fuck.
Where was Spiel's Baumgartner?
I don't know why you're bringing up the almanac.
No, what? Because you talked about celestial navigation.
Yeah, okay. So I know where the star is. Okay, that's all I want.
You need I need to know the ground position of the star. Dude.
Yeah, look, I'm talking about just knowing the distance. Yes, you need 3 if you want to know your absolute position. But if all I want to know is my position, my distance from the ground position of a star, I just need to know where that is on the Earth. Okay, and then I need to measure a zenith angle from where I am to that star. And that will give me my distance to the ground position of that star.
To get the Great Circle route, considering latitude and longitude, are you assuming it's on the fucking north-south or something?
What? What are you talking about?
Understand your own model, dude. Look, bro. The distance is 69 degrees per nautical mile is for latitude, not longitude. Okay, so if you're looking at, say, a 45-degree angle relative to latitude and longitude, right? It's an angle. You're looking, say, northeast. Okay, it's not 69 miles per degree. You have to do the Haberstein formula. You don't know what you're talking about, man.
It is 69 miles per degree.
Other stupid for latitude.
Latitude and longitude aren't really relevant here.
You pulled it up.
No, I didn't. India brought it up.
Measuring angles to fucking stars, dude.
Yes, I didn't say anything about latitude and longitude.
Just made the claim 69 degrees multiplied by your whatever it is you're going to take away, so let's just keep it at 45, is going to be the distance. It only works in one specific direction. That's along the line of
it works in every direction.
No,
you do the Great Circle route. Okay, so you pull up your globe, you find where the star is above, and then you draw a circle around that. Okay, so wherever you are in that circle, you will measure the same angle to that star. It works in all directions.
No, it doesn't.
Where's the verification for that claim? It works in all directions. Is that what he said?
Yeah, man.
How do you verify that? Anyone know? Does he know?
This is half-ass parroting shit he don't understand.
That's what I was going to say, yep.
Shall we... I mean, we could verify it ourselves if we find a star.
Yeah, but you're claiming it works in every location? Yeah? How did you verify that?
And looking at every
that's what the celestial navigation people tell me. I mean, I've found my position using these stars.
So you don't know.
It seems to work.
It's an assumption. It seems to work.
I mean, it's an assumption that I've done myself, and it works out. So
okay, where? Like tested? How? What have you done, Mez?
You measure an angle with your phone. Okay, you can download.
What did you do? What'd you do?
So here's what I did. Okay, so I downloaded an app. I can't remember which one because I deleted it. Basically, you point your phone at a star. Okay, that will give you an angle. It'll either give you an elevation angle from horizontal or a zenith angle. You want the zenith angle, and then you multiply that zenith angle by 69 degrees. Okay, and that will give you the distance from that star. And if you find 3 stars that you can do this with, and you know their ground position, you'll find your position on the Earth.
But I swear you just said horizontal, no?
Okay, let's say I'm at 60 latitude. I'm in the Arctic Circle. Okay?
Okay.
I'm at 60 latitude. Okay, I point at the handle, the farthest star handle from the Big Dipper, facing away from the North Star. How far away am I? Your whole fucking bullshit's about to fall apart.
Wait, so you're...
It's not 69 miles from the radius between latitudes, dumb fuck. Like, dude, this is pathetic. That is only true north-south. But I don't even take that to be true. It's said to be true north-south. You don't understand what you're even talking about. Okay. Let's do this then. We'll make it even easier. I face east. The star is 10 degrees above the horizon. How far away am I from that star?
Wait, say that again?
I face east. I pointed some star that's due east, 10 degrees above the horizon. How far away am I from that star?
Well, if it's 10 degrees above the horizon.
Yeah.
Well, the horizon will be a little bit below horizontal. So what you want is is it above horizontal? So let's say it's 9 degrees.
What latitude is the star at, dude?
It doesn't matter what latitude the star's at.
Well, how do you know it's 69 degrees away? Because that's 69 degrees, the calculation based upon latitude. What latitude am I at? I'm at the same fucking latitude, dude. So let's use longitude instead. Well, that doesn't work because they converge at the poles. Dude, you're talking out your ass. It's pathetic, man. Look, okay, I'm about fed up with you clowns shouldering and carrying the water for some other anti-flat earthers incoherent bullshit when they themselves couldn't come in here and prevail with that argument. You're taking a broken, twisted, misunderstood version of that argument and trying to foist it and try to run with it. Y'all need to shore up your shit. This is why I don't respect you guys. It's because you don't improve over time. Your arguments don't get better. They actually get worse. I expect people to at least get better. A little bit. I mean, you guys don't even stay the same.
If it's 10 degrees above horizontal, you'd be 5,520 miles away from the ground position of that star.
It's a star to the east or to the west? What star is it?
I said due east.
That's what we need to know.
Okay, sorry, I missed that bit.
I also said we're at like 60 latitude. You forgot about that. That's a tiny little circle on the top of the ball.
Hello, my beautiful people. Hello, my beautiful people.
Hi.
Hello. Flat Earth. Do you like eggs? Do you like eggs? You know eggs. Do you like eggs?
We like eggs. Are you from Sweden?
Right, because they're round, right? Do you like 3D? And so forth. Do you like I don't know.
Yeah, go to English Hub, dude.
Do you like do you like to live? Would you like to live in the city someday? Would you like to do that?
I do.
It would be fun, right? I think you all live out in the forest, out of nowhere. No one can see you. I mean, isn't that a little bit dull, boring? How about living in the city and and the smell, the city life? Isn't that a little bit more beautiful rather than just sitting around in the wood and talk about
this is how you can tell the vaccines work.
I'd like to live on a moon base and then take photos of the Earth and send them to India.
Fucking hell.
You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. I'm sure you can do whatever you want. I mean,
you might want to just focus on upgrading the shoelaces from Velcro, okay?
No, not on Velcro. Yeah, I use slip-ons.
You got somebody to slip them on for you.
Yeah. I'll get my mum to do it.
That actually checks out.
It's true.
Mez, what is the most complicated thing you've ever built?
Most complicated thing I've ever built.
Yeah.
A bowl of cereal.
Ice. He made ice once. It took him a while to
get my dad
the
to do
recipe.
that. I tried it once and it set on fire. I don't know how that happened.
But what's the recipe for ice, Mez?
Water and not hot.
In gravity form ice.
Come on, guys. The lady was better than Mess. Why you guys... Man. Talking to Mess when we had that entertaining lady. Man.
Well, when she was asking if we liked the eggs, she was talking about, her eggs. She's looking for a husband to fertilize her eggs.
Is that how they do it now? Come up to you and start talking about eggs. Fucking dating's changed, dude.
Yeah. How do you like the eggs in the morning has a whole new meaning.
Really
does. Like them fertilized.
Even though she was pretending her accent, she was doing better than Mess.
Well, she had better gold proof.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Wish we could run events in here. Faceless Claim Monday. That'd be our topic.
Could name one called Not Mez Again.
Truth Stacking Tuesday. Or Claim Stacking Tuesday.
Maybe we're mispronouncing. Maybe it means mess. Maybe that's the actual pronunciation.
Or square peg. Or square peg and round hole. Can you do it?
Just keep hitting it.
Yeah. So trying to get celestial navigation to work on a flat Earth.
Shut up, Mess.
Ugh. I'm still waiting for someone to do it.
Might do what?
Yeah, what would that be exactly?
Get celestial navigation to work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, they
measure an angle.
They were doing it freaking 2,000 years ago in the Carolinian Islands.
Doing it with cross staffs. Yeah, about 1,000, 1,200 years ago.
Can you do it? Can you do it now?
People did.
Yes.
Find your position on the Earth
before
assuming the Earth to be flat.
Listen, people did sail the oceans and get to places they wanted to be before people thought the Earth was a globe. You know that, right, Mez?
Yeah. But once they started settling around, they quickly figured out that it's not flat.
Well, how did they figure that out?
Well, that wasn't even the point.
Well, I go over here. The stars in the sky.
Like how he just moved the goalpost, maybe. Like how he just moved the goalpost.
Yeah, the point was that they were traveling before the globe and getting from point A to point. Dude, shut your damn yellow teeth up. So what we're talking about is like they were.
How dare you?
Yeah, yellow. And so if we're talking about like they were doing it before the globe,
they're quite pearly.
Whatever. So they were doing it before the globe, and
that was underneath that jizz.
Yeah, they're glazed with very nice jizz. That's why they're so pearly.
Yeah, like take your degenerate shit out of this, you know.
Sorry, I started it.
So
too easy.
Yeah, the whole point was that they were traveling before the globe was even brought in, like to any of the idea of celestial navigation. And you thinking it was a
you
globe?
Can be wrong and move around.
So what does it mean? They didn't need a globe to get from point A to point
B. You don't need a globe to walk around.
Okay,
then put one foot in front of the other. But if you want to find your exact position anywhere on the Earth using celestial navigation,
yeah, I just told you the Carolingian Islanders. The Carolingian
show the process.
Islanders. I'll show you the peer-reviewed published paper about it.
Do it.
Your mother's ass is flat, and your mother's tits is also flat.
You should fucking lie.
You're talking about your father.
And your mother's had more meat put in than a refrigerator. What's your point?
What's Travis put in the chat?
He thinks he's
using a sextant, one assumes a mathematical plane for the baseline. Short answer, please.
So Mez is really funny.
Yes, when using a sextant, a horizontal mathematical plane is assumed.
It, and then he never looks at what's posted, ever.
I'm reading from the chat right now what's been posted. Travis has said that a mathematical plane is assumed. Well, a mathematical plane is not the Earth, so.
It's my anus.
Can you stop, dude?
Yo, what's good, Leo? You make music?
Okay, just go on mute, dude. Mute up, man.
No, I don't.
Are we going to get that, Indio?
Yeah, I got another one too. Over the fence just reminded me of it. Thanks. Tenerife Island, dust storm. 2,000 miles by dead reckoning. I swear to God, Mez just does this to try and like wear us out. Mez, you can't wear me out. There's nothing you could. I could be on here for like 90 hours, dude. I will break you. Okay.
I believe that. All right.
So, how do you navigate by dead reckoning 2,000 miles on a globe?
How do you navigate by dead reckoning? Well, dead reckoning
2,000 miles on a globe.
Straight line, right?
Yeah, dead reckoning. Oh yeah, planar triangles. Can you have a 2,000-mile planar triangle on a globe? Yeah, can you have a 2,000 mile planar triangle on a globe?
2,000-mile planar triangle. I'm not sure what that is.
Oh Jesus Christ!
I know you know.
Are triangles on the globe greater than 180 degrees internal angles?
Yeah.
Okay, so they navigated using a planar triangle. That's how dead reckoning works. Well, how do you put that planar triangle on a globe? Has to be on a flat Earth, dude. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So the thing you asked for, now you're getting the evidence for. So welcome to Flat Earth, because are you going to be a Flat Earther now?
I mean, you're saying this. This is 165 pages long. I don't believe you've actually read this.
Jesus Christ. Are you serious?
That's the way he argues, Indio.
The origins of the Carnolian side rail compass.
So I'll give you a little bit of backstory. Spanish explorers kept seeing these Carolingian islanders showing up freaking hundreds of miles away from where they're supposed to be. They said, "How did you get here?" And they wouldn't tell them, and they couldn't figure it out. They kept it a secret for like, I don't know, I think 200 years. Then some Spanish missionaries got it out of one of them. Figure out their methodology, how they sailed. You know, they could hit something a mile wide from 600 kilometers away.
You might appreciate this link I just shared, Indio. It was ancient Polynesian Hawaiian cosmology. It's pretty short. It's only 6-7 pages or so.
Thanks, man.
Lunch break. What's up, guys?
Well, I mean, there's none of Mez left to eat, so good luck.
More people screwing up coordinate reference systems, confusing that with the terrain.
Chorus.
Well, that's mess. He's making a mess out of it.
If we have a node, if we can calculate the distance, but everybody knows the distance, If you grant me a calculated distance between point A to B on a sphere, then point A to B on a sphere measures a sphere towards a sphere. Everybody knows the distance between A to B on a sphere is that distance. Are you denying that it's that distance? Well, we can verify it. We can use GPS to match the calculated distance on a sphere. Checkmate, Fleur. Isn't that how this goes? It's like Russian nesting dolls of circular logic. Everybody knows GPS only works if Earth is a globe. Oh yeah, well, how come surveyors can use GPS on a state plane surveying grid? How come surveyors can also choose different dimension globes? How come you can also use a lunar datum with GPS? Ah, so maybe it's not exclusive after all. That's correct. You know, the fundamental arbitrariness of coordinate reference systems is something that's completely lost on people. Probably just not lost, never really grasped in the first place. You could take a wireframe mesh of a chicken nugget and put it on a basketball and use that wireframe mesh as a coordinate reference system. All right, what you got in chat, Indio? Looks like Polynesian science. Oh, that's yet another thing. Oh, wow, okay. It's about Tenerife. Okay, see, Travis posted the Polynesian stuff. Yeah,
It's
so they would have like.
Sorry, it's the Polynesian stuff's pretty awesome when you get into it. It's flat Earth cosmology. It's a great read. It's only 6 or 7 pages. It's a good one.
Yeah, they basically would take like 2 stars and imagine them as like a barbell. When one rises, the other sets. And so they would just like pair up stars. It almost reminds me of the Mark St. Hilaire method of celestial navigation in a way. And so if you couldn't see where one star was, then you could imagine where the other one that it's paired up with is.
Yeah, I live in Hawaii, and after talking about this with my neighbor, he found out I think his mom, her middle name meant the meaning was blue dome of the sky, but it's some long Hawaiian word. They have all kinds of references. Yeah.
Cool, man. I used to live on Oahu when I was a kid. This is a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm on the Big Island, out in the jungle by like Puna.
Oh, nice, man. Guys, y'all got like property up there or something? I heard it's cheap.
Yeah. We bought the acre next door to us for 23,000, but it's pure jungle. Like every inch you try and clear, you're guaranteed fire ants jumping on you, and it's pretty rough.
Yeah, like you can't clear it fast enough because it grows back faster and you can clear it.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, we had like coconut trees in the backyard. They just drop coconuts and I'd bring one in, bash it open with a hammer. I mean, that was such a different lifestyle compared to living on the mainland.
Yeah, a couple times a week, I'll be lucky enough to be able to get some lilikoi, a papaya, an avocado, an orange, all from within 500 feet of me, just that we either planted or is growing naturally. And then I'll make my morning smoothie out of them.
No way. That's pretty cool, man. Are you worried about any volcanic activity where you live?
Yes and no. I mean, every inch of the island is potentially dangerous, but you can't live in fear. But yeah, it's just we can't buy house insurance because we're in lava zone 1, so that's a kind of a bummer. That eruption in Leilani, that was like 7 years ago now. I'm about a mile from there, where it took out 900 houses, I think 900 or so. My neighbors have cracks going through their yards. We can still see steam coming up through them in the morning, and yeah, it's pretty wild.
Wow. So is that 2,000 miles of navigation, Indio, by dead reckoning? It's even in the chat.
Indio dropped out, Yoder.
Well, that's a mic drop win anyway, so.
Why you even posted this thing? Because I'm reading through it and I don't see anything about. Like how this proves flat Earth or celestial navigation working on flat Earth or anything.
I mean, you have to go beyond, like, they're not going to say, and therefore this proves the Earth is flat. It's not like you're going to find that in this. You have to interpret what they're saying, right?
Pretty much nothing, yeah.
Like, there are a lot of flat earthers that will post documents that say flat Earth and think that this is a big clue that, oh my gosh, NASA admits it. And we all know that's not really the case. Well, I mean, in a similar fashion you have here, you're not going to find, in this case, within documents like this, that, okay, this captain is going to come out as a flat earther. He's going to say that therefore the Earth is flat in his captain's log. You just kind of have to read what it's about, just like you would with the supposed NASA documents. And whereas the NASA documents might say that they're doing approximations, in this case, you've got captain's logs who are documenting actual measurements and taken from time, taken from reckoning. And if the geometry spells out a flat Earth, then that is just a consequence of the geometry itself that was used, and that's it.
Is there any examples of that?
Explicitly say flat Earth.
I always found it absurd when a globe believer would say something like, "Oh yeah, they assume a flat Earth because the math is easier." Well, why would these people want easier math? They have computers the size of a small warehouse, and wouldn't this be a chance for the NASA math magicians? Wouldn't this be their time to shine, doing some hard math and outdoing their coworkers?
I'm not sold on that, and I'll tell you why.
Why would you make it harder for no reason?
Well, you got that, and the
that's how anyone does
computers, right? The computers aren't as good as people think they are. Like, so I brought a Raspberry Pi to my office. Okay, I do a lot of financial math, and I tried to set up a dev environment on this thing to do financial modeling. And I spent like 2 weeks trying to get it to work, and it turns out the ARM processor, is incapable of doing all the mathematics I need to perform my financial modeling. Like, this is in 2025, guys. And what I'm doing is not really that complex, but it's just going to bring the damn thing to its knees.
And a Raspberry Pi is a very, very low power computer.
Yeah, it is. It's still way more powerful than like the Apollo computer.
Sure, but like running anything more complex than like a Discord bot is a struggle.
If you look at the size of the Pleiades NASA supercomputer, there's no reason why this thing is like linked up to, it's larger than a house. Like, there's no reason why that can't compute a little bit of globe orbital math without assuming a flat Earth.
Travis, did anybody tell you that you could be Radwin's son? You have the same cadence in your voice.
What's the name? Redwind's son?
No, I said you could be Radwin's son. He goes by Professor Triangle.
That's funny.
Yeah, you have a more lighter tone than him, but
yeah, you sound like Radwin.
I don't know that I've heard Radwin yet. I don't know if that's a compliment yet, or if that's a little slight to hear the voice.
So with the math involving like orbital mechanics, it can get very iterative. So like the only way to solve some of the variables is to just do the problems over and over and over again and try different solutions. This can get costly. So same kind of thing happens in financial modeling. It's super iterative, and it's just not very, it's just a rote process for now. So I can understand why doing approximations is going to be helpful. Playing devil's advocate only because I think it's fair.
What's a small sample of the kind of financial math you do? Like, what kind of numbers are involved?
I do a lot of matrix transformations of vectors.
Right on. I'll have to look up what that means. Yep. Have a good day, guys. I gotta head out.
Well, suppose it got two stocks that move in different directions from each other at different times of day. You can treat those as vectors. You put them in a covariance matrix. And this helps you determine like correlation over periods of time.
It's a bit statistical, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. It's big on statistics, and I mean, it's really all it is statistics. So you do statistical hypothesis testing. I mean,
is the algorithm proprietary?
Something I built is, but I mean, it's not like rocket science, you could say. I mean, it's something that anybody who works in my industry would be able to understand if I were to show it to them. Just like, oh, okay, yeah, that's cool.
That's pretty cool. That you build it, I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Like I had to ditch the Raspberry Pi and build this freaking thing in Excel just to do out all the steps and to get everything laid out. It's kind of kludgy, but I'm gonna take it and make an app out of it.
Well, I mean, if the company's happy that you've produced that, you know.
I'm a carpenter, so Rise over Run is about as complicated as my day will get.
Okay, well, you got the rise of stocks over the run of time, and some of them rise more than others, and some of them don't. Some of them go the opposite.
Right on. Thanks, man.
So how do you combine these together to optimize what you're trying to do? If you're trying to optimize like return over certain periods of time, you're going to give more to certain assets than others depending on their characteristics. You can kind of think of this in terms of Bitcoin too. Like, let's say, or not just Bitcoin, a crypto. Let's say you got 10 cryptocurrency. What is your goal? Are you trying to like minimize volatility over time? Are you trying to maximize raw like outperformance over time? How much of these do you allocate to each? And then what happens when these things move a certain amount and cross certain thresholds? How do you reallocate how much you give to each of these assets?
You want to give the company the best possible foundation for, you know, profit or return of investment. So you have to go at a more like a conservative manner. Would it be?
Yeah, it all depends on the goal. So sometimes you can set up like a conservative risk budget and say like, no matter what, I kind of want to carve this out and I want this to be my safe money. And then the whole rest of this, you can just full tilt boogie, do whatever you want with it to maximize return. And so that sets up a situation where bucket A and bucket B have two different goals, but they also have to work together over time. So it's the getting every piece to work together part that gets really tricky with the math. And then ensuring that you have the right triggers set up. So, and that's all subject to interpretation. How you read the markets, how you read market behavior, how you read like economic news and trends, indicators that may be providing some kind of advanced signaling or past clarity to certain events.
FU could be a good hub for that, man. Because we're always talking about like things that are happening.
Yeah,
and
well,
as you know, in America, they're starting to, well, at least Trump saying that he wants the military presence to be in every city. Like I was talking about this before, but I mean, it's now manifest. He spoke those words, so I don't know if you heard that or not.
Yeah, I've heard that, and
that's got to affect the markets, man.
Yeah, there are philosophical questions here, and there's no right answer. So you got some people that are going to say that, okay, this is going to have a calming situation on the markets. The markets are going to respond to this by saying, oh, we got some relief. You know, we've got a stable presence. We don't have to worry about crime. You got other people saying, well, this is going to have such a scaring, chilling effect on the economy that people are going to be fearful that there's going to be something bad coming, so they're not going to invest as heavily. Right? You see a bunch of police officers on the street, and you can see two different mindsets. One person's like, great, safety. I'm going to go invest a lot of money. Somebody else says, oh my gosh, is something bad going to happen that they're not telling me about? Should I be a little scared about what's going to happen and not invest my money? I mean, this is part of the challenge and why there's an art to this. why they say economists have two heads or two hands. On one hand, this could happen. On the other, that can happen.
Yeah, the question is, are you bullish right now?
Personally, for the short run.
Uh-huh.
What do you say about all the gold buying and the price of gold and silver?
I personally bought some 5 years ago and couldn't be happier.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I don't like crypto. I used to be all about it. I used to be big into it, but I got out some years ago. Yeah, maybe that was too soon. But I mean, the second like a national firewall goes up, it's over. The second somebody figures out how to hack it, it's over. The second the power goes out, it's definitely over. And to me, this impending doom, that any of these things could happen at any time, is part of the reason why people are panic bidding up the price. People are squeezing everybody up. And the smart people know when to get out and maximize when that happens. The lucky ones will definitely get out at the right time. But, you know, as with anything, like you got to have an exit strategy and you have to have some discipline about that. So set up, I would say, like, just as a matter of personal responsibility, set up an exit strategy. That doesn't mean you're not allowed to change it. But if you keep it always open-ended all the time and you don't have a strategy of any kind ever conceived, then you're probably going to be left holding the bags.
Yeah.
Words of wisdom.
And diversify. I mean, these are all time-honored principles. Diversify. Like if I have a friend of mine, personal friend, who's holding about $1 million worth of Bitcoin. Like, I wish I had held as long as he did because we used to go in together. And but this is all he did, man. Like he made some crazy decisions. Like he liquidated his retirement plan early, took the hit, shoved it in. He basically doesn't own anything in the markets. He has some real estate, but I mean, this is everything he's got going for him. I'm like, dude, you know, like what I just said a second ago, what happens when the power goes out? What happens if it gets hacked? What happens if a national firewall goes up? Something like this. I mean, I get that the United States under Trump seems to be very bullish on Bitcoin too. Trump's talking up cryptocurrency like BitConnect. Shouldn't that make you worried? Like, shouldn't that have the opposite effect? Shouldn't that make you a little worried?
BitConnect.
Yeah, Trump's like a BitConnect type man right now. I mean, just be careful.
BitConnect.
BitConnect.
That was a good one, man. Might have to put that on the soundboard.
You know, should you get out entirely, right? That's another thing. Go ahead.
So me and CB just trying to rise to the top.
Facts. We're going to the moon.
To the moon, baby.
But the moon goes under the earth, so you might be going down towards it.
Yeah, CB usually asks them that. Do you point down when you're pointing up to the sky? You point down to the sky? Ballers are like, what?
Like, no, I would never do that. Okay, well, where's the sun during a sunset? Oh, it's down. There you go. Sorry to interrupt, boys. I just heard the big connect thing that just took me out. It's the best thing I've heard all day.
Some rando just hit me up on Telegram, offering me an opportunity right now. They're in my DMs. I don't even know who they are. Got this fresh opportunity for you. Oh yeah, go ahead, shoot. What you got?
Invest in my cloud mining operation.
I'll tell you what they put. I posted in the general chat in our FU server. Go check it out. It's the DM right now that they were sending me.
Oh, great. It's a bot farm.
She or he just added some more to it. I'm gonna post the rest.
Yeah, I'd love to have my reach expanded.
That's the hook.
You can straight up ask how many smartphones do they have in their server farm? How many SIM cards? All right, let's get straight to the brass tacks here. How many SIM cards are we talking you running? Virtual SIM cards. How many virtual SIM cards?
They're about to give me a task, looks like.
Oh, a task. Oh, that's precious, a task. Please go to a store and get a SIM card for me. Yeah, Telegram's scary. It's like the battleground of criminals and state actors.
Look what they put, Yoder.
Dude. Right, so could you imagine getting like 100 tasks, right? But one or two of them embedded within is something a little fishy and nefarious. Since you like 30 in a row, and they all seem legit, and you get one that's kind of weird, and you're just like, okay, I'm going to go do this too. Click here and blah, 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 and then move on to the next 30 or 40. Not knowing that you probably helped facilitate some kind of crime.
And that just came off the wire right now. Look at that. I have the Citizens app, and this just came off the wire.
Oh, I heard about that. What the hell happened? The freaking popsicle sticks for the corn dogs get mixed in with the batter and ground up?
Must be like a lot of them, actually.
Sounds like sabotage. Like somebody took a big box full of corn dog sticks and dumped them into the batter to get them all churned up.
If somebody didn't get their raise or something happened at a facility that they just went like, you know what? Let me throw a big FU to you, come to this company.
Check to see if that company just ditched their DEI policies. Or the other way, right? Kind of makes me wonder what else could be in the batter.
There's always been parasites, but you know.
Yeah. Brainworm batter. Mm.
We're talking about foreign material, yeah.
All right, I'm fixing to head back in. Just did a nice little 30-minute walk through the city. Great weather.
Beautiful over here, man. Raining, it's cold. Love it.
Ooh. Got to talk to you guys. Let's see. Any Quobies in the chat?
There's one guy, but I don't know. It's not saying anything. VLTK.
Yeah. All right, folks. I'm listening.
Probably going to be somebody that speaks up, though. We're going to really need you, man. Some kind of satellite engineer or some kind of Air Force pilot or something.
It always happens, you know. It's like, yeah.
You're going to be gritting your teeth. You're like, no.
Well, you heard what that one Air Force pilot said, right? When he used his radar in the aircraft, he says he could set his radar to not detect planes under 10,000 feet or whatever. And he was still ranging planes that should have been too far and too low over the horizon to detect.
What's up, Lulu? 20 cups. What's up, man?
But it's the aeronautical engineers we need to talk to, especially the guys who developed the Concorde.
That'd be a good conversation. Granted, they wouldn't spurg out.
Yeah, because, see, they spent a lot of money creating a fuel system test rig. Back then, that was like 1.25 million pounds, which in today's money is worth about $40 million. And the purpose of this test rig was to simulate moving the fuel between 17 different fuel tanks on the Concorde so they could ensure that the airplane flew flat and level. Because when you're flying Mach 2, trying to use control surfaces to keep your aircraft set correctly not only wastes fuel, but the equipment needed to do it gets heavier, and the heavier your aircraft, the more fuel you have to carry. And it was a very delicate balance on how much fuel they could carry and how many passengers they could carry to make the plane actually economically feasible.
Wait, but do they carry fuel?
Let's assume they do. Remember, this was the 60s where they didn't have the advanced turbofan style engines.
They would pay me in crypto, they said, if I go like Louis Vuitton on YouTube. Whatever.
I like Louis Vuitton.
Yeah, but would you wear Louis Vuitton?
Oh yeah, I mean they have the best fragrances. They have the best fragrances.
Recommend me one.
Louis Vuitton Imagination.
I'm gonna look that up, bro.
Go to the store and get your nose on that.
What outlet would I find it at?
Outlet. I don't know. You gotta go to the store.
Make sure you're careful about the agua de toiletes. There are endocrine disruptors.
Ooh.
Yeah, I used to believe that. Nah, I just don't care.
And they can also affect your liver.
Yeah, see, that's why I didn't wear that stuff for the longest time for that same reason. I'm like, oh, it's gonna destroy my nervous system. But then I started smelling it. I'm like, damn, this smells good. And then the 3 or 4s are like, wow, you smell really good. I'm like, all right, cool.
Make it with whale vomit.
Yeah, that's that good.
Yeah, you ever heard of?
They're gonna dry your testicles and damage your liver.
Good. I want to be infertile. It's fine. CB, you are not the father. That's what I want to hear.
No shit, dude.
There are some ways of smelling good without the water from toilets.
No, you gotta get the eau de parfum, not the eau de toilette.
Perfume is for girls.
Well, it's just a concentration thing.
You worked in that industry, CB?
I should, dude. I should. I'm hip.
Should. I thought you said you were it. I was like, I don't know.
I should. Honestly, I should get into that industry because I'm kind of on game with it. I could sell toilet water to a fish.
I bet you over there in LA is a huge market for that. I scan the chat every now and again. I don't see anybody new.
Scanning.
And same with the SR-71 Blackbird aircraft, because if they detected a missile launch, their best defense was to just increase speed.
That sucks.
Now imagine you're in an aircraft that's been set to fly at Mach 1, and then all of a sudden you jump speed to Mach 3.
Why do they call it that? Why don't they just say like 700 miles an hour? Is it easier or faster to say Mach 1? Like, how fast is that?
It's the speed of sound. Mach is the speed of sound.
Oh.
So
how many miles per hour is that?
It depends on your altitude.
Mm-hmm.
But, if you're going Mach 1 and all of a sudden you speed up to Mach 3 without adjusting the trim on your aircraft, you might go too high and flame out your engines, and now you're in trouble. Or you may go straight down to the ground.
Flame out. How do they just push the lever forward and then all of a sudden they're going so fast?
Yep, they throttle forward and turn on the afterburners.
Why do they call it that?
Because that's what they actually do. They called afterburners because the fuel burns after the combustion chamber.
Mm.
So they compress the fuel in one section, and then it leaves, and then they inject extra fuel into basically the exhaust, and that burns extra and expands even more, so it gives them the afterburn.
Interesting. How come airplanes, like commercial airplanes, don't go faster?
Fuel. I mean, they're made to carry weight more than speed, so they've actually slowed down since like the 60s and 70s. The fastest flying jet right now is the 747-8. All the other aircraft fly slower.
And so because they want to carry more, they want to be more fuel efficient, that's why they're slower?
Yeah, they fly slower for fuel efficiency, and they can also then carry more weight, which means more passenger, more cargo, which is where they make their money. People really don't care if it takes an extra hour to fly to, New York to London. If the flights are cheaper.
Okay. Why did they get rid of the Concorde?
One, it was getting more difficult to make it cost effective, and two, that takeoff crash in Paris kind of made these people who had the $10,000 or $12,000 for a ticket very wary of getting on there.
Wait, that's how much it costs? Is that a conspiracy like the what are those things called? The blimp mobiles or whatever, those big airships?
Yeah, the Zeppelins.
Did they blow those up for like, is it the same type of thing?
Yeah, they sort of. Well, one, they were getting old in the tooth, these aircraft anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
because they, like I said, they first flew in 73, and so they're getting old. So they would have to been replaced anyway. So even if it didn't crash, they would have been taken out of commission just for the fact they were just too expensive to run and too expensive to upkeep.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see those in action today. What would they be used for? I can't imagine they go very fast.
Yeah, like to bring like they still have Concords around here, but to bring one out of mothballs and get it fit for flight again would probably cost like $100 million.
Damn.
Because you'd have to go over the entire aircraft to make sure everything was perfect, and then overhaul the engines. And you may not even get spare parts for the engines either.
That's because the manufacturing of, decent aircraft has been down, like the factories, and it's like a small monopoly that they got on building aircrafts. During the Second World War, the U.S. was able to build one of those bombers like in a day.
Yeah, actually, the Ford plant was building B-25s at a rate of, I think, 63 an hour, something like that. It was a lot. They were building a lot of them per day.
And today will take them like months. One.
I know, right? That's funny.
And Ford even reduced the cost of manufacturing the B-25 because when they first started building them, they were like $300-something thousand each, and then by the time they built the last one, only cost like $125,000. They had reduced the cost of building them.
Now all those factories are apartments for Mexicans. Immigrants.
Racist.
Apartment complexes instead of production facilities.
So is it true, the airplane fuel conspiracy thing? What's up with that?
They do use the fuel. It's just that they don't probably use that as much as is claimed.
Why are they claiming there's so much to make the tickets higher price here?
It's like they make claims about anything to charge you more and make it more complicated. And
yeah, innovation isn't something that the large industries like look at the automotive industry. The 50 mile per gallon engine was developed in the 80s. The 150 mile per gallon engine was developed in the early 2000s. Do you know any automotive manufacturers making these engines? The number is zero. They don't want to change.
Yeah, I've actually heard that before.
Imagine being a contractor and saying, "Hey, I gotta build this very complicated flying machine, and it costs a lot of money because I gotta do this and do that." And they put all the things, like instead of making it efficient and advanced and simple, they just put more and more on top, and probably mostly on paper. It's a receipt, but for a bunch of services that are probably not even there. And when you go to the restaurant and they charge you for extra water or extra sodas or whatever, they add something in the receipt. So extra fuel in the receipt, even though it was never used. But yeah, the better point was made by the other friend, my bad. that they don't like the innovation.
Yeah, it's like all these years later, we still have cars that have the same exact fuel tank size, when it could make the tanks a little bit bigger so that you could drive longer. But instead, they're all about 14 to 15 gallons big, regardless of the size of the car or the age of the car. And so, I mean, I can think of multiple reasons for that. Making money. I don't think a ton of reasons for that. And maybe they don't want people like, working the police forever, whatever. But it is weird.
Remember, it's to save weight, right? When you save weight in a car, your fuel economy goes up when you build 1 million cars. That's why Ford started building their F-150s with aluminum, because reducing the weight of the truck improved their fuel economy numbers.
Tell your passengers that, fuel is expensive. You can charge them more for the ticket.
Yep. And you get the fuel surcharge. That's the new one that came out in the last 5 years.
What does that even mean?
You said you pay more.
Fuel surcharge. What about a MAM charge? That's misogynist.
Within the nature of things, in a productive society, like technology should be getting better, more productivity, more efficient, more innovation, and it will be getting better and cheaper. But it's the opposite, in a sense, within this scarcity.
Are you saying it like that on purpose? Scarcity?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because they say the fuel is running out, it's expensive, and we gotta charge you more for it. Yeah, it's a scarcity mentality. Scarcity system.
It's a Malthusianism. Same thing with
what does that mean?
Malthus was an economist who said that, we're going to run out of food, we're going to run out of water, we're going to run out of everything, right? This growth rate that we had was unsustainable, and he was wrong in every single thing. But people still believe his lies even till today, and they're called Malthusians. People who think we're running out of clean air, we're running out of this and running out of that, and now they're just environmentalists. And like I said, it's estimated they spent $50 billion looking for evidence of global warming. We could have spent that $50 billion on producing cleaner burning engines.
Exactly.
Nope. We got to waste it on research.
$50 billion is crazy.
Yeah.
In the 40s or the 50s, there was a car called by Chrysler. I forgot the name. They said it was an airplane engine, and this car will run, the turbine, and it will run in different fuels. That vehicle was killed, obviously, because.
Yeah, they produced about 50 of them or so, and unfortunately what they did was they imported the bodies from Italy, and to avoid having to pay an import tax for those bodies, Chrysler said, we're not selling these cars, we're only going to loan them out for display, test purposes only, right? And then they took all the cars back after the 1 year or whatever. and they had to destroy them all, except I think 2 survived out of all of them. Jay Leno has one of them.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
But yeah, he had to get the that turbine refurbished and everything, and he actually, thankfully, some of the engineers who built it originally were still around, so he was able to have them help in that process to get rebuilt. But it must have cost $1 million to bring that car back up to snuff.
He's got the bread. Forget.
Oh yeah, he's got the money for it. Because making one-off custom parts for an engine, that's damn expensive. But we can't even get decent spark plugs. Like there was a guy, the guy who made that V-gap spark plug, that one that had the little V in it. Well, he also came up with a better spark plug. He called it the Firestorm spark plug. And he said, well, you could use this in any engine that exists today that uses a spark plug, including your lawnmower, and it would increase your fuel economy 40%. Just by changing a spark plug.
Interesting.
But nobody wanted to build them. But nobody wanted to build these spark plugs because the companies that build spark plugs, they've been using the same machines for like 100 years, and they don't want to change them, especially for this spark plug, because this spark plug never wears out. You would put it in your engine once and never have to change it. And they're like, we're not interested in that. We make our money off producing spark plugs that people have to change every couple of years.
Right. Yeah, what world is this? It's so messed up place that we live in. It's not to.
It's even worse than that.
It's worse than that, exactly. It's like the dream that they sold you when you were a kid is just a blatant lie. The globe is not even that's like a bear. That's not even anything. That's nothing compared to how big they actually are now. That's nothing, dude. It goes so much deeper than that. That's what's so embarrassing with these guys that are clinging on to this stupid lie about the globe. They're missing out on all these other things. Golly, I'm sitting here arguing about the shape of the earth, and it's like, they're killing us, they're putting shit in our water, they're holding us back, all these technologies, people coming up with inventions. You seen that guy with the plastic regenerator machine, or whatever, that black dude, the black kids? And he has a plastic recycling thing that creates fuel
out of it.
Yeah. And everyone's like, protect him, they're going to kill him. Dude. This place is just jacked up.
Yeah.
We can't even have geniuses anymore.
Nope. Even one guy came up with the idea for a modern 21st century steam engine powered car.
Oh, wow.
And he says you would plug your car overnight for one day a week, and you would be able to drive the whole week for normal driving. On one heating cycle overnight.
That's impressive.
Yeah, so it would be pennies. It would be pennies to run your car. Probably $1 or $2 a week to run your car for a week in electricity. But it was amazing that shortly after he came up with this idea that they banned carbon tetrachloride, which is what he was going to use for the liquid in the steam engine. Because carbon tetrachloride has a lower boiling point and it expands actually greater than water does when it's heated. And now it's banned everywhere. It's amazing.
Interesting.
It's dangerous for their
pockets. That's what they said. It's dangerous. We've been using carbon tetrachloride for decades, and now all of a sudden it became dangerous. It had to be banned.
So many ways to make an engine run, you know. I mean, like turning a gear to make the wheels move you forward. So many ways of doing it. They wanna keep people in the one that requires the fuel or whatever.
Dinosaur wheels. It's limited. That's why it's so expensive.
That's why they call it fossil fuel, even though it has nothing to do with fossils.
They're lying everybody.
Carbon and hydrogen, the two most abundant elements in existence. Oh yeah, it was made from dead dinosaurs. Like, come
on. Come on. And people are still buying that.
Yeah, they're buying it, except they forget to ask, where did the plants get the carbon and the hydrogen from? Oh yeah, they got it from the environment, where it was plentiful.
You know what's funny is though they're made from fairy tale animals that existed long ago, billions and billions of years ago.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't have a full skeleton of a dinosaur that could show that this is verified.
And for the amount of oil they estimate that we had, and this is just our known reserves, plus they don't take into account the amount that leaks into the oceans for the last several thousands of years, is that it would require every single plant that ever grew on the planet to produce that much oil.
Yeah. And not only that, is that we've been using oil for how many years? And it still hasn't run out?
Yeah, since the 1900s.
People dig holes in many places and it pours out of the ground.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, Gemsy. There was a video, this guy like chopping away at something in the ground, and all of a sudden it just starts pouring out. All the comments were like, "The U.S. government would like to say hi to you," and all this stuff.
The United States government added you as a friend.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, that's how oil comes up in certain places straight out of the ground, like the La Brea tar pits.
There was probably a collection of dinosaurs that died there.
Yeah, fairy tale animals.
Yeah, dinosaurs, millions of years old, but when the one researcher there used acids to dissolve the bone away, it found soft tissues.
Yeah. That means that wasn't that long ago. So we use fairy tale animals to get oil. Okay.
And since I can go to the gas station and put gasoline in my car, therefore dinosaurs existed. Just running my car with it.
That's one of the biggest hoax, like other than like the Earth being a globe. That one. The dinosaurs make oil. Their bones make oil. Like, I'm telling you, dudes, we've been fed a bunch of lies, man. And I just can't believe in today, in the modern world, that people would still believe that one.
But then, like, who's the bigger culprit? Is it the people believing in it, or the people lying about it?
But the people that believe it love to hear the story, and the people that are lying about it love to tell it.
Yeah.
They're like, tell me more. Like, they're just telling you a story, right? It's like, none of it's true, bro. Like, fairy tale animals, like, come on, man. And you can make up any freaking weird type of animal and say it existed billions and billions of years ago. And its bones are decaying, so that's why we have now oil. It's like, what a narrative, bro. I mean, that's the doozy of a narrative, though. You got to admit. You have to jump through a lot of like mental hoops just to get into that one. And what's worse is people actually think they can stand on business on that one. Broken record just entered the chat. A broken record just entered the chat.
Oh, somebody that doesn't know what a circle is speaking. My bad.
That's what you actually think, Walt?
Yeah, you got to do a step on a cat's tail. It's going to holler.
Must be easier to believe that people don't know what a circle is, but no.
No, it's Vax. He thinks you can draw a giant circle. That's conceptual. Like,
so locations on the ground are just conceptual?
The circle, not the location.
Oh, the circle where everything is. Do you know what equidistant means, AB? If something's equidistant to the center of something? It's a yes or a no. Either you know what it means or you don't. I didn't ask you to giggle. Yeah, your silence is deafening, my friend. Good Lord.
Yeah, your AE map breaks when you go to the south, doesn't it, Vax? What happens with the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, man?
1,000 times?
Yeah.
You got proof that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Well, it breaks your map, doesn't it?
I don't have a map to be broken. It just so happens that a stupid particular map works pretty darn well in the northern latitudes, and that's upsetting to you for some reason.
Well, isn't that the globe that you're advocating for? Because that's where it came from. Duh.
That's just how the Earth is measured. Globe comes after the measurements, buddy.
Oh, shit. You advocating for globe now? What the fuck?
No, I just advocate for that's how we derive our latitude is based off elevation angles to Polaris. You disagree with that. That's a you problem, not a me problem.
No, I know. I never said I disagree with that. I disagree with the fact that you can make a circle that you said everybody's standing around.
A circle of what? A circle of what?
A giant circle on the ground.
A circle. It's got a specific name. What's the circle called?
Yeah, that conceptual circle is not the one I'm talking about.
No, it's called the circle of equal elevation, where everybody on that point is equidistant to the center.
That's conceptual. That's conceptual. That's conceptual.
Yeah.
Yeah. Repeat after me. That's conceptual, right?
Okay. Cope, man. Okay. Cope with that. That's fine.
So now let's go outside and see if that circle that you have conceptualized is actually reality. Can you test that?
Yes, 34 degrees north latitude is reality, my friend.
Yeah, no, we're not talking about that. The circle.
that you conceptualize.
The circle, which is 34 degrees north latitude, that circle, that's reality.
No, that's not a circle. No, you don't go outside and see a circle.
It's not a circle. So 34 degrees north latitude is not a circle of equal elevation, with Polaris being the center point and every point on that circle being equidistant to the center.
You're conflating the concept with reality. You're conflating the concept with reality, and that's been your problem. You know that, right?
The reality of 34 degrees north latitude. Yeah, okay.
Which is the concept. Now talk about the reality.
It's just a circle of equal elevation, my friend.
Yeah,
it's just a circle of equal elevation.
Yes, the concept.
No, I mean, if you want to harp on the word concept, the fact that there's no circle spray painted on the ground, then it sucks to be you.
There isn't it. Yeah, because you can't make a giant circle and you're upset about it. You're all in your feelings about it. Because you're trying to make the concept reality and you can't. You're all stymied because I got you stymied.
No, the giant circle is called 34 degrees north latitude, which for some reason you want to buck against.
It's a concept. It's a concept.
Okay, so it's not a circle in reality then.
No.
So what is it?
No. I don't know. I never made the claim. You did.
It might be a circle of equal elevation.
Yeah, you made the claim. So then if it's in reality, you're going to have to verify it, aren't you?
Yeah, you verify it by putting people in different points of 34 degrees north latitude.
Really? And so you know they're in a giant circle?
Well, what else would it be? Are they on a giant octagon?
Why are you asking
Are they on a giant triangle? Are they on a giant square?
I don't know.
Giant oval?
That's not my point. I'm asking for the verification.
There's only one shape you can make that has equidistant distances to the center on all points of that shape.
No.
Okay, so what's the other shape that does that?
Let's see, a square, a triangle. You could be in the center of that.
Wait a second.
Yeah, listen to
this.
Wait a
second.
Hold on, dude. Let me just tell you. You could be in the center of any one of those shapes, and from each one of those points, you'll be equal distance away from it. Yeah.
So everybody on the perimeter of a square will be the exact same distance from the center?
Essentially.
Essentially, you're just retarded. You clearly don't understand.
So check this out.
Like the basics of geometry.
Check this out.
Draw me a square and make everybody on the perimeter of that square be equidistant to the center. I'll wait.
So the concept. So you want me to draw something down on a piece of paper, and then you want me to go outside in reality and do what? What am I going to do outside?
Well, you seem to think that squares are equidistant on every point of the perimeter of the square to the center, which is just...
You're talking about a concept, though.
A second ago.
Yeah, you're talking about a concept.
No, I'm talking about a circle of equal elevation.
Yeah, I know. That's the concept. I tried to break it down for
you in simple terms.
That's the concept. That's the concept.
Do you know what a maypole is? Do you know what a maypole is?
Yeah, you just keep talking about concept. You're not going outside and doing anything, so it doesn't matter. You can imagine they're circles, but you didn't prove it.
I proved it by showing you 3 different locations on 34 degrees north latitude, thousands of miles apart.
How do you know it's a giant circle?
How do you know? Point.
Yeah, how do you know it's a giant circle?
Because they're different points with the same elevation angle, you moron.
Yeah. How do you know it is a circle if you're using a concept?
What's the verification? It's not a circle, you donkey. Is it a diamond?
I didn't make the claim. You did.
Is it a diamond?
Why are you asking me? You're the one making the claim.
Because a circle is the only shape you can make that has equidistant, that has the same...
Yeah. So did you test and verify... Yeah. Did you test and verify that's true?
Yes. With celestial navigation, they use circles of equal altitude all the time.
You're using the concept. You're using a concept to verify something in reality?
Using a concept that has life and death consequences? Yeah.
Yeah. But you didn't test the concept against reality. You're imagining you did. That you're imagining you tested it. That's not it. You got to take the concept and see if it transports over into reality. You didn't.
Yeah, like in life or death situations where people are lost in the ocean. Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter, dude. I don't care about that.
It doesn't matter that.
The only thing that matters.
Consequences.
Yeah, the only thing that matters right now is that you verified you're in a giant circle. You didn't do that. You're just using a concept and then saying that's reality. I'm on a giant
circle right now. Yeah. I'm at 32 degrees north latitude.
Oh,
locally, no, it goes on for thousands and thousands of miles.
Yeah, go ahead and tell me that how you know it's a giant circle, though, in reality, outside.
Because Polaris is in the center of that circle, and every point on 32 degrees north latitude will have the same equidistant point to the center. Yes.
Yeah. What's the verification of that?
Celestial navigation and deriving your latitude.
So a concept.
Celestial navigation and deriving your latitude is just concepts now. They're not actual things that people do in practice.
Yeah, no, they're things that they do, but the idea that giant circles that you think exist because you're using this convention, that's the problem.
How is that a problem? They work.
Because you didn't verify it. You don't verify the giant circle. No, you didn't verify it's a giant circle. You didn't do that.
Okay. So circles of equal altitude aren't real.
The concept. Once again. You're talking about the concept
where you make the circle?
No.
I already gave you 3 cities with 3 different points with thousands of miles in between these 3 points, all in the same latitude, all experiencing nighttime at the same time, all looking at the same point that their circle of equal elevation is based off of. You literally have nothing to respond to that. You're a jackass.
Yeah, you're just using the concept, though. You didn't go outside and verify it's a giant circle. That's my point.
Yeah, if you want to use concept as your that's just your little life preserver of cope that you're floating on, just by claiming it's a concept. Okay. So you can believe in your 2 celestial poles, which are also based off circles of equal elevation. If you believe in 2 celestial poles, one being called north and one being called south, that's fine. You just don't like the fact that you can get multiple people on the same latitude, which is a circle of equal elevation, all thousands of miles apart, pointing at the exact same object that the circle was derived from, meaning that south would be absolutely different for all those people. It's a you issue.
You can never put forth that the convention is reality, and that's your problem. Just because you're drawing a circle on a map.
Latitude in circles. You're drawing it in reality when you're navigating.
No, you're not. That's idiotic. You're an idiot.
No,
you're not. You're not drawing any circle in reality. You're not drawing a circle in reality. You're not drawing a circle in reality.
If I keep Polaris at 34 degrees and I travel for 3,000 miles without that elevation of Polaris changing, that means I'm taking a circular path, which is a circle of equal elevation.
Yeah, how do you know you're drawing a circle on the ground? How do you know you're drawing a circle on the ground?
You're traveling in a circular path, dude. I already explained it.
Yeah.
Because your elevation to the center point is not changing.
Don't just say you're going in a circle.
The center point's not changing.
Don't just say you're going in a circle.
Your elevation to the center point is not changing.
Yeah. So what? How do you know it's a giant circle?
Well, would it be a giant straight line? Wouldn't your elevation?
I don't know.
To the
Max.
Point
I don't know. That's not my point.
You don't know because you're fucking stupid.
Because you're trying to use it. You're using a convention. You're using the convention to then make it sound like you're talking. Yeah, because that's all you're doing. That's what you're using. Yeah, that's what you're using. You think that that's reality, and it's not. It's not reality, dude. Otherwise, we'd have a. Listen to this. Otherwise, we'd have a gold standard map that we all go by based on what you're saying. We don't. Do we, Vax? We'd have a gold standard that everybody can appeal to, and we don't have that.
Yeah, why is that? Why is the South all wonky? How come the South doesn't work?
It doesn't matter. Stop asking me questions. Your idiotic proof to say that the concept
because Polaris is no longer visible, which go beyond the equator.
If it was just that easy that you're saying it is, then we would already have a map, and you yourself don't have a map. So what are you whining about?
I never claimed to have a map. That's just you strawmanning us.
There you go.
Never claimed to have a map.
So but then how can you draw a circle on the ground? So how can you draw?
Because northern latitudes exist.
Yeah. So then how can you draw a circle on the ground? Dude, how can you draw a circle on the ground?
Because northern latitudes exist and they are circles.
Who cares? Yeah, how can you draw a circle on the ground?
Look at that. Oh, I just drew a circle on the ground with my toe. Oh my god.
Yeah. So if you're making a circle using the convention, then we would have a map that actually details what you're saying. Well, all the cities that you described the other day would be in a giant circle on a map. We don't even have that. We don't have that.
Yes, we do.
Okay, which map?
I already said the AE map demonstrates that perfectly fine with
is that the gold? Is that the gold standard?
No, because the AE map is fucked up once you go beyond the equator.
Well, then you can't make up your mind, so you don't have a map.
It still works.
Yeah, there you go. No, it doesn't work.
I have a map for the north. Yeah, the map for the north works just fine.
Yeah, so only one part of it does, the other part it doesn't. So you're broken, right?
Yeah, but it works perfectly fine once.
Your convention doesn't work when you go to the south. Your convention doesn't work when you go to the south. Now what?
Well, once you go beyond the equator, what changes in the night sky?
Yeah, so that's a problem for you, not for me, is it? Because I didn't claim that. You did. See?
Yeah, but the thing is, all the latitudes in the north, all the latitudes in the north work perfectly
So your giant circles go bye-bye, don't they?
Yeah, they go bye-bye, I guess, if you want to say that once you pass the equator.
There you go. There you go. So you don't have the giant circles. You don't. Yeah, what happens to the circles, man?
You got 34 degrees north latitude. I would say that's a pretty large circle.
Yeah. Would you verify that?
Yeah. By making a circle of equal elevation around the center point of Polaris?
Yeah, you're just reifying the concept. That's all you're doing. You're not verifying
the concept
in reality. Outside. Yeah, you didn't go outside and test it. You didn't say, hey, I'm going in a giant circle. No, you haven't.
You are going in a giant circle. If the elevation angle to the center point is not changing, you're not traveling in a straight line. You're not traveling on right angles. It's like if you have a flagpole. Hold on a second. 1 second, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. It's no different than like looking at a telephone pole or a flagpole, and you bust out an angle measuring device and you make your angle to the top of that pole. Would you be able to travel in a straight line and keep the angle to the top of that pole the same?
How do you know you're going in a straight line?
Well, if I'm measuring the fucking top of a flagpole, it'd be pretty obvious if I'm going in a straight line or taking a circular path. Are you stupid?
Yeah, how do you know that?
How do you know you're traveling around the circle? Like when the flagpole's in the center, how do you know you're making a circle?
Yeah, so you can have the flagpole be in the center, right?
Right.
Okay, now try to do that in reality. How do you know where everything is in accordance to everything else? Because in your flagpole example, that's something you're testing outside. But what are you testing outside that can give you that same result? Because the flagpole is stationary. It's not moving, is it?
Well, gee, what do you think fucking Stella Polaris is, dude?
Yeah, so are the stars moving?
Is Polaris moving?
Yeah.
It is, really. Very much. Do you have footage of this?
Yeah, everybody knows it. Look it up.
Look it up. So I'm going to see footage of Polaris making a tight circle in the sky?
Yeah, just type it into your Google.
Huh? Type it into my Google. That's your response.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Look it up.
Type it into my Google.
You're missing information. Yep.
I'm missing information regarding what?
Polaris moving.
Really? Okay, so why don't you just present the video of it making a circle? Oh, wait, no, it's because you don't have that. All you have is it making sometimes a comma shape.
You're just looking stupider every time you talk.
Comes out of nowhere from one frame to the other.
You're looking stupider every time you talk. Just look it up.
Well, first off, stupider I don't think is an actual real word.
Look
Second off, you don't understand what a circle of equal elevation is.
Just look it up.
No, you're just proving yourself to be a hack.
Just look it up.
Look up what? What a circle of equal elevation is?
That Polaris moves. You said it doesn't move. You're saying Polaris doesn't move.
How much does it move by? How much does it move by?
Look it up.
No, you must know the answer. Don't just say look it up to me.
I do. I do, and I don't want to give it to you.
You can't claim that you know facts. Well, that's an elephant hurling fallacy, is it not?
No, elephant hurling fallacy means that I want to give you a lot of information to look at, and out of all that information, I'm just telling you the answer's in there somewhere. I didn't do that.
Well, you're saying that that you have information that Polaris moves, but you refuse to tell me because I have to go look up something on Google. So that's exactly what you're doing.
Yep. No,
Also,
I'm
you're
not
just choosing
hurling.
to be
I'm not
playful.
hurling anything at you. I'm asking you to go look for it. I didn't hurl anything at you.
And you said the information's on Google.
Yeah, Google's not a source.
So I have to go on to Google and find out this information myself, even though you claim to know the answer to this information already and just refuse to tell me.
Yep. Exactly.
Are you sure that's not elephant hurling? Really?
No.
So you're just withholding information for what reason?
Because I want you to walk the path.
Walk the path? Would that be a straight path or a circle path? Because clearly you wouldn't know.
Just go look it up.
Go look up what?
If Polaris moves or not.
Does it move or does it not move?
Go look it up.
Well, do you think it moves or do you think it doesn't move?
I don't need to think it moves. I want you to
know
look
it
up.
moves?
Yeah.
Do you know that it moves? You do know it moves. How'd you acquire this information?
Go look it up.
Go look it up. Really? That's a little bit weak. I was expecting better from you.
I know.
So how much does it move by?
I'm thoroughly enjoying this. I am thoroughly enjoying this. Please continue.
Okay, good job, Squidward.
Yeah, let your fingers do the talking, man. Type in your little Google fingers and find out.
Type my little Google fingers what?
Does Polaris move? Question mark. Enter.
Does it? Do you
Yeah,
know
go
the
look it
answer
up.
to this?
Yeah.
How much does it move by?
I don't need to tell you. I want you to look it up.
So you're making a claim that Polaris moves, but it's the burden's on me to come up with the answer on how much it moves?
No, I know the answer. I just want you to go see for yourself.
Well, if you know the answer, just present your answer, sir.
Nah. I don't want to.
Nah. Okay, fine.
Nah.
Nah, yeah. It moves. You just gotta believe me, but I won't tell you.
No, I don't want you to believe
dude.
me. That's why I want you to look
to
it
be
up.
fair, I have heard that it does move. I have heard that.
Yeah.
But you haven't
Everyone's heard that it moves.
Well, then
No,
why
it's
are you
not
saying
that
it doesn't
I've
move?
heard. I haven't seen. Well, for one, it moves by how much?
Wait,
Yeah, go
if
look
it
it up.
moves at all, then
Is
it's
there any
moving.
video footage of it making a full circuit? No. Three,
look it up.
If it's
anytime
moving
there is
any, then it's
movement,
moving.
it's abrupt and it does not conform with the rest of the star trails.
Dude, just go look it up.
Go look up what?
Does Polaris move? Question mark. Enter.
Does it? Does it?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
I would like to know. Do you have the information? Do you know the answer to that question?
Yeah, I do. I do. Absolutely do.
All right. So, what's the diameter of the circle that it would make if it moves?
It takes like a few keystrokes with your fingers typing on a keyboard to find out.
Oh, so me stroking my finger on the keyboard is the diameter of Polaris when it moves in a circle?
Could be.
Maybe.
Little interesting that you just won't tell me what the values are of its movement.
Yeah, it's a little interesting that you really want me to, and I don't want to give you the answer. You looked up the convention of celestial navigation and all this stuff. Well, why don't you look this up? You don't want to find out
Look
you're
up
wrong?
what?
Is that what I'm getting? I think you're afraid.
Well,
you don't
no,
want to
if
find
I'm
out that you're
wrong-
wrong.
No,
At the moment
I'm
you do,
afraid
your
that
whole
you
world's
have
going to
the answer,
crumble.
but you won't say the answer.
Your whole world's going to
The whole
crumble
world's
once you
gonna
find out
crumble
Polaris
how?
moves.
It's
Because
gonna
Polaris
crumble
moves.
how, my friend?
Because Polaris
It
moves, and
does. By how much? By how much?
you're holding
By how
out that it
much?
doesn't move.
By how
Doesn't matter.
much?
Doesn't
How
matter.
much does it
moves.
move by? It doesn't matter.
It moves.
So it's just a vague, random number that you don't have any specifics for.
Yeah, go find out.
I don't think you know the correct answer.
I do.
Well, what is it then? Is it 5 degrees?
The answer is
it,
yeah.
Is it point? Is it?
The answer is go find out.
The answer is go find out. So does Polaris move 0.7 degrees throughout a night? Does it move 5 degrees throughout a night? Does it move 15 degrees throughout a night? Does it move half of a degree? What's the percentage of this movement?
Go look it up.
Well, the globe claim was in one of those answers. Do you know which one it is?
No, it doesn't matter.
Well, so I literally just gave you the answer that you're refusing to give, but you can't even identify which one it was out of those multiple choice.
The interesting thing is that you're holding out on that. The whole point that you're making is that Polaris doesn't move, and it does.
By how much?
Doesn't matter.
Oh no, it absolutely would matter. If it moves, that means there's a value to it.
Yeah, when you go find out that it moves, you're going to find out that your whole point resting on that it doesn't move is it's gone.
Well, wait a second. If Polaris was to make, let's say, 0.6.1 degrees circle.
Yeah. Here we go.
Hold on.
Let's go.
What does that change?
Now.
Well, what does that change? Let's just say hypothetically Polaris is claimed to move 0.62 degrees in a night in 20.
Yeah, it defeats.
What would that change?
It defeats your flagpole test that you were saying. I got a flagpole and I go around the flagpole.
It's a flagpole test. How?
Yeah, the fucking star is moving, so it's not like the flagpole's not static. I mean, it is static, but it's like it's not static. So your example is something that's moving, and you're trying to use your example of the flagpole not moving.
So, well, no, I just find it interesting. You're making the positive. You're making the positive claim that Polaris does move, but it doesn't seem like you have anything to back this up other than just Google says so.
Well, if this observation is being made, Google would already have that. People have reported that this observation is being made, which you're ignorant of because you don't want to look at it because it's going to defeat your point.
Well, do we have? Well, where's the observation of this?
You know, when you see it outside, anyone can make it. You can too.
I can go outside and see that Polaris is moving throughout the night sky. That's your claim.
It's right there behind Google. The answer's right there for you whenever you're ready.
Behind Google? The answer's behind Google?
Yeah. Search engine.
Okay, do you have some footage of this happening?
Yeah, just look it up.
Well, no, if you got evidence, it's appropriate for you to present your evidence.
I know, but I don't want to.
Okay, then, I guess the discussion's over. You refuse to prove your position. That's you. That's a you issue, dude.
Yeah, in this particular case, I want you to remain ignorant for the longest time.
Remain ignorant? How?
Mm-hmm. By not knowing that
Polaris. I mean, if it pivots around in a circle, I don't give a shit. It doesn't change anything on how we derive our latitude.
Yeah, so your argument just changed right now. You said that you were banking on Polaris doesn't move.
No, it's inconsequential if it pivots or not.
So now your argument has changed, isn't it?
Well, I would like the proof. No, I would like the proof that it does, because I have never seen Polaris making a full concentric circle in the sky. The only thing I've ever seen is it either makes a little dash, or sometimes they'll make a little comma shape. Sometimes it doesn't do anything. And like I said, when you do see an apparent trail being made with Polaris, it does not match up with the time lapses of any of the other stars at all.
So it is moving then, right?
Yeah, but how do you know the camera guy didn't bump the camera or fucking fly landed on it?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, considering it's perfectly stationary, then out of nowhere it'll make a blob of like half an inch from one frame to the next. It's literally there, then it's not. It's literally not there, then it is there. And then there's other videos where it doesn't do that at all. And then there's other videos where it just makes a dash. And like I said, other videos where it makes a comma. Do you know what a comma looks like versus what a dash looks like? One's a straight line. One looks like an emoji smile face. I have to probably explain it to you like that because you're stupid. So even in all your time lapses of Polaris, they're not even consistent with each other on what the supposed movement is, and you don't even know the degree value of how much it would move in a night. You little hack.
You just don't want to go find out, isn't it?
Go find out. So I got to go search through 1,000 different videos of Polaris, all with different observations shown in the video. If you got a video of it moving, present it, and I'll look at it right now. If you have video of Polaris moving, just drop it somewhere and let me see it.
You just admitted it just a while ago that it does move. So what? Your argument's going to change now?
No, I didn't admit that it moves.
Yeah, you said it was a comma or a little emoji. Yeah, you just said so right now.
Dude, how do you know that's Polaris moving, not equipment malfunctioning?
Dude, come on. Come on, dude.
Come on. Yeah, man-made devices never malfunction.
Now you're blaming the device malfunctioning versus you making an observation? Really?
Yeah, sure. The camera has to be perfectly stationary for a time lapse to take place. Then all of a sudden, this wild comma shape shows up out of nowhere when it wasn't there in the frame before it, and it doesn't move any further after that. Seems a little bit like some kind of a malfunction took place, not a natural observed event taking place in the sky, considering it doesn't match up with the rest of the star trails and it's not moving at 15 degrees per hour.
I can't believe you're actually arguing that Polaris is actually stationary. That's weird.
I have no proof saying that it's not.
You just said it yourself.
Something.
You just don't accept it because you're blaming it on camera malfunctioning.
Yeah, because it doesn't coincide with the rest of what the sky's doing.
Really?
Why? Because Polaris just all of a sudden makes a blurb out of nowhere where it jumps like 4 frames and gets longer and then doesn't do anything else for the duration of the video except for that one instant.
So everybody in astronomy, their cameras are malfunctioning.
Well, no, because there's videos where it doesn't do that. And then there's videos where instead of a comma, it makes a straight line. It just depends on which video you're looking at.
So all observations in astronomy are pointing to the fact that Polaris is not moving. Is that what you're saying? Is that your argument?
Show me one of these observations in astronomy.
Everybody that's ever made their observations are now saying that Polaris is stationary. Just your cameras malfunction when you make your observations. Is that the truth?
Well, if you've got 5 people all taking time lapses of Polaris and the shape of its movements all different based off these 5 different videos, it doesn't seem like everything's all kosher now, is it? Because there are videos where it doesn't appear to do anything throughout the night sky.
Really? So it's just confirmation bias, right? You're just going with whatever fits your narrative.
No, if you have any video evidence of Polaris moving, it would be the exact same for all people taking video of it.
Yeah. The answer's waiting for you, man.
Well, yeah, but you see, you're missing the point. Even if it did pivot in a circle, it's still not changing anything. You're still deriving your latitude from that position.
That changes your argument. That changes your argument.
No, it doesn't. You haven't shown anything from our argument to be changed.
Yeah, Polaris has to be stationary and it can't move. That was your claim.
Do you know when Polaris was cataloged as Polaris? It wasn't yesterday, was it?
Irrelevant.
Oh no! Well, throughout all of human history, Polaris has been in the same spot as well. Same with all the other stars as well. Nothing's moving.
You're just too afraid to look it up, which is fine.
Too afraid to look it up? You won't present the video, you donkey. If you got the video, show it to me. I'll watch it right now.
Hey, you're scared to type that into Google, aren't you? To find out the result.
Just present the video if you have it on hand. You should have a bunch on hand, correct?
On a scale from 1 to 10, how afraid are you?
I'm not afraid of nothing. You're the one that won't post your proof that it's moving.
Go look it up. Go look it up then.
Do you have proof that it's moving? Do you have proof that it's moving? Yes or no?
Every time you bring up the argument that Polaris is not moving, this is what's going to happen. You're going to be faced with this.
Well, wait a second. You haven't shown Polaris moving yet, dummy.
It's going to eat at you until you finally look it up.
It's not eating at me at all.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. I could literally do the crop less. Do you have something to show me that it is moving? If you have something that shows it moving, just present it and I'll look at it right now. Oh shit, what's up, regular Joe? I haven't seen you in weeks. I noticed my little chat bubble isn't turning red. That means no one's sending me anything.
RTH, you can trust Google now? Dude, Google's a search engine. It's not a source. What a guy. Yeah. You'll find out, Bax. You need to. He's like, it wouldn't matter anyway. Yeah, it would.
No, no, I mean, I was just looking at some and it just did exactly what I said. I'm looking at some pictures and it just did exactly what I said. The dude says, hey, look, I filmed Polaris. I mean, do you think it's moving?
Is the camera malfunctioning?
Something went on because all of a sudden, well, if you look at the video, all of a sudden it's perfectly stationary, and then it switches, and then all of a sudden you got a little comma. But the thing is, we don't actually see the comma being formed. It just jumps to that. And I'm willing to bet that's all you have to offer. It's kind of telling that you won't post your evidence because you don't want to be scrutinized. Because if you post, that means it's coming from you and you can't run away from it. So if you got video of Polaris moving, just present it and I'll take a good look right now. No, Polaris moves, bro. Trust me. It moves. Trust me, bro. Oh, it does? Yeah. Can you show me? No, I'll never show you.
Hey, numbnuts, I wasn't asking you to trust me. I wasn't asking you to trust me, dumbass. I was telling you to look it up.
You're making the claim that Polaris moves. You're making the claim that Polaris moves and refuses to post any kind of evidence for that.
If I post anything, you're gonna be like, oh, so I gotta trust you. That's why I want you to look it up, numbnuts.
So you're gonna divide my thoughts now? Just post your video of it moving and I'll have a look at it. Maybe we'll come to an agreement that it did move.
No, I don't want to come to an agreement. I want you to be ignorant as fuck.
Oh, so you just want to be in bad faith?
No, I actually want you to be ignorant. That's all.
Well, that's a weird thing to wish on somebody. I didn't realize you were so emo and gothic, dude.
Well, you're the one with this canned, question.
A canned question? What's my canned question?
The circles of equal elevation.
Yeah, and that is an issue. How?
I'm not going to go into it. I'm just telling you what your question was.
Well, I don't think you don't have the capabilities to go into it.
You're too autistic to have this conversation, to be honest. That's why I'm not indulging it. I'm only telling you to look into the information.
Autistic. If I was autistic, I'd be a much better guitar player. So you make the positive claim that Polaris is moving, and you refuse to provide evidence for your claim. Therefore, your claim will just be dismissed.
And you will remain ignorant. Yeah, I get it.
Okay, well, show me the video of Polaris moving. It's a weird Glober tactic you're doing, man. It's like a Glober says, I have a picture of Earth from space. And then you say, okay, show me the picture. And they say, no, look it up. Kind of gay. I want you to post your evidence so we can critique your evidence and see if it's valid or not. How about that?
You think you have an out, though. You say Polaris isn't moving, and if it is moving, it's because of malfunctioning cameras. That's what you're saying.
Well, let's look at your evidence and see if it holds up to snuff. It's a weird position for you to take. You have such strong, unrefutable evidence, but you'll never post it, not even if there's a fire. Okay, we'll post it.
Nah.
We'll post it. Let's see it. Nah. Okay, so in my mind, you automatically aren't to be trusted with having this evidence because you refuse to present this evidence.
Hey, man, I'm not the one that only made this observation. Not the only one.
Made the observation of what? You made an observation of Polaris moving? I want to see it. That means that you went out and did a time lapse? Let's see it. Or did you make the observation by watching some jerk-off's YouTube video?
It's true that Polaris rotates around a central. Like, what's the problem with admitting that on a globe? It's objectively true. I don't know what you're in contention here. I don't know what you're
That's what I'm trying to tell him, Kirill-san.
It's objectively true that Polaris moves. Okay, can you post a video of you doing this?
It rotates around a center point.
Everybody
knows
it. Let's see this rotation.
The Celestial Navigation Almanac accounts for it by anywhere from like it's not huge, it's small. Right? There's pictures in the side chat that show it happening. It's very, very small, but there's time-lapse videos of it. It's like barely, it's not even an arc second, if I remember right off the top of my head, but it's small enough that it can create like inaccuracies if you assume that it's central. If you go look at the thing that Master Yoder posted, it's from the Nautical Almanac, and it shows you that when Polaris is in certain spots, you need to adjust it in these ways, right? So if, like, for example, if Cassiopeia is on the left, then you have to use the right diagram. And with Polaris being on the right, then you have to adjust for it because that would mean Polaris is off-center in this direction by this amount. Like, it's objectively true, so you dying on this hill is not getting you anywhere.
Excuse me. Man, this bait hit hard. All I'm seeing is still frames by Master Yoder. I'm not seeing the actual video. Let's see here.
It's a time-lapse photo, like that's showing a circular motion around a central point.
Oh, I clicked on the link.
I tried to tell him, Kirill-san, that flatter globe, we both agree on this point. Like he's dying on this hill, I guess.
No, I'm not dying on the hill of Polaris making a tight little pivot or not. I just want to see sufficient evidence of it doing so.
It's so well documented that the Nautical Almanac for Celestial Navigation gives you the corrective measurements to account for it. So you're more accurate in your
describes latitude as being circles of equal elevation around Polaris. The one that AV refuses to accept and calls a celestial, a spherical coordinate system.
Look what Master Yosef put it. Yeah, they're gonna say that the globe is assumed, but that's irrelevant here, right? In this Celestial Navigation, when it talks about targeting Polaris and getting elevation angles to Polaris, that you need to apply a correction depending on the location of Polaris in relation to another celestial body. In this case, it gives you Cassiopeia. So if Cassiopeia is in this certain location, then you should correct it this way. If Cassiopeia is in this other location, you should correct for it in this way. Because it rotates around, very small, but it rotates around a central axis. Because Polaris is not perfectly above, like directly above at the North Pole. It's very, very close to the point where it's almost hard to spot with a singular observation from anywhere on the Earth. But if you're not aware of it, it could cause you to be off on using Polaris solely without this correction and trying to predict your location on the Earth. You could be off by, I think, if I remember off the top of my head, you could be off anywhere from 30 to 40 nautical miles if you just use the position of Polaris without this correction and assume it's the at the exact central axis point.
I noticed Master Yoder said Polaris is off by, what'd you say, 43 arc minutes? What does that come out to in degrees?
It's very small, but it's enough.
0.76? Right, but you noticed earlier when I was talking with AV, the one who claims I don't know what I'm talking about, I gave that exact answer in the multiple choice, and he wasn't able to even figure out what is the correct actual claim for it moving. It's not anything I haven't looked into before. I just haven't seen actual video footage of this where I felt it was sufficient enough to say, oh yeah, look, it's making a circle. Because, again,
look at the time-lapse GIF that Master Yoder just posted. It shows it. Like, it's pretty clear.
Is there a GIF? Hold on.
It's pretty clear of a star trail, of a star trail with Polaris. I don't know the source of that photo, but there's a name attributed to it.
Oh, it's not wanting to load. Hold on a second. Oh, there we go. Hold on, let's see. Damn it. I hate that. Like, it's playing, but it's still saying 0% with the little spinny wheel, and it's making the picture dark. Try this again. Fucker. Keeps doing it. See, I want to be able to click on the GIF and zoom into it.
No, I found a source for it. So I found an original source for it from LaRue Photo, and it's a 4-hour time lapse.
Where's that at? Oh, you just posted it. Let me see.
Yeah, I posted the original source.
Doing the same. Hold on.
Doesn't really provide a whole lot of information about it, but I mean, it's a star trail. It's not that complicated.
Yeah, whatever. So Polaris makes a tight pivot. And that changes what? Okay, Polaris makes a tight pivot. Let's give that as granted. That changes what exactly?
Your argument. Now your argument's going to have to change.
What's my argument?
What was your argument? Did you forget it already?
Well, no, I want you to tell me what the argument is that you're like, you just said it's my argument. No, go on, just tell me back my argument, dude.
No, I don't need to. If you don't know your own argument, I don't need to tell it to you.
No, I want to make sure you're following along, Sleepy.
No, I'm not sleepy. I follow everything that you said.
How's my argument changing?
Well, go ahead and say your argument again. We'll find out.
No, you just said my argument changed. So how's my argument going to change now?
Well, go ahead and say your argument.
How?
We'll find out. Well, if you're not going to say it, then nobody will know.
What, that 34 degrees is a circle of equal elevation around Polaris? And now my argument changes? How?
The other one, where you use the different points, remember?
What different points?
Yeah,
the one from yesterday with the cities?
Yeah. Make that argument again.
Yeah, all within the same latitude. Hold on, let me post them again. That way I got the names of the cities, because I can only remember... Actually, I don't remember any of them.
we arguing about? What's up, Vax? Yeah, baby. What is we arguing about?
So is this regular Joe?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell him. So he's arguing for. He's saying that 34 degrees latitude, north latitude, is circles of equal elevation, and different points on that circle. Like, he's going to give you geographic locations in just a minute, but those points are going to amount to a giant circle on the ground, essentially. So the argument that I'm putting to him is that the convention, right, that he's using right now, of using latitude, longitude, and that is derived from a spherical coordinate system. Now, I said, you in no way can tell me that you're doing a giant circle on the ground. There's no way to verify that. And he says, yes, there is. Well, what is circles of equal elevation then? He's going back to the concept, right, to the convention. But I'm not talking about the convention. Shut up, dude. I'm not talking about the convention. I'm talking about the actual test in the field that you're going to verify that you're actually going in a giant circle. No one can verify that. Otherwise, we'd have a gold standard map that we all go by. And we don't. So that's pretty much, the gist of it.
I noticed you like to throw out the word spherical coordinates. Do you want to flesh that out? How are they spherical coordinates when they're made with elevation angles?
The fact that you're ignorant to this part of the conversation is the reason why you have a bad argument.
No. You can't answer anything. All you ever say is, "Nah, I won't post my proof," and then just assume that I don't know something. If you're claiming the way that we have the sky mapped out, if you're claiming the way that we map out the sky and then the surface under the sky, which are two parallel planes, you're claiming that's spherical coordinates. How is that spherical coordinates when they're done with elevation angles from one?
Celestial sphere make ring any bells to you?
Well, the sky is not measured as a sphere. The sky is measured planar.
You're treating it as such when you measure an angle.
I'm treating the sky as a ball when I measure an angle?
As an arc, yeah.
No, I'm not.
What do you think the fucking end of your angle is?
Like, what do you mean the end of my angle?
The protractor? A protractor?
What about it?
That's just due to perspective when you move further or closer away every 60 nautical miles.
Doesn't make a difference, bro.
Wait a second. So you think when you see a star,
what's that little curved bit in between two straight lines, bro? What's that little curved bit that they put in there?
Hold on.
Two straight lines.
So
when they're measuring an angle, and then they put that little curved line.
I'm trying to get a point of clarity.
The space between.
So when you see
you seriously think you can mention angles without talking about circles?
Yeah, you can. If you have a square and each angle is 90 degrees, there's nothing circular about that.
Yeah, bro, there's a 90-degree angle at each corner. And if you continue to that angle, that little curved bit around, it's going to form a fucking circle around each corner.
Right, but that's a circle from the observation, not the circle in the sky.
Right. Yeah. Your protractor's got an arc on it, right?
Angle takes up this much of
got an arc
circle.
on it. So if you hold your arm out, right? You hold your arm out towards the horizon, and then you lift it up, and then you're pointing it at a star. Then you lift it up again. You're pointing at another star. You keep lifting it up and over your head. What's it doing? What's the
I
end
see
of
what
your
you're saying.
doing?
It's a really,
it's
a really weird way to
claim celestial sphere. Right.
No, but you can get those same angles. Like if you're standing on the ground looking at a flat floor above you, you could still get angles without the floor being curved that you're measuring your angles of difference to. It doesn't have to, what you're measuring doesn't have to be curved for you to get angles to it.
Dude, can y'all hear me? T-Dub, what are you trying to say that Vax don't know? Because I know Vax for sure know we're about to select. So what part are you trying to, what part are you saying he's missing?
Well, he was just asking AV to explain to him about spherical coordinates and all that.
Yeah, but the spherical coordinates is in the sky according to an angle. It's not that the sky is spherical. So what part don't?
Yeah,
what
I know.
part?
It's just that Vaxwax demands to people
Like it's only
spoon feed him.
Wait a minute. It's only based on your line of sight of where the observer is standing. So if the star is further away, it only appears. That's why they say the star is in the apparent position. It only appears that the sky is actually spherical. But you still measuring that line of sight, because once you go under the star at its ground position at its zenith, it still needs the ground to be horizontal in the first instance. So it only appears to do that. So it's not like the sky is actually spherical. So what part is Vax basically saying wrong here? Will we say spherical measurements?
Regular Joe, that was spot on. Thank you.
I know. I'm just trying to see like what part.
Yeah, that's why I use the example of the floor. Like if I'm standing on the first floor and have the second floor above me or my ceiling, I can measure angles to it. And if I measure two different angles, there's nothing spherical about that measurement just because I'm measuring an angle. Like the floor is flat above me, and I'm measuring my angle to the floor. From two different observations.
And the further away from the line of sight, celestial object that is in the sky, you away, that angle, right? Which I guess you're talking about the in-between space, like the Jamaican like to scream at me about. The in-between space, that's the measuring space that you are taking when you're taking an angle at a degree angle. It would seems to be that angle will be two straight lines intersected with one another. And instead of a right angle, you will have more of an acute angle, which means that it only appears that that object is in the sky is actually, or the celestial bodies in the sky. It's spherical, but actually you just further away. Once you hit that celestial body at its zenith, you will be right back at a right angle triangle. You will basically still have those vertical lines there. So I'm just trying to see where we are disagreeing at.
Well, I was just thinking when they, I think it was T-Dub who said, like, if you hold your arm out and then you move it, like, okay, so I'm looking at a telephone pole. I got my arm straight out at 45 degrees, and I move it up to 90 to the top of the tree in front of me. Does that mean that there's an arced path from the top of that telephone pole to the top of that tree, or could it just be drawn in a straight line?
Conceptual one, yeah.
Yeah, it's a conceptual arc, yeah, but also with the stars, like the stars aren't actually moving in a curved path. That's just a perspective-based thing.
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
Because the sky's measured as planar, and all these stars have ground positions where you can have zenith angles to them.
How do you know that?
The sky is one big horizontal plane, and the ground is a horizontal plane. Yes.
That's a grand claim. How do you know that's true?
Because that's how the sky is measured. The sky is measured planar, just like the surface is measured as planar.
That's just how it is.
Yeah, it just is how it is. Yeah.
Okay. So I see your answer comes with no evidence. It is what it is.
Okay, so what you think? You think the sky is moving like the? You think the stars are moving in a giant arc across the sky, or
someone doesn't have to. Hey, bro. Someone doesn't have to have a belief when they challenge your claim. That's necessarily the opposite of your claim. They can challenge your claim independently of having another view.
Okay, well, my claim is that the sky is measured planar and the surface is both measured planar, and you can measure that they're both planar due to the GPs of all the stars that you're measuring. They're all going to have a ground position. It's like one piece of paper parallel to another piece of paper, and then you're looking from the paper on the table up to the paper on the ceiling. They're parallel horizontal planes. I guess AV shouldn't really ever use any of these arguments. He should just stick to asking what causes like eclipses and shit. I think that's more his fucking wheelhouse.
everything about the stars in the sky, right? Everything about the sky is apparent. There's nothing you can say definitively about it.
Well, except for the way you measure it. The sky's measured. Yeah, the arc paths are apparent. The sun setting is apparent. It's not actually setting. It's just moving away from you. Sun's not actually moving in a curved path.
It's because
anywhere. Motion. Right, but the thing is that apparent motion has zeniths. They have ground positions. That sun's always going to have a ground position over some spot on this flat world. And the thing is, anytime that sun's at a ground position, you take a 90-degree angle to it. You take 90-degree angles every time it moves just a millisecond, you're just going to have a straight path. You're not going to have anything curving. And this whole thing's stupid. You guys just give me shit because I'm a dog from a different neighborhood peeing on a fire hydrant that you think is yours. That's all it is. It's kind of childish.
You're just autistic, dude. That's why people disengage with you. That's why.
Yeah,
not because you have a point, not because you're quiet in the room, because you're really autistic, dude. It's really hard to have a conversation with somebody that's...
that's like just showing your colors, man. Just charge somebody with being autistic instead of addressing the point of the sky being measured as planar. You are a hack.
Yeah, what were the tools that you measured it with?
What were the tools that I used to measure the sky? Any angling measuring device?
Planar. And doesn't that make it apparent that it's an arc?
Yeah, the arc's apparent, but the arc's not physical.
Okay, so then how do you know it's then how do you know?
Because it's just perception. It's an optical illusion.
You go. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, the apparent curve in the sky is just an optical illusion.
Yeah, how do you know that?
It's just because it's just due to perspective. You got objects.
It just is.
Of an
it just is.
Of an unknown distance.
You call it all kinds of names, and it just is. It just is.
Yeah, it's just measured that way. We measure it as planar.
It's not measured. You just finished saying
we measure it as planar.
Yeah, really.
No, we measure it as planar.
Yeah, apparently, you're using art.
Apparently, I'm using art?
Yeah. The sky looks like a dome above your head.
Yeah, it does have that appearance. So what?
Okay, then, dumbass. Then how are you getting that it's planar? And how the fuck did you measure that?
That's how it's measured. Because
then how it's measured. You didn't fucking say how it's measured.
As Jupiter moves from east to west, it's moving in a straight path.
You keep saying that's how it's measured.
Yes,
you're not telling us the method. What's the method?
I already told you, because all these stars have ground positions. And when you're at the ground position of a star, that means you're at a 90-degree angle to it. They're all just a bunch of 90-degree angles over a flat surface.
How do you know that it's planar?
So you think the star is changing and lowering in its elevation as it travels?
Don't ask me a question. Give me the answer, dumbass.
So you think the star is going up and down as it goes east to west?
Oh my God!
Don't ask me a question. Give me the fucking answer.
I already told you it's measured that way. It's measured planar from one planar surface to the parallel planar surface. Planar surface. Well, I guess to say the sky is a planar surface isn't correct because the sky's not really
village idiot right here.
Oh, okay, AV.
Yeah.
Prove that circles of equal elevation are circles, dumbass.
No, I said prove it in reality. You goddamn moron. Fucking ignorant wretch.
Oh, when I got 3 cities. When I got 3 cities. One was 2,000 miles from one city, then another city was 6,000 miles from another city, and so on.
So what?
How do you
know it's in an actual giant circle?
Because all these places with different distances all have the same elevation to Polaris, meaning that the center is equidistant to all these locations. That can only be done on a circle, can't be done on an oval, can't be done on a rectangle. You dummy.
Yeah, but you said it can only be done on something. You didn't prove it was done on that thing. It can only be done on this thing. It can only be done on this thing.
Yeah, so when I stand on that plateau in Georgia and take a 34-degree elevation angle, and then I go over to that city in Syria and I take a 34-degree elevation angle to Polaris, and then I go over to India and take that same angle, all thousands of miles, all at nighttime simultaneously.
So it's not apparent.
Every one
So
of
it
these
has an
cities is
actual
doing it at
location.
the exact same time.
Is its location actual?
The location of what?
The star.
Polaris's GP?
Yeah, its location, is it actual?
Yeah, it's got to be somewhere. Whether we, I mean, but like, as I said before,
it's got to be somewhere.
We're not getting there.
And did you
Yeah,
measure
we're
the
not getting there.
distances? Did you measure the distances?
You can calculate your zenith distance.
No, not the zenith.
Calculate is not a measurement.
Did you measure the distances between those points that you're mentioning on the surface of the Earth? And the GP.
Wait a second. Did I measure the distances from each location to the GP of Polaris? Is that what you're asking, or did I measure the distances in between each point?
No, from the GP to those separate points.
Well, let's see here. 34 degrees, right? 34 degrees. So what's 90 minus 34 equals 56.
That's not a measurement, what you're doing right now. You know that, right?
Hold on,
it's not a measurement.
Well, you don't know what I'm doing, do you?
It's not a measurement.
Yeah, but what I'm doing is just showing that you don't know anything about anything that we're talking about.
That's not a measurement.
So well, let me ask you this:
a triangle and solving.
How come I get 56 degrees? Well, no, this just goes back to all elevation angles are right angle triangles. This is the part that you're not going to like, AV. Now, let me just try to be concise with this. I measured the angle of 34 degrees. So that's forming a right angle triangle because you got the GP, which would be 90 at Polaris's GP. So 90 degrees, 34 degrees. That leaves one more acute angle of 56 degrees. Are you with me, AV?
Yeah, you're not measuring. So what?
What are you talking about? We measured the right angle triangle.
What you did was not a measurement.
The right angle triangle already exists when you measure the elevation angle.
Yeah, really? So we already have a measurement. That's not what he asked you for. He asked you for a measurement. You provided not that.
To the zenith distance. To the zenith distance.
That wasn't a measurement.
Well, no, all I'm doing is constructing the right angle triangle formed from the elevation angle.
You're constructing a right angle triangle.
Well, the right angle triangle is already in existence. Polaris has a ground position, and if you go to that ground position, Polaris will be at 90 degrees, 100% your zenith. I am at a location where Polaris is 34 degrees in the sky. So that comes to 56. Every time you move 60 degrees, Polaris will change 1 degree in the sky. So you do your 56 degree acute angle, you times that by 60, and that gives you your zenith distance from your location, how many miles straight and horizontal it will be till you arrive to the GP. So 3,360 miles. So how the fuck is that spherical coordinates when everything just required a horizontal plane?
You keep conflating the convention with reality. You always do this. You always do this.
You're not answering my question. How is that spherical coordinates when that was all done using a horizontal plane and treating the sky as a horizontal plane?
The system you're using is a convention, you fucking moron.
It's when you're traveling on the ground, it's a horizontal world. It's just measurements in the natural world to lights in the sky.
Yeah, damn, I gotta fucking plug your mouth with a sock, bro. The frustrating part is that he thinks that he's correct. He's like, yeah, he won't answer that. I can ask him.
Oh, good. I'm unmuted. I just realized I'm missing a radio station I was supposed to listen to at 1. Oh, well. 3,360 miles. Interesting. Yeah, so like I said, if you're on 34 degrees latitude, you go outside, you take your 34-degree measurement. There's going to be a 90-degree angle attached to that 34-degree angle measurement, correct, AV?
Dude, I've never argued the convention. I'm arguing the fact that you're saying the convention is reality. That's what I'm arguing. You can't. You seem to forget the fucking plot, dude. Yeah,
this
really.
is reality.
So,
going outside, going outside in India, in Syria, in Georgia, in the United States, all at the same time, and making an elevation angle to Polaris is absolutely reality.
Do you make an actual circle?
That forms an actual circle. Yes, those people are on the perimeter of that circle.
Okay, that's where you're wrong. You can't prove that.
I can't prove that a circle of equal. See, it just goes back to
no.
You can't.
You're fucking idiot. Not the convention.
As a circle.
Stop talking about the goddamn convention. I'm talking about making an actual circle on the ground as you're tracing behind you. You don't know that.
Yes, I do, because they're all making this. Because Polaris is equidistant to all those cities. So it would literally only function on a circle.
Have you ever been 90 degrees under Polaris? Have you ever done that?
I have not. Have you?
Then how do you know? No, I'm not claiming to. But how do you know that you can actually get that degree of angle?
What do you mean? It's got a ground position.
Oh my God! Well, fucking go to it and then tell me when you're underneath it.
So go to it. Okay.
Yeah. Well, you can get a ground position to any star that you're under, right?
Oh yeah.
Can you get a ground position?
Are you doing like a reverse thing, like to where instead of Antarctica is not really understand that the North Pole's
No. I'm asking you to do the thing that you're claiming.
So you don't think
you're using conventions? Yeah, you're using conventions to make it sound like you're talking about reality. Yeah, you're using conventions to make it sound like you're talking about reality outside, and that's where
reality,
you're going wrong.
my friend.
No, it's not, dumbass. We have a gold standard map. You're a fucking moron.
So going outside and taking an elevation angle to Polaris is not reality? Explain that one to me. You're just butthurt the fact that all these people are thousands of miles apart, all experiencing nighttime at the same time, all looking at the same thing in the center, and it's shattering your two celestial poles. That's why you're upset, bro.
I'm definitely not upset.
Okay, good. I'm glad. I don't want anyone to ever be upset.
Not with the likes of you.
Okay, I don't care. I mean, your opinion doesn't hold a lot of water for me, dude. You're just some probably random neckbeard on the internet. Doesn't really, like, what your opinion is of anything about me doesn't really matter.
Yeah, this coming from the village idiot. Yep.
Yeah, your ad homs are weak, dude. They don't bother me. And that's all you've had in your ad homs. You haven't responded to anything I've said.
Stop the cap.
All you've said is, "Well, you've never been to the GP of Polaris." that's all you got.
Yeah, you haven't. And also, you think that you're making giant circles on the ground when you're traveling from place to place.
When you're staying on the same latitude you are, if you're purposely staying on 34 degrees latitude,
you can't prove that. You can't prove that.
Okay, what part isn't being able to be proved? You don't think they're all taking elevation angles
making a giant circle. Making a giant circle. Yeah, you can't prove that.
Yeah, give me literally 45 seconds without interruption. Okay. Nope. You're not gonna just work with me for a minute?
No? Fuck no. Nope.
No.
I don't negotiate with terrorists.
Cope and seethe? You're just gonna cope and seethe and cry?
No, I'm just gonna mute. That easy.
I mean,
not now, but later.
Well, like I said, you go outside. I gotta say this again. Stick with me. Just stick with me through this. It's not gonna hurt. I promise. You go outside. You make a 34-degree angle of elevation to Polaris. There's going to be a 90-degree angle at the end of your elevation angle, forming a right angle triangle, which is simply just a 90-degree angle and two acute angles. One acute angle is 34 degrees. That automatically makes the other acute angle at 56.
No.
Is it not 56? I thought it was 56.
Not 90.
Not 90? Who said not 90? Who said not 90?
Don't worry about it, man. That was Yoder. He's contesting what you're saying.
Why is he contesting that? Hello? Huh? So anyway, you make your 34-degree angle of elevation to Polaris. Polaris is going to have a ground position. That ground position will be 90 degrees. So that's a right angle with an acute angle of 34 degrees. Making the other acute angle 56 degrees or whatever. You have a triangle now. That's called a right angle triangle. You pivot that right angle triangle around in a circle. That's going to be your latitude.
Question. Is there any evidence at any point in history that anybody has ever gone directly under Polaris and stood there to get a 90-degree angle?
I don't believe so. Not that I've seen. We've been looking forever, haven't we?
Yeah. So why are you assuming it's true?
So we're just going to assume that this one star out of every other star that we look at doesn't have a ground position?
Well, for some reason, nobody can go get it.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, same thing with the 24-hour sun, but a bunch of etherites and anti-flat earthers.
What does this do to your circle of equal elevation?
Okay, so what is latitude?
So have a good day.
Well, no. What is latitude then? If it's not that, what is it? It destroys it.
If it was confirmed, would that change anything for you?
If what was confirmed? A GP of Polaris?
I was talking to Yoder. Yoder, if it was confirmed, would it change anything for you?
No.
Well, no. I mean, well, no. I just said so. Now we're going back to auto hoaxing the North Pole.
No, I'm just pointing out some flaws in your assumptions. You're so cocksure that this is true, and you have no evidence.
Well, okay. So how do you derive your latitude?
He's working within the convention.
By convention, the way that you've described, but that doesn't mean that the distances are true and verifiable. That doesn't mean that So wait, hold on. Earlier, you're going into distances deriving from degrees. That doesn't mean that all those distances are true. Have you ever done a measurement? Have you gone 69 miles and measured 1 degree elevation change?
No, I haven't.
Okay, do you know anybody that has, and can you present that evidence?
No, I'm just going based off what...
No, you can't. Okay, so again, that's two assumptions now.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Wait a second. That is
measurable, you even know where
right?
69 to 1 that comes from? That is derived from a Haversine formula, which is an arc length. Congratulations, you're proving a globe to everybody.
We're proving a globe by taking measurements to Polaris.
And applying distances to them. And by applying you're basically constructing one. And you're denying that you're doing it in the process. And that's what's so hilarious.
The globe was constructed. No, where do you think they got the globe from flat Earth measurements?
Oh, you're going to get them all hot and bothered now, Yoder.
No, it's just you measure the Earth flat and then you construct the globe off that. So
yeah, I know that part. I know that part. Apparently, you don't, though.
I know the part that I just explained to you and you just agreed with, but I don't know it.
You don't understand it. You don't understand it, bro. You
don't understand
but you don't. I just explained it to you.
What don't I understand? You said I was constructing the globe. How did I construct the globe when I had to utilize the surface of the Earth as a horizontal plane? Hello?
I'll put it to you like this, man. He doesn't have enough time to continue a conversation with you because he's doing something. He's busy. But he does have enough time to come tell you what he did. So you can't keep saying hello because he's not going to respond to you if you say that.
Yeah, I measured the Earth flat with elevation angles to Polaris.
That's not what he was saying, dumbass.
Constructing a globe. So measuring
the system, listen, the convention that you're using, you're providing people the idea that this can only happen on the specific way that you're doing it, which can only happen
with a horizontal plane.
Dude, this can only happen on the globe, the way you're presenting it.
No, it can literally only happen with the horizontal plane that the observer is standing on for objects above the horizontal plane. How the fuck do you get a globe out of that? Are you stupid?
Yeah, the fact that you have no knowledge about this topic and you're just using these arguments
what are you talking about? All these,
I don't know where you got these arguments. You're saying them like a dumbass. I mean, it just proves that
all these elevation angles. I can take an elevation angle to fucking Jupiter. Jupiter's going to have a location where somebody's standing directly 90 degrees under it. I take a 34-degree elevation angle to Jupiter, and then I travel to the GP of it. You can do it with any star. There's 73 of them to use? They all have ground positions, except for Polaris, apparently.
Jupiter? Is that a star? Is that a star, yeah?
The light in the sky.
Alright. By the way, what happens when you travel to the southern hemisphere? How do you take the measurement of Polaris at that point?
Ooh. Yeah, even the Glober's going to get you. Even the Glober's going to get you. Even the Glober's going to get you on this one.
Polaris isn't seen beyond the equator.
I actually do want the Glober to get you on this one.
Glober get me on what?
Yeah, going south. How do you navigate going around Polaris in the south? Answer his question. I'd like to hear it.
You see Polaris from beyond the equator. What are you talking about?
But Polaris, you can see beyond, to a degree, yes, to a couple miles beyond the equator. But at some point, you're not being able to see it.
Yeah. Because it drops down 1 degree every 60 nautical miles as you back away from it.
Yeah, but then if you go beyond the equator, you can't see it anymore at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know what kind of point is being made. I joined late, but...
Yeah, I don't understand what you're trying to, what are you saying? How are you going to take elevation angles to something that's not visible for you?
I'll give you a leg up. I'll give you a leg up.
I mean, you can look at the southern star, but...
No, kind of every now and again put a cork in it. All right, so he's arguing for the AE map. That's what his position is. So you can take it from there.
You can unmute him. I asked him. Yeah.
I'm going to, but I'm just saying he's spurging out like a crazy person. So I have to mute him so I can tell you he's arguing for the AE map. So
yeah, the original question was asking about the distance between where you're taking elevation angle and the distance between that observer taking the elevation angle to Polaris, and then he was adding the 90 degrees of the ground position of the North Pole, and then drafting completing the triangle to get the actual predicted distance on a AE map from that observer to the using the known or the stated ground position of Polaris. That's how we got on this topic.
The distance to Polaris.
The distance to
yes, I don't know why T-Dub asked that. I'm not sure why T-Dub asked that, but that's what Vax was trying to answer, and that's what got us on this rabbit trail.
Yeah, 32 degree angle of elevation, 34 degree angle of elevation to Polaris. Polaris got 90 degrees. You got a 56 degree angle times 56 times 60, and it gets you 3,360 miles from your location to where the GP of Polaris is, based off of how we measured the sky. So
how far away is Polaris?
It doesn't matter. That's a fucking right angle triangle.
You would just
with the baseline of that right angle triangle being over 4,000 miles. That's 4,000 miles of Earth being measured flat.
If you have three, then you can. If you have 3 points of measurement, so you can complete the triangle, and that's basically what Vax is doing here. It's just completing the triangle with known measurements. Although one I would say is the contention here is that, like Master Yoder and I think AV said, that is that if you haven't confirmed the ground position of Polaris yourself, then you're assuming a 90 degree over the North Pole.
Well, every other star we do this with does have a 90 degree zenith position where you are at the GP of that star. That's how it's explained in Celestial Nav. That's how it's taught. All these stars have ground positions.
Yeah, but are you just assuming though? Are you just assuming though?
Okay, so now are again,
you, yes no. Are you assuming yes or no? Are you assuming yes or no?
Assuming? It's a pretty good assumption that the GP. So every other star has a GP. So every other star has a GP. So every other. So every other star used in celestial navigation has a ground position except for Polaris.
You can make up whatever narrative you like after that, but you're just assuming. That's all I care about.
All these stars have ground positions. Just because I haven't personally been there doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah, but you're assuming it's a central location. Yeah?
Well, that's what it's used for. That's how humans have.
Yeah, but you haven't proved it. You haven't proved it because you haven't validated. You haven't validated that you've been there. So sorry.
Okay, so circles of equal elevation, which derive your latitude, no longer exist because Vaxwax hasn't been to Polaris's GP. That's a little flimsy, don't you think?
That's why it's called a convention. Yeah.
Oh, this convention requires Earth to be a horizontal plane. And it works. It literally saves people's lives who are fucking shipwrecked and shit. People who are lost and starving to death, having to drink seawater, can use this method to figure out where the fuck they are and find out where the hell they need to go. That's why in the almanacs, all these stars have ground positions listed on them with their latitudes and their locations and what city they're over. So when you take an elevation angle to any star and you figure out where its ground position is based off of your latitude and elevation angle to it, you now know exactly how far you are from that city. Like, you do realize celestial navigation is not about trying to get to a place, it's trying to find out where you are relative to the GP of stars that you're making angles to. So yeah, Polaris would certainly have to have a ground position, just like everything else in the sky has a ground position.
Yeah, great assumption.
Wouldn't Polaris would Polaris be the only star that actually has like a consistent ground position, and the like basically every other star has one that is shifting based on time. So you would have to know the time at the same, like to like navigate.
That's why when you take your elevation angle, you say mark, and then you check the time.
Yeah,
my buddy George is really good at explaining all that. Well, I mean, if you're doing celestial nav, you're going to be able to, you'll be able to check the time. And the thing is, if you don't know the time, you find a star that's at your zenith, look it up in the almanac, and you get your time that way.
Yeah, if these resources, yeah, sure, okay.
When you do celestial nav, listen to this fucking guy. You act like you've been on the water for all your life, dude. You're just a fucking internet troll.
I've never done it.
Yeah, if you're talking like you know what you're saying, you don't. You've never navigated the oceans using it.
No, but that's how it's done.
Really? Have you ever been lost at sea and then found your way back with it?
I've never had to use celestial navigation to save my own life. No, but that's quite literally how it's done.
Then shut your dumb
pile, so what do you Okay, so what do you disagree with? What did I get wrong?
The fact that you're making claims and you can't verify. That's what I disagree with.
What claims did I make? What claims about celestial navigation?
No, dude, you're so fucking stupid. Like, there's a part of you're so stupid on. I'm talking about the actual circle you think you're making on the ground when you travel. Not the fucking convention.
Yeah, when you're... Oh, boy. Hold on. I'll post it for you again. There we go. Circles of equal altitude, comma. Okay, circles of equal altitude. They're circles of position. Or if you're anywhere in the circle... Hold on, let me click on it. Okay.
I don't need you here to. I don't need you here. You tell me that it's a convention again. I don't need to hear that. If you can't show me that you verified this method outside, I don't need to hear you tell me that over and over and over again. You're just like a broken record, dude, on repeat.
By the way, what was like the original thing? Like, is there some sort of proof that the Earth is flat, or it's round, or what is it? Like, what was the original thing that came?
He's arguing for the AE map, obviously, and he's saying you can make a giant circle using these positions, these geographic locations, right, on Earth. So where they are apart from each other and like relative to each other is in a giant arc, which means that if you complete that arc, you'd make a circle. Do you get it? Or no?
On the AE map, yeah.
Yeah, that's what he's arguing
based
for.
On, isn't that like naval navigation from like the past? Is this like a?
Yeah, I was in the Coast Guard, and we would have drills that would simulate like a loss of GPS navigation or loss of gyro navigation, and we would do things like we would do things like this, and then compare our results to what the gyro, like we wouldn't literally turn off the GPS and gyro, but we would like cover the displays, and then we would use different methods with these nautical almanacs to try to determine our position, and then we would compare our accuracy to what the GPS says after we were done, and like obviously we wouldn't be nearly as accurate as that, but that would be a demonstration of showing at least doing these methods is consistent with what the GPS and the gyro navigation would show. But I would presume that the objection would be is that they're both based on spherical like assumptions. So I don't know if that would move the conversation forward at all.
The whole system is
that is like
Kiro-san, you're right. The whole system is based on that. The convention is what people are using. Well, like especially Vaxwax, he's stuck on the convention, so he thinks that's solidifying the point for him to say that the Earth is a horizontal plane. But it doesn't do so in the way that it was constructed. The convention wasn't constructed that way.
Yeah, I think if we're using VaxWax's demonstration, or what he's trying to demonstrate here, is your contention to that would be that in order to, we can do this triangle, we can make this prediction, but in order to actually measure the distance to see if it confirms with, the geometric measurements that he's coming up with, you would actually have to measure the distance from the observer to the North Pole if you were to find the ground position, and measuring that distance is in a practical way is not that easy, because traditional, in the modern ways, we would have to use GPS, which again would introduce the assumption of the spherical model. But like traditional ways, like would invoke an inaccuracy that wouldn't really give us move the conversation any forward. Do I have that right? Is that where your contention comes from?
So it comes also like map making and cartography. There's a big argument as to like which map to use, and like some maps are good for one purpose and others are used for another purpose. But like in this specific case, he's saying that in relation to one another, these these ground positions are going to be in a specific orientation apart from each other in a circle. So they're going to make like a giant circle. Let's say if you're thinking about like the AE map, each position will be plotted on a giant circle, and that's what reality is. That's where he's going with it. Reality is exactly like that giant circle. And he cannot confirm that. I wasn't talking to him, and I keep telling him, I'm not talking about the convention. He keeps going back to that. He's trying to win a point from within the convention, and it's like, you can't, because he doesn't understand it, number one. And number two, he can't go outside and prove that that's exactly what reality is representing according to the convention.
So I think in regards to that last picture that VaxWax posted there, if you wouldn't disagree with that convention necessarily, if we had an accurate way of independently taking these measurements, like actually measuring the distance between the observer's ground position and Polaris ground position, you wouldn't necessarily have an objection to that if we had a sufficient method of measuring that without having to use the convention itself to determine the distance.
That's correct. You're getting it now, Kirill-san. The validation is the key. So if you can validate the thing you're making the claim to, that it's not a convention anymore, it's the absolute truth, then we have a gold standard, don't we? Thereby superseding any other navigational method and means, and using this particular one to be the absolute standard. And based on what your experience, that that's not true.
How about you unmute the motherfucker so you can reboot?
He's just going to go right back to the convention, which I already told him about. Watch.
Oh my lord. Okay, so if we had a gold standard way to navigate the Earth without getting completely lost that people have done for hundreds and hundreds of years, then you would accept it. But then when I describe exactly what they do, you have an issue with it? Yeah, people use celestial navigation all the time. Definitely not as much now as they did 100 years ago.
He's a fucking moron, dude. I told you he was going to do that.
Well, all I've talked about is how you're getting elevation angles to stars and shit, and applying it to celestial nav.
I told you, Kiro-san, he goes right back to the convention. It's like clockwork, dude. He doesn't know how to get away from it.
What's wrong? I don't understand.
It's funny that Kiro-san understood what I was talking about, but you can't.
Why does that matter though? When I just joined, I don't understand how it's what he is saying. How is that wrong though?
It's not.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Isn't the historical way to determine your position in the world to a certain degree?
Navigation.
Yeah, isn't it you look at the North Star and then you have the a couple other stars to like navigate through, and you know what time it is, what year you are in, or whatever. Like, I mean, I have no fucking idea how this shit works, but it seems like that seems pretty logical that people in the past like used these navigation methods to like navigate the sea. Like, I don't understand how.
Yeah, that's great, but that's still not the argument.
Wrong.
I feel like the people that are sitting in this room should be able to hear what's being said and comprehend. I feel like that's what's getting glossed over every time I unmute VaxWax. It's like you guys, your ears and your head just turns to mush. You do understand he's arguing within a convention, right? Does everybody understand that, or is that like you don't realize that's what's happening?
It's like using the convention to prove the convention.
That's a meaningless dribble of words saying arguing within a convention. Everyone argues within a convention.
Well, what's the convention?
What person on planet Earth can argue within a complete vacuum?
No, this guy he's got a whole different point.
Yeah, Earth's not a planet. Celestial navigation proves that. But
no.
Celestial navigation doesn't prove that Earth's a horizontal plane of reference. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, dude.
Could you actually like I actually have a question, because like I'm not a native English speaker. Like, what does it mean arguing within a convention?
So if you're presented a model of something, right? Let's say the Earth being an oblate spheroid. That's the model that you get. WGS84 model. The oblate spheroid.
Yeah.
It's a model, right? So if you argue from within that model, you're only going to confirm your bias that you think it's true. That's what VaxWax is doing.
Yeah, but isn't that like a normal thing?
Hold on. Sorry, real quick. I'm using celestial navigation to argue for a model?
Yes.
What model am I arguing for?
The AE map.
The AE map? Well, that's not a model. That's a map.
Yeah, model. Listen, dude. You could put points on it, which you could model out. Yes, to be a giant circle, and which you say you're declaring that's what's happening.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the way celestial navigation is done? Oh my God.
No. See, here's where you're trying to make the audience confused. No. Celestial navigation, the way it's done, it's different than what you're proposing the Earth is based on it.
Okay. Well, so I derived my latitude from Polaris by making circles of equal elevation around Polaris.
Yeah.
And then I do celestial navigation within. I'm going
to give you an opportunity, because I do want the conversation to continue and everybody to hear your point. So if you're going to draw. There's only one way to do this. So if you're going to draw this out on a map, what map would that be so that everybody can know where you're coming from? And granted, I am going to mute you, but just answer the question.
So if I was to do just standard celestial navigation in the northern latitudes, what map would that draw out with all the GPs of these stars and circles of equal elevation? I don't know. I've never, like, why? What does it come out to?
Okay, so you don't have a map?
Have I ever claimed one? Like, you've been strawmanning me with the AE map for months.
Yes, you did it yesterday.
Okay.
You did it yesterday.
Wait a second. What did I claim yesterday?
The AE map.
Can you just make a southern bias one, where the north is around the edge? You could just do the inverse if you bias to the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, I think
there you go.
VaxWax. Maybe I can ask you a question. Maybe I can ask you a question that might clarify what the contention is, like the root of the contention, right? So in your description, what you were doing is you took the elevation angle and then you got the inverse angle of Polaris to the ground position, which was just take your angle and subtract that from 90, and then you for lack of a better term, you assume the 90-degree ground position between the base of that triangle. You complete it and then you get a distance. So that distance you get without using the 69-to-1, degree per or miles per degree or whatever it is, nautical miles per degree, without using that, which would be a convention, how do you confirm that distance on the base of that triangle that you just made is correct? I think that's where the contention is at. Without using the convention, how do you confirm that distance?
Well, because it's done with other navigational stars. If I see just X navigational star, what's that? Hold on.
That's still using the convention.
You're not letting me
if you're
finish.
using other stars, you're still using the convention.
Yeah, you're not letting me finish, are you?
Go ahead.
Okay. I call up a friend. They have X star at their zenith, meaning for that moment they're at 90 degrees to that star. I go out and I see that star at 32 degrees. I subtract the 90 from that. 32 minus 90 minus 32 gives you 58. 58 times 60 is 3,480 miles. Oh, it just so happens the GP from my location to there is right around that distance. So you can do this with other stars. It doesn't have to be the auto hoax location for the GP of Polaris.
But again, how do you verify that distance without using the convention? That's part of their contention.
I don't understand, because the fact that you form a right angle triangle. No, you're forming a right angle triangle. Right, you're forming a right angle triangle.
Yes, you're performing a right angle triangle, and you're completing the triangle to get the ground distance.
I asked you a question. What's contentious about that?
It's because they don't correlate on a flat Earth.
That's not true. Anyway,
they literally don't correlate on a flat Earth.
How the fuck are you answering? Who the fuck are you?
Because he wants to, motherfucker. That's why.
Yeah, what does that have to do with what the other...
What if he wants to answer, huh? What if he wants to? Why you let him not answer?
Because it's non sequitur. So we're talking about ground distances, right? Based on measurements and other variables. Okay? So at some point, you get a ground distance. Now, we're saying, how do we know that ground distance is actually that distance? How the fuck is that in contention? What's going on? What's going on? Where the adjacent of the triangle is not whatever.
The contention is the distances don't correlate. The angles don't correlate, and the distances don't. So you can't. There is no solid.
Explain that more in detail.
Okay.
Because I know if I take one singular measurement from one location, okay,
take 10,000 from 10,000 locations.
Yeah, no, that's not how it works. Because when you're navigating, you're not taking two different people from two different locations.
Well, so ships aren't doing that all the time, and they couldn't correlate.
No, a ship is not going to be over here and then 1,000 miles over there.
No. It turns out there's more than one ship doing this a lot.
No, the point is when you're navigating as one person, you're not using multiple ships. That's not what celestial navigation is.
I understand, but if there's people,
so I understand the point in contention is we're not talking about celestial navigation. AV, I don't even know why the fuck you're a part of that conversation.
But you can determine that.
Did you hear the context, or I don't know if you're jumping in.
I'm trying, but I'm trying. They're not helping. Yeah,
I got busy.
Initially, what is the problem with the ground distance? Where's the point of contention?
That's not the point of contention.
Exactly.
That's not the point of contention.
So you are on my page. There's a bunch of
just me, Cosmos.
Whoever the fuck these dudes are that are trying to say the reason that it's contentious is because when you go to multiple locations, the angles don't match. That's not celestial navigation. Who the fuck is allowing? That's what I'm trying to take over the conversations. Multiple things are happening.
Well, so we live in a world with just inconsistent physics.
What they're saying is wrong.
Just to clarify, what I was talking about is that AV and Vaxwax were talking about this using a particular convention to confirm the proof or to draw a circle around something like Polaris, right? And if Polaris has a ground position and you take multiple elevation angles, everyone on the same elevation angle should be in the same distance from that ground position of Polaris, as an example. And then, but in order to prove that the convention works, Vax was saying that, well, this gives you a ground distance between the Polaris, because you just take the angles and you complete the triangle. With the 3 angles, you can get the base of the triangle. And then you can, from there, complete the rest of the triangle, get your distance, get the observer's distance to Polaris, and then you can get the height of Polaris above the ground position, completing the triangle. But in order to confirm the distance,
excuse me. No, hold on. Yeah, right. I know, VaxWax. I know. I got you. That's a lie, because you're going to create 3 circles from one ground observer using different stars GP. It seems to me that you think that you're going to take 3 observers and attempt to make the angles connect. I don't know what that has nothing that's not celestial navigation, and you can't do that with celestial bodies. What you can do is get a ground distance based on multiple circles of equal altitude, though, using different stars with different GPs, not you as an observer, and then there being multiple observers.
That was one of VaxWax's points. Actually,
and it's correct.
You're lying.
And it's correct.
No. The 3 did not what you just said. Using 3 different observers.
Yeah, you can't do that, VaxWax. It doesn't work like that.
No. Oh, Eli, that goes back to no. All I was saying with that was, if you go to 34 degrees north latitude, and I got the cities, a city in freaking Georgia in the United States, a city in Syria, and a city in India, all 34 degrees north latitude. It's in between 8 p.m. and 4 a.m. for all of these 3 places, and they're all pointing at north at the same time. That means we're all in the same circle of equal elevation.
Okay, right there, he's talking within the convention of how to obtain that, right? We agree with that.
You say that, but I don't understand.
What you're going to let me finish, Baxter? I'm going to mute you. You're going to let me finish, I'm going to mute you. You got a choice.
Well, I got to hop off here soon anyway.
No, you just hop off then. How about that? Just leave.
It's just, you keep saying like it's inside a convention. That just sounds babbly to me. I don't think it means anything.
It doesn't mean shit, by the way. Maybe.
It's simple. All right, so he was saying that within that convention, you're actually making a giant circle on the ground, which means that relative to your position, the guy that's in another geographic location is in an arc away from you. So completing the circle with the other guy who's in another position, that's another arc away from that guy. If you complete that arc, it's going to make a giant circle on the ground, which means that everybody's standing around like everyone holding hands outside in a giant circle. He can't prove that, nor can anyone else. This is a convention that's utilized. And it's a useful tool, but it's not the actual reality when you go outside, because you can't verify that that person is in an arc away from you in a giant circle. And if somebody wants to put forward the evidence that that's the case, I'd like to see it.
I mean, based on the principles, it would seem like that's the case.
Yeah, I know, but it's not verified.
Is it like what you're saying I can't do is take a video of all 3 people? Yeah, no shit.
Well, not only that, but to say that that's the case, he was conflating the convention with the actual field test outside to actually do that. And he kept conflating it over and over and over again, and he doesn't stop.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to clarify, so I apologize if I added to the confusion rather than clarified.
Well, by doing that, he's giving Polaris not just an apparent location, but an actual location.
Yeah, so where would you have to be? Like, you have to be in the US, and then where would the second person be to like verify like a location? to complete that circle. Like I don't understand.
No, hold on a second. Verifying location isn't what was in contention.
Yeah, sure, but like to like complete that circle that you were talking about, like.
Well, see, that's the problem.
So, like,
how do you know that person is in a giant? Dude, that's not the problem. How do you know that person in reality is in a position away from you in an arc away from your position? Can you confirm this arc?
Well, if you have like a friend or someone who can, I don't know, like you're in the US, someone else in South Korea.
What you're saying is already like no. If you have a friend in it, no, it's not. No.
You got a buddy right next to you. He's going on a plane and he's going to fly to
further than no. Like, but my issue with this whole thing is like whether it's the case people are standing in a circle or not is actually wholly relevant. I don't know why. I don't know why the decimal point is in this place. Like there's no meaning in arguing that people are standing in a circle. To say what? What's the point?
That wasn't the point, I think.
No, that. But
was it?
Wax has said, circles of equal altitude, whatever. Why are we arguing? I don't even know why arguing against it matters. Because I don't understand that if you agree with him, what the conclusion would be. Because he's never made one. I don't understand why we keep on getting dragged into. You get bit by the virus and then we just fucking let it corrupt the truth that we're supposed to be saying. And then we start talking about all this weird stuff that doesn't have anything to do with anything practical.
What was the truth?
Whether or not you're actually standing in a circle with friends have to do with celestial navigation? Absolutely fucking nothing. Shit gets on my nerves, man. Wasted time.
That's shit.
Wasted communication. Stupid.
I think that the mystery would still be what the circle was meant to represent, I guess.
Mysteries are for Scooby-Doo. Not hear what I just said?
Yes, yeah. I did. But at the same time, like what was the guy supposed to prove? Like Earth being flat or Earth being a sphere?
No, it has nothing to do with that. It's a prerequisite.
I joined late, so I don't know.
Listen, dude. It's a prerequisite for Earth being flat if you're going to have circles of equal altitude that are parallel with each other. That's it. That's not the part of the argument there's nothing questionable about that. We already know that celestial navigation as a prerequisite uses the Earth as horizontal, aka flat, aka straight, aka level, aka an orientation as a base reference. That's not in contention.
Are you claiming that it couldn't work? Are you claiming that it couldn't work on a globe?
Did you not just hear what the prerequisite I just said was?
But that's your prerequisite, though.
Like, I think it's making a claim that it couldn't work on a globe.
Real life, right?
It's not my prerequisite. That's just what it is, actually.
Yeah, but it's the one you claimed, because, like, there's no reason why the North Star, for example, would, like, rise beyond the horizon or something. You say what?
What's your contention with what I said? Is it going to be circles?
No, nothing. I was just asking.
Is it going to be circles of equal altitude that are not parallel?
No, I don't even understand what the last person that was arguing said. Like I said, like I joined late, but
question has nothing to do with what any of you guys were talking about.
Elijah, these other guys
equal altitude is just. Yeah, I don't know what the fucking argument is. I'm just asking. I'm just asking questions, man.
All right, I'm gonna slow this down. So again, flat Earth is a prerequisite for celestial navigation. Now, your response.
What do you say?
circles of equal altitude that are parallel to each other. That's how.
But in the way you're stating that, it's making a claim that it couldn't work on a globe, which I would like for you to substantiate that claim.
I don't have to. Who the fuck? I don't listen. If I say, "Hey, look, this is how my motorcycle works. This is how fast it goes," and someone says, "Well, you're saying Kawasaki sucks. Suck my dick." No, I'm not. I'm just telling you what it is.
You know, that's like more like you are saying that, then you start it blows up, and then.
No, I can validate what I'm saying, but I can validate what I'm saying. But it's not like he's saying what I'm saying isn't true. He's saying, well, if that's the case, then it can't be a globe. I don't know if that's his takeaway. That's fine. I just know that it is a prerequisite. That's it. That's all I know. Unless someone's going to say, no, it's not a prerequisite, then we would have a debate on our hands. But if you're not saying that, suck my dick.
But I think we are arguing about a point that a person made that is now not even here anymore.
No, we're not. Now you're talking to me. I'm not even making the same point he was making.
But you're like referencing it. So I don't know.
No. Just because I'm saying circles of equal altitude doesn't mean I'm saying nowhere near the same thing he was saying. That's dumb.
I know, but it's like part of the same argument.
No, it's actually not.
That was me.
No, it's actually not.
It's spawn of the.
You don't know enough to tell me why specifically it is the same thing. You literally don't. You just told me. How the fuck could you tell me that it's the same thing when you don't know what you're talking about? You said you were just asking questions because you don't really know. How the fuck do you know to tell me what you're telling me then? It's ridiculous.
All right. Yeah, you're right.
Now what you did ask me is, what does it have to do with it being flat or curved?
Yeah, that's like the main point of the.
I said, well, the prerequisite is that it is flat. That's the base foundation of it. Now, if you want to argue and say that's not the case, we can start there. If you want to say, why are you saying that? How do you know that? We can start there. But we can't start with, I'm confused. Why are you sounding like the other guy?
No, we are just creating. Well, it doesn't fucking matter.
Exactly. You was about to fucking say it, right? Stupid, but I beat you to it. Like, yeah.
No, I wouldn't call you stupid.
Because you don't actually want to know. Yeah, like I'm trying to lead you to the water. You actually, you just don't want to know.
Whether the Earth is flat or not?
Well, you don't want to know the answer to your question. I don't know why you asked it.
About what? Like I was just saying that like we are still lingering on the question that another person asked.
No,
or basically what the topic has spawned from.
Do you have a question that has nothing to do with what another person was talking about, or no? Because if not, then we can end it right here.
Actually, no. Fuck it.
Okay, good.
I had this shit.
Okay. That's how you stop a virus in under 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. like I be begging people, go ahead, take me there. Pull my card. And they're like, nah, I'm good. Yo, but they'll sit here and argue with y'all and insert their virus into your consciousness so that whatever you was going to say is completely manipulated into a conversation of their own making. You guys will let that happen all fucking day long.
VaxWax was the original one discussing it, and he's asking to be unmuted. I think if you want to give him a chance,
he's
to
muted.
clarify
I thought he
what
was
the
leaving
original.
because he had somewhere to go.
He said he has about 5 minutes, so maybe he can clarify what point he was getting to.
That's up to Miggy because he was having a conversation with Miggy, so that's up to him.
Yeah, I don't mind. I'll unmute him.
By the way, that was I was saying. The conversation was about him, not what we were saying. But...
Go ahead, Vax. You're unmuted.
Yeah, I got literally just a minute. No, just to sum up, AV had an issue with latitude being circles of equal elevation around Polaris, and that we can prove the circle of equal elevation around Polaris is actually a circle. That's all it is.
Yeah, like your straw man. You can go now.
Yeah, if you're able to keep Polaris at the same angle and then travel while keeping it at that angle, you're only going to make a circle. That's why it's called a circle of equal altitude, because it's the center point, which is Polaris, is equidistant to every other point on that circle of latitude. And that's how latitude is derived. I'm pretty sure Eli would agree with literally everything I just said. Like, that just is what it is.
By the way, wouldn't that work on a flat Earth as well? Wouldn't it be the same thing?
Oh my God. No, it's mandatory that the Earth is flat, because when you're making your elevation angles, they have ground positions with measured flat horizontal distances. Once you acquire if you're making a 32-degree angle to a star, that star is going to have a 90-degree zenith angle. Well, GP at 90 degrees. It's a right angle triangle. These right angle triangles have baselines that are thousands and thousands and thousands of miles on the same horizontal point. They're not. That's why the ground position is so important. And this ground position cannot be jetted off into space on a tangent line. The ground position is on the surface of the ground, and the baseline of that angle is not curving.
Oh, but you couldn't draw the circle on a globe?
No, how are you going to draw? Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Okay, you got that. Good.
Let
me ask a question. Is taking an
still draw a circle on a globe,
hey, sir.
I gotta go on mute. I won't be able to respond, but I'll be listening. So,
is taking an elevation angle from the surface equivalent to drawing a circle on the ground? Yes or no? Or fucking silence. Fucking retards surround me everywhere in my life. So you talk through me for 20 minutes. I ask you a simple question. You can't answer it? Hello, fuck stick.
He did say he had to go on mute and he won't be able to respond.
No, that was VaxWax.
Is Eli talking? Yeah, no, Eli, your question's not towards me. Yeah, it's towards the other guy.
Is it towards Rusty? Because Rusty was the one engaging with you earlier.
No, yeah, but that was not like 20 minutes. That was a misunderstanding, I think.
No, yeah.
I was waiting for him.
Talking through me incessantly while I was trying to get clarity on what the fuck was going on. Like, you were helping. You weren't. The bottom line is, though, when you say, can't we just draw a circle on the globe? My question to you was, well, is an elevation angle measurement equivalent to drawing a circle on a ball? Yes or no?
I don't fucking know.
The answer is obviously fucking no. That's it.
Yeah, I don't fucking know. I was asking what the original claim was by, or what the original argument is, man.
What's your name? I'm
I
not
fucking
doing
know. You're talking to Wax, by the way. I'm just a fucking retard who is just joined here, man.
Your name is what? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, blah.
Yeah, I'm in a foul mood. You're out of here. Yo. Because every time, like he said what he said. I responded to him. His response to that was to repeat the first thing he said. I'm not doing that. Look, I was only here because I didn't fucking ask you why you was here. You said that 20 times already. In a perfect world, the truth will come out and everybody would fucking be happy. You got idiots like this that, like, shit is funny sometimes.
Obviously, came in.
And then other times it's just really not fucking.
He came in to learn, but then it's like he doesn't want to.
You know, it's like a person who like doesn't know, but they're being light. They're being like, it's like everybody's chilling, cool. But it's like when I'm talking and then the person just starts talking when I'm talking. Yeah, I know they hear me talking, and they're just saying just whatever the fuck they want. What the fuck is that?
I think it's the brain
poor communication skills.
Poor communication skills. Jesus Christ.
Brain worms.
But it's clearly that, isn't it? Clearly that. Obviously, it's poor communication skills, first and foremost. And then if the individual is coming to learn something, then clearly he should be listening first and then addressing the points you're raising and then asking questions. If you came in to learn, especially as he said, he's calling himself a retard on top of that. So he called himself a retard. I don't know. I'm just... Okay, if that's the case, then start acting more cohesive, at least. Coherent, should I say.
Yeah, man, I'd be so loud and mad that I just be wishing somebody to shut me the fuck up and tell me how loud and wrong I am. Cause I will shut the fuck up. I'm a reasonable person. But if you meet me with retarded shit, like I just want to like, yo, it's not like he's gonna go, okay, I heard what you said. Here's the response. That shit never happens. It's always some retarded. How?
Yeah, I get the same as well. I had one this earlier on today, your time, on this server stating that he doesn't believe in the earth. I said, but you're on the earth. How can you not be? And it's not requirement of belief. You're on the earth. You know you're on the earth. How can you not be? Why would you say you don't believe? What's going on in your head? That's retarded. It's a stupid answer. Because I asked him what was his best proof for the globe. That's all I asked him. What is the best proof that you have, that you know without a doubt that you're on a globe? He says, I don't believe on the earth. I said, that's a stupid answer. Because I asked you, what was your proof? You're clearly on the earth. That's what I mean. That kind of retarded answer was ridiculous. And then he came up with, well, I'm an atheist. Well, you should have said that at the very beginning. Not that that's important anyway, because we're asking about the shape of the earth. I don't care whether you're an atheist or not.
Sad state of affairs, man.
Yeah, that was earlier on today. What, maybe 6-7 hours ago, 8 hours ago. Yeah, I think his name was Corp. His name was Corp. CORPPP, like that. Something like that it was. Early to mid 20s.
Decent conversation. That's all I just want, a decent conversation today.
I want a decent conversation every day. Right.
No, there's no naturally observed phenomenon. But
Okay.
I just don't understand why AV has such an issue with latitude.
I'm about to mute you, bro.
We're just going to move on. Yeah, move on, bro. We're just a new person's here wants to talk about the topic, so we're going to do that instead. Vaxxvox.
Yeah. It's not a belief in the gravity thing because, it hasn't been proven to exist as such. There is a downward vector, right? And the explanations for this downward vector do not match what we actually live. Hence, it hasn't been proven. Okay.
I see. Yeah, I understand. What's the explanation of the downward vector?
I don't know all I can say is that whatever created this
relative density. Relative density.
Okay, that'd be one, of course.
What do you mean by relative density? Do you mean
you're heavier than air, so you're on the floor. Air is above you because it's lighter than you. Relative density.
Yeah, I mean,
everything is arranged based on their density in relation to the medium that they're in all cases.
I think you're describing buoyancy, right? Is that what you mean?
No, buoyancy.
I'm describing relative density. So if the air, right? If there's a medium of air and then you have helium in it, okay? Right? Well, actually, that might be just like a rapid expansion. Anyway, the bottom line is you take a tennis ball, throw it in the air, it's going to hit the floor. You put it in a different medium like water, it's going to rise to the top. It's relative density. Call it what you want.
Okay. Anyways, I understand, but he was talking about the explanation of the scientists, not your explanation. So I
no,
think
there's no scientist. Okay, my bad. Scientists. So let's go back. So then, if you think that there's something scientific about gravity, then that means there would be a proposed hypothesis. What is it?
The proposed hypothesis
for gravity. Yep.
Yeah, it's the warping of space-time.
There would have to be a naturally observed phenomenon.
Vaxxvox. I know. I'm getting there, Vaxxvox.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting there. I'm not going to lecture him. I want him to help me with the conversation. I'm not here to tell him everything. I could have just told him that. It is. It's already clear. Relax.
And Jen, that goes for you too, buddy.
So, a hypothesis is a special kind of prediction that that predicts. Hold Hold on, sorry, running across the street.
Don't worry about it.
Sorry. Yeah. So a hypothesis is a special kind of prediction, where you're actually giving a supposition as to what is causing the naturally observed phenomena. So, what would the hypothesis for gravity have been from Einstein, Newton, or whoever? What is it? Post it in the chat, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, but it depends. Do you want Einstein's hypothesis or Newton's
I just want a valid hypothesis. Any that you can find.
The valid hypothesis would be Einstein's. I'll post it in the chat if you want.
Go ahead.
Okay, bet. So, I don't know how to word it. Okay. The hypothesis of...
You did you wait? Did you agree with what I said? A hypothesis is?
I didn't. I'll be completely honest with you. I didn't even hear you. No.
Okay, so that's the most important part, because you can't just give me whatever you want. It has to be an actually valid hypothesis. So a valid hypothesis is a special kind of prediction where you are going to make a supposition as to what's causing the natural phenomena you are observing.
So in
anyone's case, it would just be whatever phenomena anyone saw that they then had a supposition as to it being gravity. But we just need that. What is it?
Yeah, okay, I understand what you mean. I'll get you the hypothesis. I'll get you the experiment and his hypothesis, and why.
Just start with the hypothesis. I don't want the experiment yet. Start with the hypothesis.
I mean, sure, 100%. Let me write it.
Let you write it? I thought you were going to cite it.
I mean, I can.
Wouldn't it be in Einstein? My bad.
Go on.
Wouldn't it be in Einstein's paper published in 1915?
It's no. His paper is published in his paper is published in 1905. 1905. 05. Sorry.
Oh, 1905. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Is it 1905 or 1915?
No, we call 1905 his miracle year, where he publishes 4 papers, if you remember.
Well, there's 2. There's Einstein's theory of relativity, and then his special theory of relativity. Aren't they separate papers?
That's years after, right?
Special is 1905. The general theory of relativity was 1916.
Yep.
Okay, so that's what we're talking about. 1916. I thought it was 1915, though. I think it's 1915 still.
Yeah, but I
so
think
that's what we're talking about.
Yeah,
you know what? Look, I'm not going to stop you. Go into that paper and get the suppositional cause for a natural phenomena that is also implicitly stated. Go and get that.
I can the hypothesis. I can write down the hypothesis. I think I mastered.
I want you to cite it. I want you to cite it from the paper.
I mean,
we're talking about science, right? Don't scientists cite their work? You said, look, I'm sorry, because I didn't want this standard, but you told me to stop talking without. You didn't tell me to stop talking about it, but you said, hey, well, before I came in the conversation, it was more about science. So now we're going with that standard. So all I'm asking you is to cite the hypothesis.
Yeah, I can.
You're talking about writing it out. You're talking about writing it out.
Yeah, you misunderstood what I said, but sure, I can cite the hypothesis. Just to tell you, you misunderstood the entirety of what I said in terms of scientists. But also, when a physicist masters this concept, he can cite the hypothesis from memorization, and he can write it down with not necessarily going to Einstein's work.
Are you a physicist? Are you a physicist?
Not necessarily, but it doesn't mean that I don't.
Okay, so when you say you're going to write something down, I want to know that you're not a grubby little liar. So when you say it, I want to see it cited from the person that you lifted it from, because you're not the one that created the hypothesis for gravity. So again, rewinding, but look, it's not unreasonable for me to ask you for the citation, the hypothesis in that paper. That's not ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. It's a waste of time, but I'll do it. Sure, just
because you can't do it.
No,
you can't do it.
Just get.
No, you're fighting so hard. Not okay. I'll give you a second. Go ahead, do it.
Okay, but first of all, the
okay. So I knew you weren't going to. So you're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. Oh, okay. I thought so.
Hypothesis. Chop,
See,
chop.
These guys fucking get on my nerves. Bro.
What do you mean? Okay.
Yo, somebody else take over. Maybe I'm too high strung.
No, it's fine.
I think you fundamentally miss. Yeah, no, I think you. I was clocking the whole time. You fundamentally misunderstood
hurry up
what
and
I
post
said.
it. Post it. Hurry up.
I mean, okay, I'll try finding the hypothesis. I'm not sure if it's in Einstein's papers, but I'll see.
So the guy just found out in real time that there's no hypothesis in Einstein's papers. That's kind of funny.
I don't think he found out. I just think that he wasn't.
But this is why you need to listen to me, man. Because at first,
you could be a hero.
Yeah, okay. This is honestly annoying. You guys don't fundamentally misunderstand what I said.
Well, you're a liar because this conversation is recorded. So earlier you stopped me. So earlier you stopped me. So earlier you stopped me. So earlier you stopped me from talking about relative density to say that you guys were talking about science. So I said,
no, I didn't say that.
So what did you say?
Yeah, I'll tell
that
you
included
what
the word
we
science.
said. What's his name? That one person was talking.
Not we. What did you say that included the word science?
Okay.
It's that simple.
Yeah, I said, okay.
I don't need the backstory.
Big Daddy, can you calm down, be patient so I can explain to you what happens?
Actually, look, I can be patient if you actually just answer what I'm asking.
Yeah, yes, and I can tell you I'm trying to answer, but you're not allowing me to because this is it's you have these two just let me answer, okay? It's very simple. The other guy was talking about I said what is gravity? Does gravity exist? And then the other guy talked, and then he said, from what I can see from the explanation. And then I said, which explanation? And then he said, the scientific explanation. And then you come and then you say gravity is buoyancy. And then I'm like, okay, we weren't talking about that. I didn't
say gravity.
You fucking flat earthers. You're a bunch of fucking niggers. All you flat earthers are a bunch of nigger retards. You fucking pussies.
Yeah, okay. Anyways. So you came into the conversation fundamentally.
I have to stop you there.
What I was saying.
I have to stop you there.
You blow your phone.
I mean, let's go to the recording. I'm gonna go to the recording.
So I have to stop you there.
Where is it?
I bet you $1,000. I bet you $1,000 that I didn't say that gravity was buoyancy, like you just said. I bet you $1,000. Are you gonna put your money on the table?
You didn't.
Are you gonna put your money on the table? No, I didn't say anything that was equivalent to that either. So it doesn't. I'm not gonna pigeonhole it to the words, but I didn't say anything that was equivalent to that either. Equivalent meaning not just the word buoyancy.
$1,000, yeah, 100%. Because you said something way equivalent to buoyancy. Can you define buoyancy, by the way?
No, buoyancy is a terminology in the lexicon of the belief.
Okay.
Listen, it's in a belief in the lexicon of the globe, with gravity being a force pull to the center of it. So I don't care about the word buoyancy at all, because I know that that's how it's defined, and I don't care.
That's not how it's defined. You fundamentally misunderstand.
Well. So then, what is the equation for it when it includes little g?
Yeah, it's FB equals.
Okay, so I was correct then.
No, because buoyancy doesn't. You're talking about Archimed's buoyancy. That's something else. That's more critically.
I'm not talking about anything other than you said. What is gravity? Okay.
You're talking about the buoyant force,
and then it was told to you that there's no such thing as gravity.
Okay.
And I agree with that. There's no such thing as gravity. So when it was proposed, why do things go down? I said relative density. I never fucking said gravity is relative density.
Okay. But buoyancy, again, buoyancy is literally.
You said buoyancy. I didn't say buoyancy.
Yes, I know, but you tried defining. Can we get back to the definition of buoyancy? You fundamentally misunderstand what buoyancy is. Because your definition is wrong.
Does buoyancy have anything to do with gravity? Yes or no?
The buoyancy force.
Oh shit! What was that? What the fuck? You had a malfunction? What the fuck?
What do you exactly mean? I don't understand what you mean. Anyways, can we continue the conversation and stop laughing?
Whatever that was. But
I said the buoyancy
whatever.
Force.
I thought it was funny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's no such thing. Yeah, there's no such thing. Because when I'm talking about relative density, there's no buoyancy force of any. That's you saying that's the case. That's not me saying that, nor do I agree with that. No, I don't.
What was your definition of buoyancy again? Can you please?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Are we going to go back to the fact that there is no scientific evidence for the claim that gravity is a phenomena that does stuff? What are we really talking about?
So Cavendish's experiment doesn't exist. But anyways, let's go back.
Where's where's the hypothesis from Einstein or Newton? Where's that? Let's stick with that.
But now you're saying two things. First of all, we can assume that gravity is a thing without knowing what causes gravity.
No, that's what you're saying. That would be affirming the consequent. I bet you if I let you actually formulate it into a statement. But we're not talking about that. No, we're not. Listen. No, we're not. No, we're not. Listen, no, we're not.
That's the whole.
So if you're going to say, so do you guys believe in gravity? And then we say no. And then you say it's the whole history of science. I'm going to say, okay, suck my dick.
That's not what I said.
While you tell me what I said. What the hypothesis is.
Again, that's not what I said. Here's what you said. You said that first of all, we can observe something is true without necessarily understanding why this effect, what causes this effect.
Incorrect. I never said that, because the natural sciences has to do with the hows and whys of the world. You're full of shit. I would never say that.
So what you're saying is that 5,000 years back, when humans used to take apples and
no, I'm not saying any. I'm not saying again. Why do you keep saying so? I'm saying no.
They couldn't explain why.
The answer is no.
This is stupid.
I said what I said.
The fuck?
The answer is no. I said what I said, not what you're saying. That's the bottom line. I said what I said. Just like I said, if you're going to say it's science, what's the hypothesis? Couldn't do that, can't do that. Said you would cite it, won't cite it. I know you won't. You never
misunderstand buoyancy.
What does that have to do with a hypothesis?
Yeah,
and
you're
not
bringing
even
up
that.
buoyancy.
Not even that. You said
that's a red herring.
What does that have to do with a hypothesis?
You said gravity cannot be observed because we can't explain it, which is a logical fallacy in itself. Can I explain why it's a logical fallacy?
I never said that. I never said that.
Okay, let's go back to the recording. Where's the recording? Where's the recording?
It's on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Type it in. If you find me saying those words, I'll give you $1,000.
Sure, just give me a second. So can you type it in the chat so I can go look?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Just type that into YouTube.
Okay, you can just click on one of the bots at the top. Hey, bro, listen. There's 2 bots in here called YouTube bots. You can click on their profile, and there's a link take you directly to their page.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
But if he didn't say it, then you have to pay.
He's not.
Wait, I mean, just to be clear, okay?
I'll be right back.
On what we're saying. I'll just get the info. I don't care anymore. I'll get the info. Just give me a sec.
If he's not here, you can send the payment to me. I'll send them to him.
For a fee.
I'll be the broker.
Yeah, people often take what you say and then incorrectly tell you what it implies. There's no logical link.
Yeah, and also I do feel that if things didn't go straight down, a downward vector and a straight upward vector, and things were going diagonally as well now, it'd be a very chaotic world to be living in. Because I think the natural order of things is for things to go straight down and straight up. That way we can orientate ourselves and navigate ourselves through this earth as the Creator intended. Put in a diagonal vector on top of that, it becomes very chaotic. So, there's quite logic behind this straight down vector and upward vector, by the way. Natural order. No chaos. That's why it's intelligent design.
What kind of did you other than the did you see the moment where like he was like, I'm gonna get it, and I'm like, okay, let me shut the fuck up, go ahead and do it then. And then he's like, yo, but before I did this, it's like, no, fam, Jesus Christ, you gonna get the hypothesis or not? Yeah, but clearly he doesn't want to talk about that because he wants to go back to buoyancy for whatever reason that he brought up.
Yeah, he's not the guy.
Yeah, he's not the guy. He's not the guy. And also, it doesn't have anything to do with gravity, does it? This buoyancy thing. That was the other point you made. Does it have anything to do with gravity? He didn't answer. Buoyancy force he came out with.
Well, it does. According to mainstream.
Oh, according to mainstream, yeah. In actuality, it doesn't have anything to do with gravity, does it? Buoyancy. Does it? Things go up because they're lighter than air. That's not gravity, is it?
And the problem with that is that there's no force either.
Yeah, that's right. There is no force. Buoyancy
like
force.
If I have air and then I pop a helium balloon, like there isn't some force, spreading the
gas
particles apart. Not like something is pulling or pushing it, or no.
Interfering.
They say buoyancy, like with water, is because the gravity is pulling things down. That's why it's pushing up. Well, what if I pop a fucking helium balloon in the air, where the gas is going to go in all vectors and is surrounded by all vectors? What then?
Where's gravity in all this? That's the question. Where's your gravity? Yeah. So it's quite normal for an individual to take. I was going to say it's quite natural for an individual to take this length of time to find something that doesn't exist. He's going to be trying to find it. He will not find it today. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. And all we wanted was a decent conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, just a decent conversation. One based in logic, coherency, and cohesiveness. Here we are. Here we are. It's always the case. It's always like this with the gravity thing. Always.
I mean, they want to force it into an argument. You know why? Because we was talking about bigotry and stereotyping earlier. And when you dig into how stereotyping leads into bigotry, it's usually a very, very strong belief in something.
Yeah. And then we had that ridiculous outburst from a youth of today. We can only call him a youth. All you flat earthers are the N-word. All you flat earthers are the N-word. That's all you got out of one youth. A youth, ladies and gentlemen, youth of today. Out of control, no knowledge, still hanging on to his mother's breast. Youth. That's all he could come out with. All you flat earthers are the N-word. All you flat earthers are the N-word.
Well, that's actually an example of bigotry right there.
Yeah. Desperate. hopeless, lost, no direction, empty head, has lived to that age and has learnt zero. Thinks he's making himself famous. Famous for being an empty-headed fool is all that is. Cowardice on top of that. Before he wouldn't say that in front of people like me or Elijah right there and then, because he know there'd be a repercussions for that. And if he did, then that would be a very foolish move to do anyway in the first place, even if he was to do that. That's what we're living under, ladies and gentlemen. This is the indoctrination you're listening to here.
Truth be told, I wouldn't care. Just like I wouldn't spit on him if he was on fire, I wouldn't give him another thought if he was out, shouting obscenities.
If he was shouting it in front of my face, he'd get a slap.
His blood is not worth my freedom, especially because he's retarded and a bigot. There's no way in hell that I'm gonna put any of my energy into that in real life. You got me fucked up.
Yeah. Okay, it doesn't look like he's coming back then.
Of course he's not. He's a liar. He had an agenda. Not even this. That's the thing. Like, these people are Dunning-Kruger. They think they're right, and they don't think that what they are saying can actually be challenged. Not only that, they don't think that you as a flat earther understand anything to be challenging them. So that's where you fucked up, son.
Yeah. Boy. Not even son. Boy. So, are there any more Globers in the house who want to prove their mustard? Prove that the globe exists? Or do you have any questions relating to the topic matter? Please ask. We're here waiting. Don't give up on it. You're here now. You've made it this far. Make your visits count.
Is that Nathan Thompson? Oh no, it's not.
Or seeing things for exactly what it is for October, all right? And then, but again, this is leaving based to really work on your goals. We have a bench ones.
Is no one talking?
Hear anyone?
Who's talking right now? We're gonna have them muted.
What's up, Mage?
What's up? Give me a second. I gotta go outside. I've come to defend the globe.
Why would it have to be defended? Doesn't the globe, based in science and it's self-defending?
You think science is self-defending? That probably explains
makes it observable, repeatable, falsifiable. It's all of it. That's the power of science.
That's not
defends
self-evidence,
itself,
bro. You still have to defend it. No, that's
no.
not how
It defends itself.
Science. I'm not going to argue how science works with some flat earther. All right, but if you want to argue,
well, don't. If you're not,
why would you have the necessity to defend it?
Oh my God, he just made a bigot statement. Oh my, surprise!
Another one, yeah. So, mate, why do you have to defend the globe? Is it like some little damsel in distress and you're there with your shiny big sword?
Genius, if you make a proposition, you have the burden of proof.
Well, you've made a proposition that you have to defend a globe.
I didn't make a proposition. I said
that's what you said. When you came in,
no.
You said, I'm here to defend the globe.
Yeah, it's not a proposition.
So get your sword out.
I think you need to take a logic class, buddy. I might be wasting my time here if you can't understand basic logic.
Well, go on and get out of here. Follow your logic. If you think you're wasting your time here, follow that logic and go do something else with your time. Duh.
But then you did say you were going to defend the globe. Start defending. What proof do you have that the Earth is indeed a globe? Can you please present that proof? Okay, defend it now. Go ahead. Defend. Where's the empirical evidence that you have? There you are, ladies and gentlemen. Silence. He's meant to be defending. There you are.
Yeah, for a second there, I thought it was a recording, man. How fast you answered them, Crit.
Oh yeah,
I should call you quick draw, bro. I was like, damn.
Quick draw, my draw.
Yeah, that was soundboard ready.
Dude, he just finished saying what he said, and then you came right in after him. I was like, golly, bro.
Yeah, I got a good internet connection today. Bring the numpties in. Let's go.
Oh shit. Yeah, Globies are in trouble now. Oh.
Yeah, it's like, what is your profession?
You're here to chew bubblegum and kick ass, huh?
You come in like hot, saying something like, I'm here to defend the globe. Really? How do you think that's going to work out for you?
You're like Doc Holliday. I'm your Huckleberry.
Yeah, it's like, I was just playing. I wasn't.
Yeah, that would be you. I wasn't.
I'm not going to discuss the science of things with a flat earther, is what he said, or words to that effect. Huh? They really don't know what they're talking about.
That goes to what Crit always says. They call us subhuman mongrels. That's basically what he's alluding to. Which goes to also Eli's point, this bigotry.
Yeah. Yeah. And there he is. He can't defend the globe, ladies and gentlemen. So who is the indeed fool here? It's like he took a run at the flat earthers and he just bounced off. Yeah.
Was it Mage? What was the guy's name?
It was Mage.
It was Mage, yeah. That's what I thought. He's one of those guys who like melted down in over Science and Space News too. Like full freak out. That he said in DMs. It's hilarious. Oh, here's one. He sends to me, "You're not real." So I sent him that gif of that woman on the plane who was like, "That motherfucker ain't real." You know, who got kicked off? That was like a couple of years ago.
I think you're rope out of there. One more time.
He sent me this thing about how I'm not real. I'm a useless ape. And then so that remember that woman who got kicked off the plane when she's like, "Yo, and that motherfucker back there is a ghost. He is not real." You know. Oh, look at that clip cord. Elon Musk. Earth's gravity strong enough to make reaching Mars extremely hard. What would Earth's gravity have jack shit to do with reaching Mars? Like, you're going to be under Earth's gravity the whole way. Like, at some point, you're, like, not out of Earth's gravity. Like, holy shit, dude. And didn't you say you've been to Mars already?
Yeah, he's just a money bag with eyeballs, bro.
I have a question for you guys.
Yeah, fire away. That's why we're here. Answer your questions.
Aren't you guys like super pro-truth?
Well, you have to define what does super pro-truth mean in your worldview?
In my worldview, I would take it to be somebody that tries to ask honest questions to get honest answers.
Okay, so what would that look like then? Like if somebody said, "Hey, is taxation theft?" Would that be an honest question for an honest answer?
An honest answer is going to depend on how you define theft, I think.
How about, is war murder? Is that an honest question?
Again, that's going to depend on how you... Yeah, I think that's an honest question, but your answer is going to depend on how you define these concepts. Like, if you define murder as just the act of killing, then the answer would be truly, yeah. But if you, like, restrict it as, like, a citizen of a state versus, like, a state acting, you might get a different answer.
The TV is controlling your mind. Or is the TV controlling your mind? Yeah, is it? Is it TV control? Is it programming? Are you watching controlled predictive programming?
I think there's elements of that for sure, but like, what do you mean by control? I don't think any.
Is it MK Ultra? Is this shit go back to MK Ultra, where Richard Nixon boldly said, "The American people are so stupid, they will believe anything they see on TV," and the CIA's like, "Damn, cuz, that's so good. Let's write that on the wall at headquarters."
That's probably what every government wants, but I don't think that's possible, in my opinion, to control an entire population with just TV. Like, you need other mechanisms of control.
Yeah, behavior modification.
Yeah, predictive programming.
I think that's true. Like, that's what kids shows are, right? They want to program your behavior to be like, numbers and colors and yay, be good to other kids, right? Like, that's true. But we see kids who watch those shows and then do the opposite. So it's like, at scale, it doesn't work for everyone.
How about this? A good question for you. As soon as the government shut down, our channel got really quiet of anti-flat earthers. Why do you think that is?
Your channel? What do you mean?
Yeah. Like, we used to get just a parade of just clowns all day long just saying the most absolutely dumb, scientifically literate shit, just rage baiting. Just one idiot after another. The government shuts down, and for like the last 5 days, it's like we've had moments of just dead air. Like no one comes in here, no one asks anything. It's just like, well, how about the weather? You know, like we're talking about sports and shit. So what do you think would be the cause of that? Is it just a coincidence that the government shuts down and suddenly like everyone just like moves on to other topics?
The government shuts down and then people join your chat less. That's probably a coincidence. I don't think the
same thing happened. Well, the same thing happened last time Trump did this. Like in 2018. Like there were people that we would see every day. It's still right in this channel too. There's people who come here every day, say exactly the same shit. You guys should be shut down. Your channel needs to be deleted. You need to be investigated. You need to be re-educated. The same shit over and over and over every day. Then suddenly the government shuts down and they're gone. No one's seen or heard anything from them.
You're trying to say that that's evidence that there's a causal relationship?
No, I'm saying, would it be a good question to ask? Is like, how is that correlated? How does that work out? What does a government shutting down have to do with these sort of like anti-flat earthers? Are they just really busy? They just love government and they're coping? Maybe they're performing some kind of ritual to get the government started again. They're writing letters or they're busy doing other things. I mean, what would be an honest sort of truth-seeking answer to this?
It won't. You plugged it in?
Yeah.
Someone hot micing?
No, he's just ordering at McDonald's. You have to give him a minute.
This guy's Mickey D's. He's like, now hold on a second here while I order my slop.
Let me have the Big Mac value basket.
Make it 2 number 9s, an extra number 3 with extra cheese. Make it 2 extra. Yeah, I heard that clip. I need to add that to the soundboard.
I'm back.
You got your lunch order in?
Yeah. Yeah, I was mostly asking the question because when I see you guys questioning like physics.
What physics are you talking about? Example.
Like
the physics of water? Right? The physics of water? Or what?
Like the physics of gravity is a big example.
What's the physics of gravity? What's that?
So objects that are attracted to each other by mass, they obey Newton's law of gravitation.
Where do you see that? What have you ever done? Okay, I walk around all day and I'll look for some object being attracted to another object. Where can I find that?
It's his love for big girls. So it's got to be.
You could drop an item from your hand and it'll fall.
Well, I'm not going to pick it up either. I'm just going to look for something. I'm looking for physics. I can watch physics all day, see things moving through space. My brain is an amazing machine. Just getting up to the break room to go grab a glass of water, your brain will be calculating millisecond physics to move your body through space. I will not see anything attracted to anything else. And if I pick something up, the physics is I've added energy to that object. And if I remove the energy, me holding it, it goes back to equilibrium.
Yeah.
Nothing's being attracted to anything.
Wait, what do you mean by equilibrium?
That you've got plus, then you subtract, and it goes back to 0.
But it doesn't go back to 0.
Yeah, it
If
does.
it went back, if there was 0 net force, it would just be suspended in air.
No, you add, it goes up. You take away, drops back down.
Yeah, that means that there's a net force that's accelerating it. That's how physics. That's what we observe.
No, if you don't do anything at all, it stays where it's at. It doesn't move. It's at 0.
Right, and then when you let it go, if it
then
does,
you take away what you added. Then you just took away what you added. You lifted it up.
Yeah, what is that adding?
Force, physics.
It's adding.
I guess you don't lift, bro.
Well, that's not how forces work. You could say that you're adding potential.
Wait, hold on. Do you lift, bro? Bro, do you lift?
Yeah.
Beta.
That's beta.
You ever do negative reps? You ever do a negative rep before?
No.
Yeah, this dude don't lift.
Beta.
I've never heard of that. What's a negative rep?
Yeah, Big Mac
Is that where
curls.
you like?
You're curling Big Macs to your mouth.
Oh, you're talking about like a pull. You're talking about like a pull versus a push motion. Is that what you're saying?
No,
when you say negative reps. Yeah, then I have no idea what you're. I've heard of
This guy
like
doesn't
negative
lift,
push-ups.
No, he's never lifted before. This is what happens when we replace gym class with like, CRT and shit.
Bug hunting.
What the fuck is it? Like, I do the standard powerlifting lifts, I guess. I've never heard of a negative rep. Can you explain what that is?
I guess it means like when you're putting it down after lifting it, like when you go slow, maybe that's a negative rep. You go forward to the peak and then when it comes back
so
down,
like you're doing a bench press and then you like lower it down slowly. That's a negative rep.
I guess so. That's my guess.
Okay. Why did you bring that up? Confused.
You've overloaded him. He's going to get confused. Okay, Mage, when you pick something up,
from the top, you know?
Yeah, when you pick something up, Mage, are you applying energy to that item, yes or no?
Applying energy as in yeah.
Excellent. Now just let it go. It will go back to where it was.
Right, because you've created potential energy, and potential energy goes to 0 when you drop it.
Good boy. That's what Crit was
exactly what I said. So are you the one that you're denying physics? At that point, you've denied the physics.
You're trying to imply that whatever you've added has been removed, but that's only by virtue of a gravitational field. That was where I was going to try and lead you.
Yeah, no gravitational field needed.
But then again, it wouldn't go back down. It would just suspend in air because.
So if this gravitational field is real, there, Mage, you'd have some kind of scientific experiment to validate this thing.
Yeah, like Cavendish is what I.
That's not a scientific experiment.
But it is though.
No, it's not. You saying it is doesn't make it is.
It's a scientific experiment to you where you have an independent variable that you adjust to.
What was the observed natural phenomena to start off with?
Like just massive objects being attracted to each other.
Where was this witnessed?
Well, the apocryphal story is that Newton had an apple fall on his head, but I mean...
No, you're talking about Cavendish, not Newton.
Oh, you're talking about where Cavendish...
You use Cavendish as the experiment that proves gravity. What was the observed phenomena? And then you jump to Newton. Or you probably just like apples, I don't know. Better for you than Big Macs. He's researching that shit now, I can smell it. Good.
There we go. I'm back. someone was asking for the naturally observed phenomenon.
Yeah, is that an honest, truth-seeking question? In science and physics, do you need something to be observed?
I think to know what question to ask, I guess. I've never understood why this is like a strict prerequisite. I feel like
feelings.
If you observe,
it's not honest to base your stuff on feelings.
Huh? Okay. Well, anyway, the naturally observed phenomenon for Cavendish is just the observation that objects with mass are attracted to each other and that they obey Newton's law of gravitation. Which flat earthers still can't explain, right? Like, if Newton is wrong, why?
Hold on a minute. Why the necessity to add on that flat earthers, blah, blah, blah? No. So, Cavendish observed what?
That objects are attracted to each other via their mass. And that it obeys Newton's law of gravitation.
No, that's not. You don't. How do you observe something obeying a law? Like there's a cop standing there, do not cross the road, and you cross the fucking road. That's someone disobeying the law. How do you observe a natural law?
Yeah, Newton's universal law of gravitation. We all observe that.
So Newton's universal law of gravitation. Oh, so what is the causational mechanism of this law?
Yeah, you realize that's going to be a different question than the laws.
No, said God. He said God did it. Newton literally said the model matches reality so perfectly that a God had to have done it. God of the Bible, mind you. He said the Heavenly Father of the Bible.
I think he already baked his cause in.
Not relevant to.
You already baked the cause in.
God can't be observed. But what I'm trying to get you.
No, Newton said God is observed through the math in the model, matching
that's
reality.
His opinion. That's his opinion.
No,
so he's jumped away from Cavendish here, Crit.
Yeah, he has got to run from it now.
No. Everyone observed
yes, you have.
Phenomenon. Newton was just the first to actually formalize it into like a formula.
That's all it is. It's just a formula. It doesn't give us the causational mechanism, Mage.
Yes.
Mage. What is the purpose of following the scientific method?
To establish relationships between variables.
Cause and effect relationships. So the effect, shit goes down.
Established.
The cause is what?
And you're not a scientist. I don't feel any shame.
Mage, the effect, things go down. What's the cause?
Yeah, in the case of Newton's law of gravitation, there's no...
No, we're talking Cavendish. Stop jumping between the two, you'll only confuse yourself.
Can I help you out? Because you already said it. You already said the cause.
Why are you such a butthead?
Wait, what's the cause that I said?
You said mass attracts mass. That's the reason it's going towards it. That the one mass is going towards another mass is because it's attracting. No. That would be the cause. What's the reason? What's the reason that the object falls?
It's a good question. It's
because it's being attracted.
But hold on, like whether or not we can answer.
Yeah, you don't want what you said to be the baked-in cause.
So much for being honest,
You're trying to add the cause into the effect and say that mass attracting mass is just the effect. I don't know the cause of why mass attracts mass. No, the reason you're saying. Didn't you say that if there was no force that would be net zero and it'd just hang in the air?
Yeah.
So why does it go down?
Why it goes down is a different question from...
Because it's being what? Because it's being...
It's being what?
Attracted?
Yeah, but whatever that means, like that could invert the...
So you're inserting your cause into the effect? Or are you distinguishing the difference between the effect and the attraction?
You guys are the ones that are bringing up cause and effect. I'm bringing up relationships between variables.
Yeah, that would be cause and effect.
Yeah, wait, what? Why?
That would be change? Does change have cause?
It could.
Cause and effect. Relationship between variables. The relationship between the independent variable, which is the cause,
and the effect, the dependent variable.
Yeah, but when you have two variables that are just related, how do you know one variable isn't causing the other?
So how is it established? So how is it established scientifically that mass attracts mass?
Because we have observations and tests which lead to us concluding observationally that massive objects are proportional to, like, the force of attraction is proportional to the masses and inversely proportional to the distance squared. That's how. And that
No, that's just that would be what? That would be just. That would be what?
If you take any object and you drop it to the ground, it will obey Newton's law.
Right, but you don't know the reason. You don't know if that's an attraction or not. You just know that it's happening.
So when you say attraction, what do you mean?
You're like, what do you think attraction is?
It's his claim. That's a burden reversal. It's his claim in the first place.
On the model you're using. Whatever attraction means just depends on the model you're using. So that's why I'm asking.
So you don't know. That's why you're switching between models.
If you're using Newton's law, then attraction is just...
So it's not a consistent then. What you're doing is just selecting a new environment to suit what your end result is. That's all you're doing. Excuse me.
How am I doing that? Can you explain?
You just said you're going to pick one over the other. Why were you going to change? Why were you going to change?
It depends on the model.
It depends on the model. Why do you have to change your model? If gravity is a specific thing, so let's just use the word screwdriver. Screwdriver is the causational mechanism of things going down, which we call gravity. So if screwdriver is the causational mechanism, listen, if screwdriver is the causational mechanism, then it doesn't matter where you insert it, it's always going to be correct. I don't have to change it to remote control from screwdriver in order to match what I'm saying. I just go, here's screwdriver, kick rocks.
You're the one that seems really hung up.
You're not even listening, Mage. You're not even listening.
Yeah, I am. I'm responsible.
No, you're not.
We're talking about honest answers with honest questions. Is not listening, is that honest or is that dishonest? Covering your ears, put your fingers in your ears and just say la la la. Would that be honest or dishonest?
Maybe you guys didn't listen.
So when you say attraction, right? When you say attract, you're insinuating that one thing is compelling another thing to do something directly.
Yeah, okay. So then you have a private definition than what physicists use. That's why I'm trying to get a definition out of you.
Oh, okay. What's a physicist's definition then?
So in Newton's model, attraction is just defined as F. It's a variable.
As what?
It's just defined as F. It's a variable.
F. That's just...
And it's measured. The covariant relationship.
F is measured.
The covariant relationship is good with mass and
this letter. This letter is measured.
Yeah, but it's
so. Does it have a value?
Today's Sesame Street brought to you by the letter F.
It's related to mass and acceleration, so it has a value if you have values for those two things. If you have the value of a mass and you know how much it's being accelerated, you can calculate what the quantity of force that's being exerted on it.
So you're just talking about the effect, not the cause.
Again, I don't even you're the one that's bringing up cause and effect. This is just a relationship. That's why it doesn't even make sense.
What do you think a relationship is?
A relationship. You can isolate whichever variable you want. You can write F in terms of MA. You can write M in terms of F over A. That's what I mean. Science is
you're essentially just talking about what can be observed and measured. There's nothing about cause. If I can witness something, listen, bro. If I can witness something occurring in nature, right, that I can then exploit to some degree using mathematics or whatever principles or method you like, right? I can exploit it, but I still don't understand why it's happening, right? Does that mean I'm challenging physics?
You could use Newton. Newton said God did it.
I think so. If your results are
so, how are we challenging physics when it comes to gravity?
Oh, because we have testable and repeatable results that show objects obey Newton's law of gravitation.
Yep, which he said God did that. Yeah, what you're doing here is you're ending up as a faith-based belief system brought to you by the Catholic Church. That's not honest, dude.
Like
that's a
God
belief
doesn't
system.
have anything to. These are metaphysically different questions. So I just don't see why it matters.
No, the causal agent. What causes gravity? God built it that way.
I don't know how you'd even answer that. That's a good question. I think you can test.
Do I need to pull up the quote, the direct quote? It's something along the lines like, the movement of the heavenly bodies are so perfect and so in unison, it could only have been created by a supernatural being. The only supernatural being that I know of powerful enough to do so is God of the Bible. Newton's
opinion of metaphysics is not relevant to
what you're missing here is that his physics stuff, this gravity, that was his side hustle he did for just a few years. His main gimmick or his main gig was dissecting the Bible, looking for hidden messages using math. And one of the things he said is that we're close to the end of the world, like 2036 or something like that. Newton predicted the world was going to end. So if you're invoking Newton, invoke all of Newton, all of it. Don't cherry pick some bullshit that you think sides with your worldview when Newton himself would tell you what an absolute mongoloid you are for denying the God.
Hang on, he still didn't answer my question.
I don't believe in God. What are you talking about?
I got a non-response.
I never even said I don't believe in God. So you're just doing a
Well, can I get an answer to my question, please?
Yeah, sorry. What's your question?
How is it that we are challenging the physics of gravity?
Because you reject its existence when we have testable, repeatable experiments that we can do to establish.
What are we rejecting exactly?
You're rejecting, I guess, Newton's law of gravitation.
When did somebody do that? When did someone do that?
I mean, I'm not sure because you guys say gravity doesn't exist.
You're not sure? Bro, you said we're challenging the physics of gravity, and now you're not sure.
You guys reject its existence
when someone did it.
Okay, here's how you're going against physics here. When you say that only causal relationships can be investigated by science, that's going to be like a demonstrably false claim about science.
Well, how do you?
No one made that for a claim.
Yeah, how do you conduct experiment if you have no cause at all?
Oh yeah. So if you have a relationship between variables, then you just conduct it via that, rather than like a causal, rather than two variables.
That is causal, bro. You're talking about change. You're investigating the change, and variables is going to involve cause and effect.
Not necessarily. No.
Yes, necessarily.
Let me respond. If I pick, let's just say I have a formula with two variables on either side. If I pick one variable as my independent variable, we agree. Well, actually, maybe not agree. Let's just say hypothetically that we observe a change in the dependent variable, the one on the other
Cause
side.
and effect relationship. Why are you talking past T-Dub? You just keep saying relationship. Cause and effect relationship. If you modify something, will something else change? Yes or no?
Yeah, just sometimes.
Excellent. Cause and effect relationship. Well done, young fellow. Welcome to Science 101.
So here's the problem with that. If I picked the other variable as my independent and then observed a change in the other one, which one causes which? That's the problem. That's the problem here.
What do you have a problem with?
If I have variable A that I pick as my IV, and then I have variable B that I pick as my DV, and I observe a change in the DV as a result of changing the IV, right? You're saying that the IV causes the DV. That's what you're saying.
No, that's what you're saying. I'm just sitting here listening.
Now let's say I flip it Now my IV is B and my DV is A. If I observe a change in the DV, which caused which? I observe a change in both directions.
Whichever one you manipulated.
You did both. I did two separate experiments where I flipped the IV and DV.
You can't. You can't. The independent variable. Just
why?
listen. You're asking. You can't. So let me tell you why. Because the dependent variable is the effect. We call it dependent variable because it's dependent to what you're varying in the independent variable. So the effect is always the dependent variable. You can't flip them. You can't say that the effect is the independent variable, so I will call B, so the effect, I will call it the independent variable, and I will call the dependent variable the cause. No, you can't do that.
Yeah. So that's why I just don't even use cause and effect, because what's the actual restriction on me not being allowed to pick the other variable as my DV or my IV?
You don't use cause and effect, so you're doing something else other than science.
Well, hang on. It depends. No, because it depends. Depends what you're trying to figure out. It's gonna depend on the natural phenomena that you observed. It depends on the natural phenomena that you witnessed occurring. So
do you have a reason for why I can't pick the other variable? Like what
depends on what you observed occurring, bro.
Give me an example of a scientific experiment where I can't pick the other variable as my IV.
What are you talking about? You observe something occurring in nature, you wonder why it's happening, you suppose a cause of the effect, you grab that supposed cause and you set it up in a controlled environment, you manipulate your supposed cause to see if it produces a change and produces the effect that you witnessed occurring in nature. It's called replication. It's called the scientific method.
You've given an excellent example of a scientific experiment, but you're saying that that's mutually exclusive to experiments which don't identify causal relationships. My question is why?
That's what a natural scientific experiment is, bro.
So then there we go. You have a private definition of science that other scientists don't use. There we go.
No, I don't.
You got it.
But if you find a scientist that disagrees with me, bro.
If I do, will you finally change your position, or will you keep believing your nonsense?
No, you go and find a scientist that disagrees with that definition of a natural scientific experiment.
I'm going to find a scientist that will tell you that that's not just like science isn't just the set of experiments drawing causal relationships, which is your view.
But under natural science it is, so you've got a problem.
Yeah, it's not. You're wrong.
See, Mage, before you have a meltdown, Mage, less than a million word count. Mage, the thing is, this day and age, what a lot of people do when they consider science is they will build a model and then they'll compare their model to something. And then they'll go, oh, look, my model doesn't match. I'll change it. And then they'll change it. And then they'll go, oh, look, my model doesn't match. Then they'll change the model again. Oh, look, my model now matches. Therefore, reality, I've got it sorted out. That's new age science.
Like,
it's bullshit.
If reality, then you're telling, like you're.
So all you're doing is building models to match reality.
That's yes.
Yeah, Mage. Yeah, Mage. Okay, you're all excited. I get that. But the issue you've got now is you still don't know what the cause and effect relationship is. So you've built a model of something falling down. Mage, you've built a model on something falling... Why is he talking? You've built a model on something falling down. You still don't know what the causational mechanism is.
And you know what? You're right. You're right. You don't. Why is it such a problem for you?
Because the whole fucking purpose of doing science is to elucidate cause and effect relationships.
Yeah, no.
Anyways, on that note,
I don't think a scientist would convince you. Like, that's why I asked. Like, should I even waste the time going to find physicists who will tell you that you're wrong? I don't know.
You don't need to do that. You just have to learn what is science and what is the scientific method. You just have to learn that. You understand everything about science, that it is establishing the relationship between cause and effect. So when you understand the method, which is the science. Science is not something different than a method. Science itself is just a method. It's called scientific method. So that scientific method, you're elucidating the cause, which is the independent variable. It's always that. It's not another thing. You don't have some bullshit variable that you just will bring from your ass. No, it's always the relationship between independent variable and dependent variable. Independent variable is always equal to cause of something. Dependent variable is always equal to effect that is dependent to the cause. So you vary the cause, you will see variation in the
trying to identify the cause. My original question, remember, wait. My original question was, what is preventing? Okay, I get what you're saying. You're saying you pick your eye, you observe something in nature, and you want to know why does that thing happen. You pick your IV to be something that you presuppose, because you haven't done your experiment, is the cause, and your DV is going to be what you presuppose to be the effect. My question to you was, what is preventing me? Because that's a presupposition. You're presupposing that the IV is going to be the cause. What if the DV is actually the cause? What if you pick your IV and you rerun your experiment, and that actually results in something statistically significant?
Okay, so let's try to do that. So you're saying that let's flip the IV with the EV. So the independent variable will be now the effect. So for example, water boiling. So the so the dependent variable will be water boiling. The independent variable, because you want to flip them. The independent variable for you, which will be water boiling, and the dependent variable for you, it will be pressure and temperature. Do you think that it is rational?
Yes. Sorry, I just want to make it. I get what you're about to ask. I just want to make it clear that, just so we don't get confused over labels, you have a variable A and B. You originally, you presuppose, just using reason, that variable A is causing B. So you assign A to the IV and B to the DV. All I'm saying is, suppose you just flip the assignment. So A is now the DV, B is now the IV. Go ahead. Just want to make that clarified.
No, you can't.
Well, hold on a second. Just give us an example of this.
Why not?
The dependent variable is the thing that you observed during the first step. The first step is the observation. You are observing a dependent variable happening. You are observing a phenomena occurring, which is an effect happening. That's the first thing that you do in your life when you are doing science. You are observing the dependent variable happening. Okay. So what you are trying to do for the next steps is elucidating what is the independent variable that is causing what you observed, which is the dependent variable. So you want to elucidate the independent variable.
Okay.
So the dependent variable, for example, it will be water boiling. I will give you an example, a real example. So the dependent variable will be you observing the water boiling during in a hot spring when you are when water is above a volcano or something like that. So you observe water boiling. That's the dependent variable. So what you want to elucidate is the cause of the boiling water. You want to know what can cause water to boil. So you're making a hypothesis. For example, you're throwing an independent variable, which is, for example, pressure and temperature. You run your experiment by varying that independent variable, which is the cause that you hypothesized. So the temperature and pressure, and you see the effect, which is the dependent variable on water, which is boiling water. Can you flip those?
Okay, so let me get this right. You observe steam. Is this like right? You observe boiling water. Maybe I'm missing it.
Yeah, you observe an effect happening. You observe water boiling.
Okay. And you pick your IV to be what again?
What is the boiling water? What are you doing when you are observing boiling water? So if you want to exchange the name to name it something else, what would be that effect that you are observing? In the first step, what would be that effect that you're observing? What would you call it? IV or EV? EV, sorry.
I mean, I would be having to make a presupposition to suppose that what I'm observing is an effect. All I know is that I am observing water boiling. But cause and effect relationship, like I'm injecting that before I even set up my hypothesis. So I don't know. That's my answer.
Water boiling.
Holy cow.
What would you call that? Dependent variable or not? Because that's the effect. What would you call the effect?
Wait.
Give me another scientific name. Just give me a scientific name for an effect. Scientific name. What would be the scientific name for the effect when you are observing something? DV, dependent variable. You repeat those words like if it means something for you, but I see that it doesn't mean anything for you. Don't know what those words means. DV, dependent
you're
variable.
Injecting presuppositions in the first step. That's my problem.
I'm not injecting any supposition. I'm watching something.
What you're witnessing is an effect.
Yeah, I'm seeing something happening.
So then you're not a scientist.
I'm watching something happening. I'm watching an action happening. An action is due to something. The action itself is a phenomenon. So it's an effect of something that caused it. Do you understand?
No.
The phenomenon itself is just an effect. What is a horizon? For example, it's just an effect, a phenomenon happening, a result of something. So you can't have a result of something mean the cause. So the result is caused by. It can't cause. So something falling is the result. It is an effect. It is something happening, a phenomenon. That's what you want to observe. The first, brother, you're stuck in the fucking first step. What were you doing during your life?
Are you done?
I'm done.
Yeah, my point still stands. You've injected like propositional material into your first step before anything's even been done. I don't know what.
You realize that the scientific method is not our method, right? So are you saying that the entire scientific method is no good now?
Wait, I thought you guys were scientists.
Everyone's a scientist if they use the scientific method on naturally observed phenomena.
Who decides what the scientific method is?
You'll have to ask the people that came up with it. That was, a few hundred years ago, a couple hundred years ago.
Well, they say that you can.
Do you want to change it, Mage? Do you want to change it?
Huh? I'm answering. I'm responding to what you said.
Do you want to change the scientific method? First step is observe natural phenomena. I didn't come up with that. Do you have a problem with that?
No.
Okay. So what do you have a problem with exactly?
For whatever reason, well, first of all, whoever I was talking to injected presuppositions about cause and effect.
Yeah, I know. You're going back to that. Well, let's just go through it. We'll see what you have a problem with. Where's the presupposition? So in this case, why don't you give us an example of where we could apply science?
Sure. So a good example of just pure experimental science, because that's what you guys work with, I guess, is like you observe that people who drink coffee are like fucking wired. Like they're more alert, they seem more responsive, and you want to test that. That's your naturally observed phenomenon. You haven't presupposed anything about what causes.
Wait a minute. Sorry. What's the observed natural phenomena?
Oh, that when people drink coffee, their behavior changes. Like they become more.
No. That's not. See, you already presupposed the cause when people drink coffee. I just need to have the observed natural phenomena, please.
Yeah, caffeinated individuals. Like we haven't established a cause.
I know. I see people. What's the phenomena? Are they so people that are just more excited than usual? Is that your phenomena?
The phenomena that you see is that specifically caffeinated individuals.
Wait a minute. You've already presupposed that coffee has something to do with it. So what is the naturally observed phenomenon?
You want to know, does coffee have something to do with it?
Okay, so let's see if it does. So what are we observing? People that are hyperactive?
It could just be random chance that people who are more caffeinated.
Random chance.
I'm saying it could just be random chance. You want to test it. That's why we're doing science.
Test what? You haven't given me a naturally observed phenomena yet.
Whether or not caffeine causes people to be more excited or alert.
Oh, okay. Well, so what's the naturally observed phenomena? You still haven't gotten there. I think it's interesting you haven't done that.
Appear to be more alert.
No, not caffeinated. I just need to know what the naturally observed phenomena is. What are we looking for? What is the thing?
Not a naturally observed phenomenon.
It's not.
How is it not?
It just isn't. Because you've already included the cause. Caffeinated people are more. You're saying caffeinated people are more hyperactive. I'm just looking for a naturally observed phenomena.
Yeah,
you did.
Him the cause.
No, I made explicit. Hey, Leia.
You've presupposed your system of science got some baked in assumptions, brother.
What assumption did I
You're
make?
presupposing that they're caffeinated. Or are we going to go? Which way do you want to go?
No. We can just observe that. We can observe people drink coffee and then watch their behavior. Like what?
Okay.
What are you talking
How would you isolate? So are you already saying that caffeinated people? The reason that they're more hyperactive is because of coffee. Oh, okay. So somebody drank coffee and now they are more excited than they were before. How are you going to come up with the cause and effect relationship? Give me your control. What's your control?
Yeah. So IV we can just pick to be like the amount of caffeine in a beverage.
That's weird. I said control variable, not IV. Are you listening, Mage?
Wait, control variable? That's what IV means. It's the one that you control.
No, it's no. My gosh, you don't even know what IV means. I said control variable. What's the control variable, Mage?
The one that you control?
Oh my gosh, dude. You just want to admit that you're trolling and being retarded. You can go ahead and do that.
Well, maybe I could be wrong. Hold on.
Says who? He can't complete the scientific method. He will be stuck in the hypothesis because what he observed is the thing that is caused by, so the effect and the cause of the effect. So he watched some people drinking coffee, so the cause, and being happy.
So when you say
the
control
effect. Just let me finish. So the hypothesis being a prediction for the cause, he can't create a correct hypothesis because he can't predict something that he already observed, which is the cause.
Yeah, I know. He's already presupposing the cause.
Yeah,
I haven't done that.
Being the caffeine.
That's
How are we
funny.
supposed to get to curvature from here? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. We went from him talking about gravity and apparently assuming a bunch of different things like what mass is and yada, yada, yada. And now we're on this. So.
Oh.
Well, just stuck in the scientific method. He doesn't know what is science in reality. So.
Well, maybe he knows what curvature might be in reality. Can we at least get to that?
Yeah, good luck, brother. Someone who couldn't understand what we were talking about already. I don't think he will understand anything about curvature.
No, his main shtick was that he wanted to get to the a question: are flat earthers truth seekers? Or he put an adjective in front of it, like hardcore or something like that. And then we find it like people who ask questions, honest questions, looking for honest answers. So what it's come to is that he's not a truth seeker. He's not willing to answer questions. He's not willing to ask honest questions. What he'll do is just come in here and like wag a stick at you.
Sure,
then
he's
run
not
off.
a truth seeker, and sure we are truth seekers because we don't accept pseudoscience. The thing that we were talking about is just pseudoscience. He couldn't understand what is scientific method at all, and he didn't know what is science. First place. Truth seeker? What the fuck?
Oh, forget pseudoscience. I mean, science doesn't make things true either.
Are we done? Are we dodging?
I'll ask you a question and you haven't answered it yet.
We started with.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're dodging. There's no we after that.
No,
it's
I
just
said
you
three.
by
I said
yourself.
3 times. Maybe my Wi-Fi cut out. I was like, does the guy who asked the question about control variables want the answer now?
What is I didn't hear any of that.
Huh?
What is the point of drinking coffee?
I don't.
Holy shit!
I mean,
Sasha, don't derail him. He's already derailed us all the way to this point.
Does he believe that Earth is a globe?
we can't even like. Do you just
Do you
want?
believe that Earth is a globe, man?
Do you want to talk about that now, or are we changing topics?
That's what you came in with. Like when it was quiet, you said that you're here to defend the globe.
Yeah, but the prerequisite for that is that we have the same understanding about how to ask questions about reality.
And questions about reality, it's working, explaining how people drink coffee. Or geometry. What is it? Drinking coffee or geometry?
Wait, drinking coffee or geometry?
Yeah,
yeah. What we will use for the shape of the Earth? Drinking coffee or geometry?
Oh, well, geometry. You'd use that.
Okay, that means coffee will not help.
I mean, it's about like how to set up scientific questions, but that's fine. Maybe it's tangential to you guys. If you want to talk about that.
About geometry.
Well, you can't just use geometry, right? You need other stuff to if you want to measure the Earth.
Can we use the size of the Earth for measuring the Earth?
As a baseline, but you have to take into account light scattering effects from the atmosphere.
What if you see the surface, the real one?
What's your question? Sorry.
If you see the surface in a distance, do you need to consider the light?
If you see the surface, I'm confused.
Yeah, if you see the surface in a distance, the surface of the Earth, do you consider that light now it's important?
Yeah, I would still maybe, yeah.
Okay, if you see the surface in a distance, how light will change that you don't see the surface in a distance?
That's going to depend on the math, so I couldn't give like a clear-cut answer to that.
Yeah, of course that it depends on the math. And what math is saying?
There we go. The math of like there's equations of atmospheric refraction which can tell you how to predict where an object actually is relative to where you're seeing it. That's going to depend on.
Holy shit!
How you distinguish
I'd like to see
refracted
evidence of
surface
that.
how you distinguish refracted surface from the real surface?
What do you mean the real surface?
That what you see, or that what you think that it's refracted?
Oh, so you mean like the true, like where it actually is?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just have to pick a model of refraction that fits the conditions of your like measurements, and then measure it.
All right, so let me get this straight. You see a flat Earth, you apply a refraction correction, and now you got a globe, right?
I don't think you even see a flat Earth, but sure.
What do you see in refracted surface? Do you see curved refracted surface, or you see the flat refracted surface?
You going to the gym, Mom? Okay. See you when you get back. Have a good time. I'm see curved. There we go.
Curved?
Mm-hmm.
That flat horizon, it's curved because it's so flat.
What'd you say, Mom?
When refracted horizon, what you said that it's refraction, if we see or make observation, there is still flat horizon, but it's curved. You're saying.
If you don't take in, sorry, maybe I'm misunderstanding. What's your question? One more time.
My question is: in which case horizon it's curved with observation that it's curved? How we can observe the horizon curved that it's curved, not flat?
Oh, the horizon. I thought the horizon was like a straight line. Are you asking if the line curves?
Does horizon curves?
I don't. I thought the horizon was just the point where the sky meets the land or the ocean or whatever.
From the left, let's say from the left to the right. That's what you see. Is that line?
I usually just see a straight line. I don't see. I mean, maybe like it arcs a bit. Maybe the line arcs, but I usually don't notice that.
That line is flat. It's called horizon in definition. No slope.
Flatness is a property of flatness is a property of 2D planes. It's not a property of lines. That's why I'm confused. Because like when you say is the horizon flat?
What is the curve? Yeah, okay, that line it will look the same if it's curved or it will be different.
Got it. Okay. I don't know what the line. I don't know how the line matters. Like, are you asking? Will you measure curvature? Is that what you're asking?
How line matters? Because in observation, let's say that you have on the left side the coast, and on the right side you have the coast. Sometimes that distance could be, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 miles. It depends. Even more.
I guess to answer your question, if you take measurements, taking into account refraction based on the proposed geometry of the Earth, you will measure like a drop. You'll measure drop over distance corresponding to
where? On which distance? With what height and which distance that will happen?
I don't know. You'd have to go out and do that.
Do you know what I know? Every time when the people making observation, there is not such a thing like what you are saying now, that drop over distance.
I would have to look at the paper that they wrote or published.
There is no papers, there is reality. You can check it for yourself.
There are no papers that are reality. Yeah, but when we want to communicate our findings about reality, we put it in a paper.
Do you want papers? Okay. Any elevation profile of any country.
Any what?
Elevation profile of any country. That's papers.
I was meaning specifically like where somebody measures the drop over distance.
Yeah, I'm telling you now, drop over distance must be on the paper, on the elevation profile.
Not necessarily. I don't know how.
Are you saying that from the North America, let's say, to the south of USA, there is no such a thing like a curvature?
Hold on, give me 1 second. What, Mom?
From North America to the South America.
I got you. Okay. What's up? Sorry, go ahead.
No. Just do like this. Show that with the drop over distance. That observation. I would like to see that one.
That's a pretty big. Like, you mean from the north to like the South Pole, or just North America to South
No.
America?
You can choose even smaller distances, like 10 miles, 20 miles, whatever,
Okay.
whatever location you want.
Yeah, sure. What? Okay.
But for elevation profile, if you want that one on the paper, show me one elevation profile of any country you can choose with a curved base.
All right, come on.
Because it must be curved base. It cannot be flat base.
Have flat earthers already done this?
Do you know what is elevation profile?
That's like kind of how high a country is relative to the ocean floor or the ocean, right? Surface. That's what I thought.
Yeah. That's 3D stuff. You know that 3D stuff: mountains, hills, valleys, rivers, lakes, all that stuff inside.
Okay. Yeah, I thought so. This is not something flat earthers have done.
Yeah. Now show me elevation profile from the north or from the east to the west. You can choose. The country. All that, and with the curved baseline, of course, because we are on the sphere.
And on the spinning globe, the F is flat.
I don't know how I do that, but I think that's a great experiment for a
Do you
flat
know how you
earther
can do that? You use the sea level from the left side and sea level from the right side, and then you drove from that line, that 3, 4, 5,000 miles line. Then you drove all that elevation profiles above. That's how it's working.
Okay. Is that gonna tell us whether or not the Earth is flat?
Yeah, they will tell us that Indian Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, and Pacific Ocean, it's connected. That means one ocean, and all above that ocean, one ocean, it's elevation profile. Yeah.
I don't know how that's the case, but okay. I would like to
That's
see
the case of the elevation profile. If you have some different elevation profile, it must curve from, that 5,000 miles underground must curve. We don't have that in any papers. You can look at the papers, drawings, any elevation profile. You can choose less distances, less regions, and you will see every time the base is flat. Because of sea level, of course.
I don't know if that's true. I mean, because I don't know how elevation profiles are. I don't know what that's.
Do you want that I visually post for you that you see how that look like?
Well, I'm not sure if you want, but I'm saying is it just measuring
I can
the
post
average
that you
elevation?
Can see. Yeah, I can post it. You can visually see.
Yeah, if it's a 1D cross section, if that's what you're saying is the elevation profile, you're not going to map a 3D surface. That's why I'm confused.
I can post you also that people are making that 3D maps on the flat. I can post you video about that. But first the picture.
How about you just post measurements of the curve?
Yeah, I posted for you. This is the race in Italy. Okay? Bike race. This is elevation profile. It's about, let me see, I don't see because it's small. It's 250 kilometers.
Okay.
250 kilometers, only elevation change, not the flat base line. That's that is the bike race in Italy. But I want to post you something.
What do you mean by flat
This is
baseline?
okay. I will give you maybe better visualization. This is Chile. Do you see Chile?
Yeah.
Okay, that on the right side, that brown thing, that's elevation profile.
Okay.
Do you see
Wait,
that
doesn't it?
elevation profile change the flat line that from the top to the bottom, that's 4,000 kilometers. And you can
Okay.
see how Chile look like on the South America. And on the left side, it's the sea, all the time sea level, you know?
Isn't it going down though? Wouldn't I'm gonna feel like
Yeah, it's going down from 50 degrees south to 60 degrees south. That means almost the half of the sphere.
but wouldn't you expect the elevation to go down?
Look at that brown picture, that on the right side. Turn it around, your phone or whatever, if you are. That it's 4,000 kilometers, showing the mountains, how the changing the ground is changing, but the flatness, that line should to be curved. Do you know how much? Like a half sphere.
Oh,
Because
I see what
that's
you're saying. You're
Chile.
saying I see. You're saying that the elevation is going up, like through mountainous terrain, even though you're going down through the sphere.
Of course.
Yeah, that's why. This is why I'm asking for measurements, because usually what people will do, flat earthers included, is they'll pick a flat region over the ocean so that your measurements don't get corrupted by local
Chile is not flat. Look,
elevation.
Look, Chile is not flat. Chile is totally mountains. Look at.
Did you hear what I just said?
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, I just responded to what you said with what I said. Did you hear what I said?
Do you know that Chile is attached to the sea on the left side? That's sea level all the time. All that, if you take let's say that you take a boat and then you take a car.
Laterally.
And you're going all over that mountain.
Yeah. Going down laterally, it's at sea level, but I'm talking about radially, like from the ocean out, because your measurements are going to get corrupted by local variations due to like mountains. Your variation is going to change locally due to the surface and how it's shaped. But if you want to measure drop over distance, you have to pick something that's locally flat, which the mountain is not.
Okay. Can I ask you this? Can you have on a ball, let's say on this, whatever, in the middle of the continent, two same height of the mountains?
I don't see why it's impossible. I don't know how often it's
Because
observed.
you will have on the ball one mountain, let's say 1,000 meters, and it's telling you it's 1,000 meters above the sea level. Then you move 500 miles away from that mountain, and then you have again the mountain 1,000 meters above the sea level. That's not possible because the distance between that two mountains is curving on the sphere.
So that depends on how distant those two mountains are. Let's say that the drop over distance, what is it, like 7 inches per mile squared? If the distance between the two mountains is like, let's say, a mile, you're only going to have 7 inches of drop relative to several thousand kilometers of
That's why I showed you the Chile. It's 4,000 kilometers, man.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that if you observe two mountains to be the same height, it depends on what degree of precision you're making your measurements. You would always measure, like, no two mountains are going to be exactly the same. You're always going to measure some slight difference.
Yeah, of course. I know that, yeah.
Right. But to what degree that difference is a result of the drop over distance, like, that's a question you could answer, I guess.
But man, you don't have a drop over distance. I show you with the elevation profile on the 4,000 kilometers. You need to have, you know how much drop over distance is on 4,000 kilometers. That elevation, that elevation profile, it cannot have that flat line. It must be curved down, and not a little. 4,000 kilometers.
Again, your data is going to get corrupted if your local elevation is changing that much due to mountainous terrain. That's why flat earthers always pick measurements. I don't know if you've ever seen this. They always pick measurements over the sea because it's flat locally.
Of course that they are taking over the sea, and then they see more of the sea. That's what you cannot see. For example, for 1 foot observer height, you can see only 1.22 miles. What the sphere is giving you? What is this size of the sphere?
That's
If
what
it's
I'm
bigger
asking
sphere,
for. That's what I'm
yeah,
asking for. Send a paper or something of a flat, like a group of flat
yeah, there
earthers.
is observation. Yeah, with the horizon on 10 miles. Yeah, we have that.
Okay, is it in a paper or what?
Yeah,
It doesn't
I
have
will
to be in a
post you that
paper.
picture. It's a picture from the video.
Okay, so there's a video. Do
Yeah,
they have a
there is a
document with?
guy. There is a guy going on the beach, Santa Barbara in USA, putting the camera on 1 foot observer height and taking these 2 oil rigs and getting that surface of water behind the oil rigs, and then you have horizon behind. Who knows what is the distance? Because horizon is apparent place where the guy meets the ground, but the horizon is behind the oil rigs. Yeah.
Okay, here's a simple question: what kind of camera do they use? What kind of lens?
They use camera which show the reality.
Okay, which camera was that?
Showing the reality. I think it's Nikon P900 or Nikon P1000.
Okay. Let me see what kind of lenses those are.
Quick question: are those lenses supposed to make curved things look flat?
Oh, is that for me?
Yeah.
I don't. I don't think so. I mean, what a camera lens does do is, like, it sets the field of view, like wide angle. And I have cameras myself, so like a wide angle lens will capture broader scenes, including like different angles, objects that otherwise wouldn't be captured by like a telephoto lens. Not sure if it would change what you.
I think a Nikon P900 has a 3500 millimeter zoom, and then the 1000 has a 4000 millimeter zoom.
Okay, that's helpful.
Just to help you with the perspective portion of it.
Yeah. That's really what I'm like. I'm not trying to do like a gotcha. Like
right. No.
You use the wrong lens.
Zoom is not like you can't say, that if I zoom in, I can see 20 miles. Like that's not how it works. It's all based off of the lens perspective.
Yeah, but I guess kind of like, is there just like a link with all of the data, like things used, everything that I can look for myself? And if I look through it and I find like this seems sound, then I'll be a flat earther tomorrow.
You haven't been on our home server where we have a channel dedicated to laser tests.
I think I've been banned since COVID. I was like 17, so I guess I wasn't really like well spoken.
Well, that's probably expired now, so you just rejoin it.
Oh, for real? So, do I just type in flat Earth into like
Discord,
is there like a hyperlink?
Flat Earth.
Okay, yeah. So I just type in flat Earth. Yeah, if any of you guys have like a paper, you could send me, please. I'd appreciate it. Oh yeah, I'm still banned. Yeah, I'm still banned. I don't know why.
Okay, so yeah, you must have been from yeah. Well then, I guess you just have to take it one by one as people post them.
That's fine.
What's his name? What's your username?
Mage.
Mage. Let me check on that.
But yeah, I guess this is kind of what it's all about, right? If you guys have measurements that are sound in methodology, then that would be a definitive answer.
So just to kind of give you an idea of like with the observation, like okay, so you get a 4000 millimeter zoom, right?
Gotcha.
And that will narrow pretty well, right? Like that's a pretty good zoom for a camera that has a built-in lens. That's the built-in lens spec, right?
Yeah. If something's over the horizon, regardless of the zoom. Just to check my understanding, regardless of the zoom, you shouldn't be able to see it. It's over the field of view.
Right.
Right.
Right. And the
Right,
problem
okay.
is that the location of the horizon, it like you see it behind the things that are supposed to be beyond the horizon.
Okay, so basically you're saying this should be over the horizon, but we're seeing it behind it.
We're seeing the horizon behind that.
You see, wait, because if the horizon's behind the thing, it would be over the horizon, no?
Right. So these objects are supposed to be behind the horizon, the geometric horizon. But the problem is that the horizon is behind these things, even though we know these things are supposed to be behind the horizon. So, like, if the horizon's 1 mile away or 1.25 mile away, and
I'm getting
the object
confused.
is 9 miles away, and then the horizon is behind that, that's a problem for flow.
I'm getting confused. Could you say over and so when I say over the horizon, I mean it's past the point which you can see. And when I say under the horizon, it is within the point that you could see. So could you repeat what
If
you
that's
said
the
using
terminology you want to use, we'll
it
go
just
with that.
it's just what I don't know what you mean otherwise. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not going to argue with you on semantics at this point. It sounds like you're trying to understand this, so I'm just going to show it to you in a plain view. All right. I'm just going to use the meme.
Okay.
Because it gives the
By the
best
way,
description. So if you look in the chat, there's a meme and it asks where the location of the horizon is.
Okay.
And then where would you say the horizon is in this image?
So let me see. In that image, I would say like it's under it's under the platforms. Like it's behind the horizon.
The platforms are behind the horizon or in front of the horizon?
Behind. Like you can see the horizon is farther out than where the boats are.
Gotcha. So what you're saying is like if you had to put a label on it, you would say A. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would you say A is the horizon?
Let me wait. Hold on, I just
or would you say C?
Hold on,
Or B?
I gotta get back to. Let me see. Haha. Let me see. What if it's C?
It's at 31 minutes past hour.
I would say A. Yeah, A is probably the horizon.
So again, just to kind of reiterate what we're saying. So if you look at those objects, one's 9 miles away, almost 9.5 miles. The other one's about 6.25 miles away. Based on this observation, because the camera is literally like sat on the ground, right? So we give it between 0 and 12 inches. It could be 6 inches above the water, but we'll give it a foot just for rounding measures. 1 foot observer height puts the horizon at about 1.25 miles away. These objects are 6 and 9 miles away, and then you see the horizon behind that, which is a geometric impossibility because the horizon is supposed to be in front of those objects.
So you would say the horizon is also at A.
Correct.
Wait, let me ask
and then
you
what
something.
that begs now is what is the horizon? The horizon is no longer the consequence of curvature. It's now an optical effect based off of perspective.
So let me ask you something. You know the line at sea, kind of where it looks like the water is floating?
Mm-hmm.
How did that happen? I'm just curious.
How did that happen? It was a clarification of the image just to give you better defining lines. I'll send you a video that kind of matches. It's the same observation, just a different, slightly side observation.
I'm trying to figure out, okay, so just to be clear, the line at sea, right? That's not that's still. Oh, that's just like a wave. That's like a bump in the water. Is that right?
Well, that's the apparent location where the sky and the earth meet. So at that point, anything beyond that, we can no longer see when it comes to water because it's supposed to be the geometric curve, but because the geometry of the earth is not in the location it's supposed to be, this looks like it's more due to like perspective and the way things in your field of view from the bottom up ramp up, and things from the top ramp down, and they converge into something called a vanishing point.
Deep Dog, I think he's talking about a different part of the image.
Yeah, I am.
No, he's asking about C now. If you want to ask about C,
well, he's not talking about the horizon line now. He's talking about where it looks like the water kind of changes from ripply into smooth, and it kind of looks like a line. Is that what you're talking about, Mage?
Yeah, it looks more like more than a line. It looks like if the water was like magically somehow going off of a waterfall that doesn't. You know what I mean? Like it looks like a blob.
Like an infinity pool.
Is that?
Maybe use a different example. Like this one's much clearer. Like have a look at this one. Right, this is the same, pretty much the same location. I was just more so curious about like. It wasn't even related to the flat Earth. It was just more so like I was curious about the optical effect. It was a tangent. I was just curious. Here, I'll even put like a diagram in the side chat of what I'm talking about. So like what I'm talking about is that you see that looks like kind of a cliff edge. The little dolphin looking thing is supposed to be the platform. And then the line C, it looks like the water falls off at a sharp point. Do you guys kind of get what I'm saying?
Are you talking about with A or C?
C.
That's not what we're seeing. What we see is like because things move further and further away, the optics of it change slightly. But there's a definitive hard cutoff line at A.
Yeah. I'm saying at C, it looks like it might not be a line. That's why I'm asking, like, is it a line? Or because what I'm seeing is like the picture I sent, what I drew, the water falls off at like that sharp edge.
Fall off. It just goes smoother at that point.
Coming in front of you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that all the time. Looking out into the ocean, that's like just a super common thing that happens. Sometimes it could be due to currents and things like that. In a certain section, you might have a deep section, or you've got some current there, or you've got like some wind or something changing at that point.
So it's a cool little optical effect. All right, that answers that. Yeah. So back to the point. Sorry, somebody was saying that basically, if geometry was completely like true about the Earth, those platforms. Hey, Doc. No, Leia. Those platforms should be like not visible. Like they should be farther than the point where the line meets the sky, right?
At least a good portion of the platform should be obscured. The line shouldn't be behind the platforms. That's for sure.
20 meters for sure.
Wait. That would just be a consequence or consequent, but it's that's not the argument.
Yes. Okay. My next question is just going to be, how was like a camera was put a foot. So somebody took like a ruler and they put a camera a foot above the sea level.
Right. It's approximately 1 foot.
Can I give you the answer? If they put on the 6 foot, not one, the distance will be 3 miles or something. It still will not. If they put on 10 foot, still that you cannot see that 10 miles with the given math.
So I just posted the GIF of the observation there in the side chat. So yeah, it's approximately 1 foot, but to have a 10-mile horizon, you'd have to be about 66 foot in the air to have a horizon at that distance on a globe. So basically, the geometric horizon must be at 1.22 miles away, right? That's the physical horizon. Now, what people are trying to say from the globe side is that everything beyond that geometric horizon is perfectly bending up to make it look flat all the way out to what they call the apparent horizon beyond the second oil platform, which is a crazy claim. Because that geometric horizon must be there. It's a geometric property, like it's like a physical property of the globe. kind of like if you had a hallway that curved away, right, and your friend walked away around the hallway. That's a physical horizon line that he's gone beyond. It doesn't matter if you zoom in on it with a different camera or do whatever you want, right? What they're saying is happening here is that everything's flattening out, and then there's another geometric horizon, which they're calling the apparent horizon beyond the second oil platform.
Okay.
Here's a better example in the side chat. It's the same place, but it's first thing in the morning that this one's done, sunrise. So it's much clearer conditions. You can really clearly see the horizon.
Okay. I think what's going to be the biggest, probably, and like refraction is something to take into account. If you're going to do good measurements, I would, but that's not even the biggest issue. The biggest issue that's going to cause the most change is probably going to be the observer height, because there's a huge difference between 6 inches and 1 foot when you're plugging it into these calculators. Huge difference.
Yeah, it's okay. So so it's a tiny difference. Okay,
It's
so
not,
even if
it's
it was,
not.
yeah. Let me look. If it's 1 foot,
Sorry.
Okay, it's 1.225 miles. Right. If it's 6 foot, it's 3 miles. If it's 8 foot, it's 3.46 miles. Right. You would have to be nearly 70 foot in the air to have a horizon at 10 miles. 70 foot.
Yeah, but at half a foot, it's 0.86
Much closer.
miles.
Yeah, exactly. But we can see the horizon.
That's a difference of half a mile.
Right, but we can see the horizon beyond 10 miles.
Horizon beyond 10 miles. Oh, you're saying you can see the horizon beyond 10 miles.
Exactly.
Oh, that's your objection. Oh, then that's going to be way more to do with atmospheric refraction. I thought you were talking about the
on the Globers say standard atmospheric refraction's 8%. Okay, so
I don't know what
it's
that
going to
means. 8% of what?
Okay, so 8%. It's going to okay, so they presuppose the radius value when they try to calculate for their refraction, right? It's begging the question.
Well, that's what we're doing in these calculators as well. So you're begging the question by using these calculators. But go ahead.
No. These calculators that we're using now don't account for refraction at all, right?
No, they presuppose the radius. So you're making the same objection against.
Yes, this is what we're testing. This is what we're testing. So we're saying the globe presupposes the radius, and it doesn't match reality. So we're testing for the geometric horizon. These are geometric horizon tests. Okay, so the geometric horizon would have to be at a certain distance physically, depending on the height of the observer.
Wait, I'm confused. Aren't you also to construct a calculator to begin with? You have to presuppose a radius. So
these aren't our calculators, right? These are calculators based on the radius of the globe.
Yeah, but if you're going to use them to test the globe, wouldn't you
We're not using them. Okay, we're using them to test the globe because according to the globe mathematics, the horizon would have to be at 1.225 miles from a 1 foot observer height. Okay, so we're going out to test if.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. The same globe math says that atmospheric refraction will change the effective horizon. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah. So. Okay.
So you can't say it's according to the question.
No, I didn't say begging the question.
I don't know.
No, I said adding the radius into atmospheric refraction is begging the question and presupposing a globe in the first place.
But you have to do that to even use these calculators. That's what you're testing. So it'd be the same globe math.
What calculator are you talking about? What calculator are you talking about?
Just whatever calculator you're using to get the 1.22 value.
That's just the basic geometry of the globe. So if you have a sphere that has a radius of 3959 miles, then the geometric horizon would be at a certain distance from whatever the observer height is. Okay, that's got nothing to do with refraction. That's just the basic geometry. That's the geometry of the globe.
And if you have if you have a sphere with that radius with an atmosphere, a dense, continuously changing atmosphere, that's going to change the direction and path that light takes when it's going through.
Yeah. Do you know much about that or not?
Well, hang on.
I know,
You're going to need
a
for that to be. Hey, bro. 1 sec. Because for that to be able to distort your sphere and skew the geometry that should be visual, you're going to need a sphere to begin with. So you can't appeal to that until you have an actual sphere that you can then. We can't use this to tell it's a sphere. Then can we?
Why do you think that you need a sphere for atmosphere?
So we can't use this to tell it's a sphere. Then can we?
Wait. Why do you need a sphere?
Because that's to do with the claim of the horizon being the result of the Earth being one.
No, dumbass. I'm so fucking confused right now. Are you saying that you need a sphere to have atmospheric refraction?
Is it not claimed? Is it not claimed that the horizon is the result of the Earth being a sphere?
Yeah, but that's what we're trying to test.
Right. So you're going to need that to be true in order to say that that bendy light is making you not see it.
Wait, what? Okay, let me get this right. You're saying that because we're using a sphere to test, because we're using spherical geometry to test if what we observe corresponds to that in reality, we need it to begin with? Is this what... do I have that right?
Dude,
I'm confused.
Look, let me explain it super simply to you. Okay, so if we just hypothetically remove the air, okay, and if you we're on a sphere that has a radius of 3959 miles, and you're making an observation from 1 foot, the physical geometric horizon line would be at 1.225 miles away. Right. Now, what you're claiming is that now you have to account for refraction, and you're saying that's able to explain the fact that we can see flat water all the way out to 10 miles away, where we see a horizon. How are you going to do that? How are you going to go about doing that?
Well, what you do is you just measure the conditions on whatever day you're taking your measurements. You pick whatever refractive model that applies best.
What's a refractive model? Okay, so there's no such thing as refractive models.
So Snell's law would be an example of a refractive model.
No, Snell's law is not analogous to this situation because we're looking through a single medium. Now, Snell's law is when you have two separate mediums and you have a sharp boundary layer and you're measuring the deviation when the light hits the second medium at an angle and it deviates towards the denser medium. That's not analogous to this situation. So Snell's law is...
No, I'm not saying it is. I'm saying that that's an example of a refractive model. If you were to measure the refraction of light through water, let's say, from air, the surface of... that would be a case where you'd pick a model. You'd say, okay, Snell's law.
Yeah, so
Snell's
this is
law is a model.
Yeah, so this is an extremely...
no, I get that. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're going to use Snell's law here. I'm not saying you're going to use Snell's law here.
No, that's what I'm saying. I know that. No, I got you. Okay, so now we have a single medium.
What would be...
Hold on, let me finish. Just let me finish, right? So let's pick the model. You said you would pick a model for this particular scenario. And I'm saying that doesn't exist because you have constant turbulence, you have constant fluctuation in temperatures, and even the subject matter experts say that you can't model this out. You can't just use a particular formula like you do in Snell's law for this because it's constantly changing and there's so many variables to take into consideration. It would be literally impossible to do. Okay, so in all of these observations...
No, that's not true.
Yeah.
So I don't know what...
Okay, well, go ahead. I've researched this. I don't think you really have.
But we could do... So light bends when it passes through a medium with changing refractive index. That's something we know. Yes. In the atmosphere, the refractive index N decreases... We could say N as an example. Decreases with altitude because of the air density decrease with altitude.
Yeah, no, that's not how it works when you're making these types of observations according to the mainstream.
We're constructing a model right now. We're just constructing a model to take into account how light path changes as it goes through the atmosphere. That's all we're doing. I'm doing it with you. We're doing it together.
No, but
we're constructing.
You've made a mistake. Yeah, you've made a mistake already. You've already made a mistake.
What's the mistake?
Well, the optical density of the air, of the medium, that's going to create the difference in the refractive index isn't controlled purely by altitude. It's primarily controlled by temperature, according to the mainstream. Okay, so American Meteorological. Yeah, I know. It's
like you
cited in the
before we, like we're not even there yet, right? We're just starting with a variable that we know correlates with changing pressure, or sorry, density, which is altitude.
Yeah, but you
That's
said
true.
Well, no, not necessarily, because if you have a cooler or a warmer layer of air closer to the surface, right? It's the cooler is going to have the higher optical density gradient. Like it's going to be high. It's going to be
for the sake of argument. Let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. That's going to be a local measurement versus like a macroscopic average of, and we know like we do this all the time. Like gas, for example, there's a macroscopic average temperature, even if the individual kinetic energy of the particles is different, right? So we're talking about an average here. On average, the refractive index will decrease with altitude.
Not necessarily. No, if you have,
I'm not saying. You keep saying not necessarily.
Is this independent of the Earth being a globe? Is this independent of the Earth being a globe?
Yes, it does.
Then it's a red herring.
It does have something to do with the Earth being a globe.
It's a red herring.
Or flat. How is it a red herring?
So this is the problem that you have, bro. Right? Not one person ever has taken this into account and made an observation that matches up with the globe, and actually taken these things into consideration and said, okay, we've taken the refractive index into consideration and done the measurements of the temperature between point A and point B and have confirmed that this observation matches up with a globe. No one's ever done that. Okay, all we ever see when we make these observations,
taken it into account. I haven't seen a paper published by like a flat Earth.
So how do you know that there's such a thing as a geometric horizon?
Wait, that's already okay. You're saying, how do I know there's such a thing as a geometric horizon? Like that's the thing we're trying to test.
Yeah, that's what we're testing, and it's failing. It's failing the test every time.
Your tests aren't. Your methodology is poor. That's why.
What? No, it's not poor methodology. We're just making an observation, and we can see the horizon thousands of % further than it should be on a globe. And you don't have any evidence there's such a thing as a geometric horizon. What we claim a horizon is, and what the definition of a horizon is, matches. Okay, it's the apparent location where the sky and the ground meet, not the leading edge of a spherical Earth. Okay, but if you have a globe, that's what the horizon must be. And that's what never matches up, and you don't have any evidence that
it doesn't match up because you're not taking into account refraction.
Okay, who did that? Name one person. Show me one observation.
There was the accurately taken refraction into account. That did that, but I swear to God, every time I come in the chat and I post it, like you guys just you play 20 questions with me until there's a question I can't answer because I don't completely understand all the physics, and then there you fucking go. Like I've done this.
Well, they didn't take it into account. They didn't. They just they didn't actually, right? Because I've actually looked into that. And firstly, in the observations of Rainy Lake, especially when we look at the time lapse, we see crazy miraging effects taking place. Now, all they've done is used a model of refraction, which they pre-assumed. They didn't actually measure the temperature gradient between point A and point B vertically to be able to determine exactly what's going on for their hyper-specific claim to be true.
Okay, even AI agrees with who takes it into account. They did, and their measurements agree with the globe model. So
no, they didn't. They just assumed. They just assumed.
Yeah, put it in the side chat.
They assumed a particular K factor, which you probably don't even know what a K factor is, but they assumed a standard refraction K factor when they did their observation. Right? They pre-assumed it. They didn't actually measure it.
Right. So no. That's not what you do. No. One sec. No, bro. No. One sec. Nope. Nope. I'm just gonna keep talking over you until I get my fucking say.
Go ahead, man.
Thanks. You don't account for refraction because that would be begging the question and affirming the consequent. If you draw any conclusions based on that. What you do is you measure the deviation of the light. And if you can't do that, then your test is out.
This is the last time I'm going to ask you this. And if you don't give a satisfactory answer, I'm just disengaging. Why is it begging the question?
Because you're assuming.
Yeah, you're assuming.
Let him answer.
Yeah, hold on. Sorry, T-Dub. I'll just answer him really quickly. Right, they have no idea what's actually going on with the light when it's bouncing off what they're looking at and making its way back to the eye of the optic. They're just guessing. They're just guessing. And we can't guess when we're making hyper-specific observations.
Like, I'm saying that they use the standard refraction K value. That's poor methodology. They shouldn't use a standard value. They don't know if that's a special day. But you didn't, like, the flat earthers don't even take it into account. So it's better. It's
We're not
better
making
methodology than the
hyper-specific
flat
claims.
earthers.
We're not making observations trying to claim that, oh, look, this thing in the distance is dipping down by 4 inches. It matches up with the globe. We're not making hyper-specific claims with our observations. We're testing the globe, right? And we're seeing thousands and thousands of percent beyond where that geometric horizon should be. We're not using these observations
You're not
to,
taking. It doesn't matter. You're not taking into account all the variables. That's why.
You can't even tell us how you take it into account in the first place. That's the funny thing.
Yeah, for sure. Here's the thing. I don't even have to. Like, that's your guys' job.
So you
You're the
can't
one
tell
that's
us this
going
thing. You're not taking into account. Well, how do we do that, Mage? Mage, how do we do that? Tell us. We're not doing it. We want to fix it. Hold on. Yeah, we want to fix it, Mage. We want to fix it.
Sorry.
We want to fix your complaint. How do we do that?
Sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
If you guys don't even know how to do it,
this is just called FUD, dude. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt tactic. That's all it is. Well, tell us how to do it, Mage. Let's fix it. Let's fix the problem. Yeah, that's what I thought. Your evidence of globe refraction is a flat Earth, buddy. Y'all need to come to grips with that. Sorry to interrupt everybody, but that was
No, that's fine. You're exactly right.
I'm so sick of hearing account for refraction when they can't say how to do that.
Exactly. So what you do is you'd measure it. So you could set up a laser over a large body of water and shoot the laser across the large body of water and have a storyboard or some form of recording the data on the other side and measure how much the light deviated from straight, right? And then you can say, there's your refraction. But what he wants to do is bake in pre-assumed paths of light in the first instance, which no less conform to the idea that the Earth is a sphere. No, sorry, bro. Not begging the question with you.
Yeah, this is how you account for refraction. You observe a flat Earth, and then retroactively make the flat Earth conform to the globe by bending the light just the right amount.
Yeah, that would be. Are you saying that would be begging the question?
Yeah, that is.
No, that's it.
Dude, are you okay? Like, are you seriously? Yes,
Yeah,
that's begging
that would be begging the question. That's not what's happening. So
okay, then tell us how to do it.
Okay, well, you could pick a standard value that takes into account the average, but if we want to get super precise,
where do we get that number from?
Oh, that I don't know. You'd have to ask a physicist.
Yeah, of course, you don't know. So.
Wait, so help, I don't know.
If we want to know how to account for refraction, we don't ask you. We ask somebody else. Just Google it.
Do I have to know everything about physics? Like, this is the thing. If I don't know one thing about physics,
yeah, that's an all or nothing fallacy. We just want to know about these physics.
Well, then, like, okay, I'm not a physicist. I'm a computer scientist. Why don't you ask?
We know that. You didn't have to tell us.
I mean, I've been right about everything so far. I don't know what you mean.
No.
You haven't.
Yeah, but when you said I don't know, that's the only thing you were right about.
Okay.
Yeah. You're trying to bake in something in the first instance which supports your bias, bro. Are you an idiot?
How am I doing that?
You are saying that with distortion we can see more.
Like, you mean farther? Yeah, because like.
There is no such a thing. There is no such a thing. There is no such a thing that human invented that you can see with distortion more. You always, and 100%, without any doubt, you see less with every time. When you don't have a distortion, in a case of the black swan,
what kind of distortion are we talking about?
I will tell you now. You are speaking about refraction. On the black swan example, there is no refraction doing anything with the surface. What you see, that real one, that behind the oil rigs, but it's making the horizon behind that the surface of the water. It's not any imaginary distortion of the light, what is making
there's
that
always
water
refraction.
real.
So you're wrong. There's
I
always
know, and I know, and that refraction, it's only making that blurry oil rigs on the top. That's air in the, making the air blurry, but the surface, that surface, what you see is there and it's real, and it's not because light it's making that some kind of phenomenon and then now it's there. No, it's there because you see it with your eyes.
Right.
That's why.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, one sec, Sasha. No. One sec, bro. One sec, bro. One sec. Hey, you're roboting hard. You're roboting hard, bro. I want to ask you something. Right.
He's disconnected. Maybe he's.
Damn.
How to take refraction into account. Observe a flat Earth. Okay? Then assume it's a globe.
Am I still roboting?
No, you're right now. But I want to address something, right? Because what you're going to do is you're going to be presenting an observation, and you're going to say there must have been this amount of refraction. Because I can see a certain distance, at least a certain distance, so there must have been at least a certain amount of refraction. Okay. I'm not wrong?
No, that's not. Yes, that's.
I'm wrong?
Yes, you're wrong.
It's not what you're doing.
You're not trying to reverse engineer how to get the right number. That's not how science works. That would just be begging the question.
Right, so how are you going to know how much refraction to account for?
Well, you could either use a standard value or you could use an empirical value.
So what if your standard? So what if your standard doesn't match what you observe?
Wait. When I say standard versus empirical, I mean K. Whatever you're using for K.
Yeah. So the standard being so popular that it's apparently used by surveyors, is 7/6R.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can give that a K value all you like. It's going to be equal with that, right? It's going to produce the same result. So if we show you an observation that doesn't match that, what then?
Wait. Are you saying a K that produces something other than the standard?
No, you can give the 7/6R a K value all you like. It will still equate to the same result of seeing so far across the surface of the Earth. Now, if we show you something that doesn't match that, what then?
Yeah, if you have an empirical K value and you take your measurements over the Earth and it's still wrong, it still doesn't match, then I'll just become a flat earther. But I know that's not going to happen.
That's the black swan, you idiot.
No, it's not. They don't I don't see a K value anywhere on that picture you sent. That's why I asked for a paper.
It doesn't need to have one. You're the one applying the K value.
Yeah, then you're just not understanding the issue. Like if you can't get over the fact that
your K value, if it's a if your K value is a standard, then it's going to equate to the same standard as 7/6R.
No, it's not. That's not how standards work.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, the standard is 7/6R, bro.
Can you tell us what a K value
standard
is? What is the K value? What does it mean?
K value is the refraction coefficient.
No. It's the ratio to radius of a ray compared to...
It's not?
It's the ratio to radius of the ray compared to the radius of the Earth. So the equivalent K value of 7/6R is 1.16. So let's use that.
Okay. In this context, you can do that. But K value in general is just the refraction coefficient. In this context...
it's the radius of a ray compared to the radius of the Earth.
No, in this context...
I'm going to post it right... Where do you want it from? You can pick. Your potpourri of picks, dude. Surveying papers, ChatGPT, Andrew Thomas Young. We could freaking potpourri, dude.
Paper, I guess. This is a subset.
So you don't even know what you're arguing. Ironic.
No, I know exactly what I'm arguing. That in order to have
A value
good sound measurements, you need to take into account
is the coefficient of the radius of the ray. It is the difference between what the radius of a ray would have to be meaning it's arc.
Okay, then just
right?
post the source. I'm not going to argue with you. If you have someone smarter than you that could say that, sure.
Someone smarter than me that can say that. Well, I can't post that.
Oh, that's cute. Okay. How about this? Somebody with more formal education, since you think you're so smart.
Well, I can't post that either.
Wait, you have a PhD in physics?
Do you think the people publishing these papers have PhDs in physics?
By and large, yes.
Dude, you don't know what the flying fuck you're talking about.
If you could find me a paper with a research lead that's not a PhD, I'd be impressed. If that's like actually cited.
Are you kidding me?
Well, anyone can publish a paper.
Why don't you just go on Google Scholar and type in some random words, and then on the random frickin' things that come up, click one of the papers.
Okay. I mean, okay. Look,
my point is, do you have the evidence or not? Hey, listen. My point is that if we present to you something that doesn't match the standard, you're going to adjust the values.
No, that's not how.
You're not going to become a flat earther, bro. You're a liar.
I'm a liar? Okay. Well, this is all just based on your speculation, since you don't actually have what you describe. So, you can call me a liar.
You've seen it before, bro. You've been in here multiple times for years.
Never seen a cave.
You've been banned from the home server. You've seen the Black Swan.
Never seen a K for your measurements. Never seen a K in the Black Swan.
No, that's your responsibility, bro. Who's to say that light isn't reaching your eye straight? Who says?
Who says? Science. Yeah. Observation does.
Why can't that what you're seeing there only be slightly distorted or not distorted at all in the Black Swan?
What does slightly
Why can't it be? Why can't it be just there where it is and you're seeing it where it is?
Why can't it just be there? Because of the atmosphere, dingus.
Yeah. Go on.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Light comes from the sun.
Tell us why that's not possible on a flat Earth.
Why it's not? Like, the shape of the Earth doesn't change refraction.
Yeah, it does.
Why?
Because you have a spherically symmetric atmosphere.
So
if you tried to calculate what a horizontal ray would do, it has to bend down because there's no way it can go straight. It's impossible. And Andrew Tony Young talks about this, that a horizontal line leads to a singularity in the equation. Well, I don't know why you just fucking talked over me.
Okay, source. I'm just gonna wait for a source.
Andrew Thomas Young.
Just post it in the side chat. I'm not gonna argue with you. Google AI is your source. Yeah, awesome.
Well, that's just to get you started. Oh, did I even post in the right freaking chat? No, I didn't. Oh yeah, I did.
I asked for a paper.
K equals I divided by R. What's R and R, dude? Well, the paper I'm going to post is the reciprocal zenith angle by Hurt. Okay, so I'm going to post that next.
All right, I'll just wait.
I'm having a lot of fun looking at your sources. Oh, I just see nothing. Why do I see nothing, Mage?
No, I posted the Rainy Lake experiment when somebody asked me for it.
No, we want the K coefficient. Where'd that come from? Oh, the Rainy Lake experiment. I think they have what K is in that.
Yeah, they just use the standard value.
Yeah. What is it? What is the variable in that? What is K equal blank blank?
I think it was 0.07.
How do they calculate K?
They didn't. They just use a standard value.
Where did it come from?
Oh, that I'd have to look at that.
How do they know what value to put in as K?
Because it's like a Google search away.
Okay, how do they know what value to put in? Right? I did Google search it and I posted it, and then you said that's not good enough. So you said Rainy Lake, so they use K in that. So I'm asking what the variables are in K. Your dishonesty level is starting to reach peak value.
I asked for evidence that on a flat Earth, the phenomena that you were describing would be what happens rather than just
no. We're talking about where the K came from, dude. We're still on the standard.
Yeah, now you want to change topics. So
no, we're still on the standard refraction thing. We're still
No,
on
you're
the
just a
standard
dishonest
refraction.
person and you can't track
No, we're
conversation.
still
That's
on the
all
standard
I'm kidding.
refraction thing. No, we're still on the standard refraction thing, 7.6R. That. And I gave you the equivalent K value. Can we turn a fraction into a decimal?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we turn 7.6R into a decimal number and then use that as the K value?
Yeah, it would just be probably the standard value. Don't think you understand
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
1.166. Okay, so let's use
I
that.
was
Now we
saying
have a
that K in
standard K
general,
value,
because
and
you
let's
asked
do
me
the
what is K.
observation.
No,
And let's see, you're going to be a flat earther in seconds
Listen,
now
you're just
because we
interrupting.
have
You're
now you're
scared.
going to be a flat earther in seconds because we're going to do the observation now that we have our K value.
You asked me what is K. I said it's the refractive coefficient, and you said no.
Of what? The coefficient of what, dude?
Hold on.
You don't know, dude. You have no clue. And that's okay. It's okay you don't have no clue. I just don't know why you try to fair arguments you don't understand. I don't know why all you guys do this shit.
It's not a coefficient of anything. It's a dimensionless value.
Did you read that? Did you just read that when I just posted?
I did just read that.
The
When you say
refraction coefficient is
my
defined
immediate
by the
question
rate.
is it a coefficient of something? So I just looked it up.
That's just what they call it. Okay, they use it as a coefficient. They use it as a coefficient, but it itself is not a coefficient. It's not derived from a coefficient, but they use it as a coefficient.
Where is it used as a? It's like
it's the radius of a ray. It's the ratio, the radius of the ray to the radius of the Earth. So just like 7.6R, the actual 1/6 is the coefficient that they're using in 7.6R.
7
so
over 6 would
4/3
be a
for the
coefficient
for
of
radar
R.
refraction is that coefficient.
It's just called a you're just arguing semantics right now. It's just called a coefficient.
I'm arguing semantics.
It's not used as a coefficient, as far as I'm aware. Is that your objection? Are we done? Are you Globy now?
Dude, this is some crazy cope. Okay. I didn't call it a coefficient. They call the coefficient because they use it as a coefficient. Okay.
Where? When?
So the way it's done is you multiply the radius of the Earth times the coefficient, and then you do a straight line model of whether the ray would be visible or not visible, or where it would end up. Okay.
No.
Because you can't actually calculate the curves. Okay, that's too computationally expensive. So they just enlarge the radius of the Earth by the coefficient.
That's what the coefficient is. Yeah, it's equal to 7 over 6.
They enlarge the radius of the Earth by the coefficient. That's the apparent radius, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. We're on the same page. So we're going to use so standard refraction is an apparent radius of 7.6. Okay, K is the coefficient used in this apparent radius in decimal form.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in decimal form, 1.16. 0.16 would be the reciprocal. Is that backwards? Regardless, then they do a straight ray calculation. So say you wanted to model 7.6R. You'd go in GeoGebra and make a ball that's 7.6 the radius. And then you would just use straight line rays to make your prediction.
Okay. Let's see how that changes.
This is what Andrew Thomas Young says. This is what Nick West says. This is what all you guys say.
Let's see what changes with the what you observe in the black swan. Have you guys tried it?
You need it for the black swan.
We're using the standard you just gave us, bro. We're using the standard you just gave us.
You need like 200 for the black swan. You need a coefficient like 200, brother. Go ahead. Sorry.
Exactly. No, I just want to say, okay, so it doesn't match the standard. Now what?
Hold on. Where's my computer? I'm trying to see if it does or doesn't. It's on the math.
They trying to tell there's thousands of observations from people from all different fields and walks of life testing it, and they're factoring refraction, everything, and it's still getting falsified exponentially, just a little bit.
I mean, I'm gonna see if that's true, but even if it
I'm just
were,
trying to get him to the point where he realizes that he has to change his values. That he's just going to do exactly what I said he'd do. We present him an observation, and he'll just readjust whatever values, his K values, the 7/6R, become something else until it matches what he wants it to be.
If something,
he admitted that would be dishonest to do that.
It would. I don't know what the K was because it wasn't measured empirically, but they didn't even use the standard. You guys,
No, bro. We're using the standard.
Okay. Well, did you not hear me?
Okay,
say
you
10
said
minutes ago
if we presented something to you that doesn't match the standard, you become a flat earther.
So let me just bring something up really quickly while we're at this point.
No, if you took measurements, like you measured the K empirically, and then that didn't match what you would expect to see, yeah, that would make me a flat earther.
How would you measure it empirically? You'd have to measure the globe and then measure the radius of the ray.
That's just a simplified way of.
Because that's what the K value is derived from. The radius of the ray compared to the radius of the globe, right?
That's how the standard K value.
You would need to measure those two things empirically to get an empirical value.
No, that's how the standard is derived. The actual.
No, there is no, dude. Just no, you is not a sufficient answer, okay?
Your argument is.
To empirically know that you'd have to measure the radius of the ray. And how would you do that?
But again, okay, do you believe that?
I can tell you how you would do it. You part a ray with orbital angular momentum and measure the tilt. You don't know nothing about that. Anyway, moving on.
I'm just like you. You're so hung up on K being like a measure or like a measure of the radius compared to.
It's the ratio of the radius of a ray to the radius of the Earth. That's what the value is.
That's just one way to relate them. That's one way to relate K.
Well, tell us the other way, then.
Not the only way.
Tell us the other ways, then.
Okay.
I gotta go, guys.
Other ways are sick.
You have a good one.
Other ways are secret.
Hold on. First, I'm gonna where are the measurements that whoever posted? Hi.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I use the rest of them?
You're good.
Mage, have you noticed that your spells and magic tricks don't work here?
Yeah,
you don't have enough mana.
I mean, 1 minute all you have to do is account for it and do calculations.
You know what they say?
And then the next minute you have to measure it.
I said this from the start, that there is an empirical or a standard you could pick. And I even said that if you pick the standard, I think that's poor methodology.
So
that's great.
I asked
How
you.
do we measure it, dude? We agree.
Exactly.
We don't want calculations. We want measurements. Measure the radius of the ray, dude. Measure the K value. How do we measure that?
You keep going on about radius of ray. I don't
Just how do we measure it? With what device? Instrumentation?
You don't.
How would we measure that? And so we can empirically know its value. What K value? Okay, say we measure the black swan. The horizon's 10 miles away. What's the K value there? Is the black swan a measurement of the K value?
No.
No?
Calculate.
Yeah, we know. It's not.
I can't find a calculator that changes the radius.
I'll post one.
Okay.
Hold on a second. I think Biz you can change the apparent radius.
Okay, is it in the side chat?
No, Mag, make a calculation when you have 1 foot observer height speed of 10 miles. geometrical horizon, and then you will get the radius.
Hold on. Did somebody put the calculator in the side chat?
It's near to the moon.
Yeah, I'm working on it, bro. One sec. Here we go. There you go. I'll give you the formulas. It's in all different units. Millimeters, feet, inches. Gives you dip angle. Scared. Refraction slider. That's all you need is your refraction slider. But weirdly, the refraction slider only goes up to 120%, and even when you do that, it can't account for the black swan. What's your evidence for a globe? I saw a flat Earth. Gravity created a globe, and then it created a pressure gradient, and that pressure gradient made that globe look flat, dude. That's what you have to believe. Gravity creates flat globes.
And the question will be now, how would it look like if it's really flat?
Also flat.
Or the same like it is. Okay.
Globes look flat. Flat things look flat.
But that's not flat.
Go with the optical illusion, Sasha. It's just an optical. You're hallucinating.
That water behind all rigs, it's that I see that water because light. It's doing some. Light. You know that water is also during the night in India there. There is no light. It's the same water there.
Yeah, it's not really water. That's the optical illusion of water with lights reflecting off of it. I don't know how that works. I don't know. How does light reflect off an optical illusion, Mage?
Yeah, but logically, do you know what is missing only on that black swan observation? Only one small thing in India. It would be so great. They did it on some other, points. But it would be great, in the same moment to rise the elevation, and you go 1 feet, 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet, and you see that water. It's there. And then you see more, and then horizon. It's even you see more behind. You don't need to zoom it anymore. You just need to rise the elevation to see. Look, that is real water. That is not the light playing with me. And look at the devil. Oil rigs are. Somebody put them in the water. And can you imagine? If you put something in the water, like a tower or something, behind that tower, it's a water. Can you imagine that? That's the logic.
Apparently, with the globe, we're just stuck with imagination. That's all we can do.
It's just say, did you account refraction? Yeah, we accounted refraction from 2,000 people, 15 who were debating, and people were saying, globers, no, there is no refraction, there is geometrical horizon, blah, blah, blah. When Black Swan come out, then somehow, like in politics, you change the role now. Now, did you invoke? Yeah, we invoked that refraction years ago. We was the first one telling you there is a refraction outside. And it's everything optical.
Yeah, but you guys are using the standard. So he was asking me how to use the, how to take the empirical.
What standard it's giving you that you see that what you see really what it is, but there where it is.
You told us to use it. You told us to use it, bro.
My standards are my eyes, and then I see that what it is there. For example, if I'm in the war, if there is a ship, I will shoot on the ship on 10 miles for sure. I will not wait for some light calculation.
Hold on a second, Sasha. I just want to hear what did you come back with, Mage, with your empirical.
Okay, so gather real-world measurements of visible distances to distant objects. measure the actual distances from your location, record observer height, ensure that temperature, humidity, and pressure are measured so that you know what conditions you're under because they influence refraction, calculate baseline, plug into the equation, solve for K.
Right. So the last thing that you mentioned in that,
I don't want to tell you something that I don't understand.
Yeah. So the last thing that you said to account for the temperature, humidity, pressure, and all of that, that's impossible, right? No one's ever done that empirically and made an observation that matches up with the globe. Not one person ever, and that I've ever seen, right? You're not going to be able to present anything where that's been accounted for.
You guys will be the first.
How you will do that?
Even Rainy Lake, bro. Like, if you look into Rainy Lake, you said they accounted for standard refraction. They actually didn't do that, right? They actually plugged it into a computer model.
There's extreme refraction in the things, dude.
Yeah, so I've actually got Rainy Lake up on my screen, right? They say that, right, standard refraction would be 0.17, it says, okay, in on their page, right, 0.16, 0.17. Okay, so they actually said it's 0.26, and the way they came up with that was they fed the image into a computer model, and the computer model came up with that. Right. They didn't actually empirically measure anything. So they have no idea. They just guessed. They used a computer model to guess it.
I forgot. I was mistaken.
Yeah,
I read it a while ago.
So, they took images, rescaled them, ignored other parts, and they actually cherry picked images from a series of video series. So they cherry picked. Because Quipcore has posted this many, many times, the video.
So on the Earth curvature calculator that Indio shared, right, it has a refraction slider on it. Okay, and even when you slide that up to maximum, which is 120%, it still doesn't account for any of these observations that we have to present. Right, not even close.
I don't know what the underlying math is doing there. 120% of what? I don't know.
Of the radius value. Okay, so it would make the Earth 120% larger, right? The radius value would be 120% larger.
Why is that max? I don't know.
So what it means, right? When they have 0, right? That means that the observation would match up with the radius value, 3959 miles. Okay, so standard refraction, right? They're basically increasing the size of the globe by 8% approximately, right? So they're making that from 0 to 0.13 to 0.17. That would be what they call standard refraction. So that would take the horizon from, say, 1.22 miles to, 1.3 or 1.4 miles or something like that. Tiny little bit further. That would be standard. Okay? The further you keep sliding it up, it's essentially just increasing the radius value to the point where if you get up to 1, it's completely flat, right? There would be so much refraction that the Earth would just look completely flat. When I plug all of the observations, right, all of the good observations into this, you would have to set the refraction slider to the flat setting, essentially, which is a K factor of 0.99 or 1. So
this gives you horizon
distance. Saying earlier, he's saying that this has to be so much refraction that the Earth would just look flat. for all of these observations that.
Obviously,
Okay, so I
because
did some of them.
refraction
I
is a
did the math.
phenomena.
Wait, I did the
Go
math.
ahead.
With K equals, so the Rennie Lake, however they got their K, I think they used some kind of computers. With 0.26, the effective radius of refraction would be 1,029.6 miles. So that, I mean, I guess that seems like when you say that the max is 120% or like the min is 80%, like I don't know where you're getting that number.
Because of horizon distance, bro. Because of horizon distance. This is what this is all about. Right? Because of the geometry, right? With just pure geometry, that has to be at 1.225 based on the radius value. There is no escaping that. When we make observations that show a horizon beyond that distance, they have to do that in order to keep the horizon being the last bit of land you can see before it's curved down and away from you, with the aid of light. A little bit of light bending, assuming that it's doing what you think it's doing. Nobody's going out and nobody's going out not looking at the horizon, measuring the weather conditions, saying the light will refract this much, and then taking a long distance observation measurement and saying there's the distance to the horizon exactly as we predicted. Nobody's doing that. So the word measure, the word measure in what DJ posted is a misnomer. It's a calculation. It's an assumption.
So what Rainy Lake did was, and you're right, I don't think if the way they're doing it is how physicists do it. I've got some questions for physicists, but they're getting an empirical K value of 0.26, which is different from...
It's not an empirical K value. Stop that, dude.
Whatever.
Stop.
Calculated K value. Does that make you happier? They're giving some K value other than standard, which, if their K value were to be believed, I'm not saying it should be, I'm saying suppose it is for the sake of argument, the effective radius would actually be a fourth of what it actually is.
No, dude, no, that's not correct.
So that's why you're trying to say like there's a max.
No, dude, 0.27 would make the radius value more than 3959 miles. Okay, so when you increase the K value beyond zero, it's increasing the size of the globe to account for the observation. All they're doing is reverse engineering some cherry-picked images to try to make it match up with the globe using a computer model.
Maybe my math is wrong. Let me do it again. That's what I thought too. I figured a higher K value would make the effective radius larger, but...
Just do 3959 plus 27%. I think that's right. So even on Walter Bisland's Rainy Lake page that you sent me, right, it says if refraction K equals 0 is set on the globe model, the Earth appears like a globe with a radius of 6,371 kilometers, which is 3959 miles. Okay, if you had a K factor of 1 set on the globe model, the Earth appears flat. So for nearly all of the observations that I've put into this calculator, I have to set it to flat to be able to explain the observation. Whether it be at a lake in Canada or a section...
There's no such thing as setting it to flat. You're an evil demon.
No, you have to set it to a K factor that would mean that you're observing the Earth as flat, according to the globers. And the Earth curve calculator that Indio put in there, which is another anti-flat Earth curve calculator, right? It's literally called flatearthinsanity.blogspot.com. Okay, even if you slide up the refraction slider to maximum, It doesn't explain any of these observations, right? It doesn't go high enough to explain them.
Well, that's my, like, why don't they go high enough is my question. What's the mathematical limit? That's why I'm running calculations right now.
That'd depend on what nature allows to be possible. So it's up to you to give a
nature only allows 120%?
I don't know. That's not my
so then
claim.
these limits, so then there shouldn't be limits.
It's up to somebody to present a maximum to us.
Yeah, so then there shouldn't be limits on these calculators.
Not only that, so one, they need to demonstrate that the Earth is a sphere to begin with, empirically, demonstrably, beyond all doubt, in order to appeal to light bending around it in a fashion which allows us to not be able to see the geometry, which prevents us from witnessing the obvious geometry that it should have, right? Otherwise, it's begging the question. So if you're going to appeal to light changing direction in the medium of air, then you're going to have to demonstrate that we live on a sphere.
So the one that Indio posted, which is also an anti-flat Earth calculator, right, is different to Walter Bislin's one, which slides it up to 1, which would be so much refraction that the Earth would look flat. Okay, so when I put in the observations, right, I put in the observer height, I put in the distance to the target, I have to slide up the refraction slider to the setting to where Earth would just look flat, there's that much refraction. And then when you look into what temperature gradient would have to be present to be able to cause that much refraction, right, you need these crazy, crazy conditions that are extremely, extremely rare and would have all of these visual effects that would accompany them, right? Like crazy miraging effects and things like that, heavy distortion, and it would be super temporary and rare. Not crystal clear observations where you can see everything clearly. We don't see any miraging, right? And we know the temperature of the water and the temperature of the air is roughly similar, right? Where you have like 18-degree water and 20-degree air, for example. So it's not possible to have the meteorological conditions necessary to create these chaotic
What's the shape of the Earth then?
I don't know the shape of the Earth.
So how are you gonna claim that's flat if you don't know the edges, if you don't know the bounding conditions?
Because when I say flat, I'm just talking about the surface area not curving over.
Okay, but the thing is, how will you know that the weather systems can even work in your worldview if you don't even know what the shape of the Earth is and you don't know the bounding conditions?
Well, you don't need to know the shape, right, to know that the surface.
You do, because if you don't know if you don't know the shape, so if let's say for instance that the Earth is infinite, right? How would there be weather and pressure gradients in an infinite flat Earth?
Okay, so
Jesus fucking Christ, dude!
Yeah,
Are you serious?
Spiraling already.
Or are you assuming Earth is inside of an embedding space?
So is it not?
Wanna go to
Is it, or is it
bounded?
not?
Not.
Okay, so if it's not in the bounding space,
Earth
then
is
it
the
must be
embedding
infinite.
space. That's
so
my choice of coordinates. Earth is the embedding space. So now that we've dispensed with that nonsense,
Okay, so how is there pressure gradient? Where's the pressure gradient going to, and how what's it contained by? Because we know water has a container, we know air has a container. Where's the pressure going? Like so if there's no container for the Earth, then what's the shape of the container? If you don't know the boundary, you have to know these things in order to know how the pressure gradient is moving, right? Go ahead.
what are you talking about?
If the Earth is a triangle, the Earth will move differently than if the Earth is a square. If the Earth is a square or a enclosed ball,
Earth is the embedding space. It's not an object within the embedding. Bro,
this is not complicated, dude.
You're broken. No, because I said Earth was in the embedding space, so it's not an object within the embedding space. It is the embedding space.
So how does that work? Can you draw me a picture of that? Because I don't understand what you mean.
Dude, that doesn't even make sense.
I asked you to draw me a picture because I don't.
Can you draw me a picture of an embedding space?
I don't
draw
know
me a picture of an embedding
I don't know
space.
I don't know what that is. I'm telling you.
I know you don't, but somehow you knew about bounded and unbounded.
Uh huh.
You don't know about embedding spaces. That's weird.
Not really.
Yeah, it is actually.
Jesus,
I learned about boundary
Christ,
conditions. I learned about boundary conditions in calculus, but I never heard about embedded spaces. I never heard of that. So I'm asking you, what is it? Because I don't know.
So you don't know what an embedding space is?
I just told you 5 times I don't know what it is. So what is it?
Okay, an embedding space is your choice of coordinate system. That objects, discrete objects, are embedded within. Okay, like the universe. The universe would be considered an embedding space. There's nothing outside of it, right?
Go look this up.
Is there something outside the universe? Is that extra universe or something? Or meta universe? Multiverse? You see, that's the embedding space of the things that objects are embedded within, right?
So, okay. So
are you following?
Is this what you're talking about? Is this what you're talking about in the side chat here? Is that what you're talking about?
Let me see.
That's what I found when I searched embedding space.
It's pretty funny. Chicken wolf.
Go golden logo.
I mean, I found this picture. I mean, I'm seeing a lot. Actually, I'll just like post a picture. Like, you can just choose which one of these makes
sense. You can't take a picture of an embedding space.
So here are all the pictures of embedded spaces that I'm seeing. Which one of these is correct?
No, it's called an embedding space. Go ahead.
Do you know the difference between like a 2-sphere and a 3-sphere?
You don't have to be condescending, dude.
Now he's asking you a question, dude. How's that condescending?
What is a 2-sphere? A 2-dimensional sphere?
Yeah,
make any
exactly.
Sense. There are no 2-dimensional spheres because then it would be a circle.
You can express your location on a sphere using 2 dimensions.
Uh-huh.
A sphere only is 2-dimensional.
Yeah, a ball is 3D.
By definition, 3-dimensional.
No, it's 2D. Look it up.
A 3-dimensional embedding space gives a 2-sphere 3 dimensions by giving it volume and a defined boundary.
That doesn't make like a sense.
So a sphere will be described as the surface.
I feel like you just strong words.
The surface is 3D.
I think you knew. I knew what that didn't mean.
2D, sorry. So a sphere refers to the surface.
I'm trying to level with you. I don't know what this is.
Any solidity.
Which one of these is correct?
Ball.
Wicked, dude. We're not looking through all that. So really simply.
Okay, so
what's the equation for a sphere? What's the equation for a sphere? What's the equation for a sphere? What's a property of a sphere? Is it equidistant from the center? All points on it? Hello? Did he dip?
Who are you talking to, Indu?
Nobody. Ghost now. Talking to Ghost.
Yeah, he took off.
That was weird.
I said bounded in infinity a couple times, dude, and that sounded really fucking smart. What's up, baby?
Chilling, homie.
No, wait, he's here. He's right there.
Let's go back to Mage, dude. Oh, you still here?
Yeah, he's still here, though.
He just clammed up?
Yeah.
You see the incest is good?
Yes, that's him.
Yeah.
Abortion
Oh, fuck no.
Oh, Edgelord. Oh, great. Thanks, Edgelord.
I was just going to say that. Another Edgelord, yeah. I got to say something, kind of taboo on the internet today.
What people will do for attention. This is the modern version of when people used to get mohawks and dye them frickin' purple back in the 80s.
Yeah.
They had them frickin' 12-inch high mohawks that they used Elmer's glue to frickin' get them to stand up like that.
So, hey, look at me kind of thing.
Only they listen to better music.
Touche, man, touche.
Like Michio Kaku says that the universe is looped, so you could look in one direction far enough, and due to warping space-time relativity, you could see your own ass. That's kind of what the globe brings to the table.
Well, couldn't you end yourself? Like if you shot a bullet that had a high enough velocity that it would actually loop space time and it would just come back and hit you in the face?
I seen that in a Bugs Bunny cartoon. He put a shotgun through one of those holes and it came out like behind him.
Yeah.
It's a wrong deflection angle around that Schwarzschild radius.
I thought we were talking to Mage, man. I thought Mage had the answers.
Oh, he does.
Mage has all.
He came in a few hours ago.
That guy thumbs his nose up.
Let me just say something to Mage, because the last thing they left on was talking about the horizon. The reason the horizon's important is because you can't do any other the calculations until you calculate that tangent, that horizon tangent. So, like if you look at the website I posted you, if you look at the calculation for the variable for the horizon, you can't derive any of the other values until you have that. So you can't say anything about a globe or anything like that until you have the horizon distance. If you don't have that, you literally have zero, nothing, nada. You can't say how much something should be higher, lower, seen, not seen, anything like that.
His prior claim earlier was that refraction of the atmosphere calculations can predict where an object actually is based off of where you see it.
What? Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, so I was like, okay,
let's try that.
That's you see a flat Earth, that means you can calculate a globe with refraction.
Yeah, dude, we'll frickin' naval warfare will be changed forever.
There's only one way to demonstrate that the modus tollens in the Black Swan argument, one that QE is so famous for, is to demonstrate that the Earth is a sphere. That's the way to demonstrate that the argument is not sound, because it's valid form. To demonstrate that it's not sound would be to demonstrate in the first instance that the Earth is a sphere. Any appeal to any derivative, like just saying refraction, you didn't take into account refraction, doesn't help you because you already conceded, Mage, that the refraction part's independent of the Earth's shape. So then why are you
only valid?
Yeah, it's the same regardless of what shape the Earth is. What's different is what you can see and how far.
So it's a straw man.
That's what would invalidate your measurements. That's why you wouldn't be able to.
So the Black Swan's a straw man. The only valid gripe to the Black Swan is that it's a straw man. That your guys' actual position is that there is no geometric horizon. That is the only gripe you can have. But then that makes everything else fall apart. So, you know. On a side note, I'm going to buy a linear Fresnel lens, and I'm going to split it in half, and I'm going to take a camera, see what that shit looks like. Because that's going to make a vertical horizontal gradient.
Wait, like split it in half horizontally?
Yeah, so it's like, like a regular Fresnel lens, the refractive power is radial from the center. In a linear one, it's horizontal, right? But it goes from the center to the edges. So if I split it in half, I'll have a low refractive index on the bottom and a high refractive index on the top, right? So I put the high refractive index part on the ground and the lower one on top, and that's going to make a vertical gradient according to these guys. Right? ChatGPT support, not ChatGPT, Google AI, Gemini. I'm going back and forth with it. So, about how to simulate it. And another thing, but this is going to be harder to accomplish, is a dome-shaped Fresnel lens. They do make one, though it's a custom job, or there's a company and they're tiny, like 0.7 millimeters. It's freaking way too small for what I want to do. So the Fresnel lens, the cuts, right, the grooves are inside the dome, the little hemispheric dome. So I don't know how I'm going to get this manufactured, but I'd like to make a larger one. And then see what that looks like. Basically, small. Well, go ahead.
Get one of those old-time flat-screen TVs, man, and doesn't it give kind of like a little bends a little?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
How am I going to shape it into a dome? Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. But I want to shape it into a dome, man.
Oh,
it's got to be reversed, right?
So you get a heat gun? I don't know.
Okay, heat gun.
Yeah, melt it a little.
Yeah, but it's got grooves in it and shit. The grooves will distort.
True.
Are you talking about like what Rayleigh just put in the side chat?
Oh shit! Let's see.
You can make a death ray out of it.
A death ray, yeah. I was looking at one. I looked at one linear lens, dude. The freaking focal point was something like 49 feet away. You could literally kill people with that fucking thing.
Yeah, literally.
There's no miraging. There's no miraging happening.
Yeah,
Black Swan.
So because me and Rayleigh were talking about. Sorry, I just want to finish what we were talking about. Rayleigh, this is what gave me the idea when we were talking about the freaking lighthouses. But I don't know if I want this in reverse. Oh no, that might be right. I have to check that out. And they do. Remember how we were talking about how they do make little model lighthouses that have little Fresnel lenses with a little light source inside. So this might actually be more doable than I thought. Anyhow, what was the question?
Originally, it was about miraging, but I don't know how it works. I guess I'll say ducting.
No one knows how mirages work.
Yeah, I don't think they would like. Do they raise the? I've only seen mirages when in like the desert when basically you think there's water but there's not. Is that right?
Yeah, it's if you look in the literature, it's actually that idea, the standard idea about what causes mirages, has kind of been revisited in the last 20 years, and there's empirical evidence kind of one way, and not the standard answer doesn't actually have an empirical evidence. The what do you call it? Temperature inversion and all that shit.
Uh-huh. So, like,
when I say empirical evidence, meaning they didn't go out and measure anything.
Miraging or looming or ducting or any atmospheric nonsense it couldn't account for what you're seeing.
Well, I mean, when you say looming, miraging, ducting, superior mirage, those are qualitative descriptions of what it looks like.
Yeah.
Those are
That's all they
those
are.
are like observed phenomena.
They're qualitative descriptions, though. The word superior mirage indicates a particular visual.
Well, maybe miraging, specifically ducting.
So if you see a boat, right? So if you see a boat out there, right, and the tops of the boat touch each other, and there's a boat floating above the boat upside down, with the tops of the boats touching, that's a superior mirage. If it's a double image of a mirage, if it's a hold on, like dude, hold on. It's a double image of the boat, and the bottoms are touching. That's an inferior mirage. These are qualitative descriptions. They're not.
Well,
the reason is irrelevant.
Like you can probably measure effects that would lead to that, but is that?
Well, I've seen some testing, but they have to use something non-physical. They use it like the fucking
So like just from a Google search,
shit like that.
Measurable temperature gradients in the air. How you can quantitatively determine like whether a miraging is
can or did.
No, but that's a problem.
Can
though,
or did, Mage. Can or did. Can or did.
Can or did.
They could do it or they did do it. Which one?
I don't know. I guess they did. Who's they? Like that's the like
anybody. Anybody,
sure,
any human.
I'll
except aliens too, and Bigfoot and Loch Ness Monster. They could have done the test. Anyone.
Like, I don't know. The answer is
I'm not picky.
The answer is I don't know. Probably.
So you don't know. Good answer, because that's at least that's accurate. There's no shame in not knowing, bro.
He's trying to gauge whether or not like he can say at a certain temperature outside and conditions that are met are going to equal to this specific type of miraging effect. But then that's the thing. You're going to have to like know that like between you and the target distance, like I don't know what the distance is going to be. Like you could say 1 mile, could say 15. Like there's going to be a lot of variable changes and it's going to fluctuate in between you and the target distance.
Well, I guess whatever distance to the object that you're trying to measure. I mean, I'm not even saying it's miraging. There's different atmospheric effects that I'm finding, like looming or like ducting, which are
but that goes back to Enio's point, though. Those are things that qualify the specific type of observation that you're seeing. You're saying, hey, it's this kind because of what I see. You're not saying, hey, it's this kind because we've measured it to be this.
Well, but my entire point is that they didn't take those variables into account, so we don't know. Like at this point, it's
what variables, sir? Like what variables? What?
Whatever variables would what is the word? Be related to like looming or ducting.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what we're saying. When you make your observation, what do you think is happening based on like the distance that you're making the observation to the target and the conditions of the air outside? Like these are the contributing factors, but at the same time, you're just making a description of what you're seeing. You're not saying, hey, we measured outside that the temperature was 73 degrees. You know, the water temperature was cooler than that. Like you're trying to make it sound like you're specifying how to quantify it.
I'm saying if you want to rule these out, like, okay, basically the entire reason you're doing this is because you want to know if the Earth is curved or not. But if you want to rule out, if you want to rule,
I get it.
So let me finish, please. I'm almost done. If you want to rule out curvature, as like you want to go, okay, from our measurements, we can conclude that the Earth is not curving. In order to do this, you have to eliminate confounding variables that would give you a different story. Later. 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah.
You probably need to go,
Mage, dude, right?
What?
Look up the mirages that you're talking about, right? And look up the characteristics of these miraging effects that you're talking about. Go put them into Google, right? Put in superior mirage or fata morgana or ducting into Google and look at the images. You're going to see extreme distortions that are extremely noticeable, right? And have a look at what I'm putting in the side chat right here, and you're going to find that this doesn't match any of those miraging effects that you just mentioned in any way, shape, or form. Right? This is just a nice, clear observation. Nothing's distorted. It's super clear. Okay, we don't have any characteristics of any of these extreme miraging effects that have to be present.
Interesting thing he says you have so that you can rule out curvature. It's like, well, how did you rule it in the first place?
Exactly. That was what I was going to say to a T. It's basically like we are welcoming any other factor except for that one. We're eliminating that variable. That's it. You can have all the other variables. We're eliminating that specific variable. That couldn't be any more clear. I'm not sure how that doesn't click for you guys.
Your argument boils down to
right, like
if
he's not going to address it. He's not going to address it.
I'm literally addressing. It boils down.
So wait, let's just be clear then. What's the one variable that we're eliminating?
Or sorry, I don't think you're eliminating a variable, just a possibility to explain what you're observing.
Wow. Yeah, I told you he wasn't going to block it.
Because you're not eliminating a variable. That's not. You're taking measurements.
That's exactly what we're doing.
Hold on.
That's exactly what we're doing.
One thing we've never seen in any miraged image is the curvature that is being miraged. Like, I want to see an image of the curvature being miraged. I want to see the mirage contain the curvature.
I don't even know if that's a well-defined question. Can we just stay on topic?
No, look, if you have a curved horizon, okay, a curved globe horizon in front of you that is being mirage, lifted up. I want to see that curve lifted up, translated upwards.
Okay, look, miraging happens when light passes through a medium.
He's going to skate past what you said.
No, you're interrupting.
He's been skating, been tap dancing.
No, the answer is your question doesn't make any sense because our horizon isn't an object for light to bounce off of. It's an effect. It's an optical effect.
What about the globe's edge?
What about the globe's? What is that? What is
exactly?
Isn't that what the horizon is supposed to be on the globe?
Variable.
No, that's not. No. That's a line where the line of sight is tangent to the globe. That's what that is.
That's the thing that ships are supposed to be going behind. I want to see that image lifted up in a mirage.
Wait, you're not factoring in that variable, bro.
Right, like it's like ships are going over the horizon down here. Oh, now it's miraged up here. So ships are going over the horizon up there.
Yeah, I want to see a ship go over the horizon like freaking 1 degree in the sky.
Yeah, exactly.
Horizon is a relationship between two objects. It's not an object.
Part of it is the end of the water, right?
There is no end of the water. There's just the point that is tangent to the sphere.
The end of the water that you can see, and then sky starts after that. That dividing line, that water, is that physical?
No, it's not physical. It's a relationship between a line of sight that is tangent to a sphere.
We got him. We fucking got him.
Tell me how you got me.
Because you just said water's not physical.
No, you were talking about the line. You said is the horizon physical?
Yeah, which is composed of water, right?
No, it's not, again, like you're not tracking. It's not composed of water. It's a relationship between the line of sight. This is all it is.
Water?
Relationship
between the water?
No.
Is that a relationship between the water and the sky?
No.
No?
It's not. No, it's not.
Yeah, can you see the water surface beyond the horizon?
You can see the horizon without water present. Like I can go
in the case we're talking about, obviously you can have a horizon on land, but we're talking about water right now. Why do you just go to like this crazy dishonest shit, dude? Yeah, water curves, raindrops. It's dishonest as fuck, dude. Go with your girlfriend before she breaks up with you, man. You can come in here whining, I got dumped because of flat Earth, and I'm not even a flat earther.
Wouldn't it be cool to see ships going over the horizon upside down in a superior mirage?
That would be sweet. That would be dope, man. For real.
Wouldn't that be dope?
Would it go up higher? Would it appear to sink up?
Yeah. The ship would sink up.
Fucking no, I don't ever want to see that.
The ship going away, lifting up.
No, the concave Earth will come out of nowhere, dude. No, you don't want.
Fuck. I bet you could make that happen with the Fresnel lens. Huh?
I think I'm gonna try and find a 3D printing place that can make one up for me. You familiar with any 3D printing? I don't know really anything about it.
I actually know a guy who owns a company.
Right, I'm back. Yeah, I think this is like a red herring.
Red herring?
Yeah, because what we're trying to determine is like what shape the Earth is from these measurements, and you're not taking into account atmospheric.
Yeah, and I already told you can't do the calculation without the horizon.
What do you mean?
None of the calculations, globe Earth calculations, can be done without calculating the horizon distance first.
Oh, okay. Then
so you don't even have a calculation unless you have the horizon distance. If that don't match, nothing can match.
Now you can okay, just do them.
Okay,
just
look in the calculator I sent you. Look at there's formulas there. Okay. Pick any formula in there and then try to calculate in reverse, right? From the formula, try to calculate and don't use the horizon value that's in there, d, little d. All the other components and any of the variables, if you look how those are derived, d is the foundation of all of them. So without d, you can't do anything. D being horizon distance.
Okay, and what? Why is
you don't got that? You don't got nothing.
You're the ones that are taking the measurements. You're the ones that have to take into account atmospheric effects. So I just don't know what you're talking about.
Why? Why do we have to take into account atmospheric effects?
Because if you don't, then you don't know whether or not your measurements reflect the shape of the Earth, whether or not there's no curvature.
How do you know that?
Because we can observe that light changes its path when moving through a medium.
Okay, in this case?
In every, yes, in this case. In every
case?
Atmosphere.
In every case?
In every case, to some extent, yes.
You're full of shit, bro.
I'm
making shit up now.
Then, then you lose. You don't understand reality. You lose.
I don't understand reality.
Let's find out how reaction you lose.
Yeah, bro, you can't demonstrate anything you're saying with any sort of evidence. You're just making up stories about the way you think the world works, proclaiming its reality without any evidence it actually is.
There's an entire field of physics which studies this. You just want
to remain the existence ignorant. Of fucking human study. Dude, there's people that speak fucking Klingon. Klingon doesn't exist. People study shit that don't exist all the time, bro.
If you want evidence for atmospheric refraction existing, go look for it.
There's how many people
internet out there, everybody. You just want to close your ears and eyes and go la 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 la.
No, I want you to prove something.
If you're going to close your ears and close your
eyes, you should close your mouth too.
No,
that's not what's happening. You're doing that.
The empirical evidence, that reality that you alluded to, I want you to show that actually is the reality.
What would you consider evidence? What do you want me to give you?
Data, measurements, shit like that.
Atmospheric
whatever
refraction.
It is that you think is required to justify us just using refraction willy-nilly wherever you feel like.
Okay, then I'll send you a paper on ducting.
Is it going to have measurements in it?
Of course.
Is it just going to be someone telling a story that you're parroting? Mage, why is it so hard to differentiate between two things? Claims and evidence. There's claims, explanations. Those aren't evidence. The claims have to be backed by evidence. The evidence is the data, the measurements, those things. The evidence backs the claims.
Here, this looks like it's got measurements.
So what's the claim now? Ducting conceals the curvature of the Earth and makes it look flat?
Just that it changes the path of light, which he asked for evidence for. That's specifically what I said. And since it does that, anything which you're observing, right, which bounces off of light, you need to take.
Nobody's denying that air can't deviate light.
Huh?
No, there's no data in this, dude. Okay,
really?
Good try.
You're able to tell
a diagram isn't data, dude.
Off of point. See, like you didn't even read it. This is you determine that in 0.5 seconds.
Wait, and this isn't even in this. This is at a whole different scale. This is in radio, isn't it? And not light. Like you're only off by orders of magnitude of scale.
No way.
Yeah, I scrolled down to where it said simulation scenario.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
Simulation scenario.
You know, radio waves are light, dude, right?
No, they're not.
No, light is the optical wavelength.
No, they're definitely not. They operate at completely different scales, right?
Holy shit. Okay, scale.
Like oscillations of electrons operate at a different scale than like oscillations of electrons through an antenna.
Scale of what?
How is light created?
Scale. Oh, I love how you ask it. I can answer that, but I love how you just dodge the question with another question.
Light is at 1 nanometer scale. Radio waves are at the meter scale. Wavelength.
You can't even answer the question, so you have to dodge.
I'll answer for him. Okay, light is at the nanometer scale of the wavelength, and radio waves are at the meter scale.
There we go.
They're a million. They're a factor of a million apart, bro.
Both are light waves.
Light is defined as electromagnetic radiation.
The wavelength is different. The light is gonna somehow not do this.
Dude, light is considered electromagnetic radiation that you can see.
No, that's visible light.
Jesus Christ.
The properties of light are the same regardless of wavelength.
What?
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Rest in peace, refraction. Rest in peace, rainbows.
Those are all properties of light. Okay, it's dumb. The rainbow is literally the perfect example that all light follows the same properties.
What does that mean?
All light's in the visible spectrum. It means that regardless of like where they're at in the spectrum, they're going to behave with matter and with the same coupling equations given by quantum mechanics.
They actually behave differently, though. Right? You could have the same medium and different frequencies behave differently through it, like in the presence of oxygen and nitrogen.
But the interaction
radio waves will behave differently. You know, they get absorbed and shit different.
The interactions are going to be the same. The difference in behavior might result due to like the initial conditions. So like the more wider wavelengths of light have more energy, right? And so it might be the case that
we're not talking about that.
Okay, the point I'm making is that
there's something called an optical window.
That radios are going to somehow not duct versus visible light.
Okay, no one's ever observed a visible light duct.
I don't think that's true. Hold on.
Hold on. I don't think that's true. Let me Google it. Anyway, what you posted was a simulation.
Oh, really?
By the way,
simulation.
I asked for data. Yeah.
We can give you data that was simulated. We'll just Monte Carlo that shit and call it reality.
This is just called bluff after bluff after bluff after bluff. FUD, 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 FUD. Just nonsense, Mage.
Here, I found a paper.
Did you read it yet?
I'm reading through it right now. That's why I haven't
Right, and immediately send it because I don't actually just immediately send shit when immediately rule conclusions based off of a picture.
I got you. Like you need like 30 seconds to digest a meaty academic paper. I got you.
No, he just needs 30 seconds to upload it to ChatGPT and have ChatGPT tell him what it means.
Oh yeah, that's right. We're dealing with that.
No, I just have to read the abstract and see if this paper is
the abstract. The abstract. You're going to read the abstract and the conclusion, and that's what you're going to do.
No, you can read it. I'm just giving you a paper that you can read through. You said there's no one's ever done that. So all I had to do was Google search who's done that.
When I said done that,
bingo. Found the first result on Google. I was able to find somebody who did that.
When I say done that, what does that mean? What is that in reference to? Done that.
Measurements, like observing the ducting effect with visible light.
Yeah, exactly. No one's ever observed.
Yeah, here you go. Here you go. It's in the site chat. If you actually care about reality and truth, you'll take a look at that.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm gonna read it.
Are you just gonna keep dodging
demonstrate
and
I'm right and you're wrong because you're probably gonna post another simulation.
Okay, I'll just wait for you to respond or concede, like whichever one.
Andrew Thomas Young, none of this is observation. Try again. Just like I said. Just like I said.
There are literally.
Oh, and by the way, remember we were talking about infinite refraction? Down. Here's another startling feature of refraction.
No. You didn't even read the paper. You said it's not observation.
At the edge of the thermal inversion, there's always a height where the ray of Earth. Stop filibustering, you dumb fuck.
Pictures of the sun. The fuck?
Yeah, cool.
I'm not gonna argue with an intellectually dishonest person like you. If anyone else wants to try, go for it.
We have pictures of the sun. What does that tell us?
It tells us that you made an immediate conclusion that was wrong.
What do pictures of the sun tell us, dude? That shows ducting?
Wait. Okay, I'll answer that. Just concede you were wrong.
The sun is an optical duct? Is that what you're saying? You're getting weirder than Whitson.
No, I'll answer your question. Just concede that you were wrong, that there are observations in this paper.
No, you posted Andrew Thomas Young. Shut up, dude. Shut up!
I'm not going to argue the dishonest. No, I'm not going to argue the dishonest piece of shit. You can't even concede that you were wrong from a paper that you didn't even read.
Shut up!
Or you read for 5 seconds. Yeah, I'm done with you. Try again.
Oh, yeah, shut up, dude. Yeah, try to recover. You're not going to recover, okay? What you posted is Andrew Thomas Young. There's no experiment in there at all. There's no data. There's nothing. It's completely theoretical.
You said there were no observations, and now you're changing it to there's no experiment.
A model is not an observation.
You can't even know that because you didn't read the paper, by the way.
Observations are done by human beings, Mage. Observations are done by human beings. Human beings in the natural world, not fucking bunch of shit written on paper. That's not an observation.
I'm going to be able to build a rocket ship soon. My crypto's doing well again. Just a quick update.
What about your rocket ship?
My crypto was down yesterday. I've got this. I'm trying to get a crypto portfolio up to make hundreds of millions to put the leading world's flat earthers in a spaceship and send them out of space so they can see that the earth is round.
Well, you should go first.
That's what I've been. No.
You should go first.
I've actually been in this Discord. Excuse you. I'm talking. No. Excuse you.
You're not talking anymore. You're not talking anymore. So prove it to yourself first and then tell us about it.
Dude, and meanwhile, Andrew Thomas Young is really saying refraction can bend light not once but twice around the globe.
Yeah, I actually mentioned that to him like an hour ago, and I didn't bother to look it up, and then bam, there it is. Right? Like, he posted the very thing I told him.
Is not an argument, by the way. Like, your disbelief and shock is not an argument.
Yeah, I want evidence that exists, dude. Like, why should I automatically believe this garbage? Like, okay, fine, it's not garbage. Why should I automatically believe this? Give me one compelling reason.
You shouldn't automatically believe anything if you think critically. You should.
All right, so give me a good critical examination of this.
Of what, in particular?
infinite refraction.
Was that? I don't know.
It's from the shit that you sent us. Holy fuck!
He never read it.
Let's take a look at it. I admitted that. I just read if it was what you were looking for, which it is.
Yeah, like monkeys flinging poo at the wall.
Okay. That isn't what I was looking for. What I was looking for is observation. There's no observation in there.
You keep saying that, and you said that like 5 seconds after I sang that.
It's pretty hard to prove the globe.
I've seen, bro. I've seen that page before. 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago. It's new to you. It's not new to me. I literally talked about it an hour ago when I said that you have a spherically symmetric atmosphere, and if the ray was horizontal, it becomes a singularity mathematically, and it would end up having an infinite radius. But you don't. You have
radius
memory. You have goldfish memory. You can't fucking remember what I said, and then you post the very thing that I talked about, and then wonder why I know what it says.
You're saying something would mathematically lead to an infinite radius?
He's saying Earth looks flat, dude.
Yeah, the absurdity of a spherically symmetrical atmosphere. Yes.
Where's the? I'm confused. What that's got to do with an infinite radius?
Oh Jesus!
How much curvature is there in a circle with an infinite radius?
Infinite. Infinite curvature, right? I mean, that's just what the math would tell you.
It'd be a slope of 0.
What would be a slope of 0? The circle? The curve?
It'd be a horizontal line.
If it had an infinite, I don't even know if it would have a slope if the radius was infinite, but okay.
That's what 0 means.
That's not what 0 means.
Yeah, like it's not there. Like there's not. It's just a freaking horizontal reference plane that extends forever.
Zero slope.
Yeah, slope. Like an infinite radius circle. An infinite radius sphere would be flat.
Is that like hold on, let me think. So you're saying the circumference?
Thank you, Andrew Thomas Young. I guess you'll never know if it's curved because it looks so flat.
Yeah, I'm lost here. How this is like a gotcha.
Well, this is your thing that you submitted to us as a gotcha. That's the funny part.
Wait, where does it entail like an absurdity?
The infinite refraction part from the link you sent. So I asked for like a critical evaluation of this because I'm not going to just blindly accept it. And you said, well, you should critically think about it. So yeah, let's critically think about this claim. It hurts your head, doesn't it?
And he insinuated that if you deny it, you're denying reality.
Oh, this is too much.
All this is saying is that the refraction, if I'm not mistaken, it could curve to such a point that it would go around the Earth. I think.
How many times?
I think that's what it's saying, infinitely, if it doesn't go into space. I mean...
How would it go into space? It's trapped in a duct, dude.
That's what I don't think it would go out into space.
Yeah, it's like a spherical fiber optic cable.
There you go.
Yeah, where the ray curvature is exactly equal to the Earth's curvature. That's just kind of like an orbit, but not really, because it's not gravitationally attracted very strong enough to orbit.
Yeah, it is. It is. Because that temperature gradient which created the duct was created by gravity. The gradient.
Yeah, but so it isn't gravitationally attracted. It's a phenomena that's emergent.
No, the density gradient, dude. The density gradient is created by gravity, so it is an orbit.
Yeah, your gravity's pulling down on the air and water, making that happen.
Yeah, but again, that's like an indirect result An orbit would be like gravity directly pulls on another thing in such a way that it goes in a circular. This isn't an orbit. This is like an orbit, is what I'm saying. But I don't see like what the gotcha is.
Could we calculate after that from the inverse square law?
Where's like the absurdity?
Oh.
That,
I see nothing wrong with this.
Yeah. Mm. So no arguments. You guys are globies now.
I mean, the ask initially was, "Where's the observational data?"
Mm.
Yeah, we're still waiting on that.
Offensive already.
So you observed deductive infinite radius?
Maybe he has.
Where's the radius isn't infinite. What do you mean?
Oh gosh.
Okay. The duct, this duct, okay, whatever it is, it's going to circulate around the Earth forever and ever and ever, like an orbit, right?
Uh-huh.
Where's that observation?
In the paper I sent, Sidetrack.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
you can keep saying that. Okay, what was the instrument used to make the observation? What was the instrument
just
used?
trying to dodge.
What was the instrument used to make the observation?
How about this? Read the paper and then
lying. Admit there's no observation. I'm fed up.
Yeah. Read the paper and then we can talk about it.
You're gonna get banned for lying. What instrument did they use to make the observation? Their eyes, nose, mouth, ears, telescope, oscilloscope.
I'm just gonna wait for you to read the paper.
I've already read it.
No, you didn't. Wait, if you read it, how about you? What was the instrument used?
My God, dude.
Yeah,
they didn't use an instrument. There's no observation. There's no observation. There was no instrument. You haven't read it. You still haven't read it. You don't have any clue what it says on that web page.
That was the part about discontinuities in the images.
I genuinely don't think he scrolled past the first page because on the third page there's examples where they tell you how they like. It's just
examples.
So
examples of what?
Oh, how about you read the paper and then get back to me?
Examples of the horizontal ray paradox.
Oh man, I don't know. I would love to explain it to you, but how about you just read the paper?
I did. I read it years ago. You want me to go into my Discord, take a screenshot of me posting it? Hold on, I'll go into our Discord. I'll take a screenshot of me posting it in our Discord, probably back in 2019. Hold on.
This is the last time I'm going to respond with "at me when you finish reading the paper," or we're done here.
I did. You haven't. You can keep trying to play the pretend game. No one fucking believes you. I could actually take screenshots and post it in the chat and embarrass you even more.
Oh, then do that then, please.
The observation should be infinite images of everything.
No, that just makes no sense, and it's why.
Well, that's what it says in here. Just saying, like that's what it says.
A globe, not a globe.
That's what your link says. Sorry.
Your link is a web page. It's not a paper. Okay. There's no observations in it. There's no data. The example is a graph.
That tells me everything I need to know.
Okay, you're getting fucking banned. I'm sick of you, dude. Dude, I'm gonna just fucking talk over you. So you can't make any points. That shit's dead. I'm gonna make my point regardless. Okay? In that paper, not paper, optical phenomenon of ducts is theoretical models of what could possibly happen within the model. There's no observations of it. There's no data. There's no experimental validation. There's a graph. But it's not a graph of actual data.
Yeah, it's a thought experiment. The whole thing, if you want to call it that.
Here we have simulations of the effects of ducks on sunsets for duck mirages. See the duck page, which shows ray traces of ducks. Care to respond to that? Rach? Salvage your reputation?
Oh, I'm unmuted now?
Did you salvage your reputation? What did I say? Do I got to read it again to you? Here we have simulations of the effects of ducks on sunsets. For ducks in mirages, see the ducks page, which shows my ray traces in ducks. Are those observations? Yeah, that's what I thought, dude.
I'm back. No, those are simulations.
Oh, so you're gonna play pretend? You just get banned, dude. I'm not playing your game. You're gonna play pretend, dude. Let's play that game. You'll never be in this chat again. You'll never be in this chat again, dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
okay.
those aren't.
You fucked up big time, dude. Nah, you fucked up.
I fucked up. I fucked up huge.
Yeah. Bye bye. Gave you the car keys. We let you drive around. You're gonna keep smoking grass in the car. We're taking the car keys back. It's really simple.
I wonder if you thought those sunset images are real.
Wait, yeah, no, my bad. I just put the real one in the side chat. That was my bad, guys. My bad, chat. There. That's an actual experimental analysis of atmospheric ducks. Yes, that's my bad, gang. That's my bad. I'll take the L on that one.
Or is this optical ducting or no?
Atmospheric.
Yeah, is it optical ducting?
Well, any light is optical. So yeah, I think so.
There's navigational radar.
Okay, so you went with the visible light spectrum. So radios and radar, that's not like I cut it for you.
They don't behave the same.
Hold on, let me.
I kind of want to go back to this infinite refraction paragraph. That's freaking awesome. See infinity images of everything everywhere.
It's like when you used to hook your video camera right into the TV and point the camera at the TV, dude. That's where you see just this freaking spiral. I mean, we saw the spiral a minute ago. Dude, their lack of honor makes me spiral, bro. Like, seriously, it's very disciplining in, like, humanity. It's how they have no honor and they don't even think that it's very even important to have that. Like, it's very upsetting.
David. I think I found it. I think I found one on optical light. So there was one on radar. There was one on what was it? Radios. This one I think is on visible light.
Why are you searching for it now, dude? Don't you already know?
Oh wait, no.
Why are you trying to salvage Mage? He's not salvageable. Like, not only did he go to the bottom of the sea, he blew apart into a million pieces and rusted instantly. You're not going to be able to pull those parts up back to the surface and salvage that wreckage.
Is this not still Mage? Is this not Mage on a different account? Is this someone else?
Does sound like him, huh? I mean, it's Mage on a different account. We should just ban that one too. Mage, why do you have no honor?
I have much honor.
Right? Why didn't your parents raise you right? Or maybe they did, and you're just like a black sheep or something. Why do you have no honor?
Your parents raised a flatty.
So what? We should have honor.
You don't have any honor. You're just
so you think flat Earth has a moral connotation to it? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? It's immoral to be a flat earther. Please say it, dude. Let your mask fall off and say what you really think, dude. No, you won't say what you really think because you have no honor. Y'all are putting me on demon time, man. When is some of you guys going to look in the mirror and see what this topic turns you into and maybe realize that, yeah, maybe something's fucking wrong here? Why am I defending an idea I don't understand to protect the reputations of people I don't know? You're doing it for free. That's the crazy part. I mean, I can understand a sellout. I can't understand someone selling out for no cash. I really wish we had a music button here because right now I play Poisonous and Cure by Megadeth. It's very appropriate for this chat right now.
Don't you just love it when people pull obscure papers out of their ass and think, oh, see, proof of a globe?
Yes, my simulation is proof of the globe. But I have a model.
Yeah, Lego doesn't count.
I have a model that light goes around the globe an infinite amount of times.
Dude, I'm so tripped out by this. This is freaking hilarious. I'd heard about this and I thought it was just like, I thought it was a joke. I'd never thought that anybody actually wrote this down. All right, I gotta go. Listening mode later.
I brought this up to Mick West, man, and like, then we ended up starting a whole argument about like, okay, so say you have a horizontal ray, you're assuming a spherically symmetric atmosphere in the first place. How would it, if it was truly horizontal, how does it even get into how does it intersect the lower higher gradient? And then I started whole thing. Well, that's the interesting part about light. It's a wave, and then fucking Kiwi went off the rails on that shit. Justifiably, because I went off the rails too.
I have it. I have it here. Mirages are an example of ducting. I did not know this.
Are they? And now you're going to present the shitloads of experiments to actually demonstrate that. Except you're not. So I told you, what causes mirages is actually in controversy now. Because of several experiments that were done in the last 20 years, which show.
Wait, are we back to
mirages are actually caused by other things?
Okay, this is just going to really wrap back around. Like, science doesn't just deal with causal relationships. Like that, this is where you're going to have your issue. Because if you think you need to have a cause and effect not to do physics, then you're not doing physics.
You're like, I'm not going to take any advice about what science does from you. None. You don't know the difference between claims and evidence. You don't know the difference between observation and simulation. Okay? You sure as hell don't know the difference between correlation and causation. Anyway, there's empirical evidence, as in they went out in nature and measured the temperature gradients to see if the inferior mirage was caused by a temperature inversion, and lo and behold, it was not. So there was no ducting. There was some total internal reflection, which could be, I guess, construed as ducting, but that's not refraction.
Did my Wi-Fi just go out or thing, or did anyone hear it last?
You're a robot, brother.
Hello? Am I roboting still?
No, she was good.
Yeah, I was saying, what is it? It's ducting the case of refraction. So we have observed it. We have observed it with visible light.
Oh, I'm sorry. Someone DM me. What did you say?
I said, so we have observed refraction with visible light. With visible light. That was the
we have lenses, dude. We make use of it. Sure. We have observed refraction with visible light. Congratulations.
Well, then, now that we've established that ducting, you guys need to repeat your measurements of the shape accounting for these atmospheric effects.
No, you didn't demonstrate any ducting whatsoever.
What do you mean? I put it in the site chat. That's what mirages are. That's ducting.
No, that's the claim. Where's the evidence?
That okay.
Yeah, where's that
Let me think. What is the evidence that ducting is like miraging?
Yeah.
Because that's going to be just analytical. That's how ducting is defined.
Ducting is defined as a superior mirage.
Wait, no, let me not. No, that's wrong. Hold on. Let me think.
I'm well aware that's wrong.
Which one to use a flatty and which one to use a globy?
Oh, I'm a flat earther. Why? What does that matter?
AKA retard.
Oh yeah, that's a great argument for the globe. Even if I was a retard, the Earth is still flat.
I didn't call you a retard.
Well, I'm just saying. Even if I was a retard, the Earth is still flat.
If like
so trying genetic fallacies, you need to go somewhere else for that shit because they don't work here.
If like the U.S. government came out tomorrow and said that the world actually is flat, how do you think that changes your life?
Wouldn't change my life. Would change your life.
Oh, it'd change my life.
Yeah.
How so?
Because you'd realize that all the shit you've been watching about going to space is bullshit. And then you'd ask yourself, why the fuck are there globes every time I turn on the TV? They're talking about astronauts, globes, space, rockets. Everywhere I look on the sides of fucking cars, buildings. Why is it called global plumbing with the fucking globe on the side of it? Why are there globes everywhere I fucking look? Why? If it doesn't exist.
Well, I don't think that I would think like that because I would have to realistically, I would have to wake up and go to work the next day. Despite what the government said about the shape of the earth. You know what I mean? Yeah. I would imagine you would too. You would just go to work.
Yeah, so what?
I think because you're materialist, you're thinking of gaining something material. No, when you know
I
that
have a job.
Great point,
Right.
When you know that the Earth is flat and it's not a ball, you'll stop being ignorant. That's one, and you'll stop being a blind believer. That's two, and those two radical change in your life.
Oh, how so? So I find out the world is flat, and then I quit my job, and what?
No, you won't quit your job. You stay in your job if you want, but you'll stop being ignorant.
Hold on, dude. So you only started working because you thought the Earth was a globe?
No.
It has nothing to do with it, dude. It has nothing to do with it.
Well, exactly. I feel like
you went to work because you're hungry.
I feel like if the government came out tomorrow and said the world is flat, I don't think it would change my life in the slightest. I don't see how it could. You know what I mean?
It would if you worked at NASA.
or
it. Oh well, I don't work for NASA, so I won't be affected. So I don't know.
Well, if the Earth is flat, can you come from do you come from the Big Bang?
Well, I mean, that's something that we can just never know. So, what I know is that when I wake up in the morning, I will have to go to work.
Yeah. Why do you go to? But that has nothing to do with why you go to work. You don't go to work for that.
Well, I'm saying it's not going to affect. It's not going to affect my life.
You're still going to have to take a shit and piss too, and brush your teeth and comb your hair.
Yeah. So
I didn't change the fact I have to comb my hair. Oh my god, it doesn't mean anything, dude. Stop with the gaslighting nonsense, dude.
Yeah, I want to add on. I want to add on to what Necros was saying is that you don't gain a material thing. What you gain is sovereignty over your mind. Complete sovereignty over your mind. That's what you gain from it.
You're not an astrophysicist. Guess what? All astrophysicists won't go to their work the day after they hear that the Earth is not a ball. And also, those people who make calculations for orbital pass for satellite won't go to their work the day after they hear that the Earth is not a globe because they won't calculate any orbit around any fake globe.
My point is that a flat Earth doesn't run my life. Round Earth doesn't run my life. Capitalism runs my life, and I just don't see if the government comes out and says the world is flat, how it would change it. Sure, you think that you would have sovereignty over your mind, but I mean, do you still live in the same place? You are still implicitly forced to do the same things over and over. What do you think? You think that your mind would really change?
Yeah, that's a physicality thing versus a mental thing.
And dude, you should really speak for yourself. If you're going through that, that's a you thing, dude.
I am directly speaking for myself, dude.
But
my world would not change in the slightest.
Well, your world sucks, bro. What do you want me to say?
My world's pretty good. It's not too bad. Sorry.
You never said those things when you were in the indoctrination classes, when you were studying about the globe. You never told the teacher, "Oh, what would the globe change in my life? Why I'm studying that in school?"
I didn't care about
accepted
school.
You accepted.
Yeah, I'm still gonna ride my bike. I'm still gonna watch cartoons. I'm still gonna play with freaking He-Man dolls. Why does the globe matter?
Exactly. Like what you said is objectively correct. Yes, that's my point.
Well, your He-Man dolls, you're gonna have a problem those because those guys are on planets too.
Yeah, and you studied the globe. You never told your teacher
Superman
that.
comes from a planet.
Dude,
Star Wars.
I have never in my life studied a globe. I'm sorry. Like I just haven't, dude.
You studied about the globe.
You're just lying now.
I mean, sure.
So you didn't graduate school?
But like,
So you didn't graduate school?
I didn't. No, I did graduate, just barely.
Can you do any geography?
Did you study Columbus?
No, I never studied Columbus. I never paid attention to anything that had anything to do with Christopher Columbus.
So make sure you go to work on Columbus Day.
Okay, I probably will have to work on Columbus Day, I would imagine.
Well, there's your practical effect on your work right there. Christopher Columbus discovered the Earth was a ball. They made a holiday for him, and you don't have to work that day. That's what'll happen.
Okay.
You will have to go to work because Columbus is a phony.
It sounds like either way. It sounds like either way, I would still get paid for that day. So, like, it really does not affect my life in any meaningful way. You know.
I think you will stop paying. Do you have any space agency in your country? Do you live in America?
Dude is so full of shit, dude.
Yeah. But dude, why are you like slinging insults? You don't know me. You're saying I'm full of shit.
You pay taxes
You're full of shit, dude. Would you rather get paid and not go to work? No. You're saying it'll have no effect. I gave an explicit example destroying your whole nonsense. And you just say, well, I'd still get paid. Well, one, you wouldn't have to work.
Yeah, I would literally still get paid either way.
You like getting paid for doing nothing?
Yeah. It's called paid holiday, son. Do you know what paid holiday is? Yes.
Yeah, you wouldn't have a paid holiday. You'd have a work day.
Okay, well then I would still get paid. I would just go to work. Either way, I get paid.
It doesn't something in your life instead of
in your house. I think you should work all the time, even when it's a paid holiday, because it doesn't matter. There's no difference in your mind.
What does this have to do with?
Because there's a difference. You asked what the. I gave you an example of a difference. Your work would change because Columbus Day would no longer follow the logic, dude. Columbus Day would now be a work day. Instead of getting paid for free, you'd have to work for money.
I mean, Columbus,
and you're saying that doesn't matter. So why just not go to work on the holidays?
Columbus would still have a holiday because it's believed that he founded the Americas. So it's like that's why he's a big guy, not because he discovered the world was a globe. That's not true. Like that's there were people before that knew that the world was a sphere.
Add to that, there will be no space agency, so you won't pay any taxes for those space agencies that are made by the government. That's
you would.
Something that you will gain in your life. So a couple dollars that you will put in your pocket instead of a government pocket.
You think NASA would go away if we found out the world was flat?
If there is no outer space, there will be no space agencies.
I don't think that's how that works. Honestly,
that's how that works. Is there? Do you hear about any Narnia agency? Something that studies. Do you hear about any Narnia agency that exists in our world? Narnia agency, yes. Some agencies that study the fake word, fantastic word of Narnia. Doesn't exist because Narnia doesn't exist. So if outer space doesn't exist, there will be no space agency, an agency that is specialized to study the thing that doesn't exist.
I'm pretty sure NASA would just be like, nah, actually there is space, and we're going to continue to go to
You
it.
just said that they said that is flat.
They're powerful. NASA's powerful, dude. Do you think NASA's just going to cease to exist if that news comes out?
You said that they are the ones who came with the news that the Earth is not a globe. Oh, now you're changing your mind. It's someone else.
I just said the U.S. government. You know?
Oh, okay. You didn't say that. Just
I mean, NASA is a part of the U.S. government, so I guess.
Yes, nice. So you didn't say that first. Just roll back the tape.
Well, my original point was, how would me learning that the world was flat, like, how would that change my life? Like, that's where I'm trying to get at, you know? Like, that's what I'm trying to understand. Because I don't think it, my point is that I just don't think it would. I don't think it would change your life. I think you guys won something, but, like, I don't think it would matter even if you got it. You would still do the same things.
Yeah, like I told you, majority of the things that you will gain are not materials. So for you, you're just thinking about materials. Like I told you, for me, the main thing that I consider as gain is that I'm not ignorant anymore about the shape of the surface of the earth where I live. So I don't, and also I'm not blindly believing some false idea like the earth being a globe. So blind belief and ignorance. For someone who considers ignorance being a bliss, it won't change anything in his life. Like you, for example, for you, ignorance is something positive. So being an ignorant,
why do you have to tell me about myself as if you know me? Like, that's like, I'm not telling you about yourself. You know what I mean?
No. I'm not assuming or speculating that's what you are telling us. That you won't gain anything. There will be no benefit if you know that the Earth is flat. Like I told you, there will be a benefit that you won't be ignorant about the description of the surface of the Earth where you live.
Okay,
ignoring that will be considered ignorance. You are ignorant about something.
But that doesn't change your everyday life. You know, you can learn that everything is just made up of, like, microscopic animals. Like, there's just microscopic life everywhere on your body, on your skin. You can learn that information. Like, that's not gonna stop you from just doing what everyone else does.
It changed many things. For example, if one day I want to survey the land where I will build a house, if I want to build a house, I want to survey the land, I don't need to assume that the land is a part of a ball. So there is a curvature that I will have to consider. No. I can't build my house by surveying the land knowing that the surface is level without taking consideration of any curvature. That will change things in my life because you don't do any shit. That won't change anything in your life. But
you didn't care about for the fucking thousands of years they spent and the trillions of dollars that were spent to construct the globe in the first place. You didn't give a rat's ass about it until someone mentioned flat Earth.
Oh, that's interesting. Hey, you know, like, what are you guys going to do about the government that lies to the
inverse is true too,
forever?
right? The inverse is true too. You've been in here before. I remember you. You come with a shtick. I don't know, once a week.
Dude, I haven't been in here in fucking months, bro. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, months. But you come with the same shtick, right? How does it change my life?
You don't even know who I am.
Why don't you ask the Globelings why they come in here and spurg out? Go ask them why it's so important to them.
That's not what I asked. Like, that has nothing to do with what I asked.
Well,
I don't know why I would ask them anything.
Why don't you fucking trot down to NASA and go, What is freaking going to space? How's that going to change my life? Why do I care if the Earth's a globe or not?
Well, why would I go to
still
NASA?
have to go to work morning, wipe my
I don't give a
ass.
fuck about NASA. NASA doesn't have any effect over my life.
I no longer have to wipe my ass.
It's kind of just about like, do you care about truth? If you don't, then c'est la vie. But if you do,
what are you guys gonna do? So you learned that the world is flat. The government says it. What do you do to the government? Is the government just still gonna have the power to lie? Are you gonna do anything about that or no?
This is about critical thinking. This is about
critical thinking. Of course.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're right.
Hold on, Nables. Hold on. It's about critical thinking. We observed the Earth one way. Some people said the Earth that is an optical illusion. Nables has been arguing about that the entire fucking day. That what we see is some sort of optical illusion, and that's not real. And that the Earth is really evolved because we said so. And you run around, and everybody runs around accepting that idea that their experience is an illusion.
Who cares?
Not an illusion, but I mean.
Who cares?
Seriously, who cares? Whether the world is flat.
Why does it matter if you think the world is an illusion or not?
Yeah, why does it matter? What the fuck? Why does it matter?
Maybe you're just a brain in a jar, right?
Yeah, how do you know you don't even? How do you know you think it matters?
I could be a brain in a jar. If I'm a brain in a jar, I could be.
And
who knows?
there we go. You just said it all.
Did I?
Yeah, you did. Why are you making money?
Say it all. Why am I making money?
Brain? Yeah, why are you making money, dude? You're just a brain in a jar. That money's just a fucking optical illusion.
Okay, yeah, I make money because I have skills.
Or good feelings or bad feelings you have are just an illusion, dude.
Dude, I feel like you're just worked up about nothing.
Don't talk about me. I'm not the subject here. I'm getting you to defend your shit ideas,
dude. I'm
critically thinking. See,
we're both interlocutors here, dude. I'm just saying, you seem worked up for no reason.
I just told you, don't try to divine my emotional state, okay? Divine, as in, divine. When you divine something, it means like predicting the future, using telekinetic powers to fucking figure out fucking facts.
Yeah, I don't believe in
my emotional state, dude.
I don't believe in divination. Sorry, that's why I didn't understand.
You do because you think you can somehow from afar determine what my emotional state is.
Yeah, I'm talking to you. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. This is how I talk.
Okay, well then my bad. That's my bad. Sorry.
I'm not a Midwestern pussy.
Neither am I, motherfucker. I'm a Texan. What are you talking about?
Even worse.
What do you have to say now?
Yeah, even worse.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Whatever. I'm fine. I'm living. It's not too bad.
Yeah, fantastic.
I mean, okay.
Your Texas,
I guess.
By the way,
I guess if you learn that the world is flat, it would change your life in some way, shape, or form. You just really can't.
I think it would. It's not going to change my life.
It wouldn't change my life in any way. I'm telling you.
You mean like you wouldn't be a little curious as to why everyone believes everyone on the world believes this? Like a little bit.
No.
Everything around you would change. Okay, so how could it not change your life, dude? Everything around you. There'd be no more global warming. There'd be no more global warming. You'd never see global warming on TV anymore. Whenever you turn on.
Oh my God! Why is every country lying? Why is everybody lying to me about the world being round? Why?